Chapter 1: The Top Floor of the Prison. My name is Ning Ju, and at this moment, I'm locked inside a massive prison forged from steel and iron. It stands isolated in the wilderness, known as the most dangerous and secure prison in the world. Thousands of highly trained guards patrol inside and out, keeping watch around the clock. This largest prison in the world is located in Jing Mountain, directly under the jurisdiction of the Supreme Command of the Human Alliance. Since the Day of Awakening, the most notorious and terrifying legendary prisoners have all been confined here. Each prisoner has a custom-made cell, and even after death, their remains must be buried within the prison, never to leave. This place is an immortal fortress. No matter how powerful your abilities are, don't even think about escaping. Iron gates, iron bars, iron chains. How beautiful life is outside. When will I return to my homeland? When will I ever return to my homeland? A melodious song drifted from the upper levels of the prison, the last two lines tinged with desolation. The upper levels of the prison hold those who have committed the gravest sins, under the strictest security. Only those sentenced to life imprisonment are kept here. In today's rapidly changing world, permanent imprisonment is the most severe punishment. Sunlight streams through the small prison window, illuminating the dust. This fist-sized beam is the only sunlight in the entire cell. With a grave expression, I stand by the window, gazing at the free world outside. I was living just fine on Earth, then woke up one day having crossed into this body. 20 years have passed in the blink of an eye. This world closely resembles Earth from my previous life, except it lacks many entertainment works like movies and novels. The biggest difference is that 150 years ago, a gap appeared in the moon, followed by a series of events beyond human comprehension. The genes of all living things awakened, and that day became known as the Day of Awakening. Countless beasts grew to unimaginable sizes, becoming towering monsters that reached the clouds. Ancient beings from the deepest oceans emerged onto land, each colossal creature as terrifying as Godzilla. Skyscrapers crumbled like Lego toys under their might. Even the smallest animals mutated to several times their original size, easily crushing humans. An ordinary field mouse could grow into a ferocious beast as large as a tiger. Humanity, once the dominant species, was mercilessly slaughtered. Those towering behemoths that reached the clouds were classified as S-rank, most possessing formidable supernatural abilities. Even nuclear weapons struggled to kill them, and they inflicted massive counterdamage upon humans. The global population plummeted to just 30% within a mere decade. Fortunately, humanity also awakened supernatural abilities during this existential crisis. These individuals became known as the Awakened. Under the leadership of the Awakened, humans barely gained the capacity to resist, allowing our bloodline to endure until today. But the current state of humanity remains extremely perilous. On the border battlefields, countless human superhumans perish in the jaws of giant beasts every minute. Human territories shrink intermittently, and defensive lines are breached. This war has lasted for 150 years and still rages fiercely. I let out a long sigh. I wonder if Ningxia is safe now. My younger sister was born with albinism, an incurable genetic condition, her eyes pale blue, hair faded, skin unnaturally white. Those afflicted have fragile bodies, with lifespans severely impacted. Over the years, I've paid many prices in my quest to cure my sister's illness. Being imprisoned here was also for her sake. What crime did you commit? Suddenly, the red-haired man across from me spoke up. My thoughts were yanked back to reality. I shrugged and said, I didn't commit any crime. Instantly, the prison erupted in uproarious laughter. Every inmate who heard those words burst into mad laughter that gradually subsided after a while. Frowning, I asked, what are you laughing at? Across from me, the red-haired man stared calmly at me, the only one who hadn't joined in the laughter. No crime. Young friend, do you know how many times they've heard that line before? He asked me. I shook my head. 38 times. Every prisoner who gets locked up here claims they're innocent. My expression darkened at his words. Clearly, these prisoners didn't believe me at all. I knew I hadn't committed any crime, but they were just amusing themselves with the new guy. I couldn't be bothered to explain. But, the red-haired man continued, I actually believe you're truly innocent. I paused slightly and asked, why? His smile remained gentle. I've always been good at reading people. Your eyes, they're not the eyes of a criminal. I say this new young friend here has committed no crime. Does anyone object? He suddenly declared loudly, his authoritative aura sweeping through the entire room. Every prisoner shuddered, not daring to utter a word. Complete silence fell over the crowd. At that moment, I too felt a terrifying power, an overwhelming mix of fear and respect surging from within. This had to be the power of an ability. After a brief moment, the oppressive aura dissipated as he smiled and said, see, everyone believes in you. My pupils trembled with shock. After a long pause, I finally managed to say, thank you. Just then, someone from the cell next to the red-haired man spoke up. I believe in him too. The voice sounded young. Following the sound, I saw a young man. When my eyes landed on him, I couldn't help but gasp. His appearance was youthful as he leaned against the wall, hooded, his entire aura sharp as a blade. Just looking at him felt like having my eyes sliced. His prison cell was custom forged from special materials, dark, peculiar steel embedded within the cage, crafted from the bones of the S-class threat, the Molten Iron Devourer. The Molten Iron Devourer's hide was impervious to blades, immune to all sharp weapon attacks, and its skeletal remains could suppress all object manipulation abilities. I recognized him instantly, the master of Shattered Sword, Thousand Blades, wielder of blade manipulation abilities, Li Hanguang, the youngest legend of his generation, a figure who had graced countless headlines. Only he deserved a prison specially crafted from the bones of an S-class behemoth. Never did I expect to see him here with my own eyes. No sharp weapon forged by man could escape his telekinetic control. It was he who personally slew the Molten Iron Devourer that threatened humanity. Who would have thought that the carcass of that very behemoth would now become his cage? Truly lamentable. Li Hanguang, a human hero who fought against the behemoths, imprisoned. This should have been sensational news. Yet I knew nothing of it, and the world believed he had retired to seclusion in the mountains. Clearly, this matter was deliberately suppressed. I wanted to ask why he was imprisoned here, but thought better of it. Everyone has their own hidden story. Their willingness to trust me was enough. I nodded at him in gratitude, then looked around, surveying the prisoners on this floor. Each cell here was specially designed to suppress the abilities of these superhumans, preventing any escape attempts. My name is Ning Ju, and I'm locked in this special prison. Unlike the others, I possess no extraordinary abilities. I was sent to this level solely because my crimes were severe enough to warrant it. Only a few dozen inmates were held on this floor, but each was a heavyweight figure. Many of history's most notorious criminals were imprisoned here. Like Bald Flame Demon Bran, he's a pyrokinetic and the mastermind behind the Great Beast Crystal heist. White-clad Phantom Thief Tang Ying possesses invisibility powers and has stolen countless classified secrets. Then there's the humanoid Wolverine, James Logan, with regenerative abilities, ageless and immortal, who's been imprisoned here for over a century. Every person here is a legend, except me. If even these heavyweights can't escape, looks like I'm truly finished for life. I muttered to myself. After all, this prison was custom built with special materials tailored to counter supernatural abilities. Even with powers, escape was impossible. Just as despair consumed me, a voice echoed in my mind, Super Awakening System loading 95%, 98%, 100%, loading complete. My expression suddenly changed. A system? Truly, heaven never seals off all exits. Chapter 2, Stealing Multiple Abilities. Congratulations, you have bound the Super Awakening System. First time binding reward, 5 awakening points. Spend awakening points to steal others' abilities. The more points you spend, the higher the level of ability you can steal. Hearing this voice, I was ecstatic, almost unable to contain myself. Tentatively, I asked in my mind, is there a limit to how many abilities I can have at the same time? You can currently hold up to 5 abilities simultaneously. Spending awakening points can increase this limit. A chill ran down my spine, my pupils trembling. This system was incredible. It meant I could possess multiple supernatural abilities simultaneously, something unprecedented in history. Through the iron bars, I stared at the red-haired man in the opposite cell. He was utterly mysterious. None of the prisoners here knew his identity or past. I whispered, System, I'll spend 1 awakening point to steal his ability. Theft failed, he has no abilities. I was dumbfounded, he actually had no abilities? Yet with just one word from him, all the vicious prisoners fell silent. That commanding presence wasn't the power of an ability. Could it be purely his personal charisma and innate bearing? This was beyond my comprehension. I turned to look at the cell next to Redhead's, where Li Hanguang was imprisoned. I sensed he must possess an ability. Sure enough, his personal information appeared in my mind. Li Hanguang, ability, Sword Dominion, rank, Is, description, born with innate chi energy coursing through his limbs and bones, driven by his willpower, it permeates his entire body as sword intent. Even in this age of declining magic, he can still wield flying swords to strike enemies with effortless precision, as if commanding his own limbs. Innate inner energy and true chi? This mysterious and profound power left me astonished. Rubbing my hands together, I said, I'll consume 1 awakening point to steal his ability. Theft successful, acquired psychic ability, sword control. The next moment, my entire body trembled as a wondrous force surged through my internal organs, and my gaze sharpened noticeably. It worked, I thought with delight. Just then, Li Hanguang in the cell ahead suddenly looked up and fixed his eyes on me, making my heart skip a beat. Fortunately, he soon turned his gaze elsewhere, and I breathed a sigh of relief. Inside the cage, Li Hanguang frowned slightly, his eyes filled with confusion. In that brief moment, he had sensed a sliver of his power slipping away. Though it was just an insignificant wisp of energy, too minor to affect him, it hadn't escaped his keen perception. But after some thought, he couldn't figure out the reason and could only dismiss it as an illusion. After all, in this prison where escape was impossible and supernatural abilities couldn't be used, losing 1/1000th of his power meant nothing. I walked to the corner of the cell, suppressing my excitement, and pulled up the information about my supernatural ability. Sword control, level, E. Description: a wisp of sword intent enters the body, allowing control over sharp objects to levitate and kill from a distance. Supernatural abilities are divided into 6 levels, S, A, B, C, D, and E, with the level representing the power of the ability. The stolen Imperial Sword power I obtained is only E rank, but it can be upgraded. With enough training or by absorbing sufficient giant beast cores, even an E rank can advance to S rank. Cold sweat broke out on my forehead. This system is too overpowered. It actually let me steal the Imperial Sword power of the legendary Li Hanwang. Just having it is enough. I can upgrade it myself later. Going from nothing to something is always the hardest part. I asked the system. I spent 1 awakening point to steal an E rank ability. If I spent 2 points, would the level be higher? The more awakening points consumed, the higher the rank of the stolen ability. The Imperial Sword power allows control over sharp weapons, but this prison cell was designed to prevent Li Hanwang from using his abilities. There isn't a single sharp object here, so for now, I can't test this ability's true power. But there's an object hidden in my throat, though it's not yet time to use it. I turned my gaze toward the cell diagonally opposite mine, where a scruffy bearded man sat cross-legged on the floor with closed eyes, seemingly deep in meditation. Though over 100 years old, he appeared middle-aged, his bulging muscles and sinews radiating formidable strength. He was James Logan, possessor of the self-healing ability. More than a century ago, he single-handedly stormed the Restricted Zone's paranormal research facility to rescue numerous children with abilities who were being dissected for study. By defying the supreme will of the human alliance, he was imprisoned here. That chapter of history has long been sealed away, unknown to ordinary citizens. I gathered information on various healing-type superhumans to cure my sister's illness, which is how I learned these secrets. Consume 1 awakening point to steal his ability. Theft successful, obtained body-type ability, healing factor. I felt trillions of cells in my body tremble violently simultaneously, my limbs burning hot, even the joints of my fingers scorching. Healing factor, rank, E. Description: the healing factors in DNA awaken, inserting gene fragments of infinite stem cell division into all cells. The body can continuously renew itself and repair non-fatal injuries in a short time, with cell division cycles surpassing the Hayflick limit. I extended my finger between my teeth and bit down hard. Blood flowed freely, the pain as sharp as ever, not diminished in the slightest. Yet the wound on my fingertip healed at a visible speed. Within mere seconds, it vanished without a trace, leaving only a single droplet of blood poised on my fingertip. At the same time, the injuries I'd sustained earlier were also rapidly healing. The burns on my skin from the stun gun during my arrest slowly closed up, and the few broken ribs mended completely within half an hour. Even the scars from childhood fights, escapes, and falls began to fade gradually, their deep marks slowly lightening. My heart surged with excitement. I could steal anyone's ability in an instant, and truly possess 2 abilities simultaneously. With this ability, who should I fear? I still have 3 awakening points left, so I kept my cool and didn't immediately choose to steal. I approached the cell and glanced sideways down the corridor. Countless powerful prisoners were locked up here. It was practically the perfect training ground for me. At this point, I couldn't even tell whether being imprisoned here was bad luck or a blessing. These legendary criminals' abilities were mine for the taking, but awakening points were finite. I'd have to choose carefully which powers to steal next. I scanned each cell through the bars, as if browsing through dazzling merchandise. There were simply too many powerful superhumans here, making my head spin. I spent the entire day weighing the pros and cons in my mind. The legendary figures noticed my wandering eyes and turned away with disdainful expressions. By late afternoon, I'd stolen 2 more abilities. The first was memory programming, rated E class. Its description stated that neural circuits formed by hippocampal neurons store memories, and when electrochemical signals become strings of interpretable code, inserting segment commands could alter those memories. This ability proved immensely useful to me in human society. The power to rewrite someone's memories essentially equates to rewriting their very thoughts. However, it's currently only at E rank, so its effects aren't strong enough. Right now, I can only slightly alter memories, making minor modifications based on reality to avoid leaving any flaws. Creating a completely fabricated memory and implanting it into someone's mind is still beyond my capabilities. For example, implanting a memory that I'm the supreme leader of humanity into a prison guard's mind to make him release me is utterly impossible. At the very least, I'd need to reach A rank, or the target would have to be extremely weak-willed, to rewrite such an absurd memory. Another ability I stole is invisibility, also at E rank. According to the description, it can make the body invisible, including objects directly in contact with it, while also covering the skin with an undetectable electromagnetic field that blocks most electronic signals and obscures body heat. There are many invisibility-type abilities, such as chameleon-like camouflage, body transparency, or optical camouflage, which can hide one's presence from most people. But the one I stole is different. It's true invisibility, taken from the legendary white-clad thief Tang Ying. Even at E rank, it can evade infrared sensors, thermal detectors, and other high-end instruments. It doesn't just fool the human eye. As long as my footsteps are light enough, it's enough to keep me completely undetected. I've stolen a total of 4 superpowers, keeping the last awakening point in reserve for emergencies. I always like to leave myself a way out. With the power of sword control, self-healing factor, memory programming, and invisibility, 4 formidable abilities at my disposal, I'm absolutely capable of protecting myself now. Actually, I possess more than just these 4 abilities. Since birth, I've had a special power that came naturally to me. But this ability doesn't seem to count as a superpower, since it can't be detected by power scanners. When I was imprisoned, I was judged to have no abilities at all. This power is known only to me. There's a flaw in each of my eyes, and I often feel pain around my eye sockets. Sometimes, I can see strange, ethereal traces floating in midair, translucent streaks of varying shapes, bizarre and wondrous, spreading throughout the world, connecting people to one another. The origin of each trace is a person, and its endpoint is usually another person. In the 20 years since my birth, most of these traces have been faint and transparent. Until a week ago, when I saw a blood-red trace. In all those 20 years, I must have seen tens of millions of traces, yet only that single one was crimson. That was the day I learned that what I saw was called murderous intent. The heavier the intent, the deeper its color. Driven by curiosity, I followed the crimson trail of murderous intent to its end, only to discover its target was my own sister. Memories flooded back. "Brother, aren't you going out today?" My sister, about 14 years old, asked me in confusion. Her pale golden hair framed a face of porcelain whiteness, her lips nearly colorless as she leaned against the table. Most striking were her pale blue eyes, like stars hidden in the night, utterly captivating. Yet this beautiful appearance had been bought with pain and illness. "Today's your birthday, I'll keep you company," I said with a smile. My sister looked surprised, her dewy eyes blinking rapidly. Today wasn't actually her birthday. But the next moment, she gave a faint smile. Though she didn't know my purpose, she played along. Then sing me a happy birthday song. She had keenly caught the unusual gravity in my eyes. After all these years, we siblings had developed such rapport that she knew I couldn't have forgotten her birthday. There must be a purpose behind my actions. "Happy birthday to you," I sang. I stayed by my sister's side the entire day, never leaving her for a moment, because the source of those blood-red traces was right at the door. This was my first time encountering the source of the traces so close at hand. Outwardly calm, I was actually extremely tense inside. My sister couldn't see the murderous intent in those eyes, so she remained completely unaware of everything. Until night fell, with a thunderous boom, the front door shattered. The one at the doorway could no longer hold back. The steel-reinforced iron door exploded into fragments amid a cloud of dust. Her younger sister was shocked, her pupils trembling, but she forced herself to stay calm. She must have guessed that my unusual company today might lead to trouble. The door was shattered, yet no one stood at the threshold. Most of the money I earned went toward treating my sister's albinism, so I lived in a slum on the distant outskirts of the city, a place with terrible security, where escaped mutant birds occasionally caused havoc. This was the first time someone had come looking for trouble, but I wasn't surprised. After all, I lived in such a place where the poor were easiest to bully. I shielded my sister behind me while secretly passing her a pitch-black pistol from my back. This was my treasure, an antique from before the awakening day, loaded with its last 4 bullets, already cocked and ready. My sister gripped the pistol, her expression tense, but her hands were steady. Having fought alongside me through thick and thin to survive this long, she had seen her fair share of hardship. As for me, I drew a multi-purpose military dagger, its blade speckled with rust, another relic from the bygone era. After all, in this world today, conventional weapons held little meaning for those with supernatural abilities. Only my sister and I, unloved by mother and uncared for by father, without any supernatural abilities, needed such things for self-protection. Ha! A young yet hoarse chuckle came from the doorway, audible yet without a visible source. I knew this was the work of an invisibility-type supernatural ability. My sister and I had always kept a low profile. I couldn't fathom when we might have offended someone with supernatural powers. I moved cautiously, dagger raised before me, my eyes darting wildly as I pretended not to see the enemy, though in truth, I was desperately searching for his location. Ha! The man's voice drew nearer, his laughter brimming with triumph. Evidently, he'd fallen for my ruse. Little did he know, though I couldn't see him physically, my eyes could perceive killing intent. That blood-red thread connecting him to my younger sister Ning Xia, through this crimson tether, I could see him clearly. He continued approaching leisurely, barely altering his path, clearly convinced of his impending victory. And why wouldn't he be? Who would spare a second glance for impoverished siblings like us, let alone when he stood as a lofty superhuman? I pretended not to see him, wildly slashing the air with my dagger, while his laughter grew increasingly maniacal. No doubt he took great pleasure in toying with us. Only when he came within a meter of me, a distance where he could reach my sister as easily as he could reach me, did I act. Swish! I abruptly shifted the dagger's trajectory, my eyes flashing with deadly intent as the blade shot straight for his eye. Caught off guard, he jerked back too late. The dagger pierced clean through his left eyeball, tearing through half his temple in a spray of blood. In my sister's eyes, she only saw me slash at empty air, yet blood came gushing forth. He recoiled swiftly, staring at me in disbelief. A heart-rending scream filled the house. A wound appeared in midair by the doorway, spilling blood and pulped eyeball fragments. After several flickers, the optical camouflage faded, revealing his true form. Clad in black robes, his features were hideous, and he stood shorter than I'd anticipated. Otherwise, that strike would have cleanly slit his throat. He took out a bottle of transparent potion and splashed it onto the wound around his eye socket. Sizzle, the wound quickly scabbed over, but the eyeball didn't heal. This is scar-sealing water, costing 100 federal coins per bottle, far beyond what ordinary people can afford. Though it can't fully heal wounds, it rapidly coagulates blood and tissues around injuries, proving invaluable when facing venomous mutated beasts. This man looks about my age. Even if he's an ability user, the money he earns wouldn't be enough to casually splurge on such potions. Clearly, he must have powerful backing. However, those who threaten the lives of me and my sister must die. Step by step, I approached him, the dagger flipping deftly in my grip, my gaze merciless. The pain-relieving scar water had eased his suffering. He raised his head, glaring at me with eyes full of murderous intent, as if desperate to devour me whole. The threat of killing intent originally aimed at my sister shifted its target, connecting with me instead. And I, too, harbored murderous intent toward him. The two threads of killing intent overlapped, forming a single, blood-red line, thick and profound, binding us together. Why do you want to kill my sister? I asked as I walked toward him. He licked his lips, his eyes burning with a sick madness, his features twisted, his emaciated frame giving the impression of malnutrition. A mere livestock actually dared to wound me. Before you die, I'll make you watch as I defile her. I want you to die drowning in endless regret and despair, he roared through gritted teeth. Turns out he was a pervert who had been searching everywhere for blonde, blue-eyed girls. Whenever he learned their whereabouts, he would offer exorbitant bounties. To date, he had already violated over 30 young women. He sliced open the girl's skin inch by inch with a knife, listening to her screams, watching the light of life fade from her pale blue eyes, and would even extract the eyeballs to keep as trophies. My gaze darkened, murderous intent reaching its peak. Those who dared speak to my sister like this were usually already dead. If they weren't, it simply meant my abilities weren't strong enough yet. This superhuman's optical stealth ability didn't possess much combat strength. I was 80% confident I could kill him. But just as I prepared to strike, he pulled out a gauntlet, slipped it on, and threw a punch at me from a distance. Bang! I was sent flying backward, spitting blood, my eyes wide with shock and trembling slightly. Supernatural weapons. Along with the awakening day came not just supernatural abilities in giant beasts, but also objects imbued with special powers, collectively known as supernatural weapons, exceedingly rare and immensely valuable. My heart pounded violently as I struggled to stand, every inch of my skin and bones screaming in agony, my ribs fractured in places. My sister helped me up with a worried expression, asking if I was hurt. I rolled my eyes internally. Wasn't it obvious? My ears were still ringing from that punch, its force so overwhelming it felt like an earthquake in the air, blasting me back with monstrous strength. I took a deep breath, wiped the blood from the corner of my mouth, and cautiously stepped forward again. Boom! He threw several punches in succession. Agile as I was, swiftly twisting and dodging most of the attacks, the shockwaves from his gloves were invisible and widespread. I was still hit several times. Coughing up copious amounts of blood, I collapsed with a look of utter despair. He slowly walked up to me, his eyes brimming with the satisfaction of vengeance fulfilled. Originally, that bastard had planned to keep me alive, forcing me to watch as he tortured my little sister. But he said my skills were unexpectedly good, and fearing complications, he decided to kill me first, adding that he didn't like being watched while working. With a grin, he stepped forward and swung his fist down at me. Little did he know, I had only pretended to be knocked out just to lure him closer. The moment his fist descended, my eyes snapped open. I rolled aside and sprang to my feet, dodging the blow. His punch struck the concrete floor, cracking it instantly as fragments of cement sprayed outward. Seizing the opportunity, I drew my dagger and slashed at his neck. The strike was swift, precise, and ruthless. Yet unexpectedly, a faint golden film suddenly appeared. With a ding, my blade was completely nullified. Another supernatural artifact. This made me uneasy. Killing him would likely bring serious consequences. But now, I was in too deep. He had to die. Abandoning the dagger, I flipped and pinned his elbow, restraining him, then shouted, "Ningxia, shoot!" Ningxia fired without hesitation. The bullet aimed squarely between the hooded man's eyebrows, a shot that would surely be fatal if it hit. The man's face twisted in shock. He never expected our impoverished siblings to possess such a precious relic from the last century. To other powerful superhumans, firearms might be useless, but for him, this was something that could take his life. The supernatural artifacts on his body couldn't stop a bullet. As he watched the deadly muzzle flash approach, despair instantly took hold, overwhelming his reason. He frantically groped for the pendant on his chest, trying to position it between his eyebrows in a desperate attempt to block the bullet. My eyes caught the movement, and in the next instant, I wrenched his head aside, dodging the bullet that embedded itself into the wall, leaving behind a pitch-black crater. The black-robed man was filled with confusion, unable to comprehend why I had saved him. But then, he heard a crisp crack, his neck was bent backward at a full 120 degrees, his spine snapped in half, paralyzing his lower body completely, leaving him unable to move. His optical stealth ability still struggled to activate, transparent waveforms flickering across his body, yet failing to conceal him entirely. I yanked the ability-enhancing necklace from his throat. Without its protection, I picked up the dagger and cleanly severed his neck. Blood sprayed, he didn't even have time to feel his life draining away, nor did he leave behind any last words. Years of training have enabled me to snap human bones with my bare hands. I stood up, covered in blood, and tossed the protective supernatural necklace onto the ground. It might have had a tracking device. I wasn't about to let greed put me in danger. I didn't take the gauntlet either. Ningxia asked me, "Brother, why didn't you let me kill him?" I shrugged and said, "Do you really think I'd let you kill someone? If I allowed my 14-year-old sister to kill, I'd be failing miserably as her older brother." Ningxia stood with her hands on her hips and said, "If they're bad people, I don't really care." I had no way to deal with her, so I just patted her head. But she, unwilling to concede, jumped up and patted my head in return, leaving me both amused and exasperated. Afterward, I took my sister and left our home. That black-robed man was no ordinary figure. Someone would surely come looking for him sooner or later. It was best to leave before trouble arrived. But this world is vast, and the methods of supernatural abilities are endless. Some can glimpse forgotten scenes in dreams, while others can discern a murderer's face just by smelling a corpse. In this world, for ordinary people to escape under the watchful eyes of those with powers is as difficult as scaling the heavens. Mortals in this grand world can only be ground to dust by the mighty, leaving nothing behind. Even traveling day and night, we were ultimately caught. That early morning, I felt as if I were falling into an abyss in my dream, and when I woke and opened my eyes, all I saw were dozens of traces pointing directly at me. My sister Ningxia stood by the window, gazing outside with tear-filled eyes, her delicate face flushed red. She had always been strong, yet never like this before. The people outside were fully armed this time. It was the Human Alliance's army. Unlike before, there was no escape for us now. I handed everything on me to my sister, including that antique pistol with its last 3 bullets, then stood up. A booming voice echoed from outside, "Vagrant, you're surrounded." My records weren't registered in the Human Alliance's citizen registry. Bottom feeders like me were called vagrants, wild dogs. Ningxia held me gently and asked, "This time, can you still come back?" I wiped the tears from the corner of her eye and slowly shook my head, unable to speak. This time I truly couldn't give her an answer. I told her, "Remember, it's better to live with flaws than die perfect." Ningxia repeated the words carefully, syllable by syllable. I was the one who gave her that name. I pushed open the gate, raised my hands high, and swaggered out, with Ningxia following closely behind me. I shouted loudly, "I surrender." Numerous modern weapons were pointed at me, such a spectacle that anyone unaware might have mistaken me for a Class A giant beast that had destroyed an entire city. Dozens of fully armed superpowered soldiers had surrounded this border town, yet the one being encircled was just a poor young man who had acted in self-defense to protect his sister. Ningxia deliberately made herself look disheveled and cried out, "I have nothing to do with him. I was just staying the night." While nervously inching away from me step by step, several soldiers pointed their weapons at her, but the middle-aged leader waved his hand and said, "Let her go." He was a sniffer and recognized me at a glance. In his eyes, a pretty girl like Ningxia, disheveled and emerging from a house, was clearly a lowly person making a living this way. Her involvement in the matter was highly unlikely. Everyone knew about the sniffer's ability. With a corpse, the murderer had nowhere to hide. If she had been involved, she wouldn't have stayed with me for so many days. The risk was too great. Ningxia quickly said, "Thank you, sir," then hurried away from me. The middle-aged leader ordered, "Restrain him." Several gunshots rang out, streaks of electric light spewing from the barrels, knocking me to the ground. The excruciating pain forced a muffled groan from me as I collapsed instantly. The violent currents made blood stream from all 7 orifices, leaving me convulsing uncontrollably on the ground. Ningxia walked away without looking back. The middle-aged leader appeared to have let her go, but in truth, his eyes never left her, filled with a hint of disdain. He thought it shameless for someone so young to rely on such means to survive. He had hoped that if she showed any reluctance or distress in her eyes, he would take her down as well. But to his disappointment, the girl's gaze remained unwavering, cold as iron. A group of men rushed forward to pin me down as Ningxia sprinted away. She ran southward, fleeing the border town. In the deserted night scenery, her faint strength finally crumbled, tears streaming down her face, because she knew she would never see her brother again. Chapter 4, The Throat Blade Secret Technique. With a dazed expression, Ning Ju snapped out of his memories. What worried him most now was the safety of his younger sister, Ning Xia. Surviving alone in the slums would likely be extremely difficult for her. After all, that place was utterly lawless. One had to guard against scum among humans, but even more so against the mutated beasts that occasionally broke in. I'm fine for now. The death penalty had long been abolished. Humanity now faces a common enemy, mutated giant beasts. Every single person counts as a combat asset, even if they are sinners. Thus, these powerful superhumans who have committed crimes are merely imprisoned. Even if they have committed heinous crimes, they will not be executed but confined here forever. When the day comes that the colossal beasts have slaughtered nearly all of humanity, pushing them to the brink of extinction, these are the sinners, set free and ready for battle. No matter what, preserving the continuation of humanity's bloodline outweighs everything else. Suddenly, the sound of elevator operation rang out. The prisoners' faces all showed expressions of confusion. This is the highest level of the prison, where powerful superhumans are as numerous as hairs on a bull. There are over 300 cells here. Among them, 279 cells contain only the corpses of superhumans. Everyone knows that once you enter the cells on this highest level, there's no hope of leaving, not even in death. Even corpses can be imprisoned forever, because some corpses might explode. Some corpses might come back to life. In this world nowadays, nothing can be certain. For safety, prisoners are never released from these cells. As the most secretive prison facility, guards normally never enter this area. Food and waste disposal are all handled automatically through mechanical devices in the cells. Because wherever there are people, there will inevitably be oversights. No one could say for certain whether the suppression materials in any cell might develop cracks, allowing a mind-controlling esper to manipulate the guards. That's why no guards ever set foot here year-round. Only when new prisoners were brought in would fully armed guards, clad in heavy electromagnetic shielding suits, enter and leave immediately afterward. The sound of heavy footsteps approached. A bald, heavily armed guard over 2 meters tall with extremely muscular build and dark skin walked in. Strangely enough, this guard wasn't escorting any new prisoners. Instead, he came alone. This was the first time such a thing had happened. Listening to these footsteps, Ning Ju suddenly felt an ominous premonition in his heart. Until a transparent trace connected to Ning Ju. The ominous premonition was confirmed. Threat of killing intent? Does this guard who just entered harbor murderous thoughts toward me? Ning Ju was utterly shocked. The death penalty had long been abolished. Why would he want to kill me? Ning Ju suppressed the shock in his heart, taking deep breaths to calm himself down. This might actually be an opportunity. Sure enough, the guard stopped in front of Ning Ju's cell door. Then, he twisted open the prison gate. He walked up to Ning Ju and placed his large hand heavily on Ning Ju's shoulder. ZZZZT. The brutal electric current sent waves of excruciating pain through Ning Ju's body, leaving him paralyzed. Drenched in sweat, Ning Ju was in too much pain to speak. The burly man gripped Ning Ju's shoulder and dragged him out. The ability to manipulate electric currents, capable of paralyzing limbs, was the most suitable power for a jailer. Ning Ju clenched his teeth, forced to endure silently. As the burly man dragged Ning Ju past the cell of that red-haired man, "What are you going to do to him?" the red-haired man asked, his voice icy. The burly guard remained expressionless, like a robot. He didn't answer at all, just dragged Ning Ju out step by step. The red-haired man's face was icy cold. He was about to utter a threat. There were few people in this world who didn't fear his threats. His prefrontal cortex has been removed. At this moment, Li Hanguang from the neighboring cell spoke up. His eyes narrowed slightly as he stared at the back of the guard's head. Only then did the red-haired man notice the massive wound on top of the guard's head. Once the prefrontal cortex is removed, a person's emotions will vanish, and many brain functions will become obsolete. One could say this is an extremely inhumane procedure. It's an operation that can strip away a human soul, turning people into robots. The human alliance is truly formidable. To ensure the absolute loyalty of their wardens, they actually resorted to such methods. The red-haired man's expression was grave, remaining silent. With his prefrontal cortex removed, there was nothing he could do. Confined within Jingshan prison, even his extraordinary abilities were rendered useless. The crowd watched as Ning Ju was dragged away by the guard. His fate was beyond doubt. There was only one path, death. In a corner cell, a disheveled man covered in filth let out a faint sigh. The abolition of the death penalty applies only to those with supernatural abilities. These ordinary people who committed grave crimes are just wasting food by staying alive. He gave a bitter smile, leaned against the wall, and stared at the shackles around his ankles. His eyes were dull, long devoid of any sparkle. Yet even covered in filth, he could still be recognized. He was the legendary figure who once dominated the scene, robbing the rich to aid the poor. The white-clad phantom thief, Tang Ying. As soon as he spoke these words, the entire floor fell into silence, with no one daring to utter another word. After a long while, Why not execute them right here? At least we'd get some entertainment. Indeed, being stuck here for so many years without any amusement is pure torture. After a long while, people finally began speaking up one after another, and the place grew lively again. The conversations grew increasingly vulgar, just as they always did. Good people are, after all, a minority. After all, most imprisoned here are still criminals and scum. Even if they possess formidable abilities and are legends in their own right, they still cannot change one fundamental fact. They were not worth sparing in the first place. The elevator continued its descent. Ningju's vision blurred from the electric shock. Darkness and murky green filled his sight, making it hard to see anything. When the electric current subsided, he finally managed to break free from the abyss of agony. Ningju realized he was strapped to an electric chair, completely immobilized. The burly man was skillfully operating the control panel, and Ningju knew this meant his execution was imminent. This brawny guard's supernatural ability was electric paralysis. While capable of inflicting immense pain, it rarely proved fatal. To execute Ningju, the electric chair was still necessary. Cold sweat beaded on Ningju's forehead, yet his mind remained eerily calm. He was escorted out of the prison's highest, most secure level. This, then, might just be his chance to escape. Ningju had a narrow blade pressed against the inside of his throat, flush against the flesh without cutting. Years ago, Ningju had lived for a time with his younger sister and an old beggar. This was a trick he'd learned from that old beggar back then. Hiding a blade in the throat, perfectly concealed by the Adam's apple, even an X-ray couldn't detect it. Ningju utilized the power of sword control, manipulating the blade in his throat as it slowly ascended. The blade rose gradually along his throat. The power of sword control was an invisible force. Though intangible and untouchable, Ningju could sense that this power felt scorching hot. The blade gradually moved away from the throat, controlled by his will. It was like an ancient legendary force, Qi. Ningju was using this ability for the first time and was still extremely unskilled. So, without a doubt, he ended up cutting himself. A trickle of blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. Ningju's expression remained unchanged as he continued his manipulation. Finally, the blade reached inside the oral cavity. This outcome was already quite favorable. Without the power of sword control, Ningju would have to flex his throat muscles to force the blade out, which would cause even more bleeding. If he hadn't been escorted to prison, he would never have resorted to this desperate trick. He spat out the blade, manipulated it to hide in his clothes, sliding along his collar and into his sleeve. Then the blade flew out from his sleeve. Ningju maneuvered the blade, moving from the side rear of the electric chair. Hidden in the blind spot of the surveillance camera's line of sight, it floated upward. Following the wiring, it arrived behind the surveillance camera. The monitor had to be dealt with first, otherwise, Ningju had no chance of escaping. The surveillance camera's wires were cleanly severed by Ningju. The blade then descended to Ningju's wrist, slicing through the leather restraints. Ningju had been identified as an ordinary person without abilities, hence the restraints used on him were remarkably rudimentary. Leather was the one thing this world had in endless supply. Every year, large numbers of mutated beast corpses are transported back to the central regions of human territory. The corpses of those beasts are natural resources. They make excellent materials for crafting medicines, weapons, and clothing. Ningju's blade was extremely thin and narrow, so after cutting through the thick leather straps, the blade had developed slight curls. Ningju forcibly straightened it with his willpower. Now, all that remained was to deal with this burly man. He had his back turned to Ningju, completely unaware of everything happening behind him. Ningju flipped down from the elevator and quietly approached the burly man from behind. His footsteps were feather-light, utterly silent. Ningju gripped the blade, poised to deliver a fatal strike to the brute. Just as the blade was about to slice the guard's throat, Ningju's movement abruptly halted. The surveillance cameras are down. Someone will probably come to check on this place soon. If there's no response, other guards will come to investigate shortly. When that happens, I'll be in grave danger. Then, why not try memory programming? Chapter 5, Memory Programming. Ningju gritted his teeth and decided to take the risk. He extended his right palm and pressed it directly against the burly man's forehead. The burly man's face showed extreme shock and ferocity. After years of training, he had long developed muscle memory. In the next second, he would instinctively counterattack with lightning speed. But in the very next instant, whoo! A strange sound echoed through his mind. The burly man's consciousness became ethereal in that instant, as if falling into a bottomless abyss. Countless fragments of memory, like shattered dreams peeling away, poured into his awareness. To him, it was just a fleeting moment, but for Ningju, a full 5 minutes had passed. Memory implantation successful. Ningju felt a warm trickle in his nose. He touched it and realized it was nosebleed. This was a sign that his supernatural ability was about to be exhausted. When the burly guard woke up, he turned to look at Ningju with a completely different gaze. Captain. His voice was devoid of emotion, his face expressionless. He stood ramrod straight and actually saluted Ningju. Ningju had been holding his breath in nervous anticipation. Now he let out a long sigh of relief. It had actually worked. He implanted the memory of being his captain into this burly man. His memory-altering ability was only E rank, a very low level. Logically speaking, it should have been impossible to accomplish such an outrageous memory modification. However, this guard had his prefrontal cortex removed. Lobotomy was an inhumane surgical procedure that emerged 2 or 3 centuries ago. Originally, it was used to treat mentally ill patients. This surgery would strip patients of their emotions, turning them into walking corpses. Joy, anger, sorrow, happiness, pain, comfort, all emotions and sensations would cease to exist. Willpower, naturally, was also stripped away. One could say it was a mere puppet. The memory-altering ability proves more effective against those with weak willpower. A person with a lobotomized frontal lobe can be said to possess no willpower whatsoever. Even an E-level memory-altering ability could have a significant effect on this kind of person. Originally, it was a procedure designed to help the Human Alliance better control the wardens, ensuring they remained emotionless and wouldn't be swayed by prisoners' words. Now, however, it had become Ningju's greatest advantage. Beep, 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 the radio crackled to life. Guard 212, the surveillance in your execution chamber is malfunctioning. Report your status immediately. Ningju's heart skipped a beat as he quickly issued the command. All normal here. No need to report. The guard nodded, pressed the radio button, and replied. No abnormalities detected. Please have the engineering department come fix it later. In his memory, nothing unusual had ever happened in this execution chamber, and he was simply telling the truth. Copy that, came the response from the other end. Having fooled the surveillance room, Ningju felt a heavy weight lift from his heart. Now, all he needed was to perform one last memory programming. Implant the memory that Ningju had already been killed. Then, Ningju could simply use his invisibility ability to leave this place, and it would all be over. But before leaving, Ningju still wanted to ask one last question. What crime did that prisoner named Ningju commit? In the burly man's mind, the person standing before him now wasn't Ningju, it was his direct superior. That prisoner named Ningju had just been brought here for execution, and then, he couldn't quite remember what happened next. The execution had probably been carried out already. The warden reported in a rigid, by-the-book manner. His eyes were cold, like those of a robot. Reporting to the captain, that prisoner killed Professor Zhao Ting's son, Zhao Shaoshan. The crime of murder warrants a 50-year sentence, but under Professor Zhao Ting's directive, Ningju has been given the most severe punishment, life imprisonment. Ningju's face darkened upon hearing this. Professor Zhao Ting, undoubtedly a man of great influence. For him, increasing a criminal's sentence was just a matter of uttering a single sentence. It was he who had proposed to the Human Alliance years ago that all prison guards undergo lobotomies. And many of the genetic modification serums were also developed by him, administered to human military forces. Without him, humanity's current border territories would have retreated thousands of kilometers further. A great hero of mankind, and I, had killed his son. Ningju truly hadn't expected that the son of such a scientist could be so cruel and perverted. But regarding the killing of Zhao Shaoshan, Ningju felt not an ounce of regret from beginning to end. After all, he was scum. Among the prisoners detained on the top floor, few were powerless individuals. If Ningju hadn't offended Zhao Ting, he wouldn't have been imprisoned there in the first place. The fact that Guard 212 wanted to execute him was probably more or less related to Professor Zhao Ting as well. Offending such an influential figure felt somewhat surreal. In the past, Ningju would have never imagined he could have any connection with someone of that stature. Ningju walked behind the guard and reached out once more, activating his memory programming ability. In an instant, excruciating pain surged through Ningju's mind. His supernatural ability was exhausted, yet he forced its use. Gritting his teeth against the agony, he implanted a new segment of memory. This time it only took a minute. After all, the fact that he had brought Ningju here had already occurred. Ningju simply needed to clarify that hazy memory, then continue the sequence, fabricating a recollection of the execution already being completed. The guard's gaze grew vacant, then instantly returned to clarity. He picked up a seal and stamped it on a document. Execution completed. Ningju took a deep breath. It was finally done. This move could truly be called stealing the sky and swapping the sun. Ningju would be erased from this world. As long as he escaped this place, he would regain his freedom. Ningju clenched his fists, his heart surging with excitement. The dawn was right before his eyes. Ningju looked at the guard and said, "Guard 212, come with me to the bottom level of the prison. There's something we need to handle." The guard nodded and turned to open the door. "Don't look back without my order," Ningju commanded. "Yes." Ningju gripped the blade and drove it into the back of his neck. He pulled out a chip embedded inside. Flesh tore with it, and excruciating pain flooded his mind. Yet Ningju didn't make a sound, gritting his teeth against the agony. Ningju's expression turned grave as he tossed the tracking chip into the barrel of burning corpses. Silently, he activated his invisibility ability. A peculiar sensation coursed through his limbs as Ningju's body seemed to float weightlessly. His form dissolved like ink in water, instantly blending into the surrounding scenery. Ningju felt as though an invisible barrier field had formed around his body. This field seemed capable of shielding against detection from infrared devices, body temperature scanners, and other such instruments. He pushed the door open. Ningju quietly followed behind guard number 212. The sight outside the door sent Ningju's heart trembling violently, as if struck by lightning. This was the central level of the entire great prison, the execution grounds. Hundreds of execution chambers forged from steel and iron looked utterly chilling. Even though all the execution chambers were sealed, the stench of blood still permeated the air everywhere. Ningju wrinkled his nose slightly, feeling somewhat nauseated. Passing by these execution chambers, the screams were incessant. Reaching the end, Ningju drew a sharp breath. In the corner stood a transparent cube. Each side measured 30 to 40 meters in length. Inside lay countless human corpses, twisted and crushed into deformed shapes. This place resembled a dumping ground for bodies, like discarded pork, slaughtered and piled up here. Sigh. Gunshots rang out continuously from the execution chamber. Each execution chamber had a massive one-way mirror, allowing those outside to witness the scenes within. Ningju saw many execution methods he had never dared imagine before. All executioners had undergone lobotomies, resembling robots devoid of any emotion, their movements crisp and efficient. Ningju watched these prisoners being executed with complex emotions swirling in his heart. Though capital punishment had ostensibly been abolished, covert discrimination still persisted in practice. Yet Ningju felt no anger within. Many of these prisoners deserved to die in the first place. You wouldn't know it, but that pitifully thin old man who was just executed had committed atrocities that outraged both gods and men. There might be some innocent good people in a place like this, but the wicked are certainly the majority. Witnessing this scene, Ningju quickened his pace. Without supernatural abilities, he would have been one of them. Chapter 6 Farewell. The Cage. Ningju followed the brainwashed guard into the elevator. Leaving the execution floor, they descended all the way down to the lowest level. The execution ground was located in the central layer, where corpses lay scattered, and the stench of long-decayed flesh hung thick in the air. Leaving that place, the air finally became much more bearable. Ningju's eyes remained fixed on the LCD screen inside the elevator, watching the descending floor numbers, his fists clenched tightly, his heart filled with tension. He had no idea what awaited him below. How many guards? Can we get out smoothly? What's the layout below? All unknowns. When he was arrested, he was in a state of unconsciousness. By the time he came to, he was already in prison. Everything about this prison environment remains unknown. A single misstep could plunge him into an abyss of eternal damnation. Now he must tread every step with utmost caution. The height here was truly terrifying. 56th floor, 31st floor, 10th floor. It took nearly half an hour to finally reach the lowest level of this prison. Crack! The elevator doors swung open. Thick smoke, the scent of burning, and the odor of machine oil seeped out from the gap beneath the elevator doors. Despite the elevator's internal mechanisms being constructed from highly specialized steel alloys, the intense friction still caused wear and tear, the high temperatures releasing the metallic tang of scorched iron. As the doors parted, the sight before Ningju made his expression darken, his pupils fixed unblinkingly on what lay ahead. The bottommost level was unexpectedly pitch black. No sunlight penetrated here, it was completely dark, utterly sealed off. Guard number 212 stood motionless inside the elevator. No exit? How do we get out of here? Ningju had a foreboding feeling in his heart. He quickly asked, "Where's the exit?" Guard 212 replied expressionlessly. Reporting to the captain, "The exit is on this level, but we all need superior approval to leave. After obtaining the clearance document, we'll be escorted out by designated personnel. Normally, this area remains closed." Ningju's ears buzzed as he took a step back, overwhelmed by unspeakable despair. This first-class maximum security prison truly makes escape impossible even with wings. As the most secure prison in the world, its walls are hundreds of meters thick. Without an exit, breaking out would be fundamentally impossible. Ningju still couldn't conceive of any supernatural ability capable of penetrating these specially reinforced 100-meter thick walls. Even the guards and wardens here have no authorization to enter or exit freely. There weren't even guards on this level. The administrator must have been extremely confident. With such rigorous layered security, escape would be impossible without the proper clearance documents. Ningju placed his hand on the head of guard number 212 and activated his memory programming ability, implanting the false memory that Ningju had died. Then, he issued an order. "Guard number 212, you're dismissed." "Yes." The guard's voice was icy as he turned back into the elevator, closed the door, and left. Only Ningju remained, standing in the boundless darkness. He approached the wall, where a faint glimmer of light allowed him to see the mechanical seams covering its surface. The wall was made of specially crafted pure steel, impossible to break through by brute force alone. The exit was right before his eyes, yet he remained powerless. Ningju's face turned ashen, his heart like dead embers. He could feel his heartbeat accelerating countless times faster. A violent pain gradually surged through his brain. His mental energy was nearly depleted, and his invisibility ability was on the verge of failing. Ningju clenched his teeth, his heart filled with despair. Could it be that there was truly no way out? Just as Ningju was drowning in hopelessness, another elevator behind him suddenly whirred to life, its hum reverberating through the air. Ningju stared at the descending elevator floor numbers, which finally came to a stop on this very level. Someone's coming to the exit floor? Ningju's face turned grim, his heart pounding with extreme tension. Had his escape to this place been discovered? At this point, his mental energy was exhausted, and he had no more cards left to play. If pursuers were truly coming, then his death was certain. Ningju stood before the elevator door, struggling to maintain his nearly dissipated invisibility ability. In such silence on this floor, amidst boundless darkness, he could hear the beating of his own heart. The elevator doors slowly opened. Ningju's heart leaped into his throat. Inside the elevator stood a tall middle-aged man supporting another man who was shackled in chains. Ningju's gaze sharpened, his pupils trembling slightly. The man weighed down by shackles. Wasn't he James Logan, the possessor of the self-healing factor ability? He was actually taken away from the top floor. That was the floor no one could leave. The prisoners held there could never leave, not even their corpses. Commutation of sentence was even more impossible. Yet Logan was actually brought down. Who possessed such authority? Ningju looked at the middle-aged man standing beside Logan. He was tall, probably around 190 centimeters, but very lean, dressed in a worn-out, simple suit and wearing a pair of glasses. His eyes held humility, and he exuded the refined aura of a scholarly gentleman. His gaze was sharp, with profound wisdom hidden deep within his eyes, suggesting he was undoubtedly a man of great knowledge. Such a tall figure, yet exuding scholarly refinement? Who is this person? Ningju noticed his other hand was holding a stack of documents, covered with densely packed handwritten notes. The paper was filled with words like truth of the case, rights of superhumans, children, human experimentation, evidence. Among them, one headline shook Ningju to his core. List of wrongful convictions. It bore densely packed names, among which was James Logan. Is this a lawyer? Someone enters Jingshan prison to right wrongs for others, bailing out the most heinous criminals? What kind of power is this? Daring to seek justice for the weak, standing on the side of righteousness. Ningju once believed such people didn't exist in this world. Though this person appeared ordinary, showing no signs of supernatural abilities, Ningju couldn't help feeling shocked in his heart. Maintaining his invisibility power, he held his breath, unwilling to be discovered. The lawyer supported Logan and led him to the main gate. Then he took out a document and inserted it into the mechanical device. Click, 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 crack. The thunderous roar of the colossal machine echoed throughout the entire floor. The sound of countless machines operating could be heard beyond the walls. After a long while, the great door slowly swung open, layer after layer. Each steel door was several meters thick. Finally, dozens of gates swung open layer by layer. Sunlight streamed in at last. It was freedom. This lawyer actually has a travel permit. Ningju was extremely excited. The chance to escape was right before his eyes, and he had to consider whether this might be his only opportunity in this lifetime. Even though following might risk discovery, he had to try. The lawyer was just about to help Logan leave, but suddenly, he seemed to sense something. For no apparent reason, he cast a puzzled glance in Ningju's direction. Ningju's heart skipped a beat, but then, the lawyer averted his gaze. Ningju finally exhaled deeply, nearly scared to death. He stepped forward slowly, following closely while maintaining a 10-step distance. With each step he took, another steel door closed behind him. The door locks were closing faster and faster, forcing Ningju to quicken his pace. This passage of several hundred meters led to freedom beyond. At last, Ningju emerged. The scent of earth rushed into his nostrils, blurring his vision slightly. The lawyer helped Logan board a helicopter and left the world's most secure prison. Meanwhile, Ningju ran towards the remote mountain forest with the fastest speed he could muster in his life. His mental energy was finally completely exhausted, and his invisibility ability instantly dissipated. Ningju ran desperately for several hours until the towering prison was out of sight, then collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. He gazed at his reflection in the stream, his heart filled with the lingering fear of having narrowly escaped death. At the same time, he thought of that lawyer. For 100 years in history, no matter how powerful one's supernatural abilities were, no one had ever escaped from this prison. Yet that lawyer had managed to rescue someone using nothing but the stroke of a pen. It turns out that even without supernatural abilities, one can accomplish many things. Ningju gazed toward the distant horizon, looking back at days darker than night, now a free soul at last. Chapter 7: The Ferocious Mutant Wolf. Ningju trudged through the forest with difficulty, doing his best to stay far from Jingshan prison. In this desolate wilderness without any news or information, he was like a headless fly. Therefore, he had to reach the nearest town as quickly as possible. Soon, a week had passed. Ningju traveled along the stream, roasting wild rabbits to satisfy his hunger when needed. Along the way, he picked up a sharp, flat stone that could be controlled by sword-controlling power. But hunting wild rabbits didn't require the use of sword-controlling power. His physical strength alone was sufficient. This stone will only be used as a last resort for self-preservation. When escaping from prison, Ningju overloaded his supernatural abilities, depleting his mental energy. A week has passed, yet the back of his head still throbs faintly, not fully recovered. The price of overusing supernatural abilities is steep. Ningju gnawed on the roasted rabbit leg as he walked southward. Though the rabbit meat was dry and tough, completely unseasoned, it still tasted far better than the slop soup in prison. Suddenly, Ningju's brows furrowed. He saw a corpse lying ahead. It was an adult stag, but the carcass had already rotted and stank, covered with maggots wriggling and gnawing. The white bones were exposed, stark and grim. Most of the flesh had been devoured by some creature, leaving behind clear bite marks on the bare bones. The antlers of this stag were made of translucent purple material, crystal-like in appearance. Purple-horned stag. It was a rare, non-aggressive variant creature, but that didn't mean they lacked combat prowess. Their amethyst antlers could pierce through even concrete. Judging by the wounds on this corpse, it was likely killed with a single strike. Even one of those amethyst antlers was completely shattered. Any mutated creature capable of breaking amethyst antlers poses an extremely high-level threat. The creature might still be nearby, so Ningju had to be extra cautious. He slowly approached the deer carcass and retrieved that sharp stone. Crack, crack, crack. Ningju went straight to work, cutting off the intact antler with his bare hands. He faced the disgusting flies and the putrid stench without expression, not even a frown. He had experienced far worse than this. This large antler weighed over 30 kilograms, its material crystal clear with only a few rare flaws. It should fetch a good price. Ningju tore off a strip of cloth from his garment and tied the antlers to his back. He continued on his way. Yet, before he had taken more than a few steps, Ningju encountered another corpse. But this time, it was no longer a beast. Instead, it was a human. A young man lay there, his eyes wide open. Death had come without granting him peace. His left arm bore traces of charring. The entire chest cavity had been forcibly ripped open, the internal organs completely scooped out and devoured. One could imagine the immense suffering he endured before death. Clutched in his hand was a metal card inscribed with numerous details. E-Class Beast Hunter, Jiangli. E-Rank mission accepted, kill a mutated wild wolf. Mission reward, 1,000 Federation credits. Poor bastard took a beast hunting mission to earn some extra cash, only to get killed instead. Ningju sighed softly and said, "Sorry about this, brother." Then, Ningju closed the corpse's eyes. Next, he stripped the corpse of its clothes. Now Ningju was wearing a prison uniform, which could be said to be extremely conspicuous. After changing clothes, Ningju burned the prison uniform to ashes. As for that identity card, Ningju tucked it into his own pocket. After all, the dead had no use for it. Since there were people here, it meant the town wasn't far. Carrying the antlers on his back, Ningju pressed on. Suddenly, Ningju's pupils trembled. A transparent thread appeared imperceptibly. It quietly connected with him from the dense forest behind. A thread of killing intent? Ningju's face turned pale with horror. He didn't even turn his head, rolling sideways the very next second. Roar! A pitch-black starving wolf pounced fiercely. Ningju narrowly dodged the attack. Had it landed, he would have undoubtedly met his end. The wolf's sharp claws gouged several trenches over 10 meters long into the ground. The wolf moved with eerie lightness, utterly silent as it approached from behind, striking straight for vital points. An ordinary person would instinctively turn to look, making themselves a perfect target. But Ningju didn't even glance back, rolling sideways to evade in one fluid motion. Rich combat experience saved Ningju's life. The wolf turned around, its vicious blood-red eyes fixed intently on Ningju, as if eager to tear him apart. The wolf was massive in size, standing as tall as a horse. Its bulging muscles were visible through its fur, with powerful limbs and a waist as thick as a tree trunk. Its fur was slightly charred, likely from the attacks of that superhuman before their death. Blood still stained the wolf's maw, and its crimson eyes burned with hunger. A bead of cold sweat formed on Ningju's forehead as he locked eyes with the beast. Turning his back now would be fatal. There's no way to escape. There's no chance he could outrun this wolf. He had to fight. Ningju manipulated his sword-controlling power, causing the sharp stone beside him to hover menacingly, poised to strike. The mutated wild wolf charged straight ahead without the slightest hesitation. It didn't even regard the puny creature before it as a threat. After all, it had just devoured one that looked nearly identical. The wolf moved with terrifying speed. Ningju's pupils contracted as he saw only a dark shadow rushing toward him. How can I fight when I can't even see the moves clearly? Ningju immediately activated his invisibility ability, vanishing into thin air. Then he swiftly sidestepped to evade. But shockingly, the mutated wolf abruptly changed direction and charged straight toward Ningju's position, as if it could see him. At this moment, Ningju suddenly realized. A wolf's sense of smell is dozens of times stronger than a human's. Even if he could deceive the wolf's eyes, he couldn't deceive its nose. Just as the razor-sharp wolf claws were about to strike Ningju's chest, a stone suddenly veered and flew back. It left a gray streak in the air. Crack! The sharpest edge of the stone spun toward the wolf's wrist, slicing through. SSSHHHTTT. Scorching beast blood splattered as the wolf's front limb was severed clean off. The massive wolf paw thudded heavily to the ground. The mutated wild wolf reeled from excruciating pain, losing its balance. Yet the fury in its eyes burned fiercer, its attacking movements showing no signs of stopping. It pounced fiercely, swinging its other claw toward Ningju. Though Ningju had already rolled sideways in anticipation, he still failed to dodge the strike. Thud! A deep gash split open across his chest, blood gushing as his ribs became visible. Ningju's face twisted in pain as he let out a cold snort and hastily retreated. He immediately deactivated his invisibility. It was useless anyway, just a futile drain on his mental energy. After that strike, the mutated wild wolf staggered and crashed heavily to the ground. But before Ningju could even catch his breath, the wolf was already back on its feet. As if impervious to pain, its maimed wolf limb plunged directly into the earth, standing firm. Its blood-red eyes burning with fury, the beast let out a deep, terrifying howl before charging at Ningju once more. Despite having lost a forelimb, its assault was even more ferocious than before. Heart and mind shaken, Ningju summoned that sharp stone to his side, spinning it around him as a protective shield. The wolf's claws glinting with cold light swung straight toward Ningju's neck. No matter how much one trains, human muscle limits can never surpass a wolf's speed. At this moment, dodging was already too late. Ningju's pupils dilated abruptly in that instant, focusing all his mental energy. The sharp stone, propelled by his force, intercepted the wolf's claw. However, crack! A crisp cracking sound rang out. The wolf's claw actually shattered the pebble into countless fragments. Are claws harder than stone? Ningju's path of righteousness was in peril. The mutated wild wolf's charge didn't stop. In the next second, Ningju would be torn apart by its jaws. At this moment, Ningju's expression showed no fear, only serenity. Now is absolutely not the time to panic. Once you panic, it's all over. He'd seen far bigger scenes than this. Ningju would rather die at the hands of this wild wolf. Ningju twisted his body, thrusting his left arm straight into the wolf's jaws, then flipped his entire body upward while his right hand formed a sword-like strike, plunging violently into the beast's eye. Put! Blood splattered across Ningju's face. The wild wolf let out a dog-like yelp. Another finger jab. Put! The other eye was completely blinded too. Ningju gritted his teeth against the excruciating pain in his left arm, focusing his mind with all his might. The severed wolf claw embedded in the soil levitated into the air, controlled by his sword-manipulating power. The wolf's claws flew at lightning speed, piercing precisely into the eye socket of the other wolf. Each claw on this severed limb measured 20 centimeters in length, more than enough to penetrate its brain. With one final mournful howl, the mutated wild wolf collapsed heavily to the ground. Its body still twitched, its eyeballs still moved, but its brain had already ceased to function. As life faded, the fury and hunger in its eyes gradually dissipated. Even in death, the wolf refused to loosen its jaws, still biting down fiercely. Ningju manipulated the 3 claws on the severed limb, tearing them free from bone and flesh. Then, using these claws, he propped open the wolf's jaws and forced them apart. Carefully withdrawing his left arm, Ningju was drenched in cold sweat. Now, even the slightest movement sent waves of excruciating pain through his body. His left arm was barely hanging on by a thread of muscle, the bones and flesh nearly torn completely apart. The wolf's bite force was already terrifying to begin with, let alone a mutated wild wolf. Fortunately, Ningju killed it quickly, making the wolf loosen its grip slightly. Had he been just 1 second slower, his left arm would have been torn right off. Ningju couldn't help but admire his own boldness. Sacrificing his left arm to trade injury for life was an extremely perilous gamble. The wound came terrifyingly close to Ningju's neck, just a hair's breadth away. Small mutated beast eliminated. Reward, 0.1 awakening points. The system's notification chimed. Ningju's expression darkened. Having nearly paid with his life to kill such a ferocious beast, the reward of just 0.1 awakening point felt miserably stingy. Then, the hunter card tucked in his chest suddenly glowed. A-rank mission, slay mutated wild wolf, completed. Payment has been transferred to beast hunter card. The balance field on the card instantly displayed an increase of over 1,000 Federation credits. Ningju looked at the extra money in his account, but his expression remained grim. It hurt so damn much. He slumped to the ground, carefully binding his arm to his torso with strips of cloth. The agonizing bandaging process took him a full half day. Controlling those 3 wolf claws, they flew before him. After mutation, this wolf's claws had grown to over 20 centimeters in length. Moreover, they were no longer ordinary bone material. Instead, they were cold to the touch, like steel blades, gleaming with a chilling light. This perfectly aligned with Ningju's sword-controlling psychic ability. While these claws were still attached to the wolf's body, Ningju couldn't control them because they were living things. Only inanimate objects could Ningju manipulate. Ningju manipulated these 3 steel claws to sever the wolf's limbs. Pluck out all the wolf claws one by one. Not a trace of flesh, blood, or sinew remains, scraped clean from one another. A stack of crescent-shaped steel claws appeared before Ningju. These steel claws became Ningju's weapons, a fitting use for their nature. This mutated wild wolf was different from ordinary wolves. Its forelimbs and hind limbs each bore 3 claws, identical in number. Combined across all 4 limbs, there were 12 steel blades in total. Ningju attempted to manipulate these blades, trying to make them hover around him. However, he discovered that his current mental energy could barely control 3 blades simultaneously. Controlling 12 steel claws simultaneously was currently impossible for him, utterly unshakable. The moment he attempted to manipulate them all at once, the previously hovering blades would immediately drop to the ground. He stretched out his foot, intending to stand on the floating blade and ride it through the air. The instant his foot touched the steel edge, he actually managed to stay balanced. The body slowly rose and fell with the steel blade. A thought crossed his mind. He wanted the steel blade to carry him through flight. Yet as soon as the blade took off, he lost balance and abruptly tumbled to the ground. When the steel blade flew away, his own inertia couldn't keep up, making it impossible to stay on his feet. Now, wanting to ride a blade and fly is simply impossible. Nosebleed, flowing down. Ningju suddenly felt a wave of dizziness in his head. Has my spiritual energy been exhausted? How could that be? I didn't expend much spiritual energy in this battle. Could it be that controlling steel blades to carry one's own body consumes hundreds of times more mental energy? After much deliberation, Ningju concluded this was the only possible explanation. Ningju was severely injured. A long claw mark stretched across his chest, deep enough to reveal bone, while his left arm was nearly torn off. If he encountered another mutated beast now, it would spell disaster. Not bad. A day and a night passed, and Ningju didn't encounter any more ferocious beasts. Moreover, he finally saw a town. Chapter 8, Forging Weapons. The Human Alliance has established numerous bases, scattered across the land. At this moment, Ningju stood before a towering steel wall, 10 meters high and 3 meters thick, completely shielding the interior. Ningju approached the main gate and spotted several garrison soldiers armed with thermal weapons standing guard. Their equipment was far from sophisticated, consisting only of the simplest sheet metal armor and the most basic thermal firearms. Their expressions turned grave when they saw Ningju. They would never permit entry to a severely wounded stranger from outside. After all, no one could be certain whether Ningju might be a fugitive criminal who had committed grave offenses in other bases. Allowing a criminal into their base would make them accountable for the consequences. They stared coldly at Ningju, slowly approaching him with the intent to intercept. But suddenly, one of the soldiers' eyes lit up. He caught sight of the enormous purple crystal antlers strapped to Ningju's back, and the dozen steel blades hanging at his waist. His expression changed slightly. Beast Hunter? The man asked. Ningju nodded. Please show your credentials. Ningju flipped his hand and produced Jiang Li's Beast Hunter card. The soldier glanced at it and nodded. Confirmed as a hunter from our base, and also an ability user E-rank fire ability. Please proceed. You're quite badly injured. You should get that treated right away. The soldier looked at Ningju's wounds and kindly reminded him. Ningju nodded and said, thank you. The 2 soldiers watched Ningju's retreating figure, then glanced at each other and sighed softly. Their eyes held respect, along with a touch of envy. Since childhood, their dream had been to awaken supernatural abilities when they grew up, to venture out and hunt mutated beasts, contributing to humanity. Unfortunately, when they came of age, they failed to awaken any powers. Ordinary mortals, without equipment or supernatural abilities, no matter how hard they strive, can only become common soldiers, their dreams forever out of reach. Inside the base, Ningju walked down the street with a cold, stern gaze. The amethyst antlers on his back were strikingly eye-catching, drawing many stares as he passed by. Yet Ningju's intimidating aura made it clear he wasn't someone to be trifled with, keeping strangers at a wary distance. The base spanned thousands of acres, capable of sustaining tens of thousands of inhabitants. The streets were somewhat dirty and disorderly, with rotting mutant beast hides and decaying meat chunks everywhere. Clearly, a life of privilege didn't exist here. The stench of open sewers hung thick in the air. Located in such a remote area, this base was mostly inhabited by the lowest-class commoners living in poverty. On the streets, many people carried weapons crafted from mutant beast hides, claws, or teeth, hawking their wares. There were also many potion merchants setting up stalls on the ground. Ningju carried the deer antlers and walked up to a weapons vendor. Boss, do you buy these? Ningju asked. The vendor was short in stature but exceptionally robust, with bulging muscles and dark, weathered skin. He took the amethyst deer antler from Ningju's hands and examined it carefully. Nice antler. 700 federal credits. Hearing this, Ningju's brow furrowed slightly. The price was too low. The intact amethyst antlers weigh 30 kilograms with fewer than 3 flaws. The market price shouldn't be below 1,000 Federation credits. Ningju looked at the shop owner and spoke slowly. Hearing this, the shop owner gave an awkward smile. Seems like I can't bargain this down. Then I'll take it for 1,000. Taking the wallet, Ningju weighed it in his hand, knowing instantly from its heft whether there was enough money inside. Then, Ningju took out several mutated wolf-claw steel blades hanging from his waist. Boss, use a small piece of purple crystal deer antler along with these 3 steel blades of mine to forge a sharp weapon. The shopkeeper took the 3 blades and examined them under ultraviolet light. The claws of mutated wild wolves are extremely hard, 20 centimeters long. Steel of such high quality is quite rare. With such excellent materials, my hands are itching to work. I'll charge you 500, including the price for a small piece of purple crystal deer antler and the forging fee. Come back in a week to pick it up. With my craftsmanship, Zheng Yan guarantees your satisfaction, the boss said with a laugh. Ningju directly took out the money and handed it to the boss. His wallet was instantly half empty. Earning money is hard, but spending it goes quickly. Ningju then arrived at a potion stall. The wound on Ningju's chest had healed considerably, with no bone visible anymore. However, the injury to his left arm was far too severe, almost equivalent to an amputation. So even now, it hasn't fully healed, just some flesh clinging to the bone. I'll take 2 bottles of scar sealing solution, Ningju said. He took the medicine and handed over 200 federal coins. Afterwards, Ningju bought some food, clothes, and a map, leaving him with just over 100 Federation coins in his pocket. Even with supernatural abilities, money was still desperately scarce. These were tough times to survive in. Ningju walked into a secluded alley, took out a bottle of scar-forming liquid, and poured it onto his arm. The transparent medicinal liquid reacted chemically upon contact with flesh and blood, emitting white smoke while simultaneously triggering a surge in platelet count that instantly covered and sealed the wound. Minutes later, the entire left arm became encased in a crimson scab. Combined with the self-healing factor, complete recovery shouldn't take much longer. Ningju now wore a specially crafted beast-hide trench coat, jet black with 9 steel blades concealed within its lining. A small pouch hung at his waist containing minimal provisions and 1 bottle of scab-forming solution. Unfolding the map, Ningju studied it for a few seconds before his expression darkened abruptly. He stared at the coordinates marked on it, his gaze grave. When he had parted ways with his younger sister Ningxia, it had been in the slums of South District. Yet the serial number of this base before him read, West District Base 310. It was a long distance from Nanzhou. It would probably take several months to get there. And the wilderness was filled with violent mutated beasts, full of danger. Without a powerful means of transportation or some kind of teleportation weapon, it would be impossible for him to reunite with his sister in a short time. Ningju's mood was heavy as he folded up the map. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. An idea was born in his mind. In this world, do space teleportation abilities exist? If I could successfully steal a spatial-type superpower or a flight-type superpower, wouldn't all my problems be solved? But spatial-type superpowers must be extremely rare. I'll take it one step at a time. Ningju turned around and walked out of the alley. An old beggar with a maimed body hobbled over, leaning on a crutch. His eyes were blind, their gaze hollow. One of his arms was missing, leaving only the right one. His body was withered and gaunt, like a man on the verge of death. The old beggar held an empty bowl and slowly walked up to Ningju. His expression was calm, and though his eyes couldn't see, they gave the impression of staring right through you. The old man said nothing, but Ningju understood perfectly well what he meant. He casually took out a few loose coins and tossed them into the bowl. The old man heard the sound, his expression unchanged as he said, "Thank you." Then, he turned and walked away. Ningju watched his retreating figure and slowly shook his head. He always had the habit of giving small change whenever he encountered beggars. Everyone suffers in this world. If he could help a little, he would. Besides, such small amounts wouldn't make any difference to him. The old man bore traces of training, with many battle scars covering his body. In his youth, he must have accomplished great deeds. It's a pity that even in old age, he still ended up in such a state. I wonder if I might possibly meet the same fate in the future? Chapter 9, C-Class Mission. Where are the most superhumans gathered? Beast Hunting Association. At the heart of every city stands a beast hunting armed division. Established and governed by the Beast Hunting Association, it was originally a grassroots initiative. In reality, it had long been collaborating with the Human Alliance and was eventually incorporated as an official organization. Ningju slowly approached the towering structure. Inside, it was a motley crowd bustling and packed with people. Ability users typically gathered here to exchange hunting experiences or wait for mission assignments. There were also those without powers who formed well-equipped hunting squads to take on missions. The operation mechanism of the Beast Hunter Association is akin to that of mercenaries. When an employer registers and posts a task, and a hunter accepts it, a simple employment relationship is formed. Most tasks are issued by the official human alliance, primarily focusing on hunting mutated beasts. There are also some black market merchants who post hunting tasks to trade materials harvested from these beasts. There are also a few exceptional cases. Some impoverished villagers occasionally pool their resources, with each person contributing a small amount of money, to hire hunting squads to help them eliminate beasts that plague their village. Ningju currently possesses all E-level supernatural abilities, but with 4 abilities at his disposal simultaneously and his formidable physical combat skills, his actual combat prowess should be a D-level. He accepted a D-level mission. D-class mission, eliminate mutant direwolves. Mission objective, hunt and kill 5 mutated wild wolves roaming outside the city walls. Mission reward, 5,000 federal credits. The Beast Hunter's card automatically synchronized and displayed the mission details. At this moment, 2 people walked over. They looked at Ningju and said, "Brother, your flame ability is quite rare. Would you be interested in teaming up?" The leader was a lean young man wearing sturdy steel-plated combat armor, with a large gun strapped to his back. "Not interested," Ningju said coldly. With that, he put away his Beast Hunter card and prepared to leave. The Beast Hunter card displayed his flame ability, which was how these people had identified Ningju's power. "Don't be in such a hurry. How about a Class C mission? Interested?" Ningju stopped in his tracks upon hearing these words. A C-rank mission? With each ascending mission rank, the difficulty multiplies exponentially. A C-rank mission was absolutely not something Ningju would attempt alone, the risks were far too great. But if we're forming a team, it's really worth considering. The reward for a single C-rank mission exceeds the combined rewards of several D-rank missions. Even when split among team members, the payout is far better than D-rank tasks. "What are your capabilities?" Ningju asked with a furrowed brow. The young man smiled faintly. "No one wants to carry deadweight in the wilderness. A reliable teammate is absolutely crucial." He understood that perfectly well. "My name is Zhang Ying. In my hunting career, I've killed over 20 mutated beasts. This specially crafted steel-plated combat suit can withstand an impact force of 1 ton. The gun on my back can penetrate half a meter of steel plating, and my marksmanship is exceptionally good." Ningju nodded. This Zhang Ying didn't seem to be an ability user, but his equipment was indeed impressive. Judging by his confident demeanor, he must have some skills. "And what about your companion?" Zhang Ying's companion was a towering figure, nearly 2 meters tall, forcing others to look up at him. He wore a pitch-black stretch combat suit that perfectly outlined the contours of his muscular physique. "My name is Li Dian, and my superpower is super strength." Li Dian stepped forward, extending his hand to Ningju for a handshake as he spoke. The moment their palms met, Li Dian suddenly exerted force. Ningju felt the bones in his palm being squeezed, sending a wave of pain. But the next second, Li Dian loosened his grip and withdrew his hand. It seemed he just wanted to demonstrate his supernatural ability. Ningju's expression remained unreadable as he calmly spoke a single sentence. "Impressive strength." Li Dian was somewhat surprised. Most people would be sweating profusely after being gripped like that. His strength was far from ordinary, just a slight lapse in control could crush bones. Yet Ningju remained completely unfazed. "How about we find one more companion to form a 4-person team and split the profits equally after the mission?" Zhang Ying said. Ningju pondered briefly before replying. "It's fine. C-rank missions are extremely perilous. Having an extra person would make things more secure." Then, the group found a new member, a woman. She was tightly wrapped in clothing, her face hidden beneath a hood, and carried a narrow sword of unusual material. Her face remained obscured, shrouded in mystery. She spoke very little. "My name is Guo Chen," she said coolly. Ningju nodded and said, "Nice to meet you. My name is Zhang Li." He had decided to stick with this false identity to the end. He had just escaped from the most heavily guarded prison in the world and had no intention of being recaptured due to momentary carelessness. No amount of caution was excessive. "What's the mission?" Guo Chen asked. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ying took out the hunter cards and sent the information to everyone's devices. Class C mission, eliminate juvenile mutant colossus. Mission objective, eliminate 1 juvenile colossus. Mission reward, 40,000 Federation credits, 1 E-grade exotic weapon. The rewards are exceptionally generous. "Everyone, the rewards aren't just limited to mission completion," Zhang Ying reminded them. "After we kill the giant beast, we'll also obtain a giant beast crystal core. But as you can see, there's only 1 beast crystal core and 1 exotic weapon, not enough to go around." Zhang Ying Dao. "So after the job is done, Li Dian and I will take the giant beast crystal cores and the E-grade exotic weapons, while each of you gets 20,000 Federation credits. How does that sound?" Ningju's eyes flickered slightly upon hearing this. The market price for giant beast crystal cores and E-grade exotic weapons was roughly around 20,000 to 30,000 Federation credits. This distribution method, he could reluctantly accept. After all, no one could predict whether the rewarded alien weapon would be good or bad. Getting cash directly would actually be more convenient. But Guo Chen disagreed. No, I'll take the giant beast core. Her voice was cold, slightly hoarse. Zhang Ying looked puzzled and said, you could just buy one with money. I want it fresh. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. Even Ning Ju was somewhat surprised. Is there really such a thing as fresh or stale for giant beast cores? Alright then, I'll take the exotic weapon. Li Dian gets 20,000 federal coins, Jiang Li gets 20,000 federal coins, and Guo Chen gets the giant beast core. After confirming no one had any objections, the distribution method was finalized. After forming the team, a hunting license automatically synchronized the mission details, showing that a 4-person squad had been assembled. The group set off immediately. Chapter 10, Slaying the Juvenile Colossus. Outside the city walls, dense forests baked under the scorching sun. The afternoon sun scorched the stones until they were searing hot. Following the location marked on the hunter's card, the group traveled day and night for 3 days, nearly crossing the entire forest. At last, they reached their destination. Zhang Ying, walking at the front, suddenly furrowed his brow. His vision was the sharpest, having undergone mechanical surgery to implant a prosthetic eye that could magnify his sight over tenfold. In this era of mature technology, such bodily mechanization was quite common. Zhang Ying suddenly rolled over, hiding behind a tree while raising his hand to silently signal the others behind him to stay down. Everyone wore grave expressions as they concealed themselves. I spotted the beast, 200 meters away, Zhang Ying announced. Ningju looked over and saw a terrifying, monstrous creature wandering through the distant woods. Its massive frame stood an estimated 7 meters tall, towering slightly above the surrounding trees. Hundreds of sharp teeth filled its gaping maw. Its arms were extraordinarily long, resembling those of an upright walking gorilla. Its entire body was covered in pitch-black skin that reflected metallic luster, gleaming coldly under the scorching sun. Damn it, it's an ape-type titan, extremely agile. This won't be easy to handle, Zhang Ying said through clenched teeth. Li Dian hid in the grass, his muscles gradually swelling. He stared intently at the giant beast, fists clenched and ready to strike. I'll make the first move to test its weaknesses. Zhang Ying spoke while removing the firearm from his back. Aiming. Bang! A deafening roar shook the forest. The flock of birds scattered in flight. Zhang Ying's sniper rifle measured a full 1.7 meters in length. Its barrel was as thick as a detonator. A single shot roared like thunder. Its power was naturally extremely formidable, with penetration capability at its peak. Several large trees were directly pierced through by this bullet, its force undiminished as it continued flying straight onward. The bullet struck the head of that juvenile giant beast with a thunderous impact. Woo! The giant beast let out a shrill, mournful cry, its forehead oozing pitch-black blood. It glared furiously in this direction with bulging eyes. Those wrath-filled eyes and its grotesquely twisted face sent chills down one's spine. Boom! 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 It came running in a bizarre posture, making the earth tremble. Idiot! Guo Chen frowned slightly and muttered under his breath. Firing at this distance and exposing one's position was indeed a foolish move. Ning Ju remained silent, slowly retreating as he drew 3 steel blades from his robes, gripping them tightly, ready to manipulate their flight with his will at any moment. Damn it, I was aiming for its eyes, but I missed. Zhang Ying's expression darkened as he cursed. Then, he fired another shot. The shot was even more wildly off target, hitting the beast's cheek. The bullet's impact was tremendous, sending the beast staggering. Half its face was torn away by the bullet's force. With only half a face remaining, the beast looked more terrifying than ever. The metallic-like skin was incredibly tough. Without such high-tech weaponry, it might have been truly impossible to damage. However, the giant beast's weakness lay in its heart. Without striking the heart, they would never die. Even if only a torso remained, it could still move. So attacking the head was essentially pointless. Aim for the heart. The giant beast's weakness isn't in its head, Guo Chen said coldly. Zhang Ying froze momentarily at these words. Oh, sorry. This is my first time facing a giant beast. I genuinely didn't know its weak spot. Ning Ju's eyes flickered with something subtle upon hearing this, sensing something amiss. The beast's weakness was common knowledge to all. Even those who slipped through 6 years of compulsory education should know the beast's weakness, let alone a seasoned beast hunter. But with the enemy at hand, Ning Ju had no time to ponder further. They must unite against their common foe. The beast was running too fast. In less than 5 seconds, it had already covered 200 meters and stood before the group. Its running posture was bizarre, half stumbling and half crawling, yet astonishingly swift. Its massive body moved, shaking the entire earth. Leaves scattered across the sky. Boom! It suddenly struck out with a palm, blasting toward the crowd. The fierce palm wind made everyone's faces tremble. Ningju had no time to look at the enormous arm casting a vast shadow as it descended. He ran with all his might to dodge sideways. The massive arm smashed violently into the ground. Branches snapped, trees shattered, and dust surged wildly. Amid the swirling dust, Ningju could see nothing. He could only determine the direction by relying on the beast's mournful cries. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 steel blades in his hand hovered and flew out autonomously. This was the maximum number of blades Ningju could control simultaneously. The steel blade spun rapidly as it flew out, slicing through the air with precision. A narrow path was carved through the swirling dust by the wind blade, offering a fleeting glimpse of what lay beyond. The massive beast raised its palm once more, preparing to strike again. Boom! Another wide-ranging slam followed. Such a massive beast, yet moving with such agility, utterly defies common sense. The swirling dust obscured vision, providing perfect concealment for Ningju's supernatural ability. Seizing the dust-choked moment, he sent 3 steel blades hurtling toward the monster's heart. Swish, swish, swish. To Ningju's utter disbelief, his 3 steel blades couldn't even scratch the beast's hide. The creature's skin was like metal, incredibly tough. Ningju's blades barely managed to leave 3 shallow marks, with barely a trickle of blood. The steel blades whirled and spun, frantically slashing and hacking at the beast in a frenzy. In just 1 short minute, Ningju had wildly slashed dozens of times, all attacks concentrated on the heart's weak spot. The beast roared frantically, completely unable to locate who was attacking it. Finally, a small cut was carved open on its chest. But it was too small, the steel blade couldn't penetrate through that opening. The dust settled, allowing everyone to see clearly again. Ningju swiftly maneuvered the steel blades back into his clothing, concealing them. Such formidable supernatural abilities must not be exposed. Zhang Ying had already retreated over 100 meters, his sniper rifle aimed at the beast's heart. As soon as the smoke cleared, he fired without hesitation. The shot struck the center of the beast's chest, blasting a gaping hole. A miss is as good as a mile. A pity it missed the heart, utterly useless now. Is this what you call good marksmanship? Ningju's face darkened as he turned his head to speak. No matter how you looked at it, the shot seemed deliberately off target. At this range, with mechanical augmentations to his eyes, how could all 3 shots miss? Zhang Ying could only offer an awkward smile, lowering his head to reload in silence, preparing for the next shot. Guo Chen rose from the cloud of dust, his expression grim and his gaze heavy. The colossal beast's palm came crashing down right above her head. Dodging this strike left her in a disheveled state, narrowly escaping by a hair's breadth. She drew her blade. The ancient Tang sword was engraved with many strange patterns. She adopted an unusual stance, gripping the narrow blade in reverse, and actually charged toward the giant beast. Whoosh! The beast let out an eerie roar as its massive paws flailed wildly through the air. With each step Guo Chen took, her movements grew faster, until her figure gradually blurred into motion. She dodged every strike from the colossal beast with astonishing precision. Each evasion was razor thin. It was enough to make onlookers break out in cold sweat. Her gaze remained calm and steady throughout as she swung her blade and charged. With eerie agility, she kicked off tree trunks in rapid succession, propelling herself upward. The beast's massive palm swung down, attempting to seize her. Guo Chen actually twisted midair, using the beast's own knuckles as a springboard to vault even higher. This move was practically gambling with her life. But she won the bet. The moment she landed on the beast's chest, she thrust her blade. Swish! A massive wound lay completely exposed, stretching a full meter long. One could even see the beast's skeletal structure within, and deep in the flesh, that pulsating crystalline core heart. Impressive footwork. Ningju sighed inwardly. Dark blood gushed forth. Guo Chen landed, drenched from head to toe in the beast's viscous blood that blinded his eyes. The beast roared in agony from the pain. At the same time, he kicked out with his foot. Guo Chen couldn't see it and was solidly hit by this strike. She was violently sent flying dozens of meters backward, crashing into a tree. She spat out a mouthful of blood with a wah, her face twisted in pain and struggle. She wanted to prop herself up with the knife and stand, but she could no longer rise. Too many bones were shattered, leaving her collapsed on the ground. Zhang Ying fired again. The sniper bullet flew, yet it never struck the beast's heart, merely hitting its shoulder, missing the weak spot by a mile. Ningju's expression darkened with anger. The giant beast was severely wounded and had slowed down considerably. That enormous heart, larger than a whole person, was now completely exposed. Even Ningju couldn't possibly miss it. All prosthetic eyes come with auto-aiming assistance, making it even more impossible to miss. This Zhang Ying is an actor. Now Ningju had no time for blame, he had to slay the beast immediately. He drew 3 steel blades and hurled them in a sudden flick of his wrist. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The blades spun through the air at extreme speed, their acceleration reaching critical levels. The air was sliced apart, stirring up a gust of wind. Swish! 3 steel blades struck the beast's heart with deadly precision. Though they appeared to be thrown, they were actually propelled by the hidden power of sword control. Relying solely on arm strength to hurl a weapon is insufficient to slay a giant beast. The steel blade swiftly churned and sliced through the heart's wound, reducing the organ to pulped flesh. With a mournful howl, the beast collapsed heavily to the ground. Black blood gushed forth like a waterfall, staining the surrounding earth completely dark. The stench filled the sky. The colossal beast's massive body collapsed, stirring up a cloud of dust. At the same time, a voice echoed in Ningju's mind. 1 juvenile giant beast slain. Reward, 1 awakening point. The system's voice instantly invigorated Ningju's spirit. Who would have thought that slaying a giant beast could yield awakening points? Witnessing this scene, Li Dian's face turned pale with shock. No wonder Jiang Li had remained expressionless when he'd gripped her hand forcefully before. He was a strong man too. To hurl a steel blade with his arm and slay a mutated beast, such a feat could never be achieved through muscle training alone. Such terrifying strength could only come from supernatural abilities, or perhaps mechanical enhancements to his bones. Jiang Li's ability is fire, so there's only one possibility. Mechanical skeletal modification. Truly hiding extraordinary skills. Brother Jiang Li, your strength is impressive. Let's spar sometime. Li Dian waved his hand to fan away the dust, smiling insincerely. Ningju's expression turned grave as he glanced at him, remaining silent. Yet inwardly, he breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed his feigned throwing motion had fooled them. The Beast Hunter's card displayed a message. Class C mission, elimination of juvenile mutant beast completed. Reward distribution as follows. Li Dian, 20,000 Federation credits. Jiang Li, 20,000 Federation credits. Zhang Ying, Class E alien weapon. Transfer completed to Hunter card as per allocation method. Alien weapon will be delivered by drone shortly. The reward arrived. Ningju's Hunter card balance skyrocketed instantly. Li Dian and Zhang Ying barely lifted a finger for this. It was entirely Ningju and Guochen fighting a bloody battle, but the rewards had already been allocated beforehand, and the mission was claimed by them. Now, after the fact, there's nothing much to say. We got lucky this time. This beast hadn't awakened any special abilities yet, or we might have all been finished here. Zhang Ying Dao. The mission is complete. It's time we go our separate ways, Ningju said. Out of sight, out of mind. He couldn't be bothered to reprimand Zhang Ying and Li Dian for their slacking. It would just be a waste of time. Now he was going to complete his mission, to hunt 5 mutated wolves. Money, there's never enough of it. Ningju walked over to Guochen, took out the scar healing water, and poured it on her wound. Thank you. Guochen endured the pain and said, next time you're working with strangers, I suggest you don't try so hard. Ningju said quietly, speaking from experience. They should take you to a safe place. I've got another mission to attend to, so farewell. With that, Ningju stood up and left. Zhang Ying watched Ningju and called out, until we meet again, brother Jiang Li, perhaps fate will bring us together for another hunt. Ningju waved his hand dismissively and walked away without looking back. He wouldn't team up with these two again. Fatally, he could hear Zhang Ying speaking behind him. Miss Guochen, this is the freshly excavated giant beast core. I'll put it in your pocket. With injuries this severe, you probably can't move. I may have to carry you to the medical center at the base. Apologies for the impropriety. Li Dian said. Their voices were filled with righteousness. Chapter 11, Superpower Fusion. The sun sank below the horizon, casting a crimson glow. The forest was thick with the stench of blood. Blood covered the ground. Numerous wolf carcasses lay scattered across the earth. They had been nearly torn apart completely, their severed limbs strewn everywhere. 3 steel blades hovered beside Ningju. His eyes devoid of emotion, he faced off against the last wolf standing. The final surviving mutated wolf suddenly launched its attack at him. Swish! 3 steel blades formed a triangular formation, encircling the wild wolf's head before abruptly converging in a slicing motion. A sharp metallic screech rang out as the wolf's head tumbled to the ground. Just moments ago, 7 massive mutated wolves had launched a coordinated attack against Ningju. Yet Ningju dispatched them all in less than 30 seconds. In the past, struggling against a single mutated wolf was tough because Ningju only had stones to use, which barely counted as weapons. But now, he wielded weapons forged from the steel claws of mutated wolves, razor-sharp and deadly. Slicing through the skin and bones of these mutated wolves became effortless. He barely got splattered with blood, emerging completely unscathed. When wielded skillfully and paired with powerful weapons, the Swordmaster's psychic ability far surpasses other abilities of the same level. A new message appeared on the Beast Hunter card. D-rank mission, elimination of mutant dire wolves completed. Payment has been transferred to the Beast Hunter ID card. 5,000 Federation credits instantly credited to the account. Ningju looked at the corpses of wolves strewn across the ground, feeling a pang of regret. Their claws made excellent steel material and could fetch a handsome price. But he couldn't carry so many. He could only take a portion with him. Carrying over 20 steel blades made from mutated wolf claws on his back, Ningju headed back toward the base. These 20-plus mutated wolf claws could be handed over to the blacksmith for forging and refinement, turning them into even stronger weapons, while the extras could fetch a good price. As he traveled, Ningju calculated the awakening points he had left. There were still 2 awakening points remaining, along with 1 vacant ability slot. That is to say, he could still steal one last superpower. System, how can I increase the limit of simultaneously held superpowers? Consume 10 awakening points to increase the first superpower limit. Each subsequent increase in superpower limit will require 10 times the previous awakening point cost. 10 awakening points. That would take forever to achieve. Ningju's expression turned grave. A juvenile giant beast only yields 1 point, and they're extremely dangerous. Which means he'd need to kill 8 more juvenile giant beasts just to increase his ability slot capacity. It's too difficult. The second enhancement requires consuming 100 awakening points. It's as difficult as ascending to heaven, with each level of difficulty increasing exponentially. Besides stealing abilities and increasing the upper limit of simultaneously held abilities, what else can awakening points be used for? You can use awakening points to fuse multiple abilities and obtain brand new ones. Ningju's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Abilities can actually be combined? He summoned a transparent system screen in his mind and began experimenting. Sword control invisibility memory programming. He wanted to combine these 3 abilities, but this required 3 awakening points. Each additional ability combination consumes 1 extra awakening point. Ningju had no choice but to settle for the next best option, combining the 2 abilities of sword control and invisibility. The last 2 awakening points were instantly depleted. A strange pain surged through his limbs and bones, though it remained within bearable limits. Ningju's heart pounded with tension, for even he couldn't predict what the outcome would be. Is it possible to synthesize an even more useless superpower? Surely it's not that serious. System, please don't screw me over. In the end, Ningju's spirit trembled violently as a strange power enveloped his entire body. Synthesis complete. Acquired psychic-type supernatural ability. Shadowblade manipulation. Rank, D. Description, can telekinetically control sharp objects and render manipulated objects invisible. The host's own body can also be cloaked with the same properties. After successful fusion, the supernatural ability actually leveled up. From E, it reached D. Ningju attempted to manipulate the steel blades concealed within his clothing. Swish, swish, swish. 9 steel blades rose into the air, suspended. Ningju could now control these 9 steel blades at will. The blades slashed chaotically through the air at incredible speed. Wherever his mind willed, the blades would strike. The steel blades danced with ferocious momentum, casting chilling glints in all directions. The number of blades he could control simultaneously had tripled outright. What was even more terrifying was that it wasn't just the quantity that had improved. Ningju could distinctly feel that the power and speed of these steel blades had also increased by at least 2 or 3-fold. Every advancement in supernatural ability levels can bring about a qualitative transformation. Vanish! Ningju shouted. The 9 steel blades in midair all disappeared, vanishing into nothingness in an instant. Even Ningju himself couldn't see them, only sensing the position of each blade through feeling. So powerful! Ningju couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. The ability to control invisible sword blades. If Ningju wished, others wouldn't even know how they died. With this ability, Ningju even felt confident enough to take on that juvenile mutated beast alone. Maintaining stealth kills was absolutely a divine skill. Ningju clenched his fists tightly, his desire for awakening points reaching new heights. Chapter 12, the most fatal blade is the invisible one. At high noon the next day, a torrential downpour raged. The sky was gloomy, the ground covered in filthy puddles. The ceaseless patter of rain echoed endlessly through the forest. Ningju walked through the forest, heading toward the city. Yet an ominous premonition lingered within him. Suddenly, 2 lines of killing intent appeared before his eyes. Impurity-laden, translucent traces connected to the top of Ningju's head. He followed the trail with his eyes. The source lay in the grass ahead. An ambush. Only 50 meters left. It seemed the other party had just noticed him too, otherwise the threads of killing intent would have connected long ago. Ningju came to a halt. 5 steel blades flew out from within his garments. No more were needed. Only 2 enemies, that's enough. Ningju's gaze was grave and cautious as he stared at the thicket ahead. He decided to strike first. The steel blade, its form concealed by the heavy rain, hovered and shot forward. Just as Ningju was about to deliver the killing blow, remotely controlling the steel blades to fly over and slash wildly, 2 people stepped forward. Seeing their faces, Ningju felt a slight shock in his heart. A man put away his mechanical sniper rifle and walked over slowly. "Yo, brother Zhongli, you scared me, almost pulled the trigger." He laughed. It was actually Zhang Ying. Li Dian stood beside him, also wearing a grin as he approached step by step. Zhongli, what a coincidence." Li Dian forced out a strange smile and said, but his eyes were slightly evasive, and he seemed somewhat nervous, although both of them were smiling. "But, The thread of murderous intent connected to Ningju's head had not vanished, and it was precisely emanating from these two individuals. These two wore smiles that didn't reach their eyes. There was definitely something sinister afoot. Ningju's vigilance didn't diminish but rather intensified. He advanced slowly. Li Dian, Zhang Ying, I never expected to meet you here. What a coincidence. Ningju flashed a harmless smile and said. Zhang Ying and Li Dian quickly chimed in. Indeed, indeed. The two didn't seem inclined to conflict with Ningju, so why were they so tense? And why that murderous intent? This was highly unusual. What were they hiding? Ningju's gaze covertly studied them in the shadows. Something at Zhang Ying's waist caught Ningju's attention. It was a transparent container holding a giant beast crystal core. This crystal core turned out to be from the juvenile giant beast that Ningju had helped kill just days before. Shouldn't it have been given to Guo Chen? When Ningju saw this crystal core, a glimmer flashed in his eyes as some conjectures began forming in his mind. Suddenly, Ningju's gaze turned sharp. He noticed two new traces of killing intent. These two traces were extremely faint, yet they had persisted all along. Extending from the grass ahead, it connected with Li Dian and Zhang Ying. The source of these two lines of killing intent did not belong to Ningju, but to another person who had yet to appear. That killing intent was not directed at Ningju. The traces of killing intent were so faint that Ningju almost missed them. One could imagine how weak the owner of that killing intent must be now, perhaps even on the verge of death. Ningju's expression remained calm as he spoke politely. Zhang Ying, Li Dian, I have matters to attend to and must return to the city. Let's meet again another time. Li Dian and Zhang Ying quickly nodded in agreement. With that, Ningju walked past them and continued forward. Li Dian and Zhang Ying immediately let out sighs of relief. They watched as Ningju walked away into the distance. But what the two didn't expect was, Ningju suddenly made an abrupt turn and walked right into the bushes as he passed them. Damn it, he's messing with us. Li Dian instantly lost his composure and couldn't help cursing in anger. His body suddenly expanded, stretching the black elastic uniform to more than twice its original size. Terrifying bulging veins covered his entire body. His height abruptly increased by 20 centimeters. His frame swelled with muscle, his eyes bloodshot. Superhuman strength. He roared as he charged forward. Zhang Ying's face darkened to the extreme as he steadied his rifle, taking aim at Ningju. Ningju moved with lightning speed, stepping into the thicket in a single stride. Ningju's pupils trembled violently at the sight before him. A girl sat in a mud pit, her body covered in bruises, the bones in her legs shattered beyond repair. Moreover, her hands were shackled tightly in irons. Her face was smeared with filth, lips bitten tight, dried bloodstains washed away by the rain. The rain poured down on her, as if trying to snatch away her last shred of hope. It was actually Guo Chen? She saw Ningju approaching. A look of shock flashed in her eyes. How could Jiangli appear here? Was he in cahoots with them too? After the initial shock, despair settled back into her heart. Most likely, these three were working together. A savior descending from the heavens? In this cruel world, such a thing was utterly impossible. The next second, a gunshot reverberated through the forest, scattering the raindrops in the air. A large hole appeared in the tree trunk beside Ningju. Guo Chen's face was filled with utter shock. Did Zhang Ying attack Zhongli? Aren't they supposed to be allies? Shoo shoo. Two more consecutive gunshots. The trees shattered, sending splinters flying. Yet not a single shot hit Ningju. Each bullet nearly grazed past him. Zhang Ying's face turned ashen with shock. His marksmanship was flawless. When hunting giant beasts, he had merely been holding back. Now, at less than 50 meters away, it was absolutely impossible for him to miss. He had always been supremely confident in his marksmanship. Yet, every time he pulled the trigger, some eerie force would nudge his barrel upward, causing his shot to go wide. But there was nothing visibly interfering with the muzzle, a mystery he simply couldn't fathom. Li Dian suddenly sprinted forward, charging straight at Ningju. He swung his massive fists, his burly frame resembling a humanoid beast, leaving two deep footprints wherever he passed. At this moment, his weight reached 300 kilograms, all composed of pure muscle. One could only imagine how terrifying that strength must be. Boom! His right fist swung out, smashing viciously toward Ningju's head. His fist was nearly as large as Ningju's entire skull. A punch like this would surely make Ningju's head explode like a watermelon. Even the raindrops in the air were sent scattering by the force of his strike. But Ningju's head did not burst open as he had wished. Put! Instead, his own arm was split in two by an invisible force. Blood splattered, staining the ground. The rainwater on the ground turned crimson. His massive frame required extremely high blood pressure to support such a colossal body in motion. Thus, whenever wounded, blood would gush forth like a geyser. His face instantly turned deathly pale, the horrific agony twisting his features. Aha! He let out an extremely agonized roar and abruptly recoiled. His arm seemed to have struck an invisible blade, mercilessly severed, bones split apart, nerves and muscles completely severed. He looked ahead at Ningju, yet there was absolutely nothing there. How could this be possible? He couldn't comprehend it, his pupils trembling. Ningju stood in place, his expression cold. From beginning to end, he hadn't moved an inch. As Li Dian attacked, Ningju manipulated an invisible steel blade to hover motionless before him. Li Dian's fist had collided with the blade entirely of its own accord. Ningju's face remained expressionless. Sigh. Several gunshots rang out, deafening as thunder. Wood splinters exploded. Yet still, not a single bullet managed to hit Ningju. Zhang Ying's expression turned extremely grim. He directly set down his sniper rifle and stood up, walking forward. Stopping 10 meters in front of Ningju, he spoke. Brother Jiangli, let's discuss this matter properly. Zhang Ying's forehead dripped with cold sweat. I know what you used to interfere with my bullet. As he spoke, Zhang Ying glanced at Li Dian's right arm. The injury was horrific, the entire right arm had been severed in two. The once powerful arms now hung limp and withered, like deflated balls or two feeble stalks of straw. Zhang Ying had never wanted to clash with Ningju in the first place, because his supernatural ability was fire. This rare elemental type ability was extraordinarily potent, its destructive power far surpassed Li Dian's super strength, and even outmatched his own sniper rifle. To make an enemy of someone with such extraordinary abilities is absolutely asking for trouble. That's why Zhang Ying had been avoiding confrontation all along. Who would have thought Ningju would uncover the misdeeds they'd committed? Left with no choice, they had to steel themselves and take action. Who would have thought they wouldn't even need to use supernatural abilities to take down the two of them? This world isn't just about supernatural powers, many exotic weapons possess far greater destructive capabilities than supernatural abilities. He suspected Ningju clearly carried a formidable exotic weapon on him. Zhang Ying couldn't possibly guess that this was actually a supernatural ability. The power listed on Ningju's identity card was fake. Stop, how about that? Zhang Ying knew his side was no match for Ningju, so he backed down. Li Dian, however, was different. His face was icy cold, his eyes filled with fury and killing intent as he glared at Ningju. You struck first, Ningju said coldly. He wasn't about to let this go. Zhang Ying aimed straight for his head the moment he fired, and Li Dian's moves were lethal too. They clearly wanted him dead. Just now you wanted my life, and now you think a single sentence can make up for it? I'm afraid, you're only regretting not ambushing and killing me outright earlier, Ningju said coldly, a glint of frost flashing deep in his eyes. Zhang Ying stepped forward, coming to Guo Chen's side, and spoke. Brother Jiang, we're planning to sell her to the black market. A woman with her looks could fetch at least 50,000 Federation credits. In our line of work, it's every man for himself. Birds die for food, men die for wealth. If you keep quiet, we'll give you half the cut as compensation. What do you say? Ningju remained silent. Taking enormous risks to complete a D-level mission yields about the same reward as this. I believe Brother Jiang wouldn't turn down easy money. Zhang Ying continued to persuade. Guo Chen, severely injured, had a determined gleam in his eyes. Even though her body trembled slightly from excruciating pain, she bit her lip, not yet despairing, still calculating ways to escape. In her gaze toward Ningju, there was a faint, insignificant glimmer of hope, but she herself overlooked it. In this world now, money reigns supreme. For the sake of profit, anyone can abandon dignity and humanity. She had no relation whatsoever with Ningju, so the outcome was obvious without even thinking. After a long silence from Ningju, he uttered a sentence that took everyone by surprise. What if I say no? The voice was flat. Zhang Ying's face was icy cold as he gripped the long sword at his waist. Jiangli, do you really think I fear you? I just don't want this to end in mutual destruction, he said slowly, enunciating each word. But if you push your luck, don't blame me for being ruthless. With that, he slowly drew the long sword from his waist. In this stormy weather, your fire abilities are already weakened, and this newly acquired exotic weapon of mine happens to counter your flames perfectly. The sword had a peculiar shape, with droplets flowing along its blade. Amid the heavy rain, the weapon appeared even sharper than usual. Zhang Ying charged forward fiercely with his sword, the water droplets on the blade suddenly freezing into a razor-sharp water slash. A drop of water can wear through stone. The power of a blade formed from condensed water should never be underestimated. If facing a true pyrokinetic, such a weapon would indeed give them a hard time, given its elemental advantage. Unfortunately, Ningju's ability wasn't fire-based at all. Swish! As Zhang Ying moved, Li Dian also sprang into action. He gripped an ancient longsword that had originally belonged to Guo Chen. The blade gleamed coldly as his burly frame swung it in a sudden thrust from behind Ningju. The pincer attack from front and rear was now imminent. Ningju neither avoided nor dodged. He watched coldly as the two men sought their own demise. At this moment, Zhang Ying's sword was less than 10 centimeters away from Ningju's throat. A flash of killing intent and satisfaction gleamed in his eyes. Success! What can you do even if you're a pyrokinetic in such a downpour? But in the next instant, the light in his eyes suddenly vanished. Amidst the torrential rain, blades and swords, one ahead, one behind, all froze in place. Even the water blades formed by the torrential rain in midair froze in place. All three blades stood still. The water blades were sharp, each a full meter long. They had already reached Ningju's brow, but that final centimeter simply couldn't be breached, no matter what. Everyone was utterly shocked beyond measure. How is this possible? To blot both my and Captain Zhang's attacks simultaneously, what kind of extraordinary weapon do you possess? Li Dian was profoundly shaken, his pupils violently trembling. Once his superhuman strength is fully unleashed, his power can exceed that of an ordinary person by more than tenfold, with each sword strike delivering force measurable in tons. Yet Ningju blocked it with such ease. The downpour intensified, rainwater dripping from Ningju's hair. He didn't want to waste any more words. A flick of the fingers. Swish! Two invisible blades sliced through the air with effortless grace, drawing twin trails of blood that dissolved into the endless rain. Zhang Ying and Li Dian fell headless to the ground. The water blades condensed in midair instantly collapsed, scattering into droplets. From beginning to end, two invisible steel blades had been pressed against their necks, yet they remained completely unaware. Ningju's supernatural ability was undoubtedly overwhelmingly superior. After slaying the two men, the ancient Tang sword and the rain-controlling blade hovered up, breaking free from the corpse's grasp, and flew to Ningju's front. Ningju gripped the ancient Tang sword and tossed it to Guo Chen on the ground. Your blade is returned to you. A flicker of astonishment flashed through Guo Chen's eyes. Your ability isn't fire? Guo Chen had an inkling. Ningju nodded. Why, did you save me? Ningju smiled faintly and shook his head. They wanted my life, I was just defending myself. Saving you was nothing more than a trivial effort. Guo Chen smiled bitterly, so it had all been her own wishful thinking. Thank you. Taking on two opponents alone was an extremely risky move. No matter how you looked at it, Ningju had still saved her. If Ningju didn't intervene, she would endure an utterly miserable life, unable to live nor die a tragic existence. Ningju manipulated the invisible wolf-claw steel blade, retracting it back into his clothing to conceal it. Then, he grasped Zhang Ying's peculiar weapon. Information was displayed at the base of the sword hilt. Exotic weapon, water-gathering sword. Rank, E. Ability, can gather surrounding water to form water blades for attacking enemies. Each water blade formation consumes the wielder's mental energy. This sword is considered one of the weaker exotic weapons, but when used properly, it could still catch enemies off guard. The condensed water blade could be controlled through sword manipulation techniques. Any sharp object could be guided through telekinetic force. Ningju sheathed the sword and slung it diagonally across his back. Then, he picked up the identity cards of Li Dian and Zhang Ying. Li Dian's balance, over 60,000 Federation credits. Zhang Ying's balance, 80,000 Federation credits. As expected of seasoned beast hunters, they must have committed plenty of such immoral deeds. Lower your standards to fatten your wallet. Transfer everything into your own account. Ningju's net worth instantly skyrocketed to 180,000 federal credits. This amount was already enough to buy a sturdy off-road vehicle. Ningju took the giant beast's crystal core and examined it closely. The giant beast's crystal core emitted a faint blue glow, with energy surging within. After observing it for a while, Ningju directly placed the crystal core at his waist. He showed no intention whatsoever of returning it to Guo Chen. Guo Chen couldn't say anything upon seeing this scene. After all, in her current condition, she was no match for Ningju at all. Moreover, Ningju had just saved her life. Consider it as repayment for his kindness. Your lower body bones are completely shattered, and your internal organs are severely injured. You can't move, can you? Guo Chen nodded. Ahem, then I'll carry you back to the city. Ningju coughed to cover up his awkwardness of taking away the giant beast's crystal core right in front of them. Then, Ningju helped her up from the ground and carried her on his back as they hurried back to the city. Chapter 13, The Bloodstained Storage Ring Sold Cheap. Along the way, Guo Chen chatted casually with Ningju. If your supernatural ability is fake, then your identity is probably fake too. Ningju nodded. He wasn't the least bit surprised she could guess. After all, his ability had absolutely nothing to do with flames. So what's your real name? Guo Chen asked. Ningju shook his head, unwilling to answer the question. I've answered one of your questions, now it's your turn to answer mine. Ningju said. That strangely agile footwork you used when hunting juvenile mutated beasts, I've never seen anything like it. Is that your special ability? It's not a special ability. I'm actually ability-less. Guo Chen shook his head. It's a footwork technique passed down from my ancestors. I've been practicing it diligently since childhood, and it's been 15 years now. Ningju was somewhat surprised to hear this. Who would have thought that things resembling martial arts truly existed in this world? When Guo Chen employed this movement technique, his speed undoubtedly surpassed human limits. This nimble and elusive footwork made Ningju mistakenly believe it was some kind of supernatural ability. To match supernatural beings with mere mortal flesh, this was his achievement. Ningju had always believed martial arts were fictional creations, never imagining they truly existed. Ningju pondered for a moment before speaking. How much for this movement technique? I'll buy it. Guo Chen responded with a cold smile. You probably can't learn it at all. Ningju retorted sarcastically. After 15 years of hard training, you still don't seem particularly impressive. Guo Chen's footwork was indeed top tier, but in the end, he was nearly killed by a single strike from the mutated beast. The disparity in strength between humans and giant beasts was truly overwhelming. Guo Chen was mocked, yet couldn't retort. After all, she was still riding on Ningju's back, her life literally in his hands. I was just careless, she muttered under her breath. After all, this was her first time descending the mountain in 20 years of living. Completely ignorant of worldly affairs, she believed teammates were people she could entrust her life to. That's why she fought so fiercely. Sell the movement technique or not, just say the word. Ningju grew impatient. If you want to buy it, fine, but don't blame me if you can't learn it. Ningju nodded. Then he took the giant beast crystal core from his waist and handed it to Guo Chen. I'll trade this giant beast core for your movement technique. Guo Chen's eyes widened at the sight of the giant beast core, his lips pressed tightly together. How is this any different from getting something for free? It's merely returning what rightfully belongs to its owner. You? What do you mean you? Ningju wore an innocent expression, his face full of confusion. She rolled her eyes and let out a deep sigh. Nothing. She took the crystal core. There was no helping it, she owed him a great debt, so she couldn't lose her temper. She pulled out a tome from her bosom and handed it to Ningju. This is a transcript, identical to the original text word for word. Ningju took it and declared solemnly, pleasure doing business. Guo Chen shot him a glare and said no more. She knew Ningju could have simply killed her and taken everything she owned. Yet he didn't do that. He was somewhat decent, though a bit shameless. In principle, these family heirlooms and ancient texts are not to be lightly shared with outsiders. But after this near-fatal ordeal, she began to fear that her family's inherited techniques might be lost forever. After all, these techniques had been passed down through dozens of generations. She had never cared much for the elders' rigid, old-fashioned notions like not teaching outsiders or only passing knowledge to male heirs. What's more, now she was the only one left in her home. She could have the final say. At last, Ningju returned to the city. Amidst this towering steel fortress, she felt utterly secure. After settling Guo Chen at the medical center, Ningju prepared to leave. During this period, she had been drifting in a severely injured state, her body actually extremely weak. But she didn't show it at all, remaining remarkably strong. Thank you. She sat in the wheelchair, bidding Ningju farewell. Ningju waved his hand and left. Her injuries were extremely severe, with comminuted fractures throughout her body and numerous internal wounds that had been continuously bleeding. However, Ningju had earlier treated her external injuries with scar-sealing water, preventing any infection from occurring. The medical center had many healers with supernatural abilities, as well as supernatural weapons with healing effects, so treating her injuries was no problem at all. Ningju pushed through the crowd all the way to the weapon shop owner's store. The weapon he had commissioned from the owner a week ago should be nearly finished by now. Without a word, the owner took out a sword case from behind him upon seeing Ningju's arrival. Handed to Ningju. Opening the sword case, a long sword lay quietly within. The blade had 3 layers, transparent at its core while the edges were pitch black, appearing capable of slicing through iron like mud. Crystal-hilted wolf steel sword. The core is forged from purple crystal deer antlers, and the cutting edge is refined from mutated wolfclaw steel tempered 1,000 times. I added a little something extra myself, the boss said earnestly, a hint of pride gleaming in his eyes. He was extremely satisfied with this creation. Ningju picked up the sword, weighing it in his hand. Heavy and solid. The weight of this single sword alone was equivalent to that of 7 or 8 wolfclaw steel blades. A casual flick of the wrist. Swish! With one slash, it cut into the practice wooden stake. The old wooden post, covered in scars, split cleanly in 2 on the spot. This weapon truly fits my hand well, though it's a bit heavy. The mutated wolf claws were forged hundreds of times, completely removing all impurities. After adding some purifying agents, the final refined wolf steel extracted possessed terrifying hardness. Combined with a core of highly resilient purple crystal deer antlers, it achieved both flexibility and razor-sharp edge. I got a bit carried away when forging this sword, added plenty of rare steel materials myself. Forget making a profit, I'm just glad I didn't lose money on it, the shopkeeper said with a laugh. Ningju sheathed the sword and slung it across his back. Thank you, boss. Ningju smiled faintly. This sword's quality is indeed excellent, quite rare, but it didn't make any profit at all? Take such words with a grain of salt. Ningju took off the large bag from his waist. Inside were 20 wolfclaw steel blades, 9 more steel blades hidden within his clothes were also slammed onto the weapons shop owner's table. "Boss, I have nearly 30 mutated wolf claws here. Extract and refine the wolf steel from them, then forge them into a single pure wolf steel sword blade." Now Ningju possessed 2 formidable weapons, the crystal-hilted wolf steel sword and the E-grade exotic weapon, the water-gathering sword. The mutated wolf claws seemed rather useless now, they couldn't even pierce the skin of a juvenile behemoth. It would be better to forge them into a new weapon. The shopkeeper gasped in astonishment at this display. Over 30 mutated wolf claws forged into a single wolf steel sword? Your hands would probably break from hammering. The materials used are too luxurious. The finished product might be sharper than a crystal-hilted wolf steel sword, and it will be incredibly heavy. He had never taken on this kind of job before. "Young man, if I take this order, the commission fee might be a bit steep, and the sword to be forged will be extremely heavy." "No matter." Ningju's expression remained calm as he took out his hunter card and transferred 5,000 Federation credits directly to the shop owner. The boss beamed with joy upon seeing Ningju's extravagant spending. Deal, deal. A craftsmanship fee of 5,000 Federation coins was undoubtedly exorbitant, yet this amount was merely a drop in the bucket for Ningju. The feeling of having money is truly wonderful. "Boss, I have only one requirement for this sword. No hilt," Ningju said. The boss looked somewhat surprised upon hearing this. "How do you hold a blade without a hilt?" This request was truly peculiar. Though puzzled, the boss didn't ask further questions. His duty was solely to forge weapons. "No problem, come collect them in a week," the shopkeeper replied briskly. Leaving the weapons stall, Ningju strolled through the marketplace. A crude television set mounted on the roadside wall was broadcasting the day's news. Special report, a violent crime occurred yesterday at Base 310 in the West District. The city lord was attacked by an unknown assassin, whose whereabouts remain unknown. Hearing this news, Ningju felt a pang of shock. Base 310 in the West District, isn't that right here? The position of a city lord is extremely high-ranking. Even the lord of such a low-level base holds great power and is protected by many superhumans. What kind of formidable assassin could assassinate a city lord and escape unscathed? Ningju pondered as he contemplated. He carried 2 long swords slung diagonally across his back, his entire body exuding an aura of cold intensity. Passers-by along the way instinctively kept their distance from him. Most people in this market were ordinary folks who had no desire to provoke a beast hunter. 1 cubic meter storage ring, dirt cheap. Suddenly, an old man's voice caught Ningju's attention. He hunched his back, sitting on the ground with a small stall laid out before him. Only a handful of items were displayed. Among them, a broken ring caught Ningju's attention. A storage ring, something he wouldn't have dared to dream of in the past. The most advanced technology merged with supernatural abilities, giving birth to this intricate creation. Each one is exorbitantly expensive, with limited production, priceless treasures that ordinary people could hardly ever obtain. Who would have thought that in this filthy, chaotic vendor's market, one could be found? "How much for the storage ring?" Ningju approached the stall and asked. The old man suddenly raised his head. His eyeless sockets, a hollow stare, sent chills down one's spine. Seeing the old man's face, Ningju's expression changed slightly. This old man, wasn't he the same beggar I encountered just a few days ago? At the time, Ningju had even given him a few coins as alms. But now it seemed this old man was far more than just a beggar. Anyone who could produce a storage ring was certainly no ordinary person. "This ring costs 100,000 Federation credits." The old man's voice was hoarse. Ningju frowned slightly. The price was outrageously expensive. 100,000 could forge so many powerful weapons. But a storage ring is indeed worth far more than that. At the very least, 10 times that amount would be the normal price. Storage rings are rare treasures that one can only encounter by chance, not by seeking. "I'll take it." Ningju didn't haggle and immediately transferred the money. The old man picked up the storage ring and handed it to Ningju. When those aged, withered hands came into contact with Ningju's palm suddenly felt a piercing chill. At the same time, a murderous intent surged through his palm and flooded into Ningju's very core. Ningju hastily withdrew his hand holding the ring, cold sweat breaking out down his back. This killing intent had permeated every inch of the old man's body, it had become instinct. This old man's background is absolutely extraordinary. Ningju quickly walked away, his breathing somewhat unsteady. Just who is this old man? Ningju felt a lingering fear, but he had no clues and couldn't guess the old man's identity, so he could only put the matter out of his mind. The incomplete storage ring lay in the palm of his hand, and Ningju examined it carefully. Yet he discovered that there was still a trace of dried bloodstain on it. Is this ring stolen goods? A terrifying conjecture arose in Ningju's mind. Could it be that this old man is the assassin who killed the city lord? Was he selling goods to dispose of stolen property? Ningju was drenched in cold sweat, his back chilling. "I've bought myself a troublesome item. I hope it hasn't been tracked." No matter what, I've already spent a fortune of 100,000 silver taels on this. I'll have to grit my teeth and use it. Ningju wiped away the bloodstains and slipped the ring onto his finger, instantly establishing a peculiar connection with it. With just a slight thought, he could peer into the storage space within, only to find it completely empty. The space was indeed 1 square meter in size, but its shape was irregular and incomplete. If the ring hadn't been damaged, the space inside would surely be larger. It felt perfectly natural to toss in various consumables, healing potions, and such. Free from the burden of miscellaneous items, movement became effortless. Storage rings are truly marvelous things. But Ningju didn't keep the 2 swords behind him in the storage ring. He was accustomed to keeping his weapons within easy reach. In a real emergency, there wouldn't be time to retrieve weapons from a ring. Chapter 14, Fragmentary Steps Upon Waves. Ningju sat cross-legged on the bunk, meditating with his eyes closed. He rented a hotel room to rest briefly. What a pity, I didn't take Battalion Commander Zhang's great spear with me. That spear was exceptionally powerful, capable of piercing even the bones of juvenile mutated behemoths. It must be worth 20 or 30,000 Federation credits. However, at the time, Ningju had to carry Guochen on his back while also lugging a large bag of wolf claws. There was simply no way he could manage anymore. In any case, they had already looted over 100,000 credits, which was more than enough. Ningju pulled out the ancient tome from his chest. It looked incredibly weathered and time-worn. Though it was merely a copied version, it must have been several decades old. Guochen's family heirloom movement technique. Upon seeing the words on the book's cover, Ningju's eyes instantly lit up. Pai Weibu, subtle steps. Pai Weibu? The name was peculiar yet somehow familiar. Suddenly, Ningju remembered something and frowned. In his previous life, he had read about a martial arts technique in wuxia novels called Lingbo Weibu, treading on waves with light steps. I recall it was mentioned in the text. The Lingbo Weibu footwork is exceptionally exquisite, based on the 64 hexagrams of the Book of Changes. When executed, one steps along the hexagrams, moving with ethereal grace and effortless ease, as if strolling through a courtyard. This Pai Weibu, with the addition of the character Ling in front and 3 water droplets. Isn't it precisely the Lingbo Weibu? Could it be fragments of the supreme martial art, the Lingbo Weibu? No, impossible. Fictional martial arts don't exist. Ningju suppressed his excitement and began flipping through the pages. The first page read, Pai Weibu is an exceptionally superior lightness skill, based on the 64 hexagrams of the Book of Changes. When executed, one moves along predetermined hexagram patterns with extraordinary finesse. When mastered to perfection, from the first step to the last, one completes a perfect circle, effortlessly retreating unscathed even amidst 1,000 troops. This proves that it bears an uncanny resemblance to the Lingbo Weibu described in that novel. Ningju turned to the second page, only to find thousands upon thousands of densely packed footprints drawn upon it. Chaotic arrows crisscrossed through hundreds of footprints, forming an intricate web so complex it instantly left one's head spinning. But this scripture contains only 32 steps. Compared to the 64 hexagrams of the I Ching, it's still missing 32 steps. Moreover, many of these steps appear fragmented and illogical, likely having been deliberately omitted. Ningju spent an entire day studying this technique. In the end, he hastily sketched half of a large circle on the paper. The second half of the Lingbo Weibu technique, truly incomplete, truly incomplete, Ningju murmured. In his heart, he was already ecstatic beyond measure. To think this peerless martial art truly exists in this world. Just what kind of background does Guochen's ancestor have? Trading a juvenile beast core for this technique is an absolute steal. Though only half remains, it's more than enough. If you truly master this, you could strut through the world without fear. At its peak, you could even dodge bullets. Ningju spent a week frantically studying this movement technique. For the first 2 days, he stayed up all night but still couldn't grasp the basics. But as time went on, the progress became greater, with footwork light and swift. In a fleeting moment, Ningju had already mastered half a step. Learning half a step in a week might seem slow, but Guochen took over a decade to barely grasp it. Could it be that I'm the 1 in 10,000 martial arts prodigy? Ningju stroked his chin and murmured softly. This wasn't Ningju being narcissistic. He truly possessed extraordinary talent. With hands clasped behind his back, Ningju stepped forward slowly. A single step, yet his figure seemed to ripple through space, finally landing 5 meters away. The movement was somewhat awkward, but in Ningju's every gesture, there was already a trace of martial grace. Focus on coordinating each breath, truly marvelous martial arts. Closing the ancient tome, Ningju let out a long sigh of relief. For an entire week, he hadn't slept a wink. Yet he felt remarkably clear-headed and refreshed. Such supreme martial arts techniques naturally possessed some body-cleansing and marrow-purifying effects. Stepping out of the room, Ningju walked through the bustling streets. Each of his steps subtly aligned with the hexagrams. Though he didn't perform the lightness water treading technique amidst the sea of people, his awkward gait synchronized with his breathing was secretly cultivating his skills. After walking all the way, he arrived at the weapons shop. The shopkeeper looked weary. His dark circles were pronounced, his hands covered in wounds and calluses. Upon Ningju's arrival, the proprietor turned to retrieve the sword case. "I've been completely exhausted this past week, didn't sleep a wink to meet the deadline." But as he drew out the blade, the weariness in his eyes vanished, replaced by pride and affection for his own creation. This shows his passion for the craft. A hiltless wolf-steel sword, weighing 50 kilograms, with extremely high density, its hardness rivals that of diamond. The quality is even better than that previous crystal-hilted wolf-steel sword. "I wonder if you can even lift it, young man." The boss narrowed his eyes slightly, looking at Ningju. He wanted to see how Ningju would pick up such a heavy, hiltless blade. Ningju smiled faintly, picked up the sword case, and left without giving the boss the satisfaction. "Wait, aren't you going to test the sword?" The boss looked somewhat surprised and pressed further. Ningju shook his head. "No need. I trust your craftsmanship, boss." Ningju walked away, leaving only his retreating figure for the boss to see. The boss scratched his head and shook it with a smile. This young man really wasn't going to satisfy his curiosity. Ningju had a sword hanging at his left waist, the Gathering Water Sword. Behind him, he carried two narrow sword scabbards, one holding a crystal-hilted wolf-steel sword, the other a plain wolf-steel blade, both lacking hilts or guards. A swordsman carrying 3 blades was an exceedingly rare sight. Wherever he went, people couldn't help but glance sideways at him. After all, a beast hunter dressed like this was truly peculiar. Ningju went to the Hunter Association and took on several major contracts. All of them were D-grade or higher missions to slaughter giant beasts. He no longer lacked money, what he lacked were awakening points. Low-level missions held no meaning for him anymore. Chapter 15, The Acid Rain Beast. The sunlight was just right. Dust particles danced in the air, illuminated by the beams of light. The crisp air filled the thriving wilderness. Time flew by, and a week had passed. Ningju wore a crisp black robe, carrying 3 swords on his back as he trekked through the wilderness. He had taken on numerous missions, slaughtering giant beasts along the way while heading south toward Nanzhou. That base, he had no intention of returning to it. Right now, all he wanted was to reach Nanzhou as quickly as possible. My sister was still there, waiting for me. He was anxious every single moment. After what happened a few days ago, Wei Chen nearly being sold into the black market as a pleasure slave. Even in his nightmares, he would involuntarily picture his sister's suffering and jolt awake in terror. If something were to really happen, everything would be blamed on his failure to protect his younger sister. Ningju's steps were swift as a shooting star, seemingly tireless. He had taken on many missions to hunt giant beasts, and within this single week, he had already slain 4 juvenile ones. He obtained 4 awakening points. His beast hunter rank also advanced to C class. But all that was merely prelude. Now ordinary juvenile titan beasts truly posed no threat to him, it was just slaughter. The main event is the final task. Kill an adult mutated giant beast. Difficulty, B rank. Reward, 200,000 federal credits. B rank vehicle, a sweat-blood mutated warhorse, capable of traveling 1,000 miles in a day. Nanzhou is truly too far away, relying solely on foot. It would take at least several months to get there. Therefore, he had no intention of traveling on foot. This mission would reward him with a Fergana horse, capable of covering 1,000 miles in a single day, which was precisely why he had accepted such a high-difficulty task. Adult giant beasts often possess mutation abilities. It was a bizarre power comparable to supernatural abilities, transcending the laws of physics. Opposing such a colossal beast would likely leave one without a whole corpse. But Ningju had to try. If he could obtain this horse, he would need only a few days to return to Nanzhou. The B-class vehicles were incredibly fast, but they were priceless and unavailable in the market. Ningju searched everywhere but couldn't find a single one, so he could only rely on this mission. Walking by a small stream, Ningju picked up his water bottle and filled it to drink. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps gradually approached. Breathing ragged, steps unsteady, and rhythm erratic. Ningju turned around to see a blood-soaked young man charging toward him. His entire body was covered in festering blackened skin, oozing pus. White smoke rose from his flesh accompanied by a sizzling sound. It seemed like concentrated sulfuric acid had been splashed on him. His face was unrecognizable, looking like a mass of rotting flesh. He suddenly ran over and plunged into the cool stream. The clear stream water instantly turned murky and black. His remaining eyeball glimpsed Ningju's presence through the twisted flesh of his eyelid. He struggled to shout, "Help! Help!" The words were slurred, for his throat and mouth had already rotted away. Ningju had no time to ask questions. The earth behind him began to tremble violently. The ground seemed about to split apart, the sound growing ever closer. Ningju turned to look. Behold! A massive creature covered in scaly armor charged forward on all fours. Crawling on its way, its grotesque features came face to face with Ningju. That terrifying visage was unnaturally bizarre. Before Ningju could react, the massive tail behind it came crashing down like a meteor hammer. The tail, stretching dozens of meters long, swung straight toward Ningju's face. With a furious curse, Ningju executed one of the newly mastered Lingbo Weibo techniques, his steps suddenly becoming elusive. His figure traced an arc through the air, landing him on the opposite bank of the stream. His body swayed left and right upon landing, nearly losing balance and tumbling over. This was his first time using the Lingbo Weibo technique to cross the stream. Only after he had already landed did a few ripples appear on the water's surface from his footsteps. This movement technique was profound beyond comprehension. Boom! Behind him, the massive hammer came crashing down with tremendous force. The boulders shattered into pieces, sending dust flying into the air. A crater 10 meters in diameter and 5 to 6 meters deep appeared before Ningju's eyes. The stream water began flowing into it. The man in the stream trembled all over in agony, yet had no choice but to crawl out of the water and continue fleeing for his life. After having his skin burned by concentrated sulfuric acid, every movement of his body brought excruciating torment. Ningju scanned the young man's information. Zhao Yan. Ability, Spontaneous Combustion Flame. Rank, D. Description, extracts surrounding combustible elements to condense and spontaneously generate flames, capable of shaping and molding fire to erupt forth, with maximum controllable flame temperature reaching 980 degrees Celsius. It's actually a flame ability. Ningju was using Jiang Li's fake identity, yet lacked a matching fire ability to go with it. This ability would be perfect. Ningju immediately reached out to steal it. Steal his ability. Consumed 1 awakening point, theft successful. Acquired ability, self-igniting flames. Rank, E. Description, extracts surrounding combustible elements to manifest self-igniting flames from thin air. Can shape and mold the flames before erupting them forth, with maximum controllable temperature reaching 600 degrees Celsius. The temperature dropped a bit, but at least I gained this supernatural ability. Get behind me! Ningju shouted. Hearing this, Zhao Yan immediately dashed toward Ningju's direction like mad. Be careful, all 4 of my teammates died by its hands, it can spit sulfuric acid. As he passed by, Zhao Yan muttered indistinctly. After saying this, he actually coughed up a mouthful of blood. The acid had already corroded his internal organs, he likely didn't have long to live. Ningju casually tossed out a bottle of scar-sealing water. Zhao Yan caught it, thanking him profusely. Then he bolted away without looking back. The scar-sealing water could temporarily ease his suffering, but it's probably beyond saving. The colossal beast reared up, revealing its full form at last. Standing 15 meters tall, its massive frame towered like a skyscraper, covered in glossy black scales and bristling with spikes. Its distended belly bore grim testimony to how many innocents it had devoured. The hammer-shaped tail, over 20 meters long, could flatten even concrete in an instant. Having already killed 4 people, the monstrous beast still seemed unsatisfied, letting out a spine-chilling howl. The stream water resonated with the deafening sound, sending splashes everywhere. Ningju felt his eardrums were about to burst as he glared furiously. The arrival of the colossal beasts, mercilessly slaughtering humans, led to the current state of affairs. Nations crumbled in their wake, and with them, all order. Since the day of awakening, children have been left to fend for themselves in lawless slums, living in fear of gangs and organ traffickers. Powerless civilians are condemned to a lifetime in the frontier bases, stripped of all dignity. The dignity of human existence has been stripped away. Like caged beasts, filled with humiliation. Unjust organizations and powers ruthlessly crush the weak. The monstrous system is the very architect of all these tragedies. Ningju's gathering water sword at his waist unsheathed itself, hovering by his side with its blade pointed straight at the giant beast's heart. The beast roared furiously, its claws flailing wildly as it swung toward Ningju. Ningju swiftly retreated, manipulating the gathering water sword to strike. Boom! 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 The earth trembled, snapping branches and felling trees. Ningju's feet were nearly numbed by the vibrations. Yet the beast's limbs were too short, despite its furious clawing. It couldn't reach Ningju. The true terror lay in the massive hammer at the end of its tail. A terrifying weapon formed from several tons of calcified matter. Once swung, the potential energy it generates could instantly smash a block of pure steel to pieces. With an impact force of dozens of tons, no one in the world would dare take it head-on. Ningju frantically hacked at its tail with the water-gathering sword. Chunks of skin tissue were continuously sliced away as dark blood gushed out unrestrained. The sword's gleam flashed. One could see the ghastly white bones. But that tail was too massive. In comparison, the gathering water sword resembled a tiny toothpick, merely trimming its surface. Boom! The massive hammer came crashing down with tremendous force, sweeping horizontally across the surrounding area. Faced with such indiscriminate area of effect attacks, even the most nimble footwork would struggle to evade. Ningju swiftly manipulated the wolf-steel sword at his waist to fly from its scabbard, grasping its hilt. The sword control technique propelled him with lightning speed. The moment Ningju gripped the hilt, he shot forward like an arrow released from its bow, his figure becoming a blur. Narrowly dodging this attack, Ningju landed, feeling only a wave of dizziness before his eyes. The mental energy consumption was too great. Controlling the sword to carry his body required 100 times more mental energy than usual. Thus, it was impossible for him to sustain sword flight for extended periods. Stepping onto it would immediately drain one's mental energy. This was precisely why Ningju rarely relied on this method for movement. The sword flew from his hand, suddenly shooting straight toward the giant beast's chest. Clang! Yet the breastplate of this colossal beast was countless times harder than wolf steel. The blade bent into nearly a perfect semicircle without piercing its hide. Ningju swiftly willed his crystal and hilted sword to withdraw its force, lest the blade snap entirely. The water-gathering sword continued its frenzied assault on the tail, having already severed more than half its length. I must find a weak spot. Ningju narrowed his eyes slightly, staring at the massive beast's body. His gaze wandered around before finally settling on the beast's eyeball. The eyes, the most vulnerable spot. Ningju maneuvered the crystal-hilted sword, sending it flying straight toward the beast's eye. Swish, swish. In just an instant, those eyes were destroyed. The colossal beast also relies on its eyes to see, just like humans. With its eyes ruined, it became blind. It let out a mournful howl and lashed out wildly, but it could no longer see Ningju at all. Some giant beasts have keen senses of smell and can still track their prey even when blinded, but the one Ningju was facing now clearly wasn't that type. From then on, its blind attacks couldn't even graze Ningju's clothes. Ningju stood by the stream, watching it rage. The water-gathering sword flashed with cold light, spinning rapidly as it sliced repeatedly at the creature's tail. At last, only a stretch of muscle and bone remained connecting the tail. Sever it! With that command, the long sword whirled, and the massive tail crashed to the ground with a thunderous impact. The most powerful attack method of this colossal beast was completely neutralized. It seems not all colossal beasts possess strong regenerative abilities. Ningju had encountered beasts before that could regrow severed fingers immediately. Yet this B-grade beast was actually strong in appearance but weak in reality, lacking even the most basic regenerative capabilities. The giant beast's tail snapped off, splattering dark blood that shot skyward. Black rain poured down in torrents. A foul stench spread across the wilderness. Ningju's brow furrowed sharply. The leaves drenched in the blood rain all withered and rotted away. The blood of this colossal beast was corrosive. Ningju inwardly cursed his misfortune. Just as he was about to maneuver the crystal-hilted sword to plunge straight down through the beast's eyeball, piercing its heart to deliver the fatal blow, the giant beast let out a furious roar. Dark clouds instantly gathered across the heavens. The mist darkened unnaturally, forming viscous black water in midair. Like ink drops, the rain clouds suddenly poured down in torrents. The pitch-black sulfuric acid endlessly gathered in midair. Trees withered, their fallen leaves scattering everywhere. Decaying boulders and soil emitted an unbearable stench. Even the streams were contaminated by this sulfuric acid, turning into pure black corrosive liquid that would fester upon contact. That's its mutation ability. The acid rain attacks indiscriminately, there's simply no way to dodge it. How ruthless. Ningju thought to himself, this is bad. Before the stream became completely polluted, Ningju summoned the water-gathering sword back to his side and activated the weapon's special ability. Water coalesced into blades. The last remaining patch of clear stream water rose into the air, droplets gathering to form crescent-shaped water blades that shot forward. Ningju manipulated the water blades, making them hover above his head. The falling concentrated sulfuric acid was completely caught. Fortunately, there was the water-gathering sword. Apart from water, everything else would be corroded. There truly was no other way to block it. Ningju pressed forward through the torrential rain, step by step, advancing toward the colossal beast. From the case on his back, the pure wolf steel sword left its sheath and soared into the heavens. Whoosh! Transformed into a fleeting shadow, swift as thunder. The sword's cold gleam reflected sunlight, sworn to slay the giant beast. A fierce slash plunged into the beast's eye socket, descending through its body while spinning alongside the crystalline sword, a perfect union of twin blades. The beast trembled violently, blood streaming from all 7 orifices. Every internal organ was chopped into bloody pulp. Finally, the 2 swords burst forth from its belly and hovered back into their sheaths. The colossal beast lost all strength, breathed its last, and collapsed with a thunderous crash, stone dead beyond any doubt. Dust swirled as the beast's putrid carcass lay there, a revolting sight. Its belly was filled with the severed limbs of many people, congealed into a ball, emitting a foul stench. The number of people this colossal beast had slaughtered far exceeded Ningju's imagination. These monstrous creatures lacked digestive or excretory systems, they devoured humans solely for the sake of devouring. When their stomachs could hold no more, they would either revolve or explode from within. As if they were born to slaughter humans. Killed adult mutated beast, obtained 2 awakening points. At this moment, Ningju already held 5 awakening points in his grasp. He controlled the twin swords to fly into the heart, extracting a sapphire blue crystal core from the pulped flesh. This giant beast core was enormous, its radiance even more dazzling. The dark clouds dispersed, clearing after the rain. Only the pitch-black stench of decay remained everywhere. Chapter 16, C-Rank Ability, Shadowblade Dominion. B-Rank Mission, Eliminate Adult Mutant Beast completed. Rewards obtained, 200,000 Federal Credits. B-Rank Vehicle, 1 blood-sweating mutant warhorse, capable of traveling 1,000 miles daily. The warhorse has been dispatched and will track you via your ID card's location. The Mercenary Mission completion notification appeared on the ID card. You have completed a B-Rank mission alone. Your hunter rank has been promoted to be a B-Rank hunter. I finally have some status now. B-Rank hunters are exceptionally rare and command respect wherever they go. Ningju glanced at the giant beast's corpse and raised his hand, summoning a ball of flame. The flames converged, finally erupting into a torrent that ignited the colossal beast's body. The beast's scaly hide was incredibly tough, impervious to low-temperature flames of 600 degrees, yet its internal organs could still be set ablaze. Moreover, its acidic blood contained numerous flammable substances that could be easily ignited. It's best to burn this corpse, otherwise other scavengers might eat it and digest the mutated genes, potentially causing mutations themselves. Ningju felt a lingering fear in his heart. Behemoths with mutation abilities were truly difficult to deal with. The surrounding kilometer-wide area had already been devoured by acid rain. At this moment, waves of fire were spreading outward in concentric circles. Ningju stepped through the disgusting, viscous acid covering the ground, quickly moving away from the area. By the time he had walked out of the acid's reach, flames soared behind him, with thick smoke rising for kilometers. After trudging through the acid, Ningju's shoes had completely rotted away, leaving him barefoot. An intense pain radiated from the soles of his feet, burned by the acid rain, causing sweat to bead on his forehead. He took out the water bottle, rinsed the wound on his sole, and waited for the healing factor to take effect. In less than a minute, the wound on his sole had healed completely. The only pity was that the callus was gone, leaving skin as tender as a newborn's. Calluses were an excellent protective barrier. This was truly a heavy loss. He took out a new pair of shoes from his storage ring and put them on, his gaze deep in thought. All the tasks are complete. Next, Ningju raised his head and looked southward, murmuring, "Wait for me, brother." He walked step by step toward the south. Suddenly, Ningju's gaze sharpened. In the barren land, a massive boulder lay tilted. A rotting, pus-oozing mass of flesh covered in festering sores and blood lay atop the stone. It was impossible to tell whether he was human or some other creature, his bones having rotted away into liquid. What was shocking and heartbreaking was that he hadn't stopped breathing yet. He could no longer see anything, only waiting for death to come quickly. Hearing, smell, sight, touch, all had completely vanished. He was Zhao Yan, the young man who had fled earlier. The clotting water Ningju had given him was utterly powerless against this level of acidic corrosion, unable to staunch the bleeding. Without hesitation, Ningju immediately drew the sword at his waist and stepped forward, piercing straight through the man's forehead, ending his suffering. He then raised his hand, summoning flames that engulfed the corpse, reducing it to ashes. Ningju placed his identification card before the ashes, serving as proof of his identity. Otherwise, his family would be utterly heartbroken upon seeing the unrecognizable remains. Such a tragic sight. The suffering inflicted upon humanity by the colossal beast extends far beyond this. An hour later, clip-clop. Clip clip clop clop. Suddenly, the sound of galloping hooves emerged from behind. Closer and closer. Ningju was astonished in his heart. He turned his head and saw a tall black horse charging from the distant wilderness. Its long mane scattered in the wind, its hooves seemingly not touching the ground as it swept forward like a gust, swift as lightning. That was incredibly fast, truly covering 1,000 miles in a single day. A journey that would take Ningju a week on foot, this horse completed in just over an hour? Though Ningju had been delayed along the way by slaying giant beasts, but he had been moving with all his might. The horse's speed truly did not disappoint him. A Class B vehicle indeed lived up to its reputation. When the warhorse reached Ningju's side, it abruptly halted, raising dust with its front hooves, letting out a deep neigh. The gusting wind whipped Ningju's hair into wild disarray and made his clothes flap noisily. Only when he drew near could Ningju properly observe the horse's appearance at close range. It stood tall and proud before him, a handsome specimen. Within its jet-black mane lurked a strand of eerie deep purple, visible only under sunlight, a telltale sign of its mutated lineage. Clad in specially crafted lightweight black steel armor, its exceptional durability could even withstand bullet barrages. Standing over 2 meters tall at the shoulder, it towered a full head above Ningju. Its massive ankle bones and barrel-thick limbs contained formidable power ready to erupt at any moment. Customized hoof spikes covered in steel plating granted it superior traction across all terrains. The horse gazed at Ningju with lively, tranquil eyes, as if it could understand human intentions. "Since this is our first meeting, I'll call you Zhaonan," Ningju said. Roaming aimlessly in the southern plains, its tail flicking lightly as if following some unseen command. Scanning its data. Mutant blood-sweating horse Zhaonan. Grade, B. Introduction: the pure-blooded Akeltech is one of the oldest horse lineages. Through artificial experimentation with implanted variant genes and achieving genetic stability, it has gained night vision capabilities, and its physique surpasses all ordinary horse breeds. From birth, it undergoes constant training, capable of understanding various commands in human speech. Whether over long, medium, or short distances, its speed is unmatched. With powerful digestion, it can be fed both vegetation and raw meat, making it your best companion in the wilderness. Ningju gently patted Zhao Nan and leaped onto its back in one swift motion. Go! Zhao Nan's hooves flew, its figure like a dark arrow shooting forward. Ningju only felt the strong wind blowing against his face, making the scenery before him blurry. Though it was his first time riding a horse, he and Zhao Nan seemed to share a telepathic connection. His balance was maintained with such subtle precision that falling seemed impossible. Zhao Nan dodged obstacles effortlessly, maintaining full speed even through the forest. If Ningju were riding a motorcycle at this speed, he wouldn't be able to control it at all. He'd probably crash straight into a tree. The black-robed youth, carrying 3 swords on his back, rode southward on horseback, swift as a startled swan. Wherever he passed, dust was pressed down and leaves danced in the wind. Ningju took out the giant beast's crystal core from his storage ring and examined it in his palm. In these past days, he had slaughtered a total of 5 giant beasts, 4 juvenile beasts and 1 adult beast. Ningju used the crystal cores of the 4 juvenile beasts to enhance his supernatural ability level. The level of self-healing factor rose from E to D. The self-healing effect has become much stronger. Memory programming has also been upgraded to D rank. Enhancing from E rank to D rank required consuming 2 juvenile behemoth cores. Now he only has 1 adult behemoth core left on him. Ningju held the fist-sized crystal core, contemplating how to use it. Let's enhance the Shadow Blade. After all, this ability was currently Ningju's primary combat method. Placing the crystal core near his heart, it instantly melted and surged into his bloodstream. A strange force surged into Ningju's heart. The mysterious power within his body instantly created ripples. Ningju's body trembled slightly as he felt his ability to wield sword-controlling power had grown significantly stronger. Accessing data. Shadow Blade. Rank, C. Proficient in telekinetically manipulating sharp objects to hover and rapidly reposition them. Can render manipulated objects invisible, with the host's own body capable of the same form of invisibility. Ningju manipulated the crystal-hilted sword at his waist to fly out, keeping pace beside his shoulder. Balanced with Zhao Nan's forward speed, it hovered up and down, steadily keeping pace by his side. Even on horses swift as the wind, the flying sword never fell behind. Ningju lightly curled his fingers. Swish! The crystal and hilted sword suddenly slashed out. A half-meter-thick tree collapsed with a thunderous crash. To horizontally sever such a massive banyan tree at its waist in an instant, one could imagine just how formidable that penetrating force must be. That beak-glass acid rain beast's hide, I reckon if I go all out now, I could pierce right through it. The last time the blade bent and nearly broke was due to insufficient instantaneous acceleration, which led to a contest of sheer toughness. As long as the control is strong and fast enough, even a wooden sword can pierce through steel. With a D-grade Shadow Blade, Ningju had already managed, by the narrowest margin, to defeat a B-grade behemoth. Now, having advanced to C-grade, Ningju's confidence in slaughtering B-grade behemoths has grown even stronger. But Ningju wasn't the slightest bit arrogant. After all, he had already witnessed the might of a Class B behemoth. Their true strength lay in their endlessly bizarre mutation abilities. Even with overwhelming power, one couldn't guarantee coming out unscathed when facing a behemoth with special abilities. Chapter 17, The Bounty Hunter's Pursuit. The speed at which he searched for Nan was astonishing. In just 3 days and nights, he had already crossed into the territory of South Province. Ningju traveled tirelessly, pressing onward without rest. The slum on the outskirts where Ning Xia and I parted ways is at most 2 days' journey on foot. Ningju hadn't eaten a bite these days, only feeding Zhao Nan. After all, it had contributed the most effort and expended the most energy. Maintaining its stamina was the only way to maintain our fastest speed. The night had grown deep. The moon was bright and stars sparse, the wilderness already plunged into complete darkness. They could only rely on the dim moonlight to discern their path. But Zhao Nan possessed night vision capabilities, seeing even more clearly than Ningju, so traveling day and night posed no difficulty. In the silent depths of night, only the rustling sounds of animals in the grass and the clatter of horse hooves could be heard. Swarms of insects chirped in unison. Suddenly, a sharp gunshot rang out, shattering the stillness of the night. A bullet tore through the air, gunpowder burning a fiery trail in its wake. It was heading straight for Ningju's back of the head. Ningju saw only a trace of lethal intent, connected directly to him. Without hesitation, without even turning his head, he reacted. The handleless wolf-steel sword behind him flew from its sheath directly under his control, hovering at the back of his head to protect it. But the bullet, at the very moment it was about to strike the blade, curved at an impossible angle, a full 90-degree deflection. The bullet traced a fiery arc, bypassing the blade and heading straight for Ningju's temple. Ningju inwardly cursed this was bad and immediately tilted the blade to block. The sudden bullet deflection truly caught him off guard. The speed of the hidden sword was like a flash of light, arriving later but striking first, faster than the bullet itself. It cleanly sliced the projectile in half. Sparks flew, yet this was merely the appetizer. Sai, for consecutive shots, fired almost simultaneously, 4 bullets that could curve in midair. Ningju was drenched in sweat, and with the enemy lurking in the shadows, his chances of survival were slim. 3 swords unsheathed simultaneously, hovering in the air to slice through 3 bullets, but the final bullet was already too late to stop. It was about to strike Ningju right between the brows. In the next instant, Ningju's entire body abruptly tilted to the right. Ningju was stunned. Zhao Nan had actually twisted his back at the very moment the bullet was about to hit his master, allowing Ningju to narrowly evade the attack by the slimmest of margins. The bullet veered off course, failing to hit the brain and only striking Ningju's shoulder. Blood flowed from the shoulder wound, but adrenaline allowed Ningju to momentarily ignore the pain. The enemy was hidden while he was exposed. He had to retaliate immediately. Ningju's figure vanished instantly as he activated his invisibility ability. 3 long swords also vanished into concealment. In the wilderness, only a single horse could be seen galloping. Ningju maintained his invisible state as he dismounted directly. Following the traces of killing intent emanating from himself, he turned and walked back. Before I could take 2 steps, my pursuers emerged from the shadows, revealing their true forms under the moonlight. 3 men on motorcycles. Each carried a gun, with a long blade strapped to their backs. Dressed in bounty hunter uniforms and equipped with top-tier gear, every one of them was an ability user. Most fugitives fleeing through the wilderness were ultimately captured by them. When Ningju saw them, he instantly drew a sharp breath. What's going on? I should never have been exposed, Ningju thought to himself. The 3 bounty hunters watched Ningju vanish instantly, their faces darkening. He's disappeared, but he can't have gone far. The tracker shows he's still nearby. His ability seems to be telekinetic, most likely mental manipulation. That invisibility must be from alien tech optical camouflage. Deploy infrared scanners immediately. The leader spoke first. Several people put on blindfolds, their expressions changing instantly. Captain, even the infrared detectors can't pick him up. This is indeed tricky. Their faces were icy cold, their eyes carrying the mercilessness of bounty hunters. Since we can't find the person, let's kill this horse first. The team leader spoke while raising his gun to take aim. Ningju's mutated sweatblood steed was far faster than their military motorcycles. If they didn't deal with the horses, the target could easily escape. In just a few short seconds, the horse was already nearly out of their sight. They remained completely unaware. The target was actually right behind them, within arm's reach. He had been lying in wait for a long time. Ningju ordered Nan Shangqian to run forward and draw their attention. Meanwhile, he himself approached them invisibly. Focusing solely on escape would only lead to passive suffering. Ningju's way of handling things had always been swift and thunderous retaliation. Ningju had already scanned the abilities of all 3 individuals beforehand. They were all D-rank ability users, a remarkably formidable squad. The team leader's ability was bullet manipulation, capable of remotely controlling bullets to change trajectory. The abilities of the other 2. One was blood extraction, capable of rapidly draining the blood from a target, turning them into a desiccated corpse and instantly ending their life. The other was whirlwind blade, which could condense air into wind blades and manipulate them to strike enemies from 100 meters away. Ningju spent an awakening point to steal whirlwind blade. Then, whirlwind blade and self-igniting flame were synthesized into a brand new ability. Flame torrent, Tier D. Description: the gale fuels the fire stirs the wind. Condensed flames swept by the hurricane into a torrential surge, where raging winds churn within the inferno, capable of generating a 1000 degrees Celsius fire tornado that cuts through and incinerates enemies with scorching heat. Now, another ability slot has been freed up. Ningju stole the blood extraction ability once more. With all 5 ability slots now filled, he had only 1 awakening point left. The team leader's bullet manipulation ability held little value for Ningju. Awakening points are exceptionally precious, and Ningju didn't want to waste them. Having stolen the special ability, it was time to make a move. Gentlemen, don't be in such a hurry. A voice emerged from behind the 3 bounty hunters. The voice was ghostly. Ningju emerged from the shadows. His face was concealed behind a mask. 3 long swords took shape before him. It had quietly crept up to the necks of the 3 bounty hunters, hovering. The trio froze mid-motion, their guns half-raised. They turned to see a masked young man standing behind them. Their faces paled, pupils trembling with shock. The ability to evade infrared detectors, whether through supernatural powers or extraordinary weapons, is extremely rare. To silently approach them from behind, such audacity and skill is truly terrifying. How did you track me down? Ningju asked. The team leader turned around, scrutinizing Ningju with a grave expression, but there was no fear in his eyes. Having hunted criminals for years, he had weathered many storms. We tracked you down through the storage ring of the Frontier Base Commander in West District 310. You've been identified as one of the suspects in the commander's assassination. Please come with us. The captain remained extremely calm, speaking in a deep voice. Even with his life held in Ningju's hands, he didn't lose his imposing demeanor. Hearing these words, Ningju felt the heavy stone in his heart lighten slightly. Thank goodness, they hadn't discovered he was the death row prisoner Ningju. This storage ring is truly stolen goods. Now it seems Ningju's guess was correct. That ring was indeed the stolen goods the old man disposed of after assassinating the city lord. Who would have thought a blind old man could hide such depths? As Ningju pondered, a bounty hunter suddenly raised his hand, making a grasping motion toward Ningju. In that instant, Ningju felt a violent pull, as if all the blood in his body was being drawn out. The captain's answer to Ningju's question was merely a delaying tactic. He had been waiting for his subordinate to gather strength, preparing to use the blood-draining ability that could instantly kill Ningju. Unfortunately, Ningju had long known the details of his ability and had been on guard the entire time. The moment that man raised his hand, the water-gathering sword had already sliced through his neck. Head separated from body, the man fell to the ground with a thud. The captain's pupils trembled as he saw his subordinate die, fury rising within him. His clenched fists shook slightly. Don't play petty tricks, Ningju said. Chapter 18, Real men never look back at explosions. Bounty hunters are a notorious organization. Whenever a criminal escapes or there's an unsolved case with a bounty, they spring into action, capturing the fugitives to claim their reward. They claim to be agents of divine justice, but in truth, they're just a group of people who will stop at nothing for profit. No different from beast hunters, except they kill humans. The Human Alliance often collaborates with bounty hunter organizations, utilizing their strength to eliminate criminals. There's an unwritten rule among bounty hunters, known worldwide. Namely, when encountering minor cases that receive little attention, they may capture innocent weaklings from the lower strata to take the blame and claim rewards. The authorities turned a blind eye, since it benefited everyone involved. This matter was known worldwide, which is why bounty hunters had such a terrible reputation. Ningju felt nothing but disgust for this organization. A childhood friend of his had been captured by bounty hunters and wrongfully convicted in someone else's place. To this day, he's still in prison. I haven't seen him for over 10 years. Perhaps there are a few decent people in this organization, but most of them are no good. I just happened to buy this ring. I'm not the real culprit, Ningju said. The captain sneered coldly. No need. You've killed my men, the grudge is already settled. The truth doesn't matter anymore. I'll just take you in to take the blame. As he spoke, the steel armor reflecting cold light on his body suddenly expanded. A metal plate shot out from his chest, shielding his neck. His subordinates were no different. The metal plate was forged from specially tempered steel of extraordinary thickness, as hard as the hide of a colossal beast. Ningju's initial strike actually failed to cleave through it. Whoosh! The wind whistled past his ears. A wind blade condensed beside Ningju's face and slashed fiercely past. It left a long wound. Ningju's mind trembled. The next moment, he was shocked to discover dozens of wind blades gathering, surrounding him completely. These two are truly seeking death. You asked for death, don't blame me now. Ningju's voice was ice cold. His figure flickered instantaneously as his entire body abruptly retreated, evading the encirclement of wind blades in a single step. Gossamer steps. Neither had ever witnessed such an ethereal movement technique, freezing them in stunned silence. Before they could react, Ningju's thoughts flickered as his finger twitched slightly. The crystalline wolf-steel sword flashed through the air in an instant slash. The metal neckguard protecting his throat snapped in two under the full force of Ningju's sword-controlling power. With a single horizontal slash, the captain's head was severed. At the same moment, the gathering water sword flew back to Ningju's side. Spinning midair, he caught the gathering water sword and stepped forward. Put! Ningju stood ramrod straight, gripping his sword as he thrust it straight through the heart. You! The last man glared furiously, his final words left unfinished as his lungs failed him, his breath scattering completely. Ningju lightly curled his fingers. The three swords hovered back and automatically returned to their sheaths. After killing these people, Ningju realized his body was covered in wounds. The encirclement of dozens of wind blades left no blind spots. There was no way Ningju could have emerged unscathed. Having only mastered half a step of Lingbo Weibo, how could he possibly evade them completely? Now his clothes were in tatters, his body covered in bloody gashes, flesh torn open, brutally sliced by wind blades. There was also a gunshot wound on his shoulder, the pain now overwhelming. Fortunately, with the help of the self-healing factor, all of Ningju's wounds were rapidly healing. A minute later, a bullet was pushed out of the wound by newly formed flesh, landing on the ground with a metallic clink. Ningju approached the corpses and inventoried their equipment. The squad leader held a radar detector in his hand. It displayed Ningju's track location on its screen, but with an error margin of several hundred meters, they had failed to notice Ningju's stealthy approach. After all, giant beasts now rule the earth, and with no signal stations or satellite surveillance in the wilderness, the signal is weak. Damn it, this ring really does have a tracking device embedded in it. There are probably other pursuers rapidly closing in right now. Ningju couldn't help but curse in anger. That old man had really screwed him over. But now all his worldly possessions were tied to that ring. To lose the ring meant losing everything. No wonder it was sold far below market price. I've truly been swindled hard. Ningju wrestled with the decision for several seconds. In the end, he gritted his teeth and steeled his heart. He took off the storage ring, preparing to discard it. Just as he was about to throw it away, his expression suddenly changed, as if remembering something. Wait a minute. I remember studying the signal blocking devices in exam halls long ago, during the college entrance exams, trying to crack them. The idea was somewhat far-fetched, but who hasn't been young? Although Ningju ultimately failed to crack it successfully. However, he had learned the principles of making signal jammers by then. Give it a try. He first approached the group, thoroughly confiscating all their belongings. The balance on the Beast Hunter card instantly surged to 600,000. With this much wealth at hand, he could already be considered among the ranks of commoner millionaires. Ningju also packed up all 3 firearms and stored them in his spatial ring. They were all the same model, Grade D alien weapons, with bullets possessing extraordinary penetration power. Each gun was worth at least 30,000 to 40,000 on the market. Then Ningju walked over to their motorcycle and began dismantling it. Modern motorcycles are extremely precise vehicles. The widespread adoption of smart technology means motorcycles now contain numerous circuit boards and electronic components. By removing those components and modifying the circuitry, there might be a chance. Ningju had been a science student in his previous life on Earth, with mechanical knowledge etched firmly in his memory. Though he hadn't used it for a long time, when needed now, he could still recall it effortlessly upon reflection. Ningju knelt on one knee, working diligently for half an hour. IC board, wave filter. One of the motorcycles had been modified, originally equipped with a signal jammer. Many components from that signal jammer happened to perfectly meet Ningju's needs. What incredible luck! In the end, he held in his hands a circuit board completely wrapped in wires. This is the moment of truth. Ningju took out the radar. His heart raced with nervous excitement as he stared at the dial. It worked. The glowing dots above had actually vanished. Without hesitation, Ningju took out a rope and tied the circuit board to his hand. For the time being, he didn't need to worry about pursuers. But this crude homemade jammer wouldn't last long. It was powered by the residual current from the circuit board's button battery. I can hold out for a few more days, then I'll have to go to the black market to find a specialist to deal with it, completely remove the tracking device. Ningju knew exactly how to dispose of the stolen goods. After all, he and his sister had lived in the gray zone since childhood. Boom! A swirling mass of flame, leaping like a hurricane, condensed in Ningju's palm. The fire spun like wind, carrying with it the howl of a gale. This was fire with cutting force, its destructive power immense. Ningju raised his hand. Flames mingled with hurricane winds erupted violently. The blaze soared into the sky. The torrent swallowed 3 corpses. In the swirling inferno, flesh and bones were churned into ash-like pulp until all moisture evaporated completely, leaving only drifting ashes. Destroy the evidence. The flames spread, engulfing all 3 motorcycles. Ningju let out a sharp whistle. From afar came the answering neigh of a horse. Zhaonan heard the whistle and returned like the wind. Ningju mounted his horse and galloped south without pause. Behind them, the deafening roar of an explosion erupted. In the sea of flames behind them, the motorcycle's fuel tank ignited, intensifying the fire. A real man never looks back at the explosion. Chapter 19, The Torrent of Rotting Corpses. Nanzhou lies in the borderlands, a remote frontier region. It serves as the foremost front line in resisting the colossal beasts. It was also the outermost position of the human alliance. Countless perilous beasts lurked beyond the Great Wall of South Province. If you lived in South Province, you could often see mutated demonic beasts with wingspans exceeding 10 meters soaring across the sky. Occasionally, children would even be snatched away by these beasts. The small villages within the Nanzhou territory suffered even more tragically, often being wiped out by ferocious beasts. Within the borders of Nanzhou, looking up at the sky revealed only a ghastly crimson hue. It was the color of blood. Ningju rode his horse, charging across the long distance. The closer one gets to South State, the more formidable the mutated beasts encountered become. Ningju slaughtered 7 giant beasts along his journey. Whenever he spotted a giant beast, he would strike with lightning speed. With his current strength, slaughtering low-level giant beasts had become effortless for him. Higher-level beasts posed some challenge to kill, but it wasn't particularly troublesome. The battle with the Class B beast had earned Ning Ju an abundance of combat experience. 6 low-tier beasts and 1 Class B beast. He now possessed 9 awakening points. The sound of rushing wind in his ears told Ning Ju that he was almost there. In about 1 or 2 more days of travel, Ning Ju would reach the place where he had parted ways with his younger sister, Bloodforge City. With a verbal command, he summoned the system interface and began organizing his supernatural abilities. His ability slots were full, it was time to evolve some of his powers. Fusing blood extraction with memory programming. Consumed 2 awakening points, evolution successful. Acquired ability, memory extraction. Memory extraction. Rank, D. Can remotely extract fragments of an enemy's memory, creating temporary memory gaps. Additionally, it can slightly modify these memories before returning them, altering the enemy's disposition. Ning Ju's brows furrowed. This ability was truly unusual, though it lost its blood-draining characteristic and could no longer instantly kill targets. But the ability to remotely extract and alter an enemy's memories was clearly even more powerful. Functional abilities could never be too many. The fused abilities would inherit traits from both original powers, always surpassing their initial forms. Now Ning Ju possessed 3 fused abilities and 1 ordinary self-healing factor ability. The self-healing factor was Ning Ju's lifeline. For now, he had no intention of using this ability for fusion. Losing its self-regenerating properties would spell disaster. He proceeded to upgrade all his abilities across the board. Advancing from E grade to D grade required 1 awakening point. To advance from D rank to C rank requires 2 awakening points. Ning Ju upgraded all 4 of his abilities to C rank. In an instant, he was left with only 1 awakening point. It truly felt like returning to square one. The ecstasy of awakening floral points is matched only by the peril of slaying colossal beasts. Suddenly, a pungent stench assaulted their senses ahead. Ning Ju furrowed his brows slightly, signaling Zhao to slow their pace. He moved forward to investigate. The sight before him filled him with horror. A massive, rotting carcass of a giant beast lay sprawled across the road. Half of its body was sunken into a deep pit. The creature had been dead for a long time. One can only say, a behemoth. The skin festered with pus and bred maggots, spreading through the muscles and flesh. The towering white bones, as massive as a hill, also rotted and fractured, surrounded by worms and rats. In the pit, the soil was blackened by pollution, festering in scorched yellow dark, blood-stained earth like the mud of hell. Insects and rodents gnawed through its flesh, carving tunnels and building nests within. Having fed on the mutated giant beast's flesh, they too began to mutate. The maggots no longer remained pale, but grew countless legs, turning deep red in color and swelling in size until they resembled centipedes. The rats grew several times larger, reaching the size of fiercehounds, with glowing crimson eyes and terrifying claws. The beast was enormous, larger than any monstrous creature Ning Ju had ever seen before. The space between its skin and flesh could accommodate hundreds of thousands of rotworms. Countless repulsive creatures gathered amidst the bones and deep pits, making the decaying carcasses their nests. A densely packed scene of utter hell on earth. Countless terrifying mutated insects and rodents squirmed there, resembling a sea of maggots in a festering pit. The pungent stench of rotting corpses had thickened into black mist, swirling around the remains. This giant beast must be at least A grade. Ning Ju's gaze turned grave as he stared at the scene before him. The classification of giant beasts is primarily determined by their size. Their physical stature is directly proportional to their combat prowess. This particular giant beast corpse measures over 30 meters in length. It stands nearly as tall as a construction crane. Fortunately, it was a corpse had it been alive. Ning Ju probably couldn't have glimpsed its true form no matter how far back he craned his neck. Defeating it would have been even more difficult. Ning Ju rode Zhaonan around the edge of the deep pit. Zhaonan was a specially trained variant of the legendary 1,000-mile horse, possessing extraordinary endurance. Moreover, no terrifying sight could ever startle it. At all times, it remained under its master's complete control. Sniffing the intense stench of decay, Zhaonan coughed slightly and detoured around it. But, just as Ning Ju passed by the rotting corpse, the enormous carcass of this colossal beast suddenly opened its eyes. The eyeballs were already damaged, filled with squirming maggots. Boom! Endless worms and rodents seemed to receive some command in that instant, coalescing into one. They climbed over each other, twisting into a rope-like mass, then violently surged into the giant beast's body, swelling its form until it bulged outward. The beast's skin split open, spewing countless streams of pus and crushed maggot corpses from the ruptures. Through the cracks, one could see countless worms and rodents flowing within, like blood made of putrid insects. The colossal beast emitted a peculiar whimper, a sound produced by vibrations as insects and rodents scurried across its vocal cords. The noise was eerie, sending an indescribable chill down one's spine. The beast's limbs began to twist unnaturally, its joints contorting, flipping dozens of times within mere seconds. The next moment, the creature's body stiffened and stood upright. Extremely abnormal. Ning Ju's eyes sharpened at the sight, and he abruptly pulled the reins, steering Zhaonan to charge diagonally forward. The next instant, a revolting torrent of putrid worms came spewing forth. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The sound of countless insects and rodents was deafening, utterly terrifying. The spot where Ningju had stood moments before was instantly swallowed by the tide of insects. That horrifying flood of vermin scattered across the ground, fleeing in all directions. The entire land was instantly devoured by a sea of crawling creatures. Thousands of insects were actually charging towards Ningju. Ningju looked up and saw that all those insects were spewing out from the beast's mouth. The already dead A-grade beast stood up. Insects covering the ground swept towards Ningju like mad. Ningju's gaze turned icy cold, his heart too shocked to react. Who would have thought that even in death, a mutated beast could still inflict harm? His palm pressed down in empty air. Before him, fierce winds gathered, forming a swirling vortex of hurricane force. Buzz! Flames erupted from the wind. A hurricane of fire scorched the air, causing it to churn and form transparent surges. The C-class hurricane flame torrent reached temperatures exceeding 1000 degrees Celsius. Reducing bones to powder takes mere seconds. These fragile mutated insects were naturally obliterated in an instant. Ningju pressed his palm downward. The fire-engulfed hurricane suddenly expanded, forming a 5-meter-wide flaming whirlwind that crashed toward the ground. Boom! The stench of burning filled the air as flames swept past, reducing insects and rodents to charred black cinders. The torrent of fire spread across the ground, incinerating every crawling creature in its path within the blink of an eye. Flames roared skyward. Not even a single insect could harm a hair on Ningju's head. 10,000 insects perished in the sea of flames. Yet cold sweat broke out on Ningju's forehead, his heart finding no relief. For the number of insects he had slaughtered didn't even amount to 1% of those dwelling within this rotting colossal beast. Chapter 20, The Blade of Wind and Fire, wielded by Will. Across the wilderness, charred remains of insects and rat carcasses littered the ground, all incinerated by Ningju's torrent of wind and fire until nothing but ashes remained. Zhao Nan let out a horse-like whinny and abruptly retreated backward. With astonishing speed, Ningju was whisked to safety in mere moments. Turning to look at the A-level behemoth, Ningju's expression turned extremely grim. Eerie whimpers continuously emanated from its throat, spreading across several kilometers. It was enough to make one's blood run cold. The colossal beast stood perfectly still without lifting its feet, while beneath its festering soles, endless swarms of maggots and rats writhed forward. Like a zombie, utterly terrifying. The driving force behind the colossal zombie beast's movement was the countless revolting maggots. Zhao Nan, retreat. At Ningju's command, Zhao Nan galloped like thunder, transforming into a black shadow that flashed past. The wind howled fiercely, sending Ningju's hair whipping wildly about. A chaotic buzzing erupted from within the colossal beast. Its skin undulated visibly, with massive lumps shifting beneath the surface. Boom! Suddenly, the beast shuddered violently and lunged forward with terrifying speed. Ning focused his gaze intently. The colossal beast was hot on his heels. Its speed was actually no weaker than Zhao Nan's. Damn it, this beast is too much to handle. He had never intended to waste time dealing with this creature in the first place. An A-level behemoth, Ningju truly had no confidence in defeating it. It was simply too powerful. But right now, he couldn't even outrun it. There was no choice but to grit his teeth and fight. Ningju's eyes flashed with determination. The 3 swords on his back automatically unsheathed themselves and hovered in the air. Water-gathering sword, crystal-hilted wolf-steel sword. All 3 swords launched simultaneously. Hum! The sword's edge rubbed against the air, producing a sharp hum. Cold light flashed as 3 swords madly slashed at the giant beast. The beast was less than 100 meters from Ningju. A moment's carelessness, and it would catch up. So Zhao Nan maintained full-speed movement the entire time. Dark, rotting blood mixed with pus spilled from the wounds sliced open by the blade. The beast's skin had already decayed. Beneath the blade, it was as soft as tofu, crumbling at the slightest touch. No matter how iron-hard your skin might have been in life, after death, under time's relentless erosion, it would ultimately turn to rotting flesh. But Ningju's expression remained grim. Even if the blade could slice through skin, it meant nothing. The next instant, the severed wound would be stitched shut by the rat's sharp teeth. Such superficial injuries were utterly futile. And this dead behemoth has no weaknesses whatsoever. The beast core in its heart was already empty, taken by whoever killed it. In other words, there's no way to kill it with a single strike. The only way to slay this behemoth is to exterminate the hundreds of thousands of maggots and mutated rats inside its body. Such an immense and terrifying quantity, Ningju truly had no confidence. His strongest supernatural ability, Shadow Blade Control, seemed utterly useless against this colossal corpse maggot beast. This was Ningju's first encounter with such an overwhelmingly powerful monstrosity. He manipulated 3 swords, slashing at the beast's limbs. Limbs are where rats and maggots roam most frequently. Each wild swing of the sword could slay hundreds of maggots and rats. Individually, these mutated rats appear extremely weak. The frenzied slashes of 3 swords worked like a meat grinder, violently mincing the maggots. Yet the maggots were too numerous, endless as rivers and seas. No matter how Ningju slashed and hacked, it was impossible to weaken the beast's strength. Suddenly, Ningju frowned. Both sword blades abruptly became stuck, as if something had clamped down on it with a deathly grip. Ningju looked up. From within the colossal beast's body came two crisp sounds. Crack, crack. The blade shattered. The water-gathering sword, along with the antler wolf steel sword, exploded into fragments. Then those shattered fragments were instantly devoured by tens of thousands of maggot-infested rats. Only the sturdiest wolf steel sword remained, desperately holding on. Damn it! The pus from those mutated maggots has corrosive properties. It's already softened and eaten through the blade, and now the rats are gnawing it apart. Ningju clenched his fists tightly. He quickly maneuvered the wolf steel sword to pierce through the beast's body and fly back to him. The wolf steel sword was now completely covered in pus and pitch black, rotting blood, emitting a foul stench. The pitch black long sword swung through the air, shaking off the putrid blood before returning to its sheath. 2 swords lost. Ningju felt a surge of anger in his heart. I must use abilities with greater destructive range. Ningju's gaze was icy cold, his palm hovering in a loose grip. Before him, a sudden gale arose, with torrents of flame twisting and intertwining within. Boom, boom, boom. The fierce wind swept through, whipping up clouds of swirling dust. The scorching flames cast a blood-red glow upon the ground. The two forces converged, with the gale obeying the fire's command. Finally, they coalesced into a raging torrent of flame tornado. The fire howled, filling the air with the scent of scorched earth. Ningju simultaneously activated 2 supernatural abilities, consuming an immense amount of mental energy. He clenched his teeth, holding on desperately. The fiery tornado grew larger and larger, eventually condensing into a colossal flame whirlwind over 10 meters tall. Die! Ningju's voice was icy cold as he flipped his wrist. The fiery tornado came crashing down with a thunderous force. The terrifying gale of flames, reaching temperatures of over 1,000 degrees, combined with the slicing wind blades within, could tear through anything. Even from dozens of meters away, one could feel their eyebrows nearly singeing from the heat. This temperature is certain to severely wound the giant beast. Boom! A fiery tornado torrent violently crashes against the creature's massive body. Its rotting skin ignites upon contact. The putrid flesh within the beast, along with hundreds of thousands of mutated maggots, is violently shredded by the hurricane-force winds. Squeak, 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 squeak. The blood-curdling shrieks of rats, densely packed beyond the upper frequency limit humans can endure, screamed madly. The wails emanating from within that colossal beast, as if its corpse were screaming. The extreme stench of charring withered the surrounding green grass. The corpses of maggots torn apart by the hurricane flew everywhere. The fire tornado was like a high-temperature meat grinder, shredding everything within it into minced flesh before charring it black. Countless chunks of flesh scattered in all directions. The sky suddenly rained down a shower of smoking, charred rotten flesh. The terrifying stench and scorched odor made Ningju involuntarily frown. Only after a full 3 minutes did the fiery tornado gradually weaken. The colossal beast's body had already been churned into a pulpy mess. Only a few scattered maggots remained, crawling across the ground. The colossal beast's corpse finally collapsed. These scattered insects could no longer support such a massive body to rise and harm anyone. The tornado dissipated. Transformed into hundreds of flaming wind blades, they scattered with the wind. Ningju's eyes sharpened. He attempted to manipulate these fiery wind blades using his sword controlling power. To his surprise, it actually worked. With the power of sword control enhancing them, these windfire blades became even sharper, moving as effortlessly as if they were extensions of his own arms, slicing through the air with a piercing whistle. The windfire blades generated by the hurricane flame torrent ability were already under Ningju's command. Now, augmented by the power of sword control, their might was truly terrifying. Ningju extended his right fist and clenched it with a single hand. The hundreds of windfire blades in the air suddenly converged. Boom! Completely surrounding and annihilating the last remaining cluster of mutated insect rats. Foul juices splattered everywhere. All the rotting mutated maggots were finally utterly exterminated. Even with C-grade sword control abilities, one could manipulate at most several dozen blades simultaneously. However, when using the hurricane flame ability to condense windfire blades, one could control hundreds at once. Because these wind blades possess absolutely no weight. The hurricane flame torrent, combined with sword control abilities. How come I never noticed this technique before? A flicker of delight stirred in Ningju's heart. This power far surpassed the might of his 2 shattered swords. The heartbreak over losing his twin blades vanished instantly. Suddenly, the voice of the system in his mind rang out. Killed an A-grade giant beast, obtained 5 awakening points. First kill of an A-grade giant beast bonus reward, 1 ability slot, 10 awakening points. Ningju heard this voice and felt a surge of delight. I didn't expect there'd be hidden rewards for similar achievements. Now there are a total of 6 ability slots, meaning I can steal 2 more abilities. Moreover, there are 10 additional awakening points, bringing the total to 16. Suddenly I feel much more at ease. Ningju sighed. The hunter card in his pocket emitted a blue glow. Ningju took it out to examine. Several large characters were written on it. Detected that you have single-handedly killed an A-class giant beast. Your hunter rank has been upgraded to A-class. An A-class hunter has now entered the ranks of high-level hunters. A-class hunters are invariably accompanied by formidable combat prowess. Finding even one among 1,000 people is rare. Wherever they go, they are hunters who command respect. The status of an A-class hunter can even rival that of some base city lords in remote areas. The privileges they enjoy are too numerous to count. They have the right to be the first to select and prioritize hiring missions. The tasks displayed in the hunting hall for others to choose from are actually just the leftovers after the A-class hunters have made their selections. Some newly discovered secret realms are exclusively open to hunters ranked A-level and above for priority exploration. These hidden realms harbor both dangers and treasures, potentially including formidable high-tier alien weapons. Newly promoted A-level hunters can also visit the Hunters Association to select and receive one A-level alien weapon free of charge, a reward for those brave warriors who have slain A-level behemoths. The progression from E to B rank represents merely quantitative changes. When one ascends to become an A-rank hunter, it marks a qualitative transformation. Wherever you go, you'll be treated as an honored guest. Chapter 21, The Dragon Blood Cultists. The charred fragments of maggot flesh had turned the surrounding hundreds of meters of land pitch black. The branches were all draped with layers of rotting black sludge flesh. This battle was exceptionally brutal, leaving utter devastation in its wake. The corpses of mutated beasts must be incinerated to ashes. Otherwise, if other creatures consume the remains, the mutated genes hidden within the flesh would then invade other organisms, causing infection. Those genes contained hatred toward humanity and a thirst for blood. The hundreds of thousands of maggots had been corrupted by the mutated genes, filled with loathing for humans. The moment Ningju passed by, they were all simultaneously awakened. In that instant, they frantically converged for a single purpose, supporting the colossal beast's body as it rose. They believed they were the beast itself. This corpse maggot monstrosity was truly formidable to deal with. Without a beast core, it couldn't be killed with a single strike. Every last worm had to be destroyed simultaneously to slay it. If Ningju didn't have the Hurricane Flame Torrent ability, he might have truly fallen into its clutches. Fortunately, this colossal beast didn't possess any mutation abilities. The mutation abilities of an A-class giant beast would undoubtedly be terrifyingly powerful. Given Ningju's current strength, it was still far too much for him to handle. Suddenly, Ningju felt a slight pain in his head, and the two mysterious forces within his body grew scorching hot. After a long while, they finally returned to normal. He sensed that his Shadow Concealment Sword Art and Hurricane Flame Torrent abilities had grown significantly stronger. When he summoned them to check, his pupils trembled slightly. These two abilities simultaneously advanced, reaching B rank. By repeatedly using and training these abilities, it's possible to make them stronger. This victory over the A-class behemoth was truly a life-or-death battle. Such critical moments are the most effective for tempering one's mental strength. Ningju's eyes gleamed with quiet delight as his strength advanced at a remarkable pace. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before he could potentially challenge even an S-class behemoth. Astride his Mount Jiaonan, Ningju pressed onward. Ever southward they traveled. After a day and a night, Ningju gazed into the distance at the city veiled in white mist. Ningxia, I'm coming. Without stopping for rest, Ningju finally had it within reach. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, several red figures appeared beside Ningju, surrounding him. Four scantily clad muscular men emerged around Ningju. There were both men and women. They were tall in stature, their bodies covered with faint scales. Their skin was crimson like blood, monstrous in appearance. Ningju had no choice but to order Nan to halt. His expression remained calm, showing no trace of fear. These people, Ningju could annihilate them with just a single thought. T-Toll. These barely human figures spoke in unison. Their expressions were strange, their eyes dazed. As they spoke, drool dripped from the corners of their mouths. Like wild beasts, they had long lost any trace of human dignity. Get lost, Ningju said curtly. These people are not worth communicating with. Pay the toll, or die. Their eyes instantly turned blood red, consumed by bloodlust. All their figures blurred instantly as they charged forward violently. Ningju remained motionless, letting out a cold snort. The sword behind him flew out on its own. Whoosh! A dark light flickered. The blade's cold gleam shimmered like dew. 3 individuals were instantly slain, heads severed from bodies. The last surviving man was also pinned to the ground by the blade, pierced through the chest, immobilized. Whoa whoa! His face contorted in agony, whimpering from the pain, hands clawing helplessly at the air, unable to rise. The force of the sword's power was absolutely not something he could break free from. At this moment, Ningju noticed that the skin of the 3 slain corpses was gradually returning to a normal color. Moreover, the faint scales on their skin were fading from dark to light, slowly disappearing. Finally, the hearts of these corpses spontaneously burst open. Ning Ju's eyes flickered slightly, feeling extremely peculiar. He hadn't touched the heart. From each exploded heart, a drop of black blood flew out. The 3 drops of blood soared into the sky, converging toward the same direction. None of these people possessed supernatural abilities, yet their muscular strength surpassed human limits, resembling the power of superhuman strength. It seems, this blood is the source of their power. Once they die and the blood leaves their bodies, the strength vanishes. Just as Ning Ju was pondering this, swish, the burly man pinned to the ground suddenly glared furiously at the surrounding corpses. He let out a beast-like roar, his body erupting with formidable strength as he desperately crawled toward the corpse. Put! He broke free, but half of his body had been split open by the sword blade pinned to the ground, blood and entrails spilling across the earth. Yet he had already lost all reason, pouncing violently upon his companion's corpse. Fangs tore through flesh, ravenously devouring the corpse. Blood splattered as bones were crushed between teeth. Cannibalism? Ning Ju's brow furrowed slightly. He watched the scene with disgust in his heart. These people are too bizarre. Could they be from the Dragon Blood sect? It's said that members of that sect consume something called dragon blood, making them cruel, violent, and physically formidable. These toll collectors looked remarkably similar. After devouring the corpse of a companion, a glimmer of sanity finally returned to his eyes. Moreover, the wounds on his body began healing at an astonishing rate. The speed of regeneration was comparable to that of a self-healing superpower. The man regained consciousness and looked at Ning Ju with a hint of fear in his eyes. He turned and fled at an astonishing speed. Ning Ju flicked his fingers lightly. The wolf-steel sword embedded in the ground trembled with a hum, then rose and hovered by his side, following him as he moved. The man looked at the blade beside his head and turned pale with fear. But no matter how hard he tried to flee, the blade remained right beside him. In the end, the blade cleanly severed both his knees. He suddenly face-planted with a thud, falling horribly. Ning Ju rode Jianan over, stopping beside him and staring down at him from above. He wailed in agony. "You, what are you trying to do? We're from the Dragon Blood sect. If you kill me, there won't be a place for you to hide in all of Southern Province." "It really is someone from the Dragon Blood sect. I have a few questions for you," Ning Ju said coldly. "If I answer, will you spare me?" the man asked resentfully. Ning Ju remained silent, the blade pressed against his neck, ready to strike the next second. Alright, I'll talk. I'll tell you everything. What exactly is this dragon's blood of your Dragon Blood sect? Ning Ju couldn't help but feel curious about this dragon's blood. Blood that grants self-healing abilities, could it also cure diseases? I don't know either. That's our gang's secret. Low-level followers like me only get 1 drop, we know nothing beyond that. Ning Ju frowned slightly, displeased with this answer. One last question, have you seen a golden-haired, blue-eyed girl? The man thought for a moment, his expression somewhat peculiar. No, never seen it. His reply came with noticeable hesitation. Ning Ju raised an eyebrow, trying to slip through unnoticed? Something's definitely up. Ning Ju reached out and made a grasping motion in the air. His memories were instantly extracted. Countless fragments of memories flashed before Ning Ju's eyes. Ugh, that kid's meat from yesterday tasted awful. Old 5, how did that guy's backside feel yesterday? Ah, starving, human flesh. Countless conversations and thoughts surged wildly through his mind. Ning Ju dismissed these meaningless distractions, focusing all his energy on searching for information about his sister. At last, he heard one sentence. Why did the cult leader take that golden-haired girl? I don't know, what's it got to do with us? Only these 2 sentences. Nothing more beyond that. Just one piece of information, a blonde girl. This alone wasn't enough to determine whether that girl was really his younger sister Ning Xia. I hope it's not her. If his sister had truly been taken by the Dragon Blood cult, she would likely have long since become food for their bellies. With a flick of his wrist, he returned the memories. Then, Ning Ju swung his sword and severed his head. Such cannibals are nothing but a scourge upon this world. Like the previous corpse, this one's heart had exploded, sending blood flying into the distance. Ning Ju rode Jianan, galloping toward the city ahead. Sister, right over there. Chapter 22, The Mysterious Thief. Nanzhou, Base 37, Bloodforge City. This is a massive city. Its geographical position lies right on the border's edge. One step forward, and you enter the endless domain where colossal beasts roam. Beyond Southern Province, it's no longer territory belonging to the Human Alliance. Ning Ju traveled through the wilderness, encountering many colossal beasts along the way. But compared to the world beyond Southern Province, those beasts were mere child's play. Beyond Southern Province, there were only A-grade, even S-grade colossal beasts. They simply weren't on the same level of existence. Bloodforge City was a lawless place. Located at the farthest edge of the Human Alliance, even the law struggled to reach here. Crime, exploitation, and illicit deals flourished endlessly. Cheap neon lights flickered in every alley and street. The true rulers of this city haven't been the human alliance for a long time, it's the major gangs that hold real power. Countless steam engines operate within the city walls, keeping factories running. As a result, the city remains perpetually shrouded in white mist. And this fog carries all manner of harmful substances, heavy metals, toxic agents, and other poisonous elements. Most babies born here are deformed. For adults, while the white fog isn't highly toxic, prolonged inhalation over years can still be fatal. These white fumes originate from factories. The factories don't produce ordinary goods. It was a specialty of Bloodforge City, the ability-enhancing drug known as blood mist. Blood mist was refined from the blood of mutated behemoths. A single puff could temporarily enhance one's abilities, though it came at a steep price. A young man in black robes, carrying a hiltless black sword, led a dust-covered black horse into the city, none other than Ning Ju. Ning Ju inhaled the scent lingering in the air, his expression turning grave. The toxicity of these white mists is not particularly strong, and their impact on an adult's body is negligible. The odor is merely pungent as long as one doesn't reside here for extended periods. Wearing a gas mask isn't necessary in the short term. However, for long-term habitation, masks are still essential. Yet those who live here are often addicted to blood smoke, so they pay no mind to the toxicity in the air at all. So you hardly ever see anyone wearing gas masks on the streets. If you dare to stand out by wearing one, everyone will silently assume you're a greenhorn newcomer. Then the troubles will never end. Ningju endured the pungent stench of white smoke as he walked down the street. At that time, after Ningju killed Zhao Shaoshan, he fled to the city with his sister and hid in the abandoned slums. This was the most chaotic and lawless place within the territory of the Human Alliance. Even a mighty dragon cannot crush a snake in its own lair. Ningju had thought that this place, being outside the jurisdiction of the Human Alliance, was a gray area they couldn't easily reach, offering a glimmer of hope. Who would have thought that this is where they would ultimately be arrested? Truly nowhere to hide. The Human Alliance indeed has formidable influence. Just as Ningju was pondering how to find Ning Xia, a man wearing a Western-style hat approached from the opposite direction. Yoon. He lightly bumped into Ningju with his shoulder, utterly casual about it. Oh, my apologies. With a faint smile at the corners of his mouth, he adjusted his hat brim. Then, he left. His movements were casual and effortless. Ningju raised an eyebrow. He suddenly stepped forward and grabbed his hand directly. Hand over the storage ring. Ningju's voice was icy, laced with a veiled threat. The man's face flickered with alarm. He hadn't expected to be discovered. He noticed Ningju's attire, which resembled that of an out-of-town hunter. Thinking he'd be easy to bully, they came forward to steal. Little did they expect to be caught instantly. He shrugged and handed over a broken, pitch-black ring. Sorry friend, I mistook you for a novice. Ningju took the storage ring and held it in his hand. After inspecting it, he found nothing was missing inside, and the killing intent in his heart dissipated slightly. This person's thieving skills had reached perfection. Bumping shoulders and effortlessly lifting something from someone's fingers is as difficult as climbing to heaven. To steal something unnoticed in such a short time would be impossible without at least a decade or two of rigorous practice. This person was undoubtedly a seasoned thief. Too bad, Ningju had mastered all these tricks long ago. Get lost. Ningju snorted coldly. The man still didn't leave. He narrowed his eyes slightly, staring at the ring on Ningju's hand. Brother, I have to warn you, there's a tracker on your ring. Ningju frowned and retorted. What's it to you? He slowly stepped forward and removed his hat, revealing his face. Looking young, about the same age as Ningju, with a weathered face and a mysterious aura. Earlier, stealing your ring was indeed presumptuous of me, Zhang, but the feud has already been formed. This disassembler is for you, my friend. I hope you won't hold a grudge against me. He handed over a tiny object, a minuscule circuit board, smaller than half a fingernail. Always leave room for reconciliation, you never know when paths may cross again. With a faint smile, he put on his hat. Ningju merely glanced down at the object in his hand, and when he looked up again, the man had vanished. A trail of white smoke drifted past, shrouding the area in mist, making it impossible to track anyone. On the circuit board, a line of tiny characters was engraved. Zhang Tongxia, crafted. That must be his name. Ningju placed the circuit board on the ring. Crack! With a beep, the circuit board shattered instantly. A small explosion occurred. The fingers ached, but the skin remained undamaged. After the explosion, another small chip appeared on the ring. The blasted-off fragment revealed intricate circuitry inside. Clearly it was a tracking device, dropped on the ground and crushed underfoot. Then, Ningju removed the signal jammer from his hand. He checked the radar, the trace was indeed gone. The tracking device on the ring has been completely removed. This person is no ordinary individual. This man is smooth and slick, like a smiling tiger. Given his way of doing things, his network of connections must be extremely extensive. In this world, connections are also a form of strength. Judging by this person's methods, if you don't realize he's stolen from you, he might even cozy up to you afterward. First your belongings, then your relationships, both stolen. Truly terrifying. Perhaps all his friends were unlucky souls who'd been secretly robbed by him without realizing it. By the way, I should ask if he has any news about Ning Xia. Such well-connected individuals always have their fingers on the pulse of information. Unfortunately, he had already vanished without a trace. Ningju sighed softly, he'd have to search on his own. Chapter 23, The Dragon Blood's Weakness. The streets of Bloodforge City teemed with carriages and bustling crowds, unbearably noisy. The place swarmed with people. This is the most chaotic city on earth. Yet at the same time, it's also the place with the most opportunities. Danger and opportunity coexist here. In this gray zone, there's plenty of dirty work to be done. Those at the bottom who carry dreams in their hearts all scramble desperately to gather here. Because here, their mediocre and humble lives might have a slim chance to reverse, rising rapidly to success. Even though the greater likelihood is becoming stepping stones for others, turning into mere bones in the process. Yet as long as there's even a 1% chance, many are willing to take the risk. The streets were filled with bizarre amputees and mechanically augmented individuals. Ningju frowned, the place reeked of filth everywhere. On the main road, people openly indulged in carnal pleasures without any concealment. In this place, a sense of shame was the cheapest commodity. Theft and robbery unfold on every street. Sir, have you seen a golden-haired, blue-eyed girl? Where is the dragon blood cult? Ningju led his black horse, asking questions as he walked. Can't you see I'm busy? Ask your mother. Get lost. Haven't seen him. Get out. The entire morning passed without getting any useful information. No matter how they were questioned, nobody claimed to have seen anything. I was completely clueless. At that moment, a woman with a graceful figure and light footsteps radiant in her mature beauty walked past Ningju, a cigarette dangling from her lips. She was tall, at least 6 feet, standing out effortlessly in the crowd. With the cigarette between her lips, her gaze remained calm as she observed everything on the street. When she saw Ningju, her eyes lit up with a flicker of shock, and she quickly approached. You! She exclaimed in astonishment. But before she could finish speaking, the shock in her eyes swiftly vanished, replaced by concealment. Upon closer inspection, she realized Ningju wasn't that person, just bore some resemblance. She quickly concealed her profound astonishment, her expression returning to its usual coquettish demeanor. Yet deep within her eyes, a trace of disappointment remained, which Ningju caught. New face, first time in Bloodforge City? She asked with a smile. I'm here to find someone. Ningju replied. How short on cash and coming to see your sister? With that physique and looks of yours, you're quite valuable. She smiled faintly and gently patted Ningju's cheek. Ningju frowned slightly. Don't delay me from finding someone. Ningju removed her hand, his voice cold. The woman was somewhat surprised. In this Bloodforge city, no one had ever treated her with such coldness and roughness. Who are you looking for? Why don't you tell me? She asked with keen interest. A golden-haired, blue-eyed girl. Hearing this, she took a drag from her cigarette and fell into thought. No recollection. Then, she pulled out a card and handed it to Ningju. You can find this person, he can help you locate it. Then she turned and walked away, her face slightly flushed, her charm utterly natural. Little brother, don't forget to thank me after you're done. She left, her voice fading into the distance. Wherever she passed, pedestrians along the way actually nodded to her in greeting. Madam Black. Good afternoon, Madam Black. Greetings, Madam Black. She simply nodded with a faint smile, saying nothing as she walked forward. Everyone treated her with utmost respect, because people knew her terror. She who appeared so approachable. Once angered, what bloody and cruel power would be unleashed? The origin of Lady Black's name was known to all in Crimson Blood City. Ningju gripped the card in his hand, his gaze solemn. So this is Lady Black. I'll remember that. She seems to be quite renowned. Looking at the card Lady Black had given her, a few words were written on it. Zhang Tongxia. Wasn't this guy the same one who stole Ningju's belongings this morning? Ningju gripped the card, pressing down on its number field. Beep beep beep. 3 sounds rang out. A man's voice came from the card. 1400 hours, Blood Alley. That was all it said, nothing more. Ningju didn't hesitate for a moment and immediately walked toward the dark alley. 2 p.m. The deepest part of the dark alley. Corpses pile up at the end of the alley, reeking of decay, with maggots swarming over them like mountains, gnawing away. The stench of decay was so overpowering that even the white mist hanging over the area turned greenish-black. The deepest part of the black alley resembled Bloodforge City's dumping ground, where all unspeakable things were discarded. What was once an extremely deep alleyway was now nearly filled to capacity. No living soul ever came here on ordinary days. Ningju arrived here. A man wearing a hat was seen leaning against the wall at the corner of the alley. Upon seeing Ningju, his expression changed slightly. Wasn't it Madam Black who contacted me? Ningju shook his head. She gave me the way to contact you. Zhang Tongxia slowly shook his head, looking at Ning Ju with sympathy. You're really unlucky. The Black Lady's favors aren't easy to repay. These words carried profound meaning. Ning Ju had no time for such matters and went straight to the point. My name is Zhongli. I'm here to find someone. Zhang Tongxia showed no surprise. His business was quite diverse, and one of his services involved finding people. Tell me about the target. Zhang Tongxia said. A girl with blonde hair and blue eyes, 14 years old, named Ning Xia. Ning Ju's gaze turned grave as he spoke. Zhang Tongxia heard this without hurry. He lit a cigarette, then said leisurely, "Oh, she's dead." Ning Ju's pupils trembled violently upon hearing this. A murderous intent surged in his eyes as he stared at Zhang Tongxia. Are you serious? Zhang Tongxia remained neither humble nor pushy, his eyes slightly narrowed as he gazed back at Ning Ju. Zhongli, no matter what, please at least don't doubt my professional competence. I don't even need to tap into my connections. I saw that girl with my own eyes half a month ago. A golden-haired, blue-eyed little girl from Lianchua City, the only one of her kind. At the time, she was in the slums, kidnapped by the dragon blood cult. By now, she's likely become one among this mountain of corpses behind me. Ning Ju's clenched fists trembled slightly upon hearing this. His palms were squeezed so tightly they bled. Ning Ju knew of the dragon blood sect. Rumors said their sect secretly guarded an ancient ancestral basin of genuine dragon's blood. A single drop upon the tongue, and the dragon's veins shall possess you. Your skin will grow pitch-black scales, becoming bulletproof, with tendons tough as pure steel. Every disciple of the dragon blood sect has consumed the dragon's blood. Each of them wields monstrous strength like supernatural beings, capable of crushing all before them. But every advantage has its disadvantage. Those who consumed dragon's blood became extremely cruel, violent, and bloodthirsty, even to the point of devouring living humans. They often captured innocent people and ate them alive. As you walk through the dark alley, you glance into one of them. Perhaps you could see a few dragon blood cult members cruelly devouring living people. That sight would ensure you never forget it for the rest of your life. Where is the dragon blood cult? Ning Ju's gaze was as cold as solidified killing intent, each word dripping with menace. Zhang Tongxia's narrow eyes flickered with faint surprise. Facing Ning Ju felt like plunging into an ice cavern. In that instant, he sensed the terrifying killing intent radiating from Ning Ju. Zhang Tongxia had never feared anyone before. But in that instant, the murderous aura erupting from Ning Ju made him feel chilled to the bone. You want to snatch someone from the dragon blood sect? Zhang Tongxia's expression turned grave. The dragon blood sect had over 700 members, each having consumed dragon's blood. To oppose them is no different from seeking death. Moreover, Ning Ju was alone. Zhang Tongxia fell silent for a moment. In the end, he handed over a yellowed parchment scroll. The weakness of dragon blood, 100,000. Just a single piece of information, yet it costs 100,000. For context, a grade B exotic weapon typically sells for around 100,000 Federation coins. Zhang Tongxia was practically robbing them blind. But Ning Ju took the scroll without hesitation and proceeded with the payment. After receiving the transfer, Zhang Tongxia smiled faintly. Pleasure doing business. With that, he turned and left. He didn't try to persuade Ning Ju anymore. After all, he was just an information broker. Ning Ju's life or death had nothing to do with him, and he couldn't care less. Money was all he needed. In Zhang Tongxia's eyes, Ning Ju was already a dead man. The sound of footsteps faded away. Only Ning Ju remained alone, standing in the dark alley. He unrolled the scroll and read its contents. The Dragon Blood sect is actually the Gu sect. More than 700 believers were all insect puppets. The existence of these believers was solely to provide sufficient nourishment for the dragon's blood, which would then return to the cult leader's body to enhance his power. Thus when dragon's blood cultists died, the dragon's blood within their bodies would fly out and return to the cult leader's form. This dragon's blood was not, as they claimed, the blood of an ancient true dragon. It is a chemical concoction, formulated from the blood of an S-class mutated beast combined with the essence of hundreds of mutated predators, then refined through dark sorcery. The S-class beast's genes reside in the dragon blood, so those who ingest it become cruel and violent, developing an insatiable craving for human flesh. Enhanced muscles, diminished reason, and cannibalistic urges, these are the hallmarks of the dragon blood cultists. The more dragon blood one devours, the more violent and formidable they become. To eradicate the dragon blood sect, one must avoid large-scale slaughter of its followers. For every dragon blood host killed, the sect leader's power grows stronger. The dragon blood sect's weakness lies in the name of that S-class behemoth. Scale-devouring dragon beast. Chapter 24. The Static Blade. The scale-devourer Ning Ju had long heard of this name. He took out his Beast Hunter card. It contained records of numerous colossal beasts. At last, Ning Ju flipped to the information about the Scale-devourer dragon. Scale-devourer dragon, slain 11 years ago by S-class superhuman Li Hongguang. Whereabouts of the corpse remain unknown to this day. Threat level, S. Description: 2 eyes, twin horns, body entirely covered in scales, slender and elongated form resembling a winding dragon, moving forward in a crawling motion. Measures 71 meters in length, with scale-covered skin harder than diamond and bone resilience surpassing pure gold. A-class superweapons cannot penetrate its hide. Artillery and explosives prove ineffective against it. Before Li Hongguang's arrival, this colossal beast had already annihilated 7 A-class superhuman squads, destroyed 3 bases, and left tens of thousands of civilians dead or wounded. Mutation ability gluttony: after devouring human flesh, it heals all injuries and becomes even stronger. Theoretically, as long as it continues to consume without limit, its threat level could surpass even S-class, reaching a more terrifying tier. Weakness: there is a reverse scale on its neck. Once shattered, the hardness of its scaly skin will weaken. The hunter's database meticulously records detailed information on all the behemoths that have been slain. All of this is to assist the superhumans in hunting down the behemoths more effectively. Ningju looked at the information, a glint of trouble flashing in his eyes. The characteristic of this colossal beast was its infinite devouring. Just like the mythical creature from ancient times, the Taotai. The Taotai could devour insatiably, growing endlessly stronger. The dragon blood cultists seemed to have inherited this terrifying power as well. Ningju witnessed with his own eyes a dragon blood cultist devouring a fallen comrade's corpse, thereby healing what should have been fatal wounds. Zhang Tongxiao's parchment records were indeed accurate. The behavior displayed by the dragon blood cultists was nearly identical to the characteristics of the scale-devouring drakes. Indeed, I wasn't lying to Ningju. This dragon blood cult leader's scheme is quite well calculated. The more corpses consumed, the stronger the dragon blood becomes. By spreading the dragon blood among his followers and having them devour commoners, feeding on corpses, he amplifies the dragon blood's power. Then when the followers die, the dragon blood flies back to nourish the cult leader himself. This dragon blood cult truly is a parasitic cult. The dragon blood cult has existed for 10 years, the cult leader's power must be terrifyingly formidable. Ningju's current equipment isn't particularly strong. I need to get my hands on a Class A anomalous weapon. Ningju walked into an inn and slipped the owner 100 Federation coins. Then he dragged Nan and tied him up in the stables. Landlord, feed him well. If I come back and find him thinner, I'll be coming for you. The boss quickly nodded in agreement. Judging from Ningju's attire, he could tell this was someone not to be trifled with. How dare he show any neglect? Then, Ningju walked alone toward the Hunters Association. The Hunters Association in Lianchua's city perpetually exuded an atmosphere thick with tension, like drawn bows and unsheathed swords. This place is full of scum. When scum with supernatural abilities and scum wielding supernatural weapons gather together, the slightest disagreement could easily erupt into a full-scale brawl. Ningju walked into the hall, surrounded by hostile gazes from all sides. He was lean and carried only a single sword, appearing weak in combat. Yet, for the moment, no one dared to act rashly. Judging by appearances in this world was the gravest mistake one could make. Ningju's gaze remained cold as he strode directly into the privileged passage. The 2 guards stiffened, blocking his path. Privileged access only, unauthorized personnel keep out. Ningju slowly drew his identity card from his breast pocket. A deep blue letter emitting a faint glow appeared in the upper left corner. Class A Hunter, Jiangli. The 2 men froze in their gaze, their expressions turning somewhat awkward. They had never seen such a young A-rank hunter before. A-rank hunters typically only reach that level after enduring thousands of battles, tempered through countless trials. Even if your supernatural ability is A-grade, it doesn't mean you can easily defeat an A-grade beast. A rookie A-rank superhuman, careless enough to even get killed by a C-rank beast. At Ningju's age, reaching A-rank is impressive. Given time, might he even advance to S-rank and become another hero of humanity? My apologies, Lord Jiangli. I meant no offense. The 2 guards bowed their heads, their expressions filled with apology. And a hint of fear. An A-rank hunter must be ruthless to the extreme. Even if they couldn't act against them here with so many people around, who knew what might happen later. So they immediately apologized. Ningju nodded and said, "No harm done." Then, he walked straight into the privileged access lane. Behind him, the adoring gazes made Ningju's back burn with discomfort. He disliked this feeling and quickened his pace. Inside the privileged passageway, an extravagantly luxurious hall unfolded before Ningju's eyes. Each office was a separate room, providing complete privacy. In this world, only strength commands respect. Only hunters of A rank or above can enjoy such services. Ningju walked into a room. A woman with striking features and refined demeanor sat poised within a windowed alcove. "I'm here to claim a Class A anomalous weapon." The woman flashed a highly professional smile. "Certainly, Mr. Jiang. Please wait a moment." Then hundreds of anomalous weapons appeared on the transparent glass screen before her. "You are newly promoted to Class A Hunter and may claim 1 free Class A anomalous weapon. Please choose carefully." Ningju scanned the display. It was truly a dazzling array. Every imaginable type of miraculous weapon was present. each bore numerous extraordinary effects. Ningju spent a full 10 minutes carefully selecting. Finally, his gaze settled on a long sword. Static shock blade. This was a long sword infused with the power of lightning. Each strike carries the power of lightning, dealing terrifying damage to enemies. Even the bones of a B-rank behemoth would be instantly shattered into charred fragments by the lightning unleashed from the static blade. This sword was a perfect match for Ningju. He now possessed two supernatural abilities, wind and fire. Another lightning strike. Among the powers of the natural elements, he alone commanded 3 of them. I'll choose this one, the static electric blade, Ningju declared. The receptionist nodded and completed the registration. Shortly after, a sandalwood box was mechanically delivered to the counter beside her. This is the Class A anomalous weapon you selected, the static electric blade. Ningju opened the box to find a long sword conspicuously lying inside. The pale silver blade, measuring 1.2 meters in length, was etched with intricate patterns of grooves. These patterns constantly emitted a faint golden glow, the luminescence of lightning. The sword's edge was razor-sharp, glinting with a cold gleam. Its scabbard was crafted from specialized pitch-black pure ceramic, an insulating sheath designed to prevent the wielder from being electrocuted. Ningju slung the electric blade across his back. Thank you. Just as he was about to leave, the receptionist spoke again. Mr. Jiang, would you be interested in attending an auction? You've come at the perfect time. Tonight at 3 a.m., we'll be co-hosting a high-level auction with the Black Earl Tavern. Many rare treasures will be available, and there might even be an S-grade exotic weapon. An S-grade exotic weapon, such things couldn't be measured by money. They were essentially priceless and impossible to find on the market. If one could acquire an S-class exotic weapon at an auction, no matter the price, it would be an absolute steal. Such a rare and coveted item was something few would ever turn down. But Ningju refused outright. He was determined to storm the Dragon Blood sect right then and there. Thanks, but I have important matters to attend to. Forget it. The receptionist blinked slightly, flashing a charming smile while seemingly unintentionally tugging at her collar, revealing those twin peaks. Are you really sure about that? Her gaze at Ningju carried a hint of anticipation. As long as she could latch onto an A-rank hunter, she would never have to worry about food or clothing for the rest of her life. Her only asset was her own body, so she tried to cozy up to Ningju. But unfortunately, Ningju truly had no time. Ningju pretended not to see and turned to leave. As he passed through the hall, Ningju scanned the abilities of the hunters here. Most were useless, so he only stole one of them, and he directly consumed 4 awakening points to steal a C-grade ability. Photographic memory. Rank, C. Description: any object, scene, knowledge, text, or sound will be permanently stored in your mind with extreme clarity after being seen just once. Even fragmented dreams can be pieced together and preserved intact. This ability is exceptionally formidable. After stealing this supernatural ability, Ningju left the Hunter's Hall, and without stopping for a moment, headed straight toward the direction of the Dragon Blood sect. A storm of blood and carnage was about to unfold. Chapter 25. Both Swords Awaken. The night was dark and the wind high. The crescent moon cast its pure light, illuminating the city's white mist with a sullen blue glow under its beams. A hooded youth dressed in black walked through the city, carrying 2 swords on his back. His destination was none other than the location of the Dragon Blood sect. He had seen where the dragon's blood flew, so he roughly knew the direction. But its exact location still needed to be investigated. Chomp, chomp. In a dark alley by the street, several red-skinned cultists covered in scales were greedily devouring a female corpse. Ningju's eyes flickered with a cold light as the wolf-steel sword on his back levitated and slashed down fiercely. Those men didn't even have time to react before their skulls were shattered, instantly losing their lives. Hearts ruptured, dragon blood sprayed out, flying into the distance. Ningju stared at that spot, his killing intent surging violently. He manipulated the wolf-steel sword, intercepting one of the flying dragon's blood droplets and bringing it before him. Using a glass vial, he carefully collected this drop of dragon's blood. The droplet of blood could be seen frantically colliding inside the glass vial, desperately trying to fly in one particular direction. This was a pathfinder. Ningju moved with lightning speed, his figure swift as the wind. Now, he had completely mastered one of the techniques, the graceful steps of the waves. This single step alone was enough to elevate his movement skills beyond those of most people. With the dragon's blood in the bottle, Ningju dashed toward the location of the Dragon Blood sect. The wind howled like a blade slicing through the air. Tonight, Ningju was going to kill. Deep within an underground palace in the southern district of Lianshui, a gaunt man soaked in a pool of blood remained expressionless, basking in the nourishment of dragon's blood. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. A few drops of dragon blood flew from afar, merging into the reverse scale on his neck before coursing through his entire body. Nourished by the fresh blood, his face relaxed with pleasure. Ah, a few more cultists have died. Pity these worthless creatures didn't eat enough flesh. These drops of blood haven't fully evolved yet. He took a deep breath, his body shimmering with red light as countless drops of dragon blood coursed through him, nourishing every meridian and vessel until they became exceptionally robust. But suddenly, his brows furrowed. Hiss, that's odd. One drop of dragon blood got blocked. After a moment's hesitation, he chose to lie back in the blood pool and enjoy himself. Forget it, perhaps it was just my imagination. In this blood-forged city, few would dare to block my dragon's blood. At this moment, outside the underground palace, at the main gate, several cultists stood guard over the entrance. Above the entrance hung a large plaque. The words Dragon Blood Cult were boldly inscribed above in vigorous strokes, formed entirely of blood. In the dim underground, flickering torches swaying in the wind provided the only illumination. A pitch-black staircase stretched 300 meters long. To enter the Dragon Blood Cult, one must ascend these steps. These cultists, having each consumed 10 drops of dragon's blood, were elite warriors whose combat prowess rivaled that of B-rank superhuman strength users. Everything remained utterly tranquil, without the slightest disturbance. Suddenly, identical thin blood marks simultaneously appeared on the necks of all the dragon blood cultists. The wounds appeared superficial, mere flesh wounds at first glance. In truth, it was profoundly deep. The next instant, their heads separated from their necks and slid to the ground. The cut was smooth as a thin mirror, a clean decapitation wound. Even as their heads rolled across the floor, their expressions continued to shift. They were still confused. They didn't even know they were already dead. Until the instant brain death swallowed their consciousness. Their eyes remained wide open in death. The corpse's heart burst open, sending dozens of droplets of dragon blood soaring into the air. Yet before those droplets could fly more than a few meters, they spontaneously ignited, vaporized by flames, and completely dissipated. From the shadows, a young man materialized. It was Ning Ju. The invisible ability is the strongest assassination power. It's enough to let him silently eliminate this group of people. He had already secretly extracted one person's memories and thoroughly examined them. He saw a golden-haired, blue-eyed girl being escorted by the dragon blood cult leader into the deepest area. The girl, her face pale as snow, wore a look of panic. It was Ning Xia. She was truly here. As Ning Ju witnessed the scene from his memories, his fury became nearly uncontrollable. He struck like lightning, instantly killing this group of people. He observed their memories and saw the dragon blood cult leader's previous instructions to these elites. If I am ever in danger, you must immediately commit suicide. These brainwashed cultists naturally obeyed without hesitation. Rather than waiting for them to fight later, letting these people commit suicide and return their blood to the cult leader, thereby enhancing his power, it's better to kill them now and burn away the dragon blood with flames. Once again concealed in the shadows, Ning Ju moved forward swiftly. Along the way, numerous dragon blood cultists could be seen coming and going. These people remained completely unaware that an invisible longsword hovered in the air, sweeping past them in an instant. With just a single thought from Ning Ju, they would fall dead on the spot. This was the overwhelming power of absolute superiority. As for these lowest-ranking cultists, Ning Ju wasn't in a hurry to act. After all, with so many people gathered here, killing even one would immediately cause chaos. He must remain hidden, delving deeper to assassinate the dragon blood cult leader. He strode straight toward the innermost depths of the dragon blood cult. Even the hovering wolf-steel sword at his side trembled. At last, Ning Ju reached a chamber at the very end. The stench of blood filled the air, reeking of decay. Blood covered the ground. A massive pool of blood sat at the center of the room. A lean man lay in the blood pool, resting with his eyes closed. He seemed to be practicing some sinister martial art, with red light coursing through his body and scales covering his entire form, an utterly eerie sight. The room was filled with dragon's blood. Such an immense amount of dragon's blood, its bloodthirsty aura chilling to the bone. The blood seemed to sense Ning Ju's arrival, rippling as countless streams began converging toward him. It seemed faintly possible to hear these blood currents emitting roars like colossal beasts, intent on devouring Ning Ju. The blood seethed as if boiling, lapping against Ning Ju's feet in concentric waves. The invisibility ability couldn't conceal the aura of living creatures. And this dragon blood was determined to consume all living things. The dragon blood cult leader sensed something unusual about these dragon blood traces. His brows furrowed sharply, murderous intent surging in his eyes. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, the dragon blood on the ground coalesced into a crimson sword that shot toward Ning Ju's position. But the blood sword suddenly froze in midair. The dragon blood cult leader's eyes widened in shock as he abruptly stood up from the blood pool. His control over dragon blood was absolute. Who could possibly interfere? Ning Ju emerged from his invisible state, revealing his true form. Since his blood could reveal Ning Ju's location, maintaining concealment no longer held much significance. The blood sword hovered just 3 inches before his brow, unable to advance another step. The blade formed from coagulated blood, being a sharp object, could still be controlled by sword manipulation techniques. This is the sheer dominance of sword control power. It could almost be said to surpass all other forms of mental manipulation. The Dragon Blood cult leader was utterly shocked to see Ningju's arrival. To infiltrate his lair without detection, this was undoubtedly a master among masters, and judging by the killing intent in this newcomer's eyes, a battle was inevitable today. The sect leader waved his hand, and the blood sword dissolved into fresh blood, breaking free from the control of sword manipulation. Then all the dragon blood on the ground rose into the air, coalescing into droplets of blood. Countless blood droplets in the sky instantly converged toward his body at his command. Ningju had long positioned the wolf-steel sword in the blood pool, maintaining its invisibility. Swish! The blade flashed with a cold gleam, slicing through the air in an instant. Whoosh! The dragon blood cult leader's head was pierced clean through. Was it really that easy to kill? Impossible. Ningju remained vigilant, maintaining control over the wolf-steel sword as he swung again. Just as expected, the dragon blood cult leader curled his lips into a cold smirk. He remained motionless, letting the wolf-steel sword slash at him as it pleased. Piercing through his body was futile. His form had long been saturated with dragon's blood, granting it liquid properties that rendered blade attacks utterly ineffective. Any wounds inflicted would seamlessly mend the very next second. Blood meld. He roared in anger. Countless blood droplets in the sky suddenly transformed into extremely fine blood threads, pouring into every inch of his body through his pores. His originally lean frame instantly became immensely burly. Faint scales rapidly solidified into reality, forming crimson phosphorescent skin that enveloped his entire body. A single red scale on the neck, quite conspicuous. This was the reverse scale. The dragon blood sect leader took a deep breath and landed on the ground. The formidable aura within him made Ningju's gaze turn fearful. Compared to before, it was as if he had become a completely different person. Where is Ningxia? Ningju demanded. Upon hearing this, the dragon blood sect leader's gaze flickered slightly. Oh, you mean that golden-haired, blue-eyed girl from half a month ago? She is right above. As he spoke, he smiled and pointed upwards. Ningju looked up to see a girl whose face was as pale as paper, with all her limbs bound by threads of blood. It's Ningxia. Her 10 fingers and toes were pierced by blood needles, continuously draining her blood. Those blood threads connected to a large vat, inside which floated a young beast soaked in blood. At this sight, Ningju's pupils trembled violently, the fury within them erupting like wildfire. His mind momentarily lost control, a sharp pain piercing through his chest, wrenching his heart. Overwhelming rage, wave after wave, shattered Ningju's reason. Ningxia. Ningju manipulated his blade to vanish into thin air, aiming to sever the blood threads binding Ningxia, but the dragon blood cult leader curled his lips into a cold-blooded smile. With a twist of his wrist, a surge of dragon blood gushed from his heart, enveloping the wolf-steel sword completely, rendering it incapable of reaching Ningxia. The fury in Ningju's eyes nearly consumed the dragon blood cult leader where he stood. The static electric blade behind him left its sheath in an instant, hovering mid-air. In the air, golden arcs of ionized light flickered continuously. A flash of golden light swept past, carrying unparalleled sharpness and electric current, slicing the mass of blood into fragments. Both swords rose together, ascending toward the heavens. Chapter 26, A lone sword advances, to bring her back. A look of astonishment flashed across the face of the dragon blood cult leader. This sword, how could it possibly carry such an intense electric current? His muscles tensed as he leaped violently into the air. He struck out with a palm in midair. The blood within his body surged forth in that instant, coalescing into a massive crimson hand that reached out to seize Ningxia. This strike seemed intent on obliterating her, but Ningju's sword was faster. In the blink of an eye, whoosh, 4 crimson threads and 20 blood needles, all severed. Ningxia lost her support and plummeted from the rooftop. The sensation of weightlessness briefly restored her consciousness, causing her to open her eyes. Her severely weakened body was already at its limit. The blood dragon cult leader's crimson hand was about to seize Ningxia midair, ready to crush her fragile body. Ningju's eyes widened in fury as his twin swords instantly returned. A voice was born from Ningju's heart. Kill! The dragon blood cult leader had crossed Ningju's soul bottom line in this life. Golden ionized arcs flickered faintly, terrifying lightning flashed through the air, striking later yet arriving first, it pierced straight through the dragon blood cult leader's forehead. The scent of charred flesh wafted through the air, yet even as he transformed into blood, he couldn't fuse with the seared wounds. But even so, it was impossible to completely kill him. The charred injuries rapidly healed. The dragon blood cult leader didn't pause his movements, his massive blood hand was about to envelop Ningxia. Ningju's pupils contracted sharply in that instant. The towering flames of rage materialized into physical form. Blazes soared skyward. The Class B Hurricane Flame Torrent ability could already produce flames burning at 2,500 degrees Celsius. No living creature could withstand such scorching heat. Not even the dragon blood cult leader who had transformed into liquid form. Before the flames even reached it, that condensed blood hand had already been completely vaporized. Sizzle, 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 sizzle. The sound of boiling liquid evaporation filled the entire room. Large bubbles emerged across the blood dragon cult leader's body surface. That was the sign of boiling blood. His body was composed of blood, so high temperatures could make his flesh boil. His body boiled in a most peculiar manner. A frenzied mist of steam rose violently, instantly filling the entire room with an acrid stench of blood. The dragon blood cult leader's face turned ashen with terror. He never imagined Ning Ju could not only control blades, but also wield flames of such scorching intensity. The extremely durable scales covering his body were disintegrated by the intense heat. The blood hand evaporated, leaving Ning Xia finally safe and unharmed. The hilt of the static electric blade supported her body as she slowly descended to the ground. Ning Ju gathered her into his embrace. Ning Xia's body had lost almost all its color due to excessive blood loss, turning deathly pale. Her constitution had always been frail to begin with. Now, the damned dragon blood cult leader was draining her blood insatiably, greedily extracting every last drop. Ning felt her heart bleeding with each passing moment. Ning Xia slowly opened her eyes, and when she saw Ning Ju, her parched lips trembled slightly. Am I dreaming? Tears welled up in Ning Ju's eyes as he forced a smile. Silly girl, it's real. Ning Xia's eyes showed surprise. Brother, you lied to me. You said you wouldn't come back. Liar. She coughed and spoke. Ning Ju held her against the corner. Wait a moment, brother will take you away from here soon. Then Ning Ju stood up and stared at the dragon blood cult leader. Never in his life had he felt such terrifying murderous intent toward another person. The dragon blood cult leader's body had transformed into a monstrous shape, barely recognizable as human. Such scorching flames, to have warped my body like this, truly impressive. His voice was eerie, emitting spine-chilling laughter that sent shivers down one's back. But my body has long been replaced with dragon's blood, possessing unparalleled regenerative abilities. Even if you were to burn me to charcoal, I could still return to my original form. The dragon blood cult master laughed. Now, his appearance resembled a smaller version of the scaled gluttonous beast. With a shudder of his body, thousands of blood threads surged forth from within him, filling the entire room. These blood threads, extremely fine, possess formidable cutting power. Once struck, one would instantly be sliced into tens of thousands of tiny flesh fragments. Moreover, these blood threads aren't shaped with sharp edges, making it impossible for Ning Ju to manipulate them. The blood threads spread throughout the room, rapidly expanding. It was about to strike Ning Xia, but unfortunately, standing before Ning Xia was her elder brother. The sword came. The static electric blade flew into Ning Ju's hand. He gripped the sword himself and swung it with a single stroke. Swish, crackle and pop. Golden electric light instantly engulfed all the blood threads. Have you ever been slashed by light? The static electric blade lets you experience that very sensation. Ning Ju's strike paralyzed and charred every single bloodline black before they automatically severed. The dragon blood cult leader himself was directly connected to these bloodlines, so he himself was naturally electrocuted beyond recognition. His body instantly shrank in size, trembling violently from the electric shock, with his dragon blood beginning to deform and twist as if trying to escape his flesh. A flash of panic crossed the dragon blood cult leader's eyes. For the first time in his life, he had encountered such a formidable opponent. He roared, clutching the reverse scale on his chest. You forced me. Dragon blood reversion. In an instant, hundreds of blood droplets rose into the sky above the blood refining city. 700 dragon blood cultists perished simultaneously in that moment. Having cultivated dark arts to this level, the dragon blood sect leader could now control the lives of his followers with ease. With just a thought, he could recall all the blood at will. This was classified intelligence even Zhang Tongxia remained unaware of. Ning Ju hadn't anticipated this move either. Hundreds of blood droplets converged from all directions simultaneously. Among these droplets were fully evolved blood that had devoured dozens of corpses. Hundreds of droplets, far too many. Ning Ju's face turned icy cold. With a wave of his hand, a curtain of flames instantly covered the ceiling of the room. The space above this room was hollow, directly connecting to Bloodforge City. This way, it would be much easier for the blood to surge in. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Much blood was completely sealed off by the flames, unable to penetrate, evaporating in vain. Seeing this scene, the dragon blood sect leader steeled his heart and, with a sudden exertion of his muscles, leaped violently into the air. He soared over the curtain of flames, enduring the excruciating pain of his body being scorched, and reached mid-air. In that instant, hundreds of dragon blood drops merged as one with him. Bloodline convergence. The crimson dragon blood scales on his body darkened, turning pitch black, and grew even more indestructible. His body swelled instantly, two horns sprouting from his head, now bearing an uncanny resemblance to the deceased dragon-scale gluttonous beast. An unprecedented aura of danger erupted from within him. He landed, passing through the curtain of flames. This time, his body was not charred black. Those scales had withstood the scorching flames. His body was robust and flawless. And, he returned to human form. The dragon blood sect leader has achieved perfection. Chapter 27, Wolfsteel shatters, 1,000 blades scatter. I must thank you. The dragon blood cult leader walked step by step toward Ningju. At this moment, he seemed to possess absolute confidence. It was completely different from his previous panic. His perfected dragon blood physique was now invincible. I had thought it would take a few more years for the dragon blood to reach completion. Who would have guessed that not all my subordinates are useless? They've devoured so many people and achieved the goal ahead of schedule. If you hadn't forced me to reclaim the dragon blood early, I wouldn't have discovered this, and it would have wasted several more years. The dragon blood cult leader's face wore a satisfied smile. 2 swords hovered beside Ningju, pointing at the dragon blood cult leader, trembling and humming. Why did you take my sister's blood? Ningju stared at him and asked. Ningxia was a frail mortal afflicted with illness, possessing no supernatural abilities whatsoever. What possible use could draining her blood serve? The dragon blood cult leader halted his steps, a trace of astonishment flashing in his eyes. You don't know what lies within her? Ningju slowly shook his head. The dragon blood cult leader burst into loud laughter. Ha 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 ha, you risked your life to save her, your bond must run deep. But you have no idea who she truly is. What supreme irony. I won't tell you, die with your questions unanswered. His face twisted with triumph as he lunged viciously toward Ningju. Ningju raised an eyebrow sharply. The twin swords slashed instantly, aiming straight for the reverse scale beneath his neck. But the dragon blood sect master clutched the reverse scale desperately with both hands, leaving the blades to strike only the scales on the back of his palms. Crack! 2 deep gashes split open the scales on his hands, yet failed to pierce through. He actually withstood 2 sword strikes. The wound rapidly healed, leaving no trace behind. The dragon blood cult leader's current defensive and regenerative abilities now rival those of a class of superhuman. The colossal blood hand that blotted out the sky suddenly came slashing down. Ningju could hear the roar of the dragon blood that formed that bloody hand, as if it wanted to devour him completely. Holding his sister, Ningju executed the Lightfoot water surface technique, his figure instantly becoming illusory. Whoosh! With a single light step, he covered 10 meters in an instant. He narrowly dodged the attack by the slimmest of margins. The black-robed figure vanished, and Ningju along with his sister disappeared in an instant. Invisibility ability. The dragon blood sect leader watched the scene unfold, his eyes filled with indescribable shock. How many hidden cards do you actually possess? He split off a pool of blood. That pool of blood frantically surged toward Ningju's location. Under the dragon blood scent detection, invisibility powers were utterly meaningless. Cold sweat broke out on Ningju's forehead as he deactivated his invisibility ability. He exerted all his strength, driving the static electric blade towards the dragon blood cult leader. The static electric blade remained invisible, coming and going without a trace. The lightning wrapped around the blade crackled with electric currents. Swish! As the blade swept past, a terrifying golden thunderbolt struck him. Half of his body was torn apart by lightning. The blade pierced perfectly through the dragon blood cult leader's torso. Even the fully developed scales of his dragon-blooded body couldn't withstand the full-force slash of the static shiv. After all, it was a Class A anomalous weapon. Yet, that alone couldn't kill him. The dragon blood cult leader had always been wary of this sword, which was why he kept his hand pressed against the reverse scale on his neck, making it impossible to truly kill him. The wound healed instantly as blood flowed. Give up. The dragon blood cult leader stepped forward and delivered a punch, sending Ningju flying backward. Ningxia also fell heavily to the ground. A cold smirk curled at the corner of his lips, believing victory was already in his grasp. But in the next instant, a handleless black sword appeared at his throat. The invisible black sword, utterly inconspicuous. It wasn't until it pierced the reverse scale that he finally felt it. Boundless agony consumed the dragon blood cult leader. Ah! The piercing shriek made one's very soul tremble in response. Ningju struggled to rise to his feet. His strike with the electric blade was merely a feint, meant to draw the dragon blood cult leader's attention. The true killing move was the black sword hidden all along. Only when he relaxed and released his hands from covering his neck with the wolf steel sword strike, the scales of the dragon blood cult leader's body shattered violently. Blood flowed. His body seemed to dissolve like pus, collapsing instantly. No! Impossible! I've spent 10 years plotting and tempering dragon blood, how can it all end today? Lifespan be damned, forced the dragon blood fusion. His body suddenly convulsed as all his blood gathered in an instant, then explosively returned to normal. Yet the reverse scale on his neck had truly shattered. The wolf-steel sword lodged in his neck shattered instantly as his bulging muscles exerted brutal force. The wolf-steel sword fragmented into thousands of pieces. They scattered and clattered onto the ground with metallic echoes. When the dragon blood cult leader raised his head again, his skin had withered and his hair turned brittle. I sacrificed 50 years of my lifespan, but in the end, I managed to preserve the great dragon blood physique. You deserve to die. Although I barely managed to retain my cultivation. But now, the dragon blood sect leader probably only has a few good years left to live. His heart burned with fury as he roared, veins bulging across his body. With one step that shattered the floor, he lunged toward Ning Xia. Clearly, he intended to deliver a fatal blow. Ning Ju's wrist trembled as he clenched his hand in midair. Thousands of shattered sword fragments rose from the ground, suspended in the air. The next instant, 1,000 blades rose instantly, arriving beside Ning Xia. The shattered blades converged. More than 1,000 fragments of sword blades protected Ning Xia within, forming a perfect arc. The shattered blade fragments formed a protective shield. The Dragon Blood Patriarch's attack struck the fragmented blade barrier, its force being dissipated layer by layer, utterly incapable of harming Ning Xia in the slightest. The shattered blade fragments were extremely small and light, so even if there were 1,000 of them, Ning Ju could control them all simultaneously. Enraged beyond measure, the Dragon Blood Patriarch thrust his hand into his own chest, forcibly pulling out a torrent of dragon's blood. The spilled dragon blood coalesced into the phantom silhouette of a colossal beast. It took the form of its original host, the scale-devouring dragon, appearing as a levitating serpent wrought entirely from crimson gore. Blood dragon, annihilate them! The blood-forged phantom beast radiated an unprecedented aura of peril. The entire room trembled, layers of concrete and wall plaster peeling away. The colossal beast charged fiercely toward Ning Xia. This was the Dragon Blood Cult leader's strongest killing move. Ning Ju felt his mental energy was nearly depleted, biting the tip of his tongue to force himself awake. With light steps, a gentle tread, Ning Ju came before Ning Xia. 1,000 blades converged, forming an extremely slender long sword, 30 meters in length. A hurricane and flames simultaneously surged within the room. Flames soared skyward, filling the room. A fierce wind howled through the inferno. Hundreds of fiery wind blades burned brightly. Boom! The flaming blades exploded instantly, saturating the entire chamber. Ning Ju clenched his wrist. The wind-fire blade instantly coalesced around the Dragon Blood Cult leader. The storm engulfed him. The wind-fire blade, imbued with crushing power, finally breached the Dragon Blood Cult leader's scale defense, slicing him into a bloody mess. The dragon's blood was evaporating wildly. Above the blood-refining city, massive plumes of white mist rose into the air. No, you're no match for me. The Dragon Blood sect leader refused to believe this reality, his shame turning to rage. He would rather die than kill Ning Xia. Ning Ju gripped the hiltless 1,000-blade longsword, his wrist bleeding from the cuts. One strike. Delivered. A diagonal sword scar appeared across the entire room. The concrete wall, tables, and chairs all bore a smooth, clean cut. Even the blood pool was sliced in half. The dragon scales on the Dragon Blood Cult leader's neck suffered another devastating blow. This time, the already shattered dragon scale snapped completely into 2 pieces. Every scale on the Dragon Blood Cult leader's body went limp, dissolving into bloody pus. The massive beast-shaped shadow formed from blood instantly lost its cohesion, collapsing into a waterfall of gore that spilled across the ground. The earth ran red with blood. The dragon blood on the ground seemed to have lost its vibrant energy, trembling as if wailing in sorrow. They struggled to converge toward the Dragon Blood Cult master, attempting to possess him once more. But Ning Ju raised his hand and conjured a ring of fire, completely separating them from the Dragon Blood Cult master. Ning Ju flicked his fingers lightly. The shattered blade automatically returned and reassembled into its original form before sheathing itself. The Dragon Blood sect leader was utterly defeated. Chapter 28, Dragon Slayer. Amidst the pool of blood, only a monstrous figure with a human-like face could be seen lying within the central mass of pus. He still had one last breath left. Actually, there's one more ability I haven't told you about, Ning Ju said slowly. I can extract and examine your memories. As these words were spoken, a glimmer of despair emerged in the Dragon Blood Cult leader's eyes. He had originally thought he could make Ning Ju die with everlasting regret. Never did he expect that now, it would be himself who died with eyes wide open in bitter resentment. Not only did he surrender his life, but he also had to let Ning Ju know all the secrets. The surrounding dragon blood boiled, converging toward his body in an attempt to reconstruct his flesh. Boom! A flame ignited atop the dragon blood, interrupting the process. The Dragon Blood sect master's pupils trembled, his face twisting with near despair. But he could no longer speak, he had no voice. With his last ounce of strength, he condensed a few drops of dragon blood into a bloodline, attempting to sever his own brain and heart to complete his suicide. Unfortunately, Ning would never let him succeed. Buzz! A strange sound rang out. The Dragon Blood sect leader froze instantly, ceasing all movement. His memories were abruptly stripped away and presented within Ning Ju's mind. Take this. This blood-flesh sorcery tome will last you a lifetime of practice. Thank you, Master. Master, if I don't use human blood but fill my body with the blood of giant beasts, will I become even more powerful? You could try. A long series of images flashed by in quick succession. The blood-flesh sorcery was not originally created by the Dragon Blood Cult leader. Instead, it was taught to him by an old man in black robes. Through his memories, Ning Ju learned the name of that sorcery master. Grandmaster Wu Zun. Unfortunately, that person was extremely mysterious, and even the Dragon Blood sect leader didn't know his whereabouts. The two only had a brief exchange, which couldn't even be considered a master-disciple relationship. After witnessing this portion of memories, Ningju himself had mastered the blood-flesh sorcery. His eidetic memory ability now came in handy. Then, Ningju skipped over the rest of the useless things. Finally, he found memories related to Ningxia. That day, the Dragon Blood sect leader used a technique of blood possession, taking over a disciple's senses, and wandered through the streets. It was then that he saw a little girl. Her face covered in dust, she sat on the ground gnawing on a steamed bun, curled up in a street corner. Hiss, this golden-haired, blue-eyed little girl has a certain scent within her body. That scent is like a giant beast. The Dragon Blood cult leader's body had long been filled with the blood of giant beasts. One could say he was half beast, half human, making him extremely sensitive to his own kind. He immediately abducted Ningxia. Yet no matter how many experiments he conducted or genetic tests he performed, he couldn't uncover the truth. In the end, he conducted one final experiment, merging Ningxia's blood with dragon blood. Then, fuse a mutated snake fetus that had devoured the corpse of a gluttonous dragon-scale beast with that blood. The dead embryo actually began to fill with crimson hue, reviving with life. Ultimately, a small snake formed within the culture dish. It was an unprecedented experiment. That was an artificial behemoth. It fused the genes of an S-class behemoth, the traits of hundreds of mutated beasts, and the genetic material from Ningxia's body. Though its size was minuscule, it undoubtedly possessed the characteristics of the scale-devouring dragon beast. Its future growth potential was utterly terrifying. Even the Dragon Blood cult leader himself didn't know what formidable hybrid genes were brewing within that little snake. This serpent was the culmination of his 10,000 experiments, the final fruit of countless sleepless nights spent laboring with his heart's blood. But now, he was about to meet his end. Everything had to be handed over to Ningju. After seeing these memories, Ningju was utterly speechless with shock. The sister who had always been by his side carried the aura of a monstrous beast within her? This surpassed all his understanding. When reading memories, Ningju felt everything as if it were his own experience. The Dragon Blood sect leader endured the boundless agony of hunger due to the dragon blood within him. That peculiar sensation when casting sorcery to possess a disciple's body. The bloody satisfaction of devouring human flesh. Everything felt so real, as if Ningju had personally experienced it all. The moment the Dragon Blood sect leader sensed the aura of the colossal beast within Ningxia, Ningju felt it just as intensely. It truly seemed as if the beast genes within him were resonating with Ningxia. This sensation was undeniably genuine. There's definitely something inside my sister. Ningju returned the memories to the Dragon Blood cult leader, his expression grave. There was too much information, he needed time to process it all. The Dragon Blood cult leader's face was completely devoid of any will to live. Everything he had was taken away by Ningju. The artificially bred creature, painstakingly cultivated with hundreds of mutated genes, was stolen. His own life, the perfected dragon-blooded body, was destroyed. Even the secret he had sensed, the monstrous aura within Ningxia, was now known to Ningju. He now only wished to die quickly. Nothing else remained in his mind. Ningju watched him as the hovering static blade suddenly thrust forward. This strike was aimed straight at his heart. Put, crackle and pop. Golden lightning completely tore his body apart. His heart was charred into blackened fragments by the thunderbolt. This time, the Dragon Blood cult leader no longer used blood to heal himself, accepting the end of his life. The Blood Dragon cult, a powerful faction ranked in the second tier of forces entrenched in Bloodforge City. Today, it has completely vanished from the world. A single individual annihilated the entire sect. Such is the power of multiple supernatural abilities converging within one being. 1 + 1 is greater than 2. After the Dragon Blood cult leader died, the dragon blood on the ground lost its vitality, becoming a meaningless pool of red sludge, slowly writhing. Ningju walked to Ningxia's side and held her in his arms. Ningxia opened her eyes, she was still very weak. Brother, you're amazing. Her vision grew hazy. Even as her consciousness teetered on the edge of darkness, she still called out Ningju's name. Ningju manipulated a shard of blade from its sheath, flashing past in an instant. A red wound appeared instantly on his wrist. Blood flowed freely. The cut was deep enough to expose white bone. He pressed his wrist to Ningxia's lips. Blood-containing self-healing factors dripped onto her pale lips and flowed down her throat. Ningju's blood type, like Ningxia's, was AB. After a moment, Ningxia's pallid complexion finally regained a hint of rosy color. Her eyes also cleared slightly. The scars on Ningju's wrist had completely healed, with no more blood dripping. He was somewhat surprised. He had never tried manipulating things this way before. Unexpectedly, it actually worked. Though the effect was minimal, her sister had recovered significantly from her life-threatening condition. I'm back, little sister. Ningxia caressed Ningju's face with a faint smile, tears glistening in her eyes. she saw her brother again. The torment endured these days turned out to be so worthwhile. She produced a pitch-black pistol and handed it to Ningju. The rust-stained gun had already emptied its chamber. She had done everything in her power to protect herself. Ningju gazed at the gun, deeply moved, tears falling from his eyes. Chapter 29, Zhongli, the Dragon Slayer. Putting away the antique pistol, Ningju helped his sister to her feet. Crack! The sound of shattering glass rang out. Above, the massive glass vessel filled with nutrient solution cracked open a fissure. Then, the cultured dish shattered completely. Glass fragments burst apart and scattered, spilling the nutrient solution across the floor in an instant. Those shards of glass, just as they were about to crash down upon Ningxia's body, buzz. Yet these shards of glass froze midair in an instant. The glass hung suspended, as if time itself had stopped. With a wave of Ningju's hand, all the glass exploded outward in every direction. Not a single shard of glass touched Ningxia. Ningxia stared at the scene, her eyes wide with shock. Bro, you're actually an awakened? You've been hiding this from me all this time. Ningju scratched his head, unable to answer the question, and could only laugh awkwardly to brush it off. At that moment, a faint glimmer flashed in his eyes. The young beast inside the glass jar also tumbled down from above. It landed right in the puddle of dragon blood mud. Chubby and adorable, it lay there with its eyes slightly narrowed. The dragon scales covering its entire body were milky white in color, appearing underdeveloped and extremely soft. A serpentine body, deer-like antlers, a lion's head, and eagle's talons. It looked like a bizarre amalgamation of several different creatures. When it tumbled into the dragon blood mud, its eyes suddenly snapped open as if greatly startled. The crimson blood sludge looked utterly revolting. The moment the young beast landed within it, those dragons' blood seemed to awaken again, as if seeing hope. They converged toward the cub as if trying to devour it and regroup their forces. But what no one expected was, the young beast opened its tiny mouth, revealing its tender little teeth. Its chubby face was filled with anger. Crunch! It sank its teeth into the dragon's blood. The clotted dragon blood writhed in apparent agony, twisting as if trying to flee and disperse. Yet the little beast kept tearing at it relentlessly, never yielding an inch. Chomp chomp. It was like eating jelly. A few minutes later, it had slurped up every last drop of dragon blood covering the ground. Finally, the little beast lay contentedly on the ground, patting its belly with its short claws in satisfaction before letting out a burp. Its body had swollen to nearly twice its original size from being so stuffed. A monster with the genes of a titan cannot be allowed to remain, Ningju said coldly. As he spoke, a fragment of a blade flew out from the sword sheath, hovering before the young beast's forehead. But Ningxia suddenly stood up and walked over to the small beast. She extended a finger and pushed aside the blade fragment. It's not a bad monster. Upon hearing this, Ningju's expression turned grave, but he didn't retract the fragments. When it came to giant beasts, he had always been merciless. Ningxia cradled the little creature in her arms. The young giant beast, as if seeing its mother, affectionately nuzzled against her. In its eyes, there was not the slightest hint of bloodlust. Within this young beast's body flowed a trace of Ningxia's blood. Thus, it regarded Ningxia as its mother. Can this little creature truly be considered a titan? Ningju also felt somewhat doubtful in his heart. Because titans possess no reproductive capabilities. All titans in this world emerge from nowhere, no one knows their origins. This little creature that looks like a dragon was created by breeding embryos, so perhaps it truly can't be considered a giant beast. But what is not of our kind must be of a different mind. Ningju manipulated that fragment and slashed fiercely. A sword mark instantly appeared on one of the scales on the little beast's tail. Crimson blood flowed forth. The small beast whimpered in pain, its tear-filled eyes fixed on Ningju. It showed not the slightest hint of aggression. Any creature, when suddenly wounded, would reveal its true nature. Pain will make any creature reveal its primal instincts. Even the most refined gentleman will show a face filled with murderous rage the moment you slap him. Yet this little beast showed no aggression despite the pain. Not even a fleeting murderous glance. Perhaps it really is harmless? Ningxia held the little creature and gently touched its wound. The wound slowly healed. Brother, let me keep it, please? It's so cute. Ningxia looked at Ningju with eager anticipation. Ningju retrieved the sword fragment and stepped forward to stroke the young beast. He patted its delightfully bouncy, round belly. Alright, as you wish. Ningju had no choice but to agree. He usually gave in to his younger sister's requests, unless under special circumstances. This little creature seemed harmless for now, so they could keep it and observe it for a while. Ningxia was overjoyed and jumped up on the spot. The young creature also crawled all over Ningxia, eventually settling on her shoulder. Let's name it Little Scale, Ningxia said. Little Scale seemed very pleased with this name, as if it could understand human speech. Its jade-green eyes rubbed against Ningxia's face. Gurgle, gurgle. Suddenly, a digestive sound echoed from its belly. Its plump belly gradually shrank. The dragon blood it had consumed was rapidly digested and depleted. Then, its body emitted a red fluorescent glow. Its eyes turned green tinged with red, shifting hues with the angle of light. The scales on its body became much harder, losing their previous soft texture. Its body length has increased by 5 centimeters. It no longer looks like that short, chubby little dragon, appearing more slender now. Having completed this wave of evolution, it gazes delightedly at its own tail, its round eyes sparkling with light. It seems it has truly inherited the bloodline of the scale devourer beast, possessing the power of devouring, able to convert everything it consumes into its own strength to complete its evolution. Ning Ju murmured, "This little monster truly has boundless potential." He took Ning Xia's hand. The two slowly walked away from this place. Corpses littered the ground. Beneath the Dragon Blood sect, all its followers had collapsed onto the floor. Without exception, every one of their hearts had exploded. To take dragon blood into one's body is to willingly turn one's flesh into a breeding ground, offering nourishment for the dragon blood to feed upon. It can only be said that one is willing to strike, and the other is willing to take the blow. These cultists had killed many innocent civilians, their deaths were no loss. Gazing at their corpses, Ning Ju felt not a ripple of emotion. He even went so far as to collect everyone's identity cards and transfer the funds to his own account. The Dragon Blood cult leader was naturally no exception. The leader's identity card contained over 9 million federal credits. Combined with the balances of these 100-plus cult members, Ning Ju's card suddenly held more than 15 million federal credits. It was like striking it rich overnight. Back in the city, the thick white smoke assaulted his senses again. This smell was truly unbearable. Ning Ju put a gas mask on his little sister. This mask can block the white smoke in the air. Ning Xia had just awakened from severe injuries, barely escaping death. She was currently extremely weak. Every bit of harm avoided was worth the effort. With my younger sister in tow, I had just stepped outside the Dragon Blood Temple. Only then did Ning Ju see it. A sea of people had already surrounded the place. Beast hunters in strange attire and espers of unknown levels had gathered here. The entire Bloodforge city heard the commotion here. When these people saw Ning Ju, there was slight shock and fear in their eyes. They had originally thought that whoever destroyed the Dragon Blood sect would at least be a formidable team of superpowered warriors. Never expected it to be just one person and a little girl. The two of them annihilated the Dragon Blood sect. Such power. The entire hall fell silent, utterly still, as everyone stood in shock. Ning Ju held his sister's hand and strolled forward with leisurely steps. Not a single person dared to stop him. The crowd automatically parted to form a narrow path. A glimmer flashed in Ning Ju's eyes as he saw a tall, slender woman emerge from the crowd. The graceful Lady Black approached Ning Ju. She looked at him, her face flushed with astonishment in her eyes. "You actually found her. And what's more, you've wiped out the Dragon Blood sect." Lady Black had done similar things in her youth, back when she was still hot-blooded and impulsive. So she knew exactly what kind of strength this required. Too powerful. At the very least, Ning Ju must be an A-rank superhuman. Lady Black had no idea that her momentary whim had actually helped such a formidable young man. "Lady Black, thank you for your assistance." Ning Ju didn't put on airs and still used honorifics. Lady Black chuckled with a coquettish charm. "Ha, little brother, you're so impressive. I don't deserve such respectful address from you." Every frown and smile of hers brimmed with temptation, her coquettish charm entirely natural. "I still owe you a favor, sister. If you ever need anything, just call me. My name is Zhongli," Ning Ju said sincerely. If it weren't for the contact information provided by Madame He, Ning Ju might never have found Zhang Tongxia. Without finding Zhang Tongxia, they couldn't obtain the weaknesses of the Dragon Blood sect. If they had delayed just a few more days, Ning Xia might have already been drained of blood and died. Ning Ju, too, could have been killed by the Dragon Blood sect leader, falling victim to a counterattack. One could say, Madame Black was a great help. This was almost equivalent to a life-saving favor, something Ning Ju would never forget. Madame Black was momentarily taken aback, then broke into a radiant smile. Her impression of Ning Ju was exceptionally favorable. "The little girl is badly injured. Come with me, I'm quite skilled in the art of healing." Ning Ju lowered his head, pondered briefly, then followed her with his younger sister in tow. The crowd along the way remained silent, not daring to make a sound. From that day onward, a new legend spread through the city of blood refining. Dragon Slayer, Zhongli. Alone, he annihilated an entire sect. Chapter 30, The Eye of Deconstruction. The central district of Bloodforge City thrived in opulent extravagance. The ground here is constructed entirely from various rare metals. People walking through this area are all impeccably dressed, with not an inch of skin exposed. It stands in complete contrast to the chaotic disorder, filth, and squalor of Bloodforge City's outskirts. This place operates with absolute order, for this place belongs to the Black Lady. She detests filth. Ordinary folk could never set foot here. This street is the Black Lady's domain. Ning Ju held his sister's hand as they followed Madame He into the corner alley. Madame He pushed open the stone wall, revealing a hidden passage. Stepping inside, they discovered a world of its own. The interior resembled a luxurious high-end tavern, exuding an air of opulence. Ning Xia's eyes sparkled. She had never seen such a place before. On the central grand stage, dancers clad in ancient-style garments swayed their bodies freely. Guests sipped red wine, indulging in merriment here. The crimson walls adorned with carved railings and painted murals depicted watercolor scenes of human heroes battling colossal beasts. Beneath his feet stretched a red carpet trimmed with gold. This was the Black Baron Tavern, a hidden district within Bloodforge City. This is a brothel, but by no means an ordinary brothel. All the sisters here are under the protection of the Black Madam. This is the one place where you absolutely dare not mess with the prostitutes. Though they earn money by selling their bodies, here they possess more dignity than ever before. Those who can enter the Black Earl Tavern are no ordinary folk. Only those with abilities reaching C rank or higher may appear here. Or one must possess assets exceeding 1 million federal credits. Madam Black, you've returned. A female bartender, upon seeing Madam Black, bowed respectfully in greeting. These two are my good friends. Take them to my room, Madam Black instructed. The sommelier gave a smile and led the group deeper inside. At the end of the corridor, the door to room 001 swung open for Ning Ju. This was the most luxurious room, typically reserved for Madame Noire herself. One entire wall was lined with display shelves, holding dozens of high-level alien weapons. They were all weapons disguised as gold, silver, and jewelry, ornamental weapons. The necklace, earrings, and hairpins worn by the Black Lady when she went out were all such weapons. And at the very least, they were C-grade, with several B-grade pieces among them. At the center of the room, on a stand, there was also a diamond-studded necklace box. Inside lay an A-rank exotic weapon, a necklace. Ning Xia gazed at the exquisite necklace, her cheeks faintly flushing. Every girl harbors desires for beautiful things, yet she knew better than to stare recklessly, suppressing the longing in her heart. The room was filled with the distinct hormonal scent unique to women. Little girl, lie down on the bed and let me see how badly you're injured, Madame He said with a gentle smile. Ning Xia lay on the bed and closed her eyes. Before long, the little girl fell asleep. She was utterly exhausted. Just as Madame Black was about to reach out and examine her body, the tiny serpent coiled around Ning Xia's chest bared its fangs, glaring furiously at Madame Black. It seemed to be saying, I'll protect her, don't you dare touch her. Oh, this chubby snake is so cute. Madame Black lifted it up and began kneading it freely in her hands. Little Scale was shocked this woman actually possessed such terrifying strength. Its soft body was like a large steamed bun, being kneaded back and forth. Little Scale, she's not a bad person, Ning Ju said. Madame Black put it down. Shaolin reluctantly withdrew her head and stopped obstructing Madame He. Madame He began examining Ning Xia's physical condition. After a long while, she turned her gaze to Ning Ju. Broken ribs, bruises, dislocations, weak pulse, dehydration, it seems she has suffered greatly. Ning Ju's eyes flashed with a trace of self-blame upon hearing this. He was still too slow. Bound to the rooftop, his fingers pierced through the heart, continuously draining his blood. That excruciating pain was cruel even for Ning Ju. He now felt a twinge of regret. Regret for killing the Dragon Blood cult leader too swiftly and cleanly. Don't worry, I'm 90% confident I can restore her body to health. These aren't serious injuries, Lady Black said confidently, flashing a knowing smile. Ning Ju's eyes remained clouded with lingering worry. Madam He, do you have any solution for albinism? My younger sister suffers from it. Upon hearing this, a flicker of surprise flashed through Madame He's eyes. She examined Ning Xia's condition once more. Her gaze turned somewhat peculiar. But Jiang Li, your sister doesn't have albinism. Ning Ju's face showed utter disbelief upon hearing this. That's impossible. Since childhood, I've taken her to countless doctors, every single one diagnosed her with albinism. The Black Lady slowly shook her head. They misdiagnosed her, she stated with absolute certainty. Her symptoms do closely resemble albinism, but that's not what it is. The true culprit behind her pale skin, faded hair, and light blue pupils is her genes. Lady Black's gaze was exceptionally grave. Within her genes lies a force that continuously consumes her other cells as nourishment, keeping her in a perpetually weakened state, yet never allowing her to die. Ning Ju showed a trace of astonishment upon hearing this. Are you saying that genes are consuming each other? Madame Black nodded. Her expression was also grave. The power within her genes shares the same essence as her aura. It doesn't seem to be foreign in origin. It's as if her genes were inherently like this. If we forcibly remove them, her genes would be damaged too, so there's nothing we can do. I'm also at a loss when it comes to this problem, Lady Black said solemnly. And, Jiang Li, I have some bad news to tell you. Ning Ju's expression turned grave as he said, please, speak freely. Your sister has at most 2 years left. Hearing this, Ning Ju's eyes trembled slightly. The power within her genes is growing increasingly stronger, consuming more and more nutrients. The regeneration rate of her cells can barely keep up with the rate of consumption now. Her pale skin is the result of her melanocytes being devoured. 2 years, at most 2 years, and she'll be dead. Lady Black stared intently at Ningju as she spoke. Ningju's heart bled, his fists clenched tight. He secretly resolved in his heart that within 2 years, he must find a cure for his sister. As long as there was an awakening system, it might be possible. He would go to the ends of the earth, through mountains and seas, all just to keep her in this world. Lady Black gently patted Ningju's shoulder. At 3 a.m., my Black Earl Tavern will jointly host a top-tier auction with the Beast Hunter Association, held once every 5 years. Many good items will appear. Would you like to go take a look? She wanted Ningju to attend an auction to ease the grief in his heart. Ningju shook his head, he truly wasn't in the mood. Besides, what if something unexpected happens to my sister while she's alone here? He absolutely didn't want to see Ningxia get hurt again. Don't worry, I'll stay here with her. She'll be perfectly safe. Madame He said. This is her territory. The person she protects here, not even the highest god could harm a single hair on their head. Ningju still refused. Even though Lady Black had consistently shown goodwill, Ningju still couldn't discern her true intentions. In this world, apart from Ningxia, he would never trust anyone wholeheartedly. Lady He sighed softly, stood up, and took a pair of necklaces from the accessory wall. She placed one around Ningxia's neck. Then, she handed the other to Ningju. At the center of the silver necklace was set a blue gemstone. Ningju took it and looked at the information. Entangled Fate Necklace, Grade, B. Description, 2 silver necklaces, each embedded with a fragment of space. When the wearer of one necklace suffers fatal damage, a physical barrier erupts to block the attack, causing the necklace to shatter. This activates the power of the spatial fragment, teleporting the wearer of the other necklace to their side. A single-use exotic weapon, said to have been crafted by an ancient king who exhausted his kingdom's resources to create it for his beloved queen. This is far too precious. Ningju gazed at the necklace and declined with words. But physically, he was quite honest, taking the necklace and examining it in his hand. A glimmer of desire appeared in his eyes. This necklace was practically the divine artifact he had always dreamed of. With this necklace, his sister would be safe no matter when danger arose. I could reach her side in an instant. Even if it was just for his sister's sake, he had to accept it. Don't think this is given for free. I'll have plenty of ways to make you repay this favor in the future. Lady Black smiled warmly and, as if by accident, gently touched Ningju's face. Ningju was indeed very handsome, no wonder Lady Black was smitten. But when it came to matters between men and women, Ningju had never shown any interest. Then I must thank Lady Black, he said. Ningju accepted the necklace and put it around his neck. Though he owed another favor, the price was a bit steep. But for this necklace, it was completely worth it. With this necklace, you can rest easy now. Ningju nodded. I'll go check out the auction. He stood up and said. With this necklace ensuring his sister's safety, he could finally go see what the auction was about. With 15 million federal dollars in his pocket, he couldn't help feeling a bit eager to spend. But even with the necklace, he wasn't planning to be away for too long. The sooner he returned, the better. As he was leaving, Ningju suddenly had a thought, and a question arose in his heart. What exactly was Black Lady's special ability? He quietly used the system to scan Black Lady's ability. Black Rose. Ability, Eyes of Deconstruction. Rank, A. Description. Her eyes are composed of matter capable of deconstructing any particle's properties. She can perceive the characteristics of even the tiniest objects and reduce anything within her line of sight to nothingness. No matter how durable a material may be, it can be disintegrated, only the time required varies. Ningju drew a sharp breath. Isn't this ability a bit too overpowered? No wonder a seemingly weak woman like her could possess such vast territory and hold such high status in Bloodforge City, the most chaotic place. This ability combines both functionality and lethality into one. With just one glance earlier, she could identify the genetic flaws in Ningxia. It must be thanks to these deconstructing eyes. Her eyes were like magnifying glasses capable of analyzing everything, able to enlarge whatever they focused on until it could be seen with absolute clarity. Even the emission of energy could be analyzed. Thus, with just a glance, she could discern the issues within Ningxia's body. Ningju didn't hesitate for a moment and directly chose to steal. Consume 1 awakening point to steal her deconstructing eye, then spend 6 awakening points to upgrade it to B rank. Steal successful. Upgrade successful. Acquired B rank ability, deconstructing eye. Only 5 awakening points remained in the balance. Ningju felt a chilling sensation in his eyes, as if a sharp needle had pierced through them. When he opened his eyes again, everything he saw had completely transformed. Every speck of dust in the air appeared utterly exposed, with all its particulate composition clearly visible in Ningju's eyes. Every mite floating atop the dust particles could be seen with perfect clarity by Ningju. Even the elements in the air were visible to him, and he could grasp them with his gaze. He looked into the mirror and found that his pupils had changed their appearance. From pitch black eyes, they turned deep blue. Stars flickered in the pupils, as if reflecting the cosmos. Countless intricate patterns wandered within them. These eyes appeared profound and extraordinary. This ability directly altered the material composition of Ningju's flesh and blood body. The particle structures of various substances in the air were completely revealed before Ningju's eyes. Chapter 31, S-Class Heteroweapon. After stealing the deconstructive eye ability, Ningju cast a glance at Ningxia. She breathed slowly, her eyelashes slightly curled, her face covered in dust and bruises. His heart ached faintly, and he instinctively tightened his grip on the necklace. Ningju left the room and headed straight for the auction house. The auction house was located underground, right in the center of Black Baron Bar. The Black Baron Bar was enormous, boasting over 100 rooms alone, each one a luxurious guest suite. There were 3 separate dance halls. Such extravagance naturally required vast sums of money to maintain. Madame Black had extensive connections, even collaborating with the Beast Hunter Association. You should know, it's very difficult for civil organizations to cooperate with official authorities. All major auctions in Bloodforge City are held at the Black Earl Tavern. For every auction, the Black Earl Tavern collects a commission fee. One could say it's an exorbitant profit. After all, every auction item here is of considerable value. As they reached the auction house entrance, the hostess inquired about Ningju's identity. Ordinary guests had no right to enter an auction of this caliber. Jiangli. Ningju gave his fake name. Upon hearing this, the receptionist's expression changed slightly. So you're a friend of Madame He. Mr. Jiangli, please come in. She smiled and bowed to make way for Ningju. The Black Earl Tavern is one of the most powerful factions in Bloodforge City. Those formidable lone wolves, supernatural beings and hunters who always operate alone mostly maintain connections with the Black Lady. Should the Black Earl Tavern ever face trouble, hundreds of powerful experts would rush to its aid in an instant. Although they were all independent cultivators, their combined strength was still terrifyingly formidable. The Black Earl Tavern wasn't a place of martial prowess. The only person here with any real combat threat was Madame Black herself. Yet the Black Earl Tavern remained one of the 5 most powerful factions in Bloodforge City. No one dared to provoke any individual within these walls. Once, a prostitute from the Black Baron Tavern was brutally tortured and humiliated to death by a particularly depraved client. That was the only time Black Madam ever showed her wrath. It was that single incident that made the entire Bloodforge City understand her terror. With thunderous fury, Black Madam slaughtered the client's entire family down to the last soul. Just one night, the Bloodforge City lost a powerful gang, and all of them died in horrific ways. They were all stripped of their skin and limbs. Only a skinless torso remained, barely clinging to life, lingering on in agony. They couldn't even commit suicide. The entire gang was kept alive for a full week before slowly perishing. It said the victims' tormented wails continued unabated for 7 days and 7 nights. Lady Black appeared amiable and approachable, like a girl next door. Moreover, she was exceedingly helpful, often aiding the weak and vulnerable. Yet in the entire Bloodforge City, not a single soul dared show her the slightest disrespect. All regarded her with terror. This was precisely why the Black Baron Tavern stood unshaken. The most prestigious auctions are held here, because this is the safest place in Bloodforge City. The rest of the territory is too filthy and chaotic. Ningju walked slowly into the auction house. The floor tiles beneath my feet were all adorned with specially crafted golden borders. A distinctive fragrance lingered along the way. Entering the venue, the opulence of red and gold inlay made it impossible to look away. Even a single stolen share from this place would be worth tens of thousands. A small screen in front of each seat displayed information about the auction items. Ningju found his seat and slowly sat down. There was a nameplate on it, Zhangli. Only those on the list were qualified to enter this place. The surrounding seats gradually filled up. There were only a little over 100 bidders. For the most elite auction, only this meager crowd of 100 or so attended. After all, the exhibits were far too expensive. Even if you let ordinary people in, they couldn't afford it. Only those who pass rigorous screening qualify to enter. Soon, 3 a.m. arrived. The auction hall's lights dimmed, leaving only a single spotlight on the podium, drawing everyone's gaze. Welcome everyone, to the first-class auction. As the most prestigious auction held once every 5 years, your presence here today is truly an honor in itself. We only host the first-class auction when we've gathered treasures magnificent enough to astonish the world. You can rest assured and be filled with anticipation. On stage, an exceptionally attractive host took the microphone to begin the event. After some meaningless formalities, the auction began. The first item up for auction. A girl with near-perfect looks, an Esper, 17 years old. Starting bid, 50,000 federal credits. By the way, her ability is quite thrilling. On the stage, a large cage was brought out. Inside the cage, a filthy girl was curled up. Her eyes no longer held any trace of resistance or the glow of humanity, only lingering pain and the numbness of despair. Her body trembled in the cold, her fair skin covered in wounds. but not a single spectator in the audience showed even a trace of pity in their eyes. Their expressions were cold, as if appraising a piece of merchandise. To them, this girl wasn't even the same species as themselves. On the screen before Ningju, the girl's profile was displayed. The screen displayed this girl's sexual training records and the model of the control chip implanted in her body. There's absolutely no way she can escape your control. When he saw this girl's supernatural ability, he slowly shook his head. This girl, what a tragedy. No wonder she was captured to be a slave, stripped of all human rights. Her ability was to keep people in prolonged states of peak pleasure, wave after wave. A psychic-type ability called Absolute Climax. An ability user who could bring endless joy to others, yet was never treated kindly, such was the nature of this world. 60,000 federal credits. Someone raised a sign to start the auction. 80,000. 100,000. People kept raising the bids one after another. 150,000. Suddenly, a man abruptly raised the price to 150,000 federal dollars. Ningju followed the voice to look. It was a middle-aged man in a suit. Half of his face had been transformed into a mechanical prosthesis. An icy aura radiated from his entire body. Definitely not someone to be trifled with. Sigh, since Hong Yong from the prosthetics gang has made his move, there's no need for us to interfere and risk offending them. Someone whispered in a hushed voice. The Southern City Prosthetics Gang, one of the 5 strongest factions in Lianchua City, places the highest emphasis on prosthetic modifications. They believe that flesh is suffering, and humanity will ultimately achieve mechanical ascension. Rumors say the leader of the prosthetics gang has completed full body mechanization except for the brain. A slave, bid up to 150,000. It's completely worthless now. Even if her special ability is indeed quite, it's still not worth 150,000. It seemed this person was not to be trifled with, as no one dared to raise the bid further. Just as everyone thought it would end like this, a young man in white slowly raised his hand. 300,000. He had doubled the price outright. The crowd gasped in shock, turning to see who had spoken. Even with a fortune to spare, this is no way to squander it. It's young Master Yu Qing from the Yu family, no wonder he's so wealthy. For a slave to fetch 300,000 at auction, she can die without regrets. This price is far too high. Hong Yong frowned slightly and turned to see Yu Qing making the bid. Narrowing his eyes, he had no choice but to withdraw. Behind Yu Qing stood the Yu Financial Consortium. Their wealth was beyond mere millions, and the family's influence extended far beyond Lianchua City. They held significant status throughout the entire human alliance. Bidding against this young Master Yu was utterly pointless, even though he had always loved maliciously jacking up prices. As long as he identified something someone needed, he would inflate the price, deriving twisted pleasure from seeing their displeased expressions. But when it came to Yu Qing, he didn't even feel like raising the price. No matter how high you bid, this one wouldn't feel the slightest pinch, maintaining only an air of serene detachment. Haggling with him was utterly meaningless, nothing but a waste of time. In the end, the slave girl was successfully claimed by Yu Qing in white robes. The second auction item. The crystal core of an A-rank behemoth. Starting bid at 500,000 Federation credits. The crystal core of an A-rank behemoth is an exceptionally rare item, commanding an exorbitant price. After all, in this world, there are scarcely any hunters capable of defeating an A-rank behemoth. 550,000. 610,000. Ningju stared intently at the colossal beast crystal core. Activating his deconstruction eye, he peered into its composition. Nothing but pure energy, woven within. The energy was abundant, remarkably fresh. The corpse behemoth Ningju had slain before, being a mutated form of decaying flesh, had its crystal core taken by someone long ago. Thus Ningju had never laid eyes on an A-rank behemoth crystal core before. This A-rank crystal core at the auction house, he was determined to obtain it at all costs. Once absorbed, it would likely elevate a Class B ability to Class A. Class A abilities are on a completely different level compared to Class B. When the bidding had just reached 700,000, Ningju directly raised his placard. 850,000, Ningju said calmly. With over 10 million federal dollars to his name, he truly didn't bat an eye at a mere few hundred thousand. He directly raised the bid by 150,000. This stunned the vast majority of the crowd. After a long while, no one made another offer. This colossal beast crystal core was successfully auctioned off by Ningju. The third treasure. Great S anomalous weapon, 1,000-fragment shattered sword. A shattered long sword, housed within a wooden case, was transported onto the stage. Ningju's pupils trembled violently the moment he saw this long sword. Wasn't this the weapon of the human hero, Li Hanwang? Chapter 32, The Malicious Bidder. Ningju stared at the longsword displayed in the wooden case, his pupils quivering. He was utterly shocked. How could Li Hanwang's weapon appear here? Could it be a fake? Ningju's eyes traced intricate patterns, gleaming with sharp intensity. Unleash the deconstructing gaze. Gaze upon the shattered sword within the casket. The densely cracked longsword is pieced together from exactly 1,000 fragments of varying shapes. Its blade gleams with a cold blue radiance, honed to razor sharpness. Just gazing at its sharp edge made Ning Ju's eyes sting with pain. Deconstructing its composition, he saw that every particle forming this sword was incredibly hard, densely packed together with extreme density. Ning Ju had never encountered a material harder than this. Looking deeper still, this sword contained a peculiar power within it. That power was extraordinarily sharp, faintly connecting every single fragment. Yet the linking force was exceedingly fragile. The slightest touch might cause the entire sword to shatter completely. Yet it was precisely this sword that had slain countless S-class behemoths. The power concealed within its blade felt eerily familiar to Ning Ju. It seemed to be sword intent. A strange voice echoed through Ning Ju's mind. One of the sword blade's fragments suddenly trembled by a hair's breadth. No one present noticed this subtle change. Only Ning Ju saw it. The blade shifted slightly toward Ning Ju's position. This wasn't Ning Ju demonstrating sword control abilities. Rather, it was the fragment moving of its own accord. It seemed to have recognized Ning Ju. The sword intent resonated from afar, the shattered blades nearly returning home. Ning Ju possessed Li Hanguang's supernatural ability, and the familiar aura made the sword intent attached to the shattered blades tremble. The next moment, the host's voice interrupted Ning Ju's intense gaze. With a shudder, he deactivated his deconstruction eye ability. You must be very curious about how the weapon of S-class superhuman Li Hanguang ended up here. Here's some insider information, consider it a special treat for everyone. Let me explain, but please keep it confidential. The female host smiled mysteriously, her red lips curling slightly. You must all be wondering why Li Hanguang, humanity's hero, has remained silent for so many years. In fact, he was imprisoned in Jingshan Maximum Security Prison. Upon hearing this, some were shocked. They had all assumed Li Hanguang had retired to seclusion in the mountains. Only those guilty of unforgivable crimes were confined in that most impregnable prison in the world. This news was quite explosive for them, but most people remained unfazed, as if it were nothing unusual. They had known about this news long ago. People with such power have far too many channels for obtaining information. His crime was the attempted assassination of the leader of the Human Federation. Though he failed, it remained a grave offense. Thus, he was sentenced to life imprisonment, to be locked away in prison for eternity. Ning Ju's expression turned grave upon hearing this. He was exceptionally skilled at gathering intelligence, having thoroughly investigated the backgrounds of many healing-type ability users. Even the sealed records of James Logan's crimes, Ning Ju had uncovered the truth about them. No matter how thoroughly the authorities tried to suppress it, some insider information always leaked out, circulating through the underworld's intelligence networks. But Li Hanguang, he had never investigated it. After all, his supernatural ability couldn't cure his little sister. The credibility of this news, coming from the Hunter Association, is extremely high. It's practically set in stone. What puzzled Ning Ju was, as one of humanity's highest-ranking S-class superhumans, Li Hanguang enjoyed exceptional privileges. He was even celebrated as a hero among mankind. A bright future ahead. Why couldn't he see reason and attempted to assassinate the Federation leader? Ning Ju racked his brains but couldn't figure out why. This news is merely a seasoning to lighten everyone's mood. Next, I'm going to announce the starting bid. The female host continued. The starting price is 8 million Federation credits. At this price, the entire venue erupted in uproar. Starting bid of 8 million? A sky-high price among sky-high prices. 8 million is already enough to buy an entire small survivor base and become its lord. The people in the auction hall looked at this sword, their faces filled with hesitation. This bizarre weapon, though classified as an S-grade exotic armament, but its power is truly too weak. Only Li Hanguang can wield this weapon. Others simply cannot use it at all. With this sword, there's always the risk of it shattering at any moment. If the blade shatters during a clash with another, the outcome would be utterly gruesome. For a long while, no one placed a bid. 10 million. Ning Ju immediately shouted, breaking the silence. He directly raised the bid by 2 million, hoping to intimidate the others. This shattered sword, 1,000 blades, he absolutely had to obtain it. Fortunately, this sword was an extremely special exotic weapon. Ordinary people couldn't unleash its true power. This alone was enough to deter most people. Just as Ning Ju thought no one would buy this sword, a man made a bid. 10.5 million. It's Han Yong from the prosthetics gang. What does he want with this sword? Ning Ju was filled with confusion. Could it be that his special ability is also sword manipulation related? Ning Ju immediately initiated the scan. Han Yong. Ability, energy conversion. Rank, A. Description, energy is the quantized transformation of material motion. Can convert any form of energy for personal use. After absorbing energy, can increase heart rate, enhance muscular strength, and accelerate brain processing speed. This ability has nothing to do with Shattered Sword Thousand Blades. Ningju raised the bid by another million. 11.5 million. Hong Yong smiled faintly. 12 million. Each bid increase was only by a mere 500,000. It seemed like he was just maliciously driving up the price. Ningju raised the bid by another million. 13 million. Hong Yong raised the bid by another 500,000. 13.5 million. Ningju gave Hong Yong a meaningful glance. The latter turned his head, glanced at Ningju, and offered a polite smile. This smile made Ningju extremely uncomfortable. Ningju could almost conclude that this Hong Yong was deliberately driving up the price, because Ningju had initially raised the bid by a full 2 million, displaying far too much determination. It's his own fault for raising the bid so much right from the start. Ningju sneered and simply withdrew, refusing to bid any higher. Humph, since you love raising the price, I'll let you have it. After all, Ningju had the shadow concealment sword art, he could just steal it back from the guy's pocket later. That way, not a single penny would be spent. Ningju had originally intended to acquire this sword through legitimate means by bidding at the auction. But Hong Yong's price inflation forced Ningju to resort to underhanded tactics he hadn't wanted to. 13.5 million, going once. The female host shouted. Hong Yong smiled faintly, his demeanor composed. 13.5 million for the second time. His expression changed slightly. 13.5 million for the third time. After the third call, Ningju still didn't raise his bid. Hong Yong's face instantly darkened as he glared fiercely at Ningju. Ningju smiled faintly back at him, even giving a slight wave in greeting. He still didn't raise the bid. Congratulations to Mr. Hong Yong for winning the S-Class exotic weapon 1000-fragment shattered sword with a bid of 13.5 million federal credits. Hong Yong's eyes remained fixed on the shattered sword. His fists clenched tightly, his expression icy cold, his heart bleeding with every beat. He didn't have that much money on him at all. His face turned ugly, filled with regret. The entire crowd began whispering and exchanging gossip with amused smiles. Hong Yong's habit of maliciously driving up prices wasn't his first offense. Who would have thought that today, someone turned the tables on Hong Yong? This shattered sword of 1,000 blades, though classified as an S-Class exotic weapon, is undoubtedly the most impractical exotic weapon exhibited in decades, essentially just a collector's item with no practical combat value for ordinary people. Too bad. While he might have vented his anger, that hothead will likely face trouble from Hong Yong later, more danger than safety, I'd say. No, not necessarily. Take a closer look at who's bidding against him. Ugh, it's him, Zhongli, the one who just annihilated the Dragon Blood sect. He just wiped out an entire gang, and now he's attending the auction. Could he really be completely unharmed? So it's him, no wonder he dares to be so bold. Zhongli and Hong Yong have a feud brewing, this is going to be entertaining. Whispers reached Ningju's ears, but he pretended not to hear them. Hong Yong's strength was simply not on the same level as his own. If that fool dared to come looking for trouble, he'd be seeking death. Ningju wouldn't mind helping him fulfill that wish. Chapter 33, The Cloud-Stealing Hand of the Flying Dragon. Next treasure. Original Sword Technique Manual, Tai-Bai Sword Formula. Starting bid, 500,000. In this world, there are ordinary people who, through diligent practice of martial arts, possess combat prowess comparable to that of superhumans. Living proof of this, Ningju had witnessed firsthand. All this time, when wielding his sword-controlling power, he had been swinging his blade wildly without any proper technique. Mastering a proper sword technique might elevate his abilities to a whole new level. It's not too expensive, might as well buy it first. Ningju directly called out his bid. After 7 rounds of bidding, he finally acquired the original manual of this sword technique for 1.03 million. Not a copied version, but the original manuscript. This was precisely why Ningju was willing to spend $1 million to acquire it. Ningju had always believed that copied versions would inevitably omit some essential elements of the original. Take, for example, the Lingbo Weibu passed down by Guochenzhu. After being copied and recopied, it somehow became Pai Weibu instead. Class A protected artifact weapon, Noon Sun Protection Ring. Starting bid, 1 million. Ningju examined the detailed information about this artifact weapon. Noon Sun Protection Ring, rank, A tier. Description, tempered by sunlight, its protective power is hard to destroy. This storage ring contains 5 cubic meters of storage space while also serving as a defensive exotic weapon. It gradually charges when exposed to sunlight. When fully charged, the gem emits a faint golden glow. Upon the host being attacked, it expends all stored solar energy to activate a barrier capable of instantly withstanding 50 tons of impact force. After recharging through sunlight exposure, it becomes usable again. Ningju didn't hesitate and immediately placed his bid. The cost, 2.13 million. Next treasure, a Class B protective type exotic weapon, the Flawless Heartguard Pendant. Flawless Heartguard Pendant. Class B. Description, an earring pendant that generates a plasma shield to block a fatal attack when the wearer's heart is targeted, shattering upon activation. Yet another single-use protective anomalous weapon. Ningju immediately placed the bid. Cost, 300,000. After that, most of the auction items failed to stir Ningju's interest. Only when protective-type exotic weapons appeared would he make his move. By now, no one dared to maliciously drive up prices against him anymore. In the end, all 9 protective-type exotic weapons displayed at the entire auction venue were swept into Ningju's collection, not a single one was missed. Everyone in the room looked at Ningju with strange gazes. Why would this fierce man, who had just slaughtered an entire gang, frantically purchase defensive alien weapons? He didn't seem like someone who feared death at all. Those puzzled glances quickly withdrew when they met Ningju's icy expression. Having just emerged from a bloody battle, Ningju radiated killing intent from head to toe. These people didn't dare to provoke him at all. Finally, the auction concluded successfully. Ningju stood up and walked straight into the backstage area. The space was filled with a futuristic vibe, where the courteous female host greeted him with a warm smile. Visitors who have photographed the exhibits will pay here and collect their items. Approaching a window, Ningju presented his identification card. With a few deft operations on the screen, the woman swiftly transferred the payment. Your total expenditure for this auction amounts to 8.71 million federal credits. Then, the voluptuous woman stood up and led Ningju into the appraisal room. The exhibited items from earlier were displayed here. The woman held a silver tray and handed Ningju's belongings over. A dusty, tattered ancient book. A massive A-rank beast core emitted a blue glow. The noon sun protection ring and the flawless heartguard pendant were both stored in a small box. Among them, the noon sun protection ring had absorbed sufficient sunlight and was fully charged with energy. The golden gem embedded in the ring emitted a faint golden radiance, unassuming yet exquisitely crafted. And the remaining 7 protective anomalous weapons were all stored in silver cases. From C grade to A grade, each was worth a small fortune. If an S-grade protective anomalous weapon were to be exhibited, Ningju would undoubtedly choose to purchase it outright without hesitation. All these items were intended for Ning Xia's use. After the incident with the Dragon Blood Gang, Ningju became extremely cautious. He could only feel at ease if she remained under constant protection. He stored all the items into his storage ring. In the corner, inside the large iron cage, lay the filthy slave girl. She looked at Ningju with pleading eyes, as if begging him to save her. Her situation was indeed pitiful. But Ningju chose to pretend he didn't see. The world is harsh. If he helped every pitiful soul, Ningju would have been exhausted long ago. Footsteps approached. Then, an acquaintance arrived. Hong Yong, with his robust frame, strained against his suit, making it bulge. His face was ashen as he slowly walked in. Mr. Hong Yong, this is your S-class exotic weapon, Thousand Blade Shatterer. The female host personally picked up the silver tray and handed it to Hong Yong. A sword worth a fortune. Hong Yong lifted the hilt and examined it closely before his eyes. Yet, he had only watched for a few seconds. Crack! A loose fragment of the sword blade fell to the ground. Clink! The sound seemed to pierce Hong Yong's heart. His eyelids twitched slightly, his heart bleeding inside. He didn't actually have 13.5 million in cash. The payment was completely cobbled together from various sources. No matter what, winning the bid meant paying. Those were the rules. 13.5 million federal credits for a weapon like this. Hong Yong felt like crying but had no tears left. Only then did he notice Ningju standing beside him, watching. A chilling murderous intent instantly flashed through his eyes. His trembling gaze fixed on Ningju seemed ready to strike right then and there. Yet this was the Black Earl Tavern, Madame Black's territory. Making a move here would absolutely leave him with no place to be buried. Jiangli, just you wait. He stared at Ningju, gritting his teeth as he spoke word by word. Even if Jiangli alone could slaughter the entire Dragon Blood sect, his strength surpassed his own. But behind him stood one of the 5 major powers, the Prosthetics Gang. So he wasn't afraid of Ningju. In fact, he could even turn the tables and threaten Ningju instead. Ningju smiled faintly, utterly unfazed by the harsh words. Instead, he laughed. Congratulations, Brother Hong, on acquiring such a mighty sword. Such flattery only served to push Hong Yong's fury to its absolute peak. Hong Yong took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing his anger. He knew Ningju was trying to provoke him. If he fell for the trap and acted out here, he would be playing right into Ningju's hands. Gritting his teeth, he crouched down, picked up the broken blade fragment, and fitted it back onto the sword. After all, it's still an S-class alien weapon, can't afford to overlook it. Just the movements, slightly awkward. Then, he pressed the shattered sword Thousand Blades against the storage ring. Ningju's pupils contracted slightly, his gaze turning sharp. This was the moment he'd been waiting for. The instant Hong Yong placed the 1,000 fragment broken sword against his storage ring. The perfect opportunity for theft. Deconstructing eyes activate. The spatial energy contained within the storage ring suddenly condensed. In the next instant, it was about to suck in the entire 1,000 blade fragments. Ningju's will stirred. The 1,000 blade fragments immediately turned invisible and vanished without a trace. Then, he broke free from Hong Yong's grip. 1,000 fragmented blades scattered loosely, hovering back to Ningju's storage ring, pouring into its storage space, silently stealing the S-grade alien weapon, the 1,000 fragmented blades. Ningju's thieving skills were beyond reproach. Hong Yong's gaze was strange, filled with bewilderment. Why did storing items in the spatial ring feel a bit odd today? That sword didn't seem to vanish into thin air, it looked more like it flew away. He was somewhat puzzled. Before he could investigate, Ningju had already left the place. Maintaining his invisibility ability, Ningju swiftly exited the treasure appraisal room. From behind, he heard Hong Yong let out a furious, agonized roar. "No! Where's my sword?" Ningju smiled faintly, stealing was second nature to him, and he was no saint by any means. Hong Yong had truly brought misfortune upon himself by crossing him. Chapter 34, The Past Too Painful to Recall. Stepping out of the auction house, Ningju realized dawn had already broken outside. The auction had unknowingly lasted for over 3 hours. There were so many bizarre and rare items that even without buying anything, one could feast their eyes and broaden their horizons. The continuous stream of high-tier exotic weapons kept challenging people's perceptions. That's why time seemed to fly by so quickly. Back in my younger sister Ning Xia's room, she had already woken up. She was leaning against the bed, sipping the dark medicinal broth prepared by Lady Hay. The chubby little scale on her shoulder stared intently at the bowl of black broth, filled with longing. Its large eyes seemed to recognize the abundant nutrients contained in that bowl of soup, desperately craving them. But Ning Xia was drinking it, so it obediently didn't try to snatch it away. The decoction was filled with pitch-black herbs and many indescribably strange objects. Octopus tentacles, whiskers, scorpion claws, and numerous insects Ningju had never seen before. Upon seeing this concoction, Ningju immediately activated his deconstructing eye. The medicinal brew was filled with many bizarrely intertwined energy entities. It wasn't poisonous. Ningju let out a sigh of relief. "What kind of medicine is this?" Ningju asked. "A specially brewed witchcraft decoction, an energy-neutralizing soup, prepared with the least toxic ingredients. You can rest assured," Black Rose said. "Added some extra deep-sea octopus tentacles and whiskers for more sweetness, so the little girl can drink it down." Black Rose picked up an octopus tentacle, chewed on it, and purple sweet juice trickled from the corner of her mouth. She giggled, rarely revealing her adorable girlish side. No one had ever seen her like this before. Ningju had browsed through the memories of the dragon blood cult leader, absorbing some insights into witchcraft. Among them, the blood body technique was particularly well mastered. So Ningju could tell this decoction was harmless. After Ning Xia drank it, her complexion immediately improved. Her parched lips gradually regained their rosy hue. This was more miraculous than either traditional Chinese medicine or Western medicine. "Thank you, sister. I really feel much better now, and it tastes so good." After finishing her drink, Ning Xia's eyes lit up as she smiled. Hei Mei patted her head with deep affection. Then she turned around and dragged Ningju out of the room. A private conversation between two. Her expression was grave and serious. "This decoction I prepared has embedded over a dozen mutually balancing energies within her body, implanted directly into her cells. These energies can resist genetic erosion for 1 year. That means we can buy her 1 more year. Her body is too fragile to withstand any more power, so this is the limit. The energy consumed by genetic erosion will keep increasing. In a few years, even my decoction won't be able to prolong her life. You must find a way for her to survive within these 3 years." Ningju nodded solemnly upon hearing this. Black Rose had only met him by chance, yet she went this far for him. Both kindness and obligation were present. "Your repeated assistance, I'm truly grateful," Ningju said sincerely. "Such a beautiful girl, I would have saved her even without you. Ah, if not for this illness, I truly wish I could keep her here with me, I would protect her exceptionally well." Black Rose gazed at Ningju's face, her eyes flickering with tangled thoughts. It seemed Ningju's face had stirred some memory within her. She was willing to help Ningju repeatedly, not only because of his formidable strength and high social value that would prove useful in the future. There was actually another reason, unknown to anyone else. Ningju bore an uncanny resemblance to an old acquaintance of hers from the past. Too much alike. Staring at Ningju for a long while, Hei Mei finally averted her gaze. "What do you plan to do next?" Hei Mei asked. "I originally wanted to take her to the capital to find a healing-type superhuman. But now it seems she wasn't ill, her genes were the problem. Seeing a doctor might be pointless. In a few days, I plan to take her to Xiangyang Prefecture to seek a solution." Xiangyang Prefecture isn't a place that belongs to the empowered, and it certainly doesn't fall under the jurisdiction of the Human Alliance. It is a place completely beyond the control of the Human Alliance. After Ningju killed Zhao Shaoshan, he wanted to flee to Xiangyang Prefecture, but it was too far away, and ordinary people could hardly enter, so he had no choice but to opt for the lesser evil, escaping into Lianchua City. In Xiangyang, people rely on cultivating techniques to gain power. Supernatural powers couldn't cure Ning Xia. Only the ancient inherited techniques might have a chance. That was Ningju's only hope. Black Rose nodded. This was indeed the only way. Even if they couldn't cure her in the end, they could at least leave Ningxia with some beautiful memories in her final moments. The two returned to the room. Ningxia was still smiling as she looked at them, but deep in her eyes, unnoticed by anyone, lurked a fleeting shadow of sorrow. Yes, she knew her days were numbered. Her own body, she understood it better than anyone else. She pretended not to know, just so her brother wouldn't worry. Not even Ningju noticed that fleeting sadness. Only Shaolin seemed to share her emotions, lowering his eyelids and nuzzling Ningxia's cheek with a sorrowful expression, as if comforting her. Ningju retrieved a pile of accessories from his storage ring. Noon Sun Protection Ring, the flawless Heartguard Pendant, along with several other defensive-type extraordinary weapons. Madame He was utterly stunned by this pile of treasures. 2 A-rank extraordinary weapons, 4 B-grade items, 3 C-grade items, worth several million. And among them were many single-use exotic weapons. Such extravagance, she truly hadn't expected Ningju to be this wealthy. But Ningju had just slaughtered an entire gang, the Dragon Blood Sect. If he seized all the gang members' money, it would probably be enough. Ningxia's eyes instantly sparkled at the sight of these necklaces, pendants, and rings. Girls all love these things. Growing up in poverty, Ningxia had barely eaten her fill a few times. How could she have ever seen so many luxury goods before? She had never imagined there would be a day like this. These are for me? Ningxia could hardly believe it. It's all yours. Ningju personally fastened the 2 earrings for her, silver in material, engraved with energy patterns. The 2 earrings, each of different shapes, looked exceedingly luxurious. 2 jade bracelets inlaid with deep blue special metal adorned her left wrist. A hairpin was coiled behind her ear. A pink hair clip holding back the bangs. The Noon Sun Protection Ring on the left index finger. A fireproof badge pinned to the chest. The entanglement necklace hanging around the neck. At this moment, Ningxia's worth had already reached the level of 7 to 8 million. Every piece of jewelry she casually wore was a rare artifact. Such opulence was rarely seen in the world. She was extremely happy, her eyes sparkling with delight. Gazing at her reflection in the mirror, joy surfaced in her pale blue eyes. Though she had washed her face, she still carried the air of someone who had traveled far and wide. Even in fresh new clothes, she lacked the demeanor to match them. No matter how fine the jewelry she wore, she resembled a princess who had fallen into the dust. A girl who grew up struggling at the bottom can never quite shake off that hard-earned resilience, no matter what. But Ningxia didn't care about any of that. Her brother had already given her the best. She still didn't know that each piece of jewelry was actually a mystical weapon. If she ever found out, she'd probably jump for joy on the spot. Ningju looked at her and smiled faintly. Everything he had done was actually nothing significant. In childhood, countless dangerous situations were endured only because of Ningxia. He remembered one time when he was a child, Ningju was severely beaten by a group of bullies and left badly injured. His entire body was broken, barely clinging to life by a thread. Just as he was about to die in his sickbed, Ningxia, alone, ventured into the darkest alleys teeming with scum, pretending to be a prostitute, abandoning her dignity, selling her body. At the moment the client was about to have his way, she pulled the trigger of Ningju's pistol, killing him in the alley and taking his wallet. But that customer had some perverse tendencies. Before getting down to business, he beat Ningxia until she was covered in wounds, striking with deadly intent. Those injuries remain to this day, the bloody scars a shocking sight. In the end, she still clung to her last breath and brought back a leather wallet. The younger sister, dressed in tattered clothes and covered in blood, wore a foolish grin. Even now, the memory makes Ningju's eyes turn crimson, forcing him to hold his breath to suppress the terrifying murderous intent in his heart. Chapter 35, Diligent Martial Arts Training. After Heimei left, Ningju had his younger sister rest quietly in her room. He himself took a separate room next to hers, sitting cross-legged in meditation. What he needed to do would create too much disturbance and disrupt her rest. The journey to Shenyang Prefecture was perilous, teeming with fierce beasts. Within the walls of Shenyang, danger lurks around every corner. Any young man you encounter there might be a swordsman who has trained rigorously for a decade, capable of slitting your throat with a single stroke. The entire populace there reveres martial arts. It's the purest gathering place for warriors. Without adequate strength, venturing there means certain defeat. One must be thoroughly prepared. Ningju took out a massive beast core, radiating an eerie blue glow. A-rank beast core, as large as Ningju's head. Theoretically, the energy contained within could elevate a B-rank ability to A-rank. Ningju placed it on his chest without hesitation. Energy surged into Ningju's core. He guided that energy, directing it toward his heart, where the sharp sword intent resided. Like streams converging into one. After a long while, he finally fully absorbed all the energy. The power of his hidden sword ability had grown significantly stronger. Yet he still failed to advance to A rank. What's still missing? Ningju pondered for a moment but still couldn't come up with an answer. Continuing to think was futile. He shook his head and retrieved the shattered sword, 1,000 blades, from his storage ring. 1,000 fragments soared forth. The power of imperial swordsmanship controlled the rise and fall of shattered blades. Complex sword chimes resonated from each fragment. Thousands of blade fragments hovered within the chamber, undulating up and down. Each fragment was incredibly hard. Their shapes were so intricate that ordinary people couldn't possibly memorize them all. But Ning Ju could. With just one glance, he completely memorized the appearance of every single fragment. Thick fragments, heavier and with greater inertia, are suited for breaking through armor defenses. Thin fragments, on the other hand, prioritize lightness and swiftness, boasting superior sharpness, making them ideal for slicing. Then there are the pointed fragments, where force is concentrated at a single point, perfect for piercing through steel. Ning Ju committed every single fragment to memory. This is the usefulness of photographic memory. Remembering the shape of each fragmented blade helps Ning Ju better familiarize himself with this unusual S-grade aberrant weapon. Gripping the empty hilt, he leveled it before his eyes. Ning Ju's wrist gave a sudden tremor. Countless sword blade fragments, all gathered together. The shattered blades coalesced, forming a longsword shimmering with blue radiance. The blade bore numerous cracks, appearing fragile beyond measure. Yet this was in truth one of the most formidable swords in existence. A faint blue glow shimmered through the cracks, appearing strangely extraordinary. Ning Ju gripped the sword's edge and swung with a single decisive strike. Swish! Two transparent membranes tore through the air, splitting apart before merging back into one. The air was cleaved in two. So sharp was it that even a casual swing could effortlessly bisect the elusive, gentle air. The broken sword felt light in hand, moving as naturally as an extension of one's own limb. No one knew the origins of this blade. Only Li Hanguang would know, I'm afraid. But now he's locked up in Jingshan prison, there's absolutely no way to ask him. Ning Ju swung the shattered sword as he paced back and forth across the room. Swish, swish, swish. Wherever the sword's cold edge passed, it sliced through two transparent films that rolled through the air before merging back together. When slashing, the air seemed like jelly, filling the space. Break! At the command. 1,000 blades scattered, their edges instantly extending several meters in length. Between the shattered blades, there was no physical connection, they were entirely supported by the power of sword control. Invisible sword energy coiled among the fragments, binding them tightly together. With a single thrust, the sword pierced straight through a leaf outside the window. When Ning Ju killed the Dragon Blood cult leader back then, he used this very move. Like splitting bamboo with unstoppable force. The 1,000 blades transformed again, forming a circular arc that spun wildly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The furious gale whipped through the room with bone-chilling coldness, as the very air began rushing toward the windows. The shattered blades formed a terrifying whirlwind, spinning and slicing, capable of reducing everything within to mere fragments. 1,000 blades returned, coalescing into a single sword. Ning Ju gripped the shattered 1,000 blades, then drew forth another fragment of wolf steel sword. A single stroke. It flashed through the air. The wolf steel fragment shattered instantly. Not even a sound was made, cutting through iron as if slicing mud. He withdrew all the fragments of wolf steel from the sword case on his back, sending them flying back into the storage ring. Then Ning Ju inserted the shattered sword, 1,000 blades, into the scabbard on his back. The size is nearly perfect. The wolf steel sword can be retired now. Shattered blade 1,000 fragments has become Ning Ju's primary weapon. The sword control's psychic ability perfectly complements shattered blade 1,000 fragments. With this sword, Ning Ju's true combat prowess ascended to a whole new level. He carefully stored the shattered sword and retrieved an ancient, weathered tome. Upon it were written bold, vigorous characters. The Great White Sword Scripture. The font is Chinese characters. This was precisely the language used in Ning Ju's previous world. He felt pleasantly surprised. His mother tongue. This ancient tome is likely hundreds, if not thousands, of years old. The pages are decayed, yellowed with age, bearing gnawed marks from bookworms. No amount of preservation could withstand the ravages of time. Turn to the first page. It read, "The sword is the sovereign of all blades, light, swift, capable of rapid successive strikes, its offense nearly unstoppable. The will follows the sword, yet the sword precedes the will. This is the essence of the Tai-Bai sword art. Each strike targets the enemy's weakness, relentless yet elusive." The ink strokes on the page were bold and powerful. Only the foremost master of the sword path could write with such sharp, commanding strokes. Ning Ju continued flipping through the pages. Various sword techniques made his eyes tremble with awe. This was his first time witnessing genuine swordsmanship. As he delved deeper, he discovered the sword art comprised 6 forms with 72 variations in total. Every move was exquisitely brilliant, leaving one dazzled. Ning Ju spent 3 days painstakingly practicing the first sword technique routine. 3 falls of the cloud terrace. Each time he swung the sword, he grasped it firmly before executing the slash. Excessive reliance on the power of sword control will never lead to true mastery of swordsmanship. Ning Ju understood this well. To achieve perfection in swordsmanship, one must use their own wrist and body to feel the sharpness of the blade, every strike's force and angle, the movement of muscles, the trajectory of a sword swing. These are things one must grasp a sword with real hands to truly feel. Using sword control techniques might indeed allow one to execute the ancient sword forms from manuals with mechanical precision, leaving nothing out. But that would be soulless. On the third night, Ningju swung his sword 3 times. A slight diagonal slash, followed by a feigned thrust, then a sudden horizontal cleave. 3 falls of cloud terrace. 3 swords swung out. The blades emitted a trembling hum. When learning the Lingbo Weibo footwork, Ningju still couldn't determine whether he was a martial arts prodigy. Now, after mastering the Tai-Bai sword technique, he could be absolutely certain. You are the 1 in a million martial arts prodigy. It's just that in the past, you never obtained any cultivation techniques, which is why you completely overlooked such formidable talent. In just 3 days and nights, you mastered the first move. Introduction to swordplay. The static electric blade behind him levitated into the air. In midair, it slashed out sword marks identical to Ningju's trajectory. With one sword in hand and another hovering by his side, he simultaneously controlled both blades, dividing his focus to execute the first stance of the Tai-Bai sword art. Swish, swish, swish. The 2 swords hummed in resonant harmony, complementing each other perfectly. In the midst of his swordplay, Ningju suddenly furrowed his brows. A scorching heat surged in his chest, and a sharp, piercing intent swept through his entire body. A few dozen seconds later, that sharp-edged aura finally dissipated. The sword-controlling power had grown several times more formidable. Pulling up his own profile, Ningju's gaze remained calm as he smiled faintly. Just as expected, the hidden sword ability has advanced to A rank. Continue practicing swordsmanship. Patiently comprehend its profound mysteries. Execute the Lingbo Weibo technique, along with the Yuntai Sanluo. Ningju's figure resembled an ethereal swordsman, effortlessly cleaving through the air with each casual stride. Nowadays, Ningju could defeat some low-level mutated beasts, even without relying on his dark concealment sword control ability. Of the Lingbo microsteps technique, he had already mastered 5 forms. His footwork had become even more elusive and difficult to trace. Chapter 36, Who Dares Steal My Horse? Half a month later, Ningju stepped out of his room. His demeanor had completely transformed. His gaze grew razor-sharp. That was the look of a swordsman. He had already mastered 3 forms from the Tai-Bai sword manual. When wielding the power of sword control, he could apply them flawlessly. A floating sword with sword techniques, just thinking about it is terrifying. A drone, laden with a heavy load of goods, slowly flew to Ningju's front. These were all items Ningju had pre-ordered from Zhang Tongxia, which he then stored away in his spatial ring. Zhang Tongxia had connections everywhere, he was practically a know-it-all. Returning to Ning Xia's room, she had already taken a bath and changed into a lightweight black outfit, her hair neatly tied up, looking clean and efficient. She was currently playing chase with Xiao Lin. Xiao Lin's white body appeared soft, but when it moved, it was surprisingly swift. A man and a beast darted back and forth in the room. Ahem! Ningju coughed lightly. Only then did Ning Xia stop running and pick up little Lin. It seems you've almost fully recovered, Ningju said. Ning Xia nodded with a smile. All thanks to Sister Heimei. Ningju's blood contains self-healing factors. His blood does indeed possess some wound-healing properties, but for others, the effect is minimal and cannot guarantee complete recovery. What truly restored Ning Xia's vitality was thanks to Black Rose's potion. After undergoing Black Rose's regimen of witchcraft-infused decoctions during this period, she has regained her full vigor. Moreover, Black Rose had several healers among her subordinates. Among them was even an A-rank, disease repel, ability user, who completely cured all the hidden ailments in Ning Xia's body. Most of the injuries she had sustained had already healed. Even the scars from childhood wounds had faded, leaving her skin flawless and fair. Unfortunately, the genetic erosion within Ning Xia wasn't an illness, it simply couldn't be cured. She still had those golden locks and emerald eyes. Death kept chasing after this girl. Xia, we need to take a long trip. Ning Xia nodded. She had been ready for this long ago. Ningju handed her a rusted black pistol. Then, he grasped her left hand and touched their rings together. A full half cubic meter of pistol bullets instantly transferred into the storage space of the Nunyang protection ring. These bullets were precisely what Ningju had spent a fortune to obtain from Zhang Tongxia. Load them up, from now on, this will be your weapon. In these times, gunpowder bullets are exceedingly expensive, because firearms that use gunpowder have long been obsolete. These bullets are all well-preserved antiques. Only a handful of people still remember how they were made. Ningju commissioned specialists to subject these bullets to special treatment. The ammunition fired from them has greater penetration and more devastating power. A single shot fired would make even mutated beasts think twice. With Ning Xia in tow, they walked all the way to the inn where the horses were tied, only to find that Zhao Nan was missing. The stable held nothing but a few listless, scraggly old nags. A sense of foreboding arose in Ningju's heart. "Boss, get the hell out here!" Ningju roared angrily. From inside the inn, the obese, greasy-faced bald boss came stumbling out in a panic. There was a blood-red handprint on his face, looking utterly bizarre. His eyes were filled with fear, not daring to meet Ningju's gaze directly. "Honored guest, it truly wasn't my fault, someone snatched it away." The shopkeeper trembled as he spoke. Ningju frowned deeply, his suspicion growing stronger. Zhao Nan was a grade B warhorse, quite valuable indeed. Who could say the boss hadn't been blinded by greed and secretly sold Zhao Nan for profit? Seeing the doubt in Ningju's eyes, the boss was terrified. He hurried forward and said, "Don't worry, I have surveillance footage. I have surveillance footage." The boss spoke while pulling out a transparent tablet from behind him. The screen displayed the situation in the stable. Rewind to a week earlier. In broad daylight, a burly man walked over, severed the horse's tether, and roughly dragged Zhao Nan away. Half of his body had already undergone mechanization. No matter how Zhao Nan resisted, it was futile. That man's strength was truly immense. Zhao Nan exerted all four limbs with force, yet they felt limp and powerless, as if all kinetic energy had been drained away. The harder Zhao Nan pushed, the stronger the man's counterforce became. That mechanical arm, thicker than a human thigh, possessed terrifyingly formidable power. The horse thief looked increasingly familiar the more he stared. Ningju gazed for a moment before suddenly realizing, this person, wasn't this Han Yong from the prosthetics gang? The surveillance footage showed the boss immediately stepping in to stop when he saw that person trying to lead Zhao Nan away. As a result, he was slapped so hard that he tumbled several times in midair before falling unconscious. No wonder there was such a bright red slap mark on his face. We really misjudged the boss. Sir, before that brute slapped me, he said something. What did he say? If you want your horse back, come find me in the southern district. Upon hearing this, Ningju responded with a cold laugh. This Hong Yong really has a death wish. The cybernetic gang frequently deals with mechanical prosthetics. I'd wager they have control over the entire surveillance system in Bloodforge City. This Hong Yong must have been combing through surveillance footage, tracking Ningju's movements throughout the city. He took Zhao Nan away just to lure Ningju over. Spent 13.5 million to buy a broken sword. And then, it got stolen. Hong Yong probably already guessed that it was the shattered sword Qianwen stolen by Ningju. The rage in his heart had reached a point where it could no longer be contained. But he made the worst possible choice. Nan Yu and Ningju had spent days and nights together, developing considerable affection. By acting this way, Hong Yong was practically forcing Ningju to kill him. Ning Xia, come with me. Big brother will take you to beat someone up. As he spoke, Ningju took his sister's hand. Having reached a rank with Shadowblade concealment, he could now render those beside him invisible as well. The siblings vanished into invisibility. Ning Xia's face was filled with shock. Little Lin beside her also widened her eyes in astonishment. I can't see myself anymore, where's my body? Ning Xia was startled. Sorry bro, I've got a few too many superpowers. Ningju chuckled. Ning Xia's lips parted slightly as if she wanted to ask something more. But in the end, she still closed her mouth. Even if Ningju could control blades, vanish into thin air, and manipulate flames, he was still her brother. That was enough. Although Ning Xia wasn't an ability user, he still had the most basic common sense. He knew a person could only possess one special ability. But Ningju had clearly surpassed this limitation now. Suddenly gaining so much power must have come at great cost. He'll tell me when he's ready to talk about it. Ning Xia thought to herself. She followed her brother, heading southward through the city. In the alley of the South City cybernetic gang, Hong Yong sat on the stone steps, with a tall, magnificent steed standing beside him. His gaze was icy cold, his upper body bare, revealing half a torso of domineering, powerfully built muscles. The other half of his body had already become completely mechanized. Chapter 37, Invisible Tease. At this moment, Hong Yong's half-mechanized body pulsed with surging electric currents. In his chest, a massive energy core emitted an azure glow. It was the power source driving half of his body. Coolant steam now vented from his back as the steel machinery of his right arm trembled faintly. The dense sound of gears turning emanated from his body. He had long been prepared for battle, waiting here for quite some time. Hidden in the dark alley around the corner behind him were dozens of fully armed gang members. As the second in command of the cybernetic gang, his status was extremely high. With a single command, he could summon dozens of core members to kill at his behest. These dozens of individuals possessed an extremely high degree of mechanical augmentation in their bodies. Their actual combat strength had already reached B rank. The Dragon Blood sect was merely a second-rate faction. Even if Jiangli could slaughter the Dragon Blood sect, his strength would still be insignificant compared to the cybernetic gang. Today, Jiangli must die here. Hong Yong was absolutely certain that he would execute that damned Jiangli right here. The fact that Jiangli could bid over 10 million proved he had more than 10 million federal coins on him. Perfect timing for plundering. to make up for his loss from buying the shattered Sword of Thousand Blades. Whoosh! Suddenly, a sinister wind swept past. Hong Yong felt a chill run down his spine, sensing an extremely ominous premonition. Buzz! A powerful golden lightning bolt slashed through the surrounding air with a thunderous force. A sword strike that materialized completely out of thin air. Hong Yong's face registered utter shock. He had no time to react. His body gave a violent shudder. An orange barrier appeared around him, forming a transparent vortex that began absorbing energy from its surroundings. With a single sword strike, the golden lightning attached to the static edge was pulled by that force, surging into Hong Yong's body. The golden electrical radiance transformed into usable blue electricity, flooding into the energy core at his heart. Click, click, click. His entire body's muscles bulged, and the sound of fine gears turning could be heard. The mechanical form erupted with an even brighter light. This was Hong Yong's ability, energy conversion. His power surged dramatically. At the same time, the converted electric current surged through his muscles, delivering an instantaneous burst of stimulating electrotherapy. It multiplied his muscular reaction speed several-fold in an instant. Clang! He abruptly turned around, raised his hand, and his mechanized body caught the hovering transparent blade. His mechanical body concealed an airflow detection device. Even though the blade had turned invisible, its extreme speed still generated considerable wind force. Thus, he could detect the sword. However, Ningju had already anticipated this. He knew what Hong Yong's special ability was, so this sword strike was merely to divert Hong Yong's attention. The real goal was to give Zhao Nan a chance to escape. As Hong Yong turned to block the sword, Zhao Nan's steed kicked into action, bolting out of the alleyway with lightning speed. Hong Yong had no time to react. Zhao Nan had already dashed out of the alley. The act of catching the sword demanded his complete focus. Watching Zhao Nan's retreating figure, he raised his wrist, gathering an energy beam cannon in his palm, then abruptly fired, aiming to kill. But Zhao Nan was far too clever. The instant he heard the cannon sound, he sharply turned left, dodging the attack. In a flash, Zhao Nan vanished from sight. Damn it! Hong Yong cursed angrily. He had been completely played by Ningju. Ningju remained invisible, holding his sister's hand, standing 10 meters in front of Hong Yong. But Hong Yong couldn't see him at all. The energy conversion ability is truly formidable, capable of absorbing even the electric arcs unleashed by the static blade and converting them for personal use. Hong Yong made a smart choice by joining the cybernetic gang. The energy conversion ability perfectly complements his cyborg body, a match made in heaven. This ensures he never needs to recharge, making his combat prowess exceptionally powerful. Ningju's ID card was linked to Zhao Nan, allowing him to remotely track Zhao Nan's location. They had walked all the way here without making a sound. His younger sister, Ning Xia, remained invisible as she followed closely beside Ningju. The mechanized Hong Yong looked terrifying, his face covered with fierce, bulging muscles. But she wasn't afraid at all, her gaze calm as she instinctively gripped her firearm, ready to fire at any moment. The ability to absorb energy was truly terrifying. It could even convert kinetic energy directly. So when his body came into contact with the blade, no matter how powerful the slashing force was, it would be instantly absorbed, rendering the attack completely powerless. From this perspective, pure physical attacks indeed seem incapable of defeating Hong Yong. With a slight twitch of Ningju's fingers, the static blade twisted free from Hong Yong's grasp. If ordinary slashes are something you can withstand, then what about the Tai-Bai sword art? Ningju manipulated the static blade, executing the Cloud Terrace triple descent. The concealed blade left Hong Yong unable to see or touch it. No matter how advanced the airflow detection device was, it still fell far short of seeing with one's own eyes. He could only hear the sound of the blade slicing through the air beside his ear, sensing its approximate position but failing to pinpoint it accurately. Swish! A sword stroke swept past his ear. Hong Yong's face turned icy cold, making the blade invisible? No doubt Jian Li used this very trick when stealing my 1,000 blade fragments. He could swear Jian Li had already appeared nearby. What does an invisible blade matter? My airflow sensor can detect it. Hong Yong brimmed with confidence. He suddenly twisted his body, trying to dodge the sword. Yet in the next instant, he was stunned. The blade eerily reversed its edge, transforming into a diagonal slash. It struck his left arm, splitting flesh and spraying blood. The energy conversion ability required an instant to absorb kinetic energy. But the blade was too fast, it didn't even need that instant. Before he could siphon the energy away, the edge had already cleaved into him. A diagonal slash wasn't enough, it was followed by a feign thrust. Thunk! A single sword thrust pierced straight through the belly of his semi-mechanical body. Black mechanical fluid flowed like blood. Hong Yong winced in pain. The mechanical body's pain receptors were still connected to his brain. He let out a furious roar. With hands spread wide, he began indiscriminately absorbing the surrounding energy. Within a 5-meter diameter around him, all energy was drained away. However, Ningju had already moved his blade to a safe position long before. He couldn't absorb anything at all. Ningju activated his deconstruction eye, capable of foreseeing even the most minute particle energy fluctuations around Hong Yong. Whenever Hong Yong began to convert and absorb surrounding energy, Ningju could effortlessly evade in advance. After taking 2 futile sword strikes, Hong Yong was seriously wounded. Yet, he couldn't even see where his enemy was hiding. Hong Yong's face darkened as a row of small bombs suddenly appeared on the mechanical shoulders of his body. Whoosh! Dozens of tiny bombs flew out chaotically, smashing into the surroundings. They launched indiscriminate attacks on the entire dark alley. Boom! 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 Concrete shattered, steel bars collapsed, and the ground caved in. The powerful bomb had nearly blasted this entire alley clean through. Ningju smirked coldly. He and his sister stood at the mouth of the alley, in an absolutely safe position. This Hong Yong, bombarding the alley, how could he possibly harm even a single hair on Ningju or his sister? After a round of bombardment, not a drop of blood was seen. Hong Yong's face darkened, realizing he hadn't even managed to touch a strand of Jiang Li's hair. Jiang Zhazhui, you invisible coward. Chapter 38, 1,000 Shattered Blades, Severing the Killing Light. You must be feeling quite pleased with yourself now. Hong Yong's eyes gleamed with icy murderous intent as he spoke. Jiang Li, your invisibility ability is truly remarkable. Being able to make even your blade disappear is exceptionally powerful. He stared at the empty air and spoke coldly. I admit I couldn't single-handedly annihilate the Dragon Blood cult, but if you think this alone can make me back down, you're gravely mistaken. You're just one man, while behind me stands the entire cybernetic syndicate. A cold smirk curled at the corner of his mouth as he suddenly raised his hand and barked the order. Move in. Dozens of gang members instantly surged forward from the dark alley behind him. Their bodies had already undergone partial mechanization. They were agile and moved with incredible speed. With mechanically enhanced legs, a single light leap could propel them over 10 meters high. Dozens of them surged forward like locusts, completely surrounding the surrounding streets. Ningju held his sister's hand, watching the scene unfold with cold eyes. He had known about the ambush all along. He just hadn't expected there to be so many. And these gang members were more powerful than he had imagined. But this still couldn't pose a threat to him. Ningju's combat power was overwhelmingly superior. Daring to bring his sister to the meeting proved he was absolutely confident in protecting her safety. These people had severely underestimated Ningju. Ningju's ability to slaughter the Dragon Blood sect merely indicates his strength had just reached the level required to exterminate them? Wrong. The truth is he far surpassed it. They were too presumptuous, and naturally had to pay the price. Moreover, after the Dragon Blood sect leader reclaimed all the Dragon Blood within his followers' bodies and absorbed it into himself, achieving the pinnacle of Dragon Blood cultivation, his strength had undergone sublimation. It could absolutely rival any of the 5 major faction leaders of Lianxue City. Yet everyone still regarded the Dragon Blood sect as nothing more than a second-rate faction. In truth, after the Dragon Blood sect master achieved perfection in his blood body, the Dragon Blood sect rightfully deserved to become the 6th major faction. But before he could accomplish it, Ningju nipped it in the bud. Ningju's true strength was something these people wouldn't even dare to imagine. Among those gang members, one possessed the ability called life detection. It allowed him to directly sense the presence of any living being within a 100-meter radius. Invisible abilities clearly cannot conceal the traces of life. Therefore, that person accurately pinpointed Ningju's location. He's right here, 2 people, coordinates 1260-9512. Hong Yong raised an eyebrow, revealing a chilling smile. Got you now. Everyone charged toward Ningju and his sister. They formed an impenetrable encirclement, surrounding them completely. Ningju maintained his invisibility while moving with his sister, attempting to break through. Coordinates, 1577-8411. The life-sensing Esper continued reporting the location. No matter how they moved, he could always pinpoint the exact position. Ningju slightly furrowed his brows. To think someone among the gang could actually track down the location of me and my sister. Lucky them. Now that they've found us, maintaining invisibility serves no purpose. Ningju directly dispelled his cloaking state. In the eyes of the crowd, amidst the white smoke at the center of the street, after a ripple-like distortion in the air, a young man and a girl emerged within it. It was Jiang Li, and the girl he had brought out after slaughtering the Dragon Blood sect. Jiang Li, oh Jiang Li, if you want to die, that's your business, but dragging this innocent little sister along? Ha ha ha. Hong Yong's face was full of smug satisfaction. He had finally forced Ningju out of his invisible state. Now surrounded by dozens of his gang members, Ningju had no way to escape. The static electric blade hovered beside Ningju, slowly rotating. Oh, really? Ningju's face showed no trace of fear, only complete calm. This indifferent expression was precisely what infuriated Hong Yong the most. Facing death, yet still fearless? It robbed Hong Yong of any sense of satisfaction from his revenge. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened. He caught sight of the longsword strapped to Ningju's back. The fragmented blade within its sheath emitted a faint blue glow through its cracks, sharp as light itself. So it was you who stole it. You made me buy the broken sword, costing me tens of millions in Federation credits, and then you stole it right after, leaving me with neither money nor goods. Now you come here seeking death. Repaying me for my tens of millions in losses will at least quell my rage. Han Yong grinned ferociously and gave the order for all his gang members to attack at once. Bang! A large expanse of concrete on the ground suddenly flew upward. Heavy chunks of crumbling mortar gradually fell away from above, exposing the steel reinforcement within. Metal manipulation ability user. 3 steel rebars tore free from the concrete beneath the street, hurtling through the air to pierce Ning Ju's heart and Ning Xiao's forehead. Whoosh 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 whoosh. The gang members with mechanized bodies activated their intricate mechanical devices, revealing hidden missiles and thermal machine guns within their frames. Small missiles, trailing white exhaust fumes and carrying the pungent scent of flames, streaked toward Ning Ju and his sister's location. Thermal machine guns unleashed countless high-temperature beam bullets, indiscriminately bombarding the spot where Ning Ju and his sister stood. Boom! The trees lining the street suddenly twisted and transformed into dozens of thick, sharp wooden spikes, thrusting forward with terrifying force. These massive, razor-sharp branches, hard enough to pierce concrete, would make short work of mere flesh and blood. The modern weaponry of the prosthetic gang was absolutely terrifying in its firepower suppression. Countless steel blades shot through the air, aimed directly at Ning Ju's vital points. Toxic white smoke, the signature mist of Bloodforge City, suddenly gathered and compressed under the psychic control of a gang member. It condensed into a spherical mass of concentrated poison fog, 2 meters in diameter. The toxicity of the white smoke was originally not very potent, but if all the white smoke within several kilometers were condensed into a poisonous mist sphere 2 meters in diameter, the result would be drastically different. That toxic mist actually took on a blood-red hue. Bubbling with scalding heat, its putrid stench was enough to make one retch. The poisonous mist came crashing down toward Ning Ju. The entire street was instantly filled with deafening noise. Over a dozen supernatural abilities and dozens of modern thermal weapons simultaneously unleashed their maximum firepower, all aimed at Ning Ju. Ning Ju neither dodged nor flinched, standing tall and straight as he faced the overwhelming onslaught of lethal attacks. Her eyes were as calm as still water. Holding her sister's warm hand, he only said one thing: "Don't be afraid." Ning Xia didn't even blink, her pupils reflecting the terrifying missiles filling the sky. When her brother took her hand, even the most terrifying thing in the world seemed insignificant. The next instant, the wind rose where they stood. A sound like wind chimes began to ring. The chaotic killing intent that filled the sky seemed to instantly dim before that crisp, clear sound. Ning Xia's ears could only hear that wind chime-like ringing. All other noises were ignored by her. How beautiful it sounded. Ning Xia couldn't help but let a faint smile tug at her lips. Behind her, 1,000 shards of sword blades silently surged forward, transforming into a torrent that encircled her. The wind chime-like tinkling was precisely the sound of those blade fragments colliding with each other. 1,000 shattered sword blades left their sheaths, dancing through the air before fracturing into countless fragments that formed a protective barrier around the siblings. The blade spun, its polished surface mirror-like, reflecting the neon lights all around. Those were the beams of energy guns and missiles. They shimmered on the blade, so beautiful. The air screamed as it was sliced apart, sonic booms roaring. Yet amidst the fragments, tenderness is felt. In Ning Xia's eyes, worlds reflected in countless shards flicker past. The shattered blades spin, tenderness turning inward. A terrifying sword intent radiates outward. Boom 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 boom. Ding 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 ding. Continuous attacks rained down upon the 1,000 blades. Hundreds of impacts could be heard in just 1 second. Dense as rain, they came crashing down relentlessly. Yet within the sword's perimeter, 2 figures stood, untouched by any harm. Chapter 39, You shall be well, none may harm you again. Little Scale stood on Ning Xia's shoulder, trembling all over. It had never seen such a grand scene before. Closing its eyes, it buried its head in its chest, not daring to look at these attacks. The swirling fragments of blades filled the sky, broken and scattered, yet nothing could be pierced. The sturdy steel bars, of extremely high hardness, were all special steel refined by modern technology, capable of supporting the structure of the street. At its sharpest point, it pierces through concrete with effortless precision. But those steel reinforcements, launched airborne, are instantly pulverized into dust upon contact by the rapidly rotating, shattered 1,000 blades. The intense heat glows the steel bars, grinding them into blunt iron rods. Countless iron particles scatter into the air like fine dust. These steel bars were all cleanly severed, unable to harm what lay within. The thermal beam bullets, composed of plasma, possess devastating impact force and carry terrifying high temperatures of 1,500 degrees Celsius. Human muscles and bones would instantly vaporize into mist upon contact with these projectiles. Yet when the red thermal beams struck the spinning blade fragments, they were instantly ground apart and dissipated. Only a harmless plume of high-temperature white smoke remained, rising upward. The rigid wooden thorns, unmatched in resilience, intertwined and crisscrossed by the dozens, twisting and turning with the agility of serpents. Moving fast enough to evade bullets, the wooden stakes surged forward with unstoppable momentum, attempting to pierce through the swirling storm of razor-sharp blades. Yet, the keen-edged fragments imbued with peerless sword intent could instantly reduce a section of branch into tens of thousands of particles upon contact. Wood chips flew everywhere, filling the air with a yellow haze. No matter how the wooden splinters twisted and stabbed, until they were all reduced to sawdust, they couldn't shake that impenetrable defense in the slightest. A blood-red toxic mist, 1 meter in diameter, gathered by the psychic's invisible power from all the white smoke within several kilometers, condensed and hurled through the air. Yet it never made contact. The swirling gale from the shattered sword's 1,000 blades alone had already riddled it with countless holes, tearing the poisonous mist into thousands of fragments that dissipated between heaven and earth. Tiny homing missiles, hundreds of them, filled the sky before simultaneously hurtling toward Ningju. Once these missiles locked onto their target, they would never turn back. Their warheads, forged from mutated wolf claws, possessed wolf steel properties, heavy and unyielding, capable of piercing through solid steel. Propelled by tremendous momentum, its impact is devastatingly fierce. The specialized ammunition concealed within is manufactured by the Human Federation's official channels. It embodies the most advanced modern technology. This formidable weapon was smuggled by the cybernetic gang through underground channels, obtained from military sources. Just a few grams of this special gunpowder can shatter a 10 cubic centimeter block of pure steel into pieces. Hundreds of such projectiles attacking simultaneously are enough to blast apart a small war fortress. The missiles struck the 1,000 shattered blades, triggering a series of frenzied explosions. The surrounding ground began to collapse layer by layer, concrete flying everywhere as the craters grew deeper. But within the shattered blade, there was not the slightest ripple. Hongyong's face turned pale with terror at this sight, his eyes filled with fear. Li Hanguang. The power of sword control was too terrifying. This scene shattered his perception, and in his dazed state, he blurted out Li Hanguang's name. He had originally thought that Li Hanguang was the only one in this world with this supernatural ability. But now, he discovered that Jiang Li seemed to possess it too. The video of Li Hanguang using shattered sword, 1,000 blades, to slay the giant beast was spreading wildly across major websites. Hong Yong had watched it hundreds of times. He never imagined that one day, he would stand against the very superpower of that human hero. No, it's not over yet. Clenching his fists, Hong Yong stared at the missiles, hope still burning in his heart. Why are missiles the most powerful weapons in war? Beyond the shrapnel that causes lacerations to soldiers, the primary factor is the bomb's shockwave. When a bomb detonates, the resulting shockwave is invisible yet can propagate several meters. Where the shockwave reaches, the particles that make up the human body will simultaneously be displaced backward by several centimeters in an instant. And the force of the impact is uneven enough to tear the body apart. This is why many soldiers' corpses show no external injuries, yet upon dissection, their internal organs are found completely shredded and ruptured. The shockwave is an invisible attack that's nearly impossible to withstand. He couldn't believe that Jiang Li's 1,000-blade fragments technique could even block the shockwave from an explosion. But what happened the very next second nearly made his jaw drop in astonishment. Ningju's 1,000-blade fragments defense was truly invincible. Even the invisible shockwaves were completely blocked. The indestructible blade material, with its seamless atomic structure, remained unaffected even when hundreds of missile shockwaves converged and struck it. The incomparably rigid blade withstood all shockwaves without allowing even a micrometer of particle displacement. Hong Yong was stunned. The gang members attacked with all their might. A tremendous roar reverberated throughout Bloodforge City. Exactly 11 minutes later, every last missile and firearm had run out of ammunition. The superhumans had already injected several vials of blood smoke, frantically consuming drugs to enhance their abilities and maintain their mental energy. Yet, when the blood smoke ran out and their mental energy was exhausted, they still couldn't make the slightest dent in that unstoppable blade storm. The surrounding streets were left in complete disarray. 100 square meters of street, the ground sunken 3 meters deep, the ground littered with bullet casings and shattered steel fragments. Dozens of tons of concrete debris scattered across the ground in complete disarray. Dozens of steel reinforcement bars had been yanked out and thrust violently, but now, those bars had turned to metallic dust, strewn everywhere. Along with wood chips, everything around was covered in a layer of silver dust and wooden gray fragments. As the attack dispersed, the swirling fragments of 1,000 blades that had shielded the two unharmed finally froze midair. The suspended fragments gathered and merged, coalescing into a long sword that flew into Ningju's hand. With a reverse motion, he sheathed the sword. Only dozens of fragments remained, hovering before Ningju. With a wave of his hand, swish, the dozens of blade fragments shot forth. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Each blade spun through the air, each aimed precisely at an enemy's brow. Dozens of sword gleams flashed across the space. Simultaneously, a small hole appeared in the forehead of every target. Blood began to flow from each wound. All the gang members fell one after another. Ningju flicked his wrist, and those fragments automatically returned to their sheaths. Some corpses didn't fall, standing stiffly upright with eyes wide open in death. In just an instant, all enemies had fallen without exception. Hong Yong witnessed this scene, a trace of despair flickering in his eyes. Chapter 40, Instant Collapse. Hong Yong clenched his teeth, his face icy cold. He stared at Ningju, realizing he no longer stood any chance of killing him. There was only one path left for him now. Escape. Dozens of gang members, formidable superhumans, body modifications, so many high-tech weapons. Yet not a single one could harm Ningju or that girl. Ningju gripped the shattered blade, step by step advancing toward Hong Yong, closing in with each stride. A flash of ruthless determination flickered through Hong Yong's eyes. He hadn't unleashed his supernatural ability earlier, because his ability's range was too small, spanning only a few meters in diameter. To break through that terrifying blade defense using energy conversion, he would have to physically approach. Such a dangerous situation would be no different from courting death. That's why he kept watching from afar, never making a move himself. It saved a great deal of mental energy. As long as he frantically used his energy conversion ability, continuously absorbing the surrounding energy, then any thermal, kinetic, or electrical energy would be blocked and transformed into his own power. At the very least, his survival was absolutely guaranteed. The static electric blade hovered mid-air, then suddenly thrust towards Hong Yong. But as it came within a few meters of him, the blade's speed instantly slowed, losing all momentum. Even with Ningju's sword-controlling power, it struggled to move. Hong Yong smirked triumphantly while stepping back. "Ha, you can't kill me. We'll meet again." Ningju raised an eyebrow. He hadn't expected Hong Yong would still try to escape. A desperate last stand. Ningju's willpower surged wildly as he exerted his full strength in sword control. That immensely powerful sword intent energy attached itself to the static edge. In an instant, electric radiance erupted violently. Golden sparks gushed forth upon the blade's edge. Ningju's willpower controlled the blade as it came crashing down towards Hong Yong with a mighty slash. Yet the speed of the static electric blade was so sluggish within the range of Hong Yong's energy absorption. Even the golden electric currents were drained away, unable to inflict any harm. Hong Yong wore a smug expression of triumph. "Ha, give up, Zhongli. You got me this time. I'm about to escape, and from now on, I'll bring more people to hunt you down. Zhongli, you'll never know peace again." He smiled smugly. The deaths of those gang members didn't seem to cause him the slightest pain. He cared only about whether he himself could survive. "Oh, right. That B-grade warhorse of yours is extremely rare. I originally planned to use it to lure you out, kill you, and then sell the horse, but it actually ran away." As he said this, Hong Yong took out a remote control from his waist pouch with a red button on it. A bloody smile crept across his face. "Good thing I have a backup plan. It's rigged with micro-explosives, enough to blow its guts out. The detonator's in my hand, and there's nothing you can do to stop me from pressing it. You think killing so many of my men means you've won? Wrong. At best, we're even." By the last sentence, Hong Yong was practically roaring. There was probably something wrong with his psyche. He refused to accept the outcome of being utterly crushed by Zhongli. With that, his thumb twitched, ready to press the remote. Ningju's eyes instantly turned sharp. Intricate and dense patterns flickered with faint light within his pupils. Deconstructing eye, dismantle. Hong Yong's entire right hand was swallowed by pitch-black nothingness. In just an instant, his hand vanished, along with the remote control. Both disappeared into nothingness. Not a single trace or fragment remained. The signal that was about to be transmitted was strangled in its cradle. This wasn't destruction through violent means, but direct disintegration, so the bomb never detonated. Hong Yong laughed heartily, not yet feeling any pain. Click. "Your poor little pet is already dead." He was still laughing smugly. He thought he had already pressed the button, but the next second, excruciating pain spread through his left hand. His left hand was flesh and blood, making the pain all too real. He looked down. His left arm was now bare bone. The flesh and blood hand had vanished without a trace, gone who knows where. No sensation, no warning whatsoever. Even the pain came later. He was shocked. Within the energy conversion force field, he could absorb any form of energy. Why had his left hand disappeared? Ningju's face remained expressionless, the power of deconstruction swirling within his eyes. The deconstruction I could directly disintegrate anything within its line of sight into nothingness. A complete dissolution into thin air, without any form of energy. This is not an attack, but annihilation. Even if he could absorb all the energy, it would still be futile. There's no way to block it. Hong Yong's face darkened as he stared fixedly at Ningju, his mind utterly bewildered. "How do you have so many techniques, so many hidden cards? Just who the hell are you?" Hong Yong was utterly shocked, filled with deep regret for maliciously driving up the price at the auction just to satisfy his twisted amusement. Hong Yong turned and fled, his face drenched in sweat, consumed by terror of Zhongli. His left wrist throbbed with excruciating pain as blood streamed down. He ran for his life like a madman. I'm still alive. As long as I live, there's hope for revenge, he whispered to himself, as if trying to bolster his own courage. The energy conversion force field remained deployed, shielding him continuously. Ning Ju controlled the static edge, following closely behind him. Ning Ju stood motionless in place, watching him run. At the same time, he would pour all his sword-controlling energy into making the blade move with all its might. Even if all his energy was being drained, Ning Ju relentlessly drove the blade forward. As more and more energy gathered, the energy core in Hong Yong's chest began to emit a reddish-orange glow. Hong Yong's body was charged with muscular electricity. His face was wild with joy as he thought to himself, "Fools, still giving me energy to escape faster." But after a few seconds, he could no longer laugh. The energy core in his chest was now completely saturated, yet the energy continued pouring in relentlessly. With all his might, he strained his muscles and mechanical body to discharge the energy. The thrusters beneath his feet made his steps erratic, propelling him forward at tremendous speed. He frantically gathered the electric cannon in his palm, firing wildly. Boom, 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 boom. The surrounding streets were ravaged by his frenzied attacks. Yet, the energy continued pouring in relentlessly. A-rank sword control power could unleash dozens of tons of formidable force with a single slash. Ning Ju was frantically channeling all his strength into these sword strikes, absorbing every bit of kinetic energy, transforming it into an overwhelming surge of power, enough to make his body explode. Soon, excessive current caused Hong Yong's half-mechanical body to short-circuit. His steps faltered, and he crashed heavily to the ground. The orange-red energy core in his chest began emitting a terrifying white glow. Buzz! A cracking sound erupted from his chest, nearly sending him sprawling lifeless the next instant. Yet Hong Yong couldn't retract his supernatural ability. Otherwise, the blade hovering inches away would instantly sever his head. Gritting his teeth, he continued absorbing kinetic energy. His eyes were filled with nothing but fear and despair. Dragging it out like this, there was no way he could escape, only death awaited him. He maintained his supernatural ability while desperately crawling backward. Crack, crack, crack. The energy core in his chest began to crumble gradually. He looked at Ning Ju pleadingly, begging him to stop exerting force. But Ning Ju's eyes were filled with resolute killing intent as he controlled the blade's advance. Golden light flickered in rapid succession from the static edge. At last, the white light of the energy core transformed into black-red currents and exploded with a deafening roar. Hong Yong was drenched in cold sweat, his face ashen, murmuring a single phrase. It's over. Boom! A deafening explosion. The massive explosion sent floor tiles flying across a radius of over 10 meters. A scorching light bloomed outward. The second in command of the augmentation gang was completely obliterated. Chapter 41, The Extravagant Young Master. Severed limbs flew, blood splattered. Countless mechanical devices scattered everywhere along with them. A mechanical eyeball rolled to Ning Ju's feet. He covered his sister's eyes. The scene was too bloody, not suitable for young girls to watch. He whistled. Zhao Nan came running back from afar. The crisp sound of horse hooves remained as familiar as ever. Zhao Nan was in a panic until he saw Ning Ju. When calm finally returned to his eyes, he slowly rubbed against Ning Ju's shoulder, showing his nervousness. Ning Ju patted his face and said, "It's all right now, my good friend." The eye of disintegration was cast, completely disintegrating the explosives strapped to Zhao Nan's back. The plump snake little scale on Ningxia's shoulder gaped with its mouth forming an O shape when it saw this magnificent steed. It hopped and bounced its way up to Zhao Nan's neck. With an expression full of admiration, it nuzzled against Zhao Nan. A mutant beast of such massive size, fully armored, so handsome and dashing. He's practically little scale's idol. Who knows how long it'll take before I can evolve into such a magnificent form. Its mouth slightly parted, as if speaking something. The beast's babyish voice was completely incomprehensible. Zhao Nan also looked utterly confused. The little monster kept rubbing against it affectionately. However, this small snake seemed to be the master's companion as well. Zhao Nan let it nuzzle against him freely. "What a beautiful warhorse," Ningxia said while stroking Zhao Nan. "His name is Zhao Nan." Ning Ju helped her mount the horse. Himself was behind her. "Let's go." Zhao Nan's four hooves thundered as he galloped wildly toward the northern part of the city. This was an abandoned area in the southern part of the city, devoid of any residents. Yet some still followed the sound and witnessed the scene of battle. Those people saw only a tall, pitch-black steed carrying two figures, moving so swiftly it blurred from sight. All they could glimpse was a dark shadow flashing past, followed by a fierce gust of wind. The white mist drifting through the streets was momentarily scattered by that powerful blast. Zhao Nan's movements were light and swift. In a flash, she was carrying Ning Ju out of the city. but as they passed the Hunter Association, Ningju ordered Zhao Nan to stop, because he saw a truck over 10 meters long parked at the entrance of the Hunter Association. The truck was loaded with blood-red syringe injectors. Blood smoke, a drug unique to Bloodforge City, can significantly enhance supernatural abilities when injected into the body. However, it has strong addictive properties, and one dose is enough to create irreversible dependency. Prolonged use turns users into numb, bloodthirsty savages. Once you take that first hit, its formidable addictiveness will drag you into the abyss. In the end, becoming a gaunt, beast-like creature is inevitable. That's why Ningju never even considered trying this drug. This truckload of blood smoke injectables is worth a fortune. Blood smoke was the hard currency within Crimson Forge City, more valuable than money. Even without supernatural abilities, there were people who would go mad purchasing it just for the pursuit of that high. The moment this truck appeared at the Hunter Association's entrance, hundreds of beast hunters came charging out. Their eyes burned red as they gazed upon the truckload of goods, hearts brimming with desire. Many people were overcome by their drug cravings, barely able to restrain themselves, on the verge of drawing their knives to rob by force. Fortunately, their companions held them back. Otherwise, if anyone had made a move, the scene would have instantly erupted into a chaotic brawl involving hundreds. The casualties would have been severe. A young nobleman dressed in lavish robes slowly emerged from the cargo truck. With a handsome face, he glanced at the hundreds of hunters in the Hunter Association and smiled faintly. Most of the beast hunters in Bloodforge City were addicted to blood smoke. To slay the savage mutated beasts, they had no choice but to inhale blood smoke to forcibly enhance their supernatural abilities. But the exorbitant price of blood smoke left them all buried in debt. To repay their debts, they had no choice but to venture out and hunt mutated beasts for survival. Trapped in this endless cycle, they could never break free from their plight. Living like this, they were little more than walking corpses. The truckload of blood smoke left them with no choice but to accept. Just who could afford to park an entire truck of blood smoke outside the Hunter Association's doorstep? This much blood smoke would cost at least 8 million Federation credits. That's equivalent to the price of several A-rank exotic weapons. That young master in white was certainly no ordinary man. The white-clad young master slowly walked up to the beast hunters and cleared his throat. Then he spoke in a clear, ringing voice. Gentlemen, this cartload of blood smoke Yu Qing, give it to you all freely. The moment these words were spoken, the crowd erupted instantly. People from the surrounding streets all converged toward the scene. Everyone pushed forward desperately, creating a sea of people. The entrance of the Beast Hunter Association was soon packed to the brim, completely jammed. Ningju sat atop Zhao Nan, looking down at the surrounding people with an air of superiority. Jiang Li's reputation resounded throughout Lianchu's city. Moreover, he had just slaughtered a large group of the prosthetics gang members before rushing here. Many people had personally witnessed that scene, so not a single person dared to push Ningju. Ningju steadied his sister while keeping his eyes fixed on the young master in white. He had seen this guy at the auction. The eldest son of the Yu family had bought a pleasure slave for 300,000 at the time. He then frantically bid on various luxury items and strange but useless auction pieces. This young master was truly extravagant to the extreme. Exotic weapons, giant beast cores, these combat-related items never interested him. He only purchased useless things. I offer you all blood smoke because there's one matter I'd like to ask for your help with. As long as you help me with this, you can get a vial of blood smoke, he announced loudly, ensuring everyone nearby could hear. Ningju, mounted on his horse, spoke up and asked, "What kind of help?" Yu Qing turned his head to look at Ningju, his eyes slightly startled. "Jiang Li, the Dragon Slayer. I've long heard of your great name. Never thought I'd meet you here. Brother Jiang, what an honor," Yu Qing said with a laugh. "I heard you single-handedly destroyed the Dragon Blood sect with your formidable strength. Seeing you today confirms the rumors. My admiration for you flows endlessly like a mighty river." Listening to his flattery, Ningju felt somewhat uncomfortable. "Annihilating a second-rate gang is hardly worth mentioning," he said coldly. "If wiping out the Dragon Blood sect isn't considered significant, then surely Brother Zhang's feat of slaying the second-in-command of the prosthetics gang deserves some praise." Ningju slightly furrowed his brows. This Yu Qing was smooth-tongued and slick, not at all like a wealthy young master, but more like a street thug. He had been shamelessly flattering himself the whole time, and he even blurted out the fact that Ningju had just killed the second-in-command of the prosthetics gang. The street where he had fought Hong Yong was extremely remote, located in the dark alleys of the southern district. There were hardly any people around, just abandoned unfinished buildings. So not many people knew about this yet. It would take some time for the news to spread. But now, Yu Qing somehow found out and directly revealed it. Half the city already knew. The surrounding people's pupils trembled upon hearing this, their faces filled with horror as they began whispering among themselves. "Enough, answer my question first," Ningju interrupted, not wanting him to continue any further. Chapter 42, Superpower Will Insight. Ahem, my apologies, I digressed. Let's get back to the main topic. Yu Qing coughed lightly and spoke. I brought the blood smoke as an offering to invite you all to join me in exploring a secret realm in Yangzhou. At these words, everyone was stunned. Hidden realms are extremely secluded and exceedingly rare. Moreover, the vast majority of these hidden realms are thoroughly explored by the Human Alliance and the Hunter Association before others can even set foot in them. For ordinary people, visiting a hidden realm even once in their lifetime is nearly impossible. Such an opportunity is truly once in 1,000 years. In the secret realm, there's even a possibility of S-grade exotic weapons being born. All treasures scavenged in the secret realm belong to you. I only want one thing. Yu Qing raised one finger solemnly as he spoke. I only want the S-class exotic weapon from that secret realm. Everyone exchanged glances, their eyes burning with excitement. Any treasure you obtain becomes yours to keep? This is like manna from heaven. Treasures abound in the secret realm, known to all the world. Yu Qing only wants the S-grade exotic weapon among them. This deal is simply outrageously profitable. And he even gets a tube of blood smoke for free. Many people rushed forward like madmen. I'll join. I'm in, young master Yu, count me in. Several hunters fought tooth and nail to get in. At Yu Qing's command, several attendants began distributing blood smoke to the crowd. There were too many people, they fought madly for the blood smoke, their eyes turning red with frenzy. Ningju watched the scene unfold, feeling absurd. These people had truly lost their minds to drug addiction. The treasures hidden within the secret realm are indeed plentiful, but the dangers within are truly life-threatening, where survival is uncertain. The opportunity to enter such a realm is indeed rare and precious. For ordinary people, it's truly uncommon to have the chance to set foot in such places in their lifetime. But if you're going, shouldn't you first weigh your own strength? Many Class E hunters and powerless small-time thugs were frantically rushing to seize the blood smoke. It seems they've truly abandoned all regard for their lives. No one wanted to miss this opportunity. What if there isn't an S-class anomalous weapon inside? Ningju looked at Yu Qing and asked. Yu Qing shrugged indifferently and said, if there's no S-class anomalous weapon, I'll just consider it giving everyone a free dungeon adventure. Truly worthy of being the eldest son of the Yu family, spending money like water. This secret realm was originally discovered by the Hunter Association. They planned to let privileged high-ranking hunters explore it. Only hunters of A rank and above have the right to enter the secret realm for exploration. Others can hardly set foot in it. But I purchased its exploration rights precisely for one treasure inside. For it, I'm willing to pay any price. As he spoke, Yu Qing's eyes burned with fervor. It seemed he was already certain there must be some S-grade exotic weapon within the secret realm. Blood smoke compared to buying the entire secret realm's exploration rights was truly too cheap. The true prize lies in the exploration rights of the secret realm. Once discovered, the secret realm would be monopolized by specialized teams dispatched by the Hunter Association and the official Human Alliance. All the valuable resources would fall into their hands. Purchasing the exploration rights from them would cost an astronomical fortune, a price beyond imagination. This is like opening a mystery box. If there's an S-class exotic weapon inside, you make a small profit. If not, you lose big. It's an extremely risky endeavor. The exploration rights to a mystic realm cost at least tens of millions in federal currency. How convenient it is when the wealthy handle things. Want an S-grade exotic weapon? Simple, just purchase the exploration rights to a mystic realm, recruit a bunch of unfamiliar hunters, and send them in to explore and die, clearing all the traps in the process. Entering secret realms to obtain treasures requires piling up human lives. Every time a secret realm opens, a large number of people must die. Several million federal credits could already purchase 1 or 2 S-grade alien weapons. Yet Yu Qing seems determined to obtain that particular alien weapon from the secret realm. Ningju felt that Yu Qing must have already confirmed through some means what that anomalous weapon in the secret realm was. That's why he was willing to pay such a high price to explore it. Otherwise, why would he go to such great lengths? He could just casually buy any anomalous weapon with money. That S-class anomalous weapon in the secret realm must be exceptionally special. Where is that secret realm? Ningju asked. Yu Qing pondered for a moment but couldn't recall. He turned to ask the old man behind him before finally figuring it out. Oh, north of Bloodforge City, in Yangzhou. What a pampered young master, knowing nothing beyond exotic weapons. As for where that secret realm is located, he'd have to ask the servant behind him. Ningju nodded. His eyes covertly scanned the old servant. The man appeared to be around 50 years old, his face weathered with time. But his hair was jet black and thick, exuding an icy aura. This old man, with sharp and frosty eyes, was undoubtedly an extremely powerful individual. Otherwise, the Yu family would never have allowed their eldest legitimate son to venture into such a lawless frontier town. Scan his supernatural ability. Gong Tongchen. Ability, Frost Condensation. Rank, A. Description, completely extracts temperature from the air, condensing any moisture into massive blocks of ice at -100 degrees Celsius with efficiency that defies natural laws. Can freely mold the ice into any shape and manipulate it midair. Ningju's eyes flickered with a faint light. This ability truly stirred his heart. Elemental abilities were inherently rare to begin with. What's more, this old servant possessed the rarest kind, the power to conjure elements from thin air. He could directly condense moisture from the air into frost and ice. Moreover, the conversion efficiency transcends conventional rules. This means that even the slightest moisture can coalesce into massive blocks of ice, and the air always contains moisture. It's merely a matter of quantity. This means he could create ice in his hands wherever he went. Ningju now possessed two abilities, wind and fire. He also carried a static edge, imbued with the power of lightning. One could say he had nearly gathered most of the natural world's elemental energies. There were still 5 awakening points left, enough for him to steal this ability. To casually condense icy blades and then use dark concealment sword control to make them invisible for killing, how formidable would that be? However, Ningju's 6 ability slots were already fully occupied. With no empty slots, stealing was impossible. He immediately fused 2 abilities, clearing out a space. Spent 2 ability points, fused, memory stripping, with photographic memory. Fusion successful. Obtained B-rank ability, Mind's Insight. In an instant, the trillions of neurons in Ningju's brain suddenly burst forth with a dazzling golden light. A sharp pain swept through his entire brain. Ningju's consciousness throbbed with the agony. Yet in the very next moment, the sensation ebbed away like a receding tide. Ningju felt a peculiar surge of mental energy flooding his consciousness. Will Insight, Tier, B. Description: foresee the enemy's moves and penetrate their intentions. Allows the user to perceive others' wills and memories. Before Will Insight, any mind becomes as transparent as a brain in a glass jar, utterly exposed. Additionally, the host's brain gains perfect recall, with its capacity multiplied 100-fold to accommodate countless memories. Ningju looked at Yuqing again, and his memories instantly flooded his mind, appearing vividly before him. His thoughts were also laid bare in Ningju's eyes. What a formidable supernatural ability! Chapter 43, The Grand Ship. The synthesized, Will Insight, allows Ningju to do more than just view others' memories. He can now directly perceive what others are thinking in their hearts at any given moment. This is a tremendous evolution. What was once a functional ability has transformed into one that can be utilized in combat. In battle, Ningju could always anticipate his opponent's moves, whether they would flee or fight, and take countermeasures accordingly. What terrifying power this was. The only regret Ningju had was losing the ability to alter others' memories. Gone was the trait that allowed him to freely modify and fabricate memories at will. The fusion of supernatural abilities is always a trade-off, you gain some, you lose some. But this was enough, and Ningju was perfectly content. He turned his gaze toward Yuqing. Reflected in Ningju's eyes were all the experiences Yuqing had been through. The scene of that slave he had bought at the auction, being wantonly toyed with by him. It also appeared before Ningju's eyes. The sensation was as if Ningju had experienced it himself, causing his brows to furrow slightly. He had no desire to see such things. I have to admit, the absolute climax ability really has something to it. Young Master Yuqing had thoroughly enjoyable exchanges with that slave for a full week. The energy of youth is truly remarkable. Learning about such memories from others made Ningju feel somewhat disgusted. The impression of Yuqing plummeted. However, Yuqing later did something that slightly improved Ningju's opinion of him. He removed the control chip from that slave, granting her freedom of thought, and took her into his home, providing her with clothes and food. It could be said that he gave her full dignity, allowing her to live like a human being. Perhaps it was fortunate that the slave was bought by Yuqing. Ningju was also happy for her. If she had been bought by Hongyong, she might have already been played to death by now. One memory after another flashed before her eyes. Ningju didn't want to look anymore. This young Master Yuqing was practically a spoiled playboy, spending nearly his entire life indulging in wild feasting, drinking, and excessive debauchery. His memories truly held no value. No more viewing memories. Rather, it was observing his thoughts that made Ningju's eyes gleam slightly. He had obtained a piece of information. The S-class anomalous weapon in that secret realm was a single-use anomalous weapon. That anomalous weapon could directly grant someone a permanent S-class supernatural ability. Born into a wealthy and powerful family, Yuqing, as the eldest legitimate son, harbored deep resentment for lacking supernatural abilities. His entire life was spent searching for ways to obtain such powers. Supernatural weapons were, after all, merely external tools. All he desired was to become a true supernatural being. To fulfill his dream, he chose to gather hunters and venture into the secret realm with him. According to Yuqing's memories, the treasures within that secret realm were exceptionally abundant. Even Ningju was tempted. Yuqing's knowledge of the treasures in the secret realm was thanks to an appraiser from his family. The appraiser possessed a unique ability to detect treasures in his surroundings. He could accurately determine the grade and effects of any treasure. Even if the treasure was hidden deep within a secret realm and protected, he could still detect it. Moreover, he didn't need to personally set foot in those places. Just standing at the entrance of the secret realm was enough to uncover the information he needed. The power of the entire clan was indeed formidable, making Yu Qing's tasks remarkably convenient. To directly obtain an S-level supernatural ability out of thin air. What an incredibly powerful supernatural weapon this was. Even though Yu Qing had reserved that S-grade exotic weapon, there were still many other exotic weapons in that secret realm, all extremely powerful. There were several A-grade exotic weapons as well. Ning Ju was tempted too. He asked, "Can I go?" Yu Qing smiled faintly. "Brother Jiangli, I'd be delighted if you're willing to join us. The secret realm is fraught with danger. Having you with us will greatly increase our chances of success." Then he picked up a bottle of blood smoke and walked over to Ning Ju. "Hand it personally to Ning Ju." Ning Ju slowly shook his head and said, "I don't smoke blood tobacco." Yu Qing scratched his head, took back the blood tobacco, and smiled awkwardly. Indeed, judging by Jiang Li's appearance, full of vigor and an unyielding demeanor, he clearly wasn't the type to succumb to desires or indulge in blood smoke. Most likely, Jiang Li had ventured into the secret realm merely to try his luck, hoping to acquire some exotic weapons for use. "My airship is parked at the city gates. Let's head there first," Yu Qing offered warmly. Ning Ju nodded and hurried along with Yu Qing. Yu Qing led the way while Ning Ju followed on horseback. After passing through several streets, they arrived at the gates of Lianshua's city. Outside the city, the white smoke could be seen thinning considerably. The toxicity has greatly diminished. Ning Ju removed Ning Xia's gas mask to let her breathe some fresh air. Yu Qing's eyes lit up when he saw Ning Xia's appearance, feeling particularly intrigued. Blonde hair and blue eyes, she was the most beautiful he had ever seen in his life. Ning Xia greeted him casually, without any airs. "Hi, hello." Unlike other wealthy heiresses with their aloof demeanor, she had a gentle disposition. "Hello, Brother Jiang, is this girl of Nordic descent?" Ning Ju slowly shook his head and said, "No, she's my younger sister with albinism." Though he had already confirmed it wasn't albinism, Ning Ju still publicly claimed it to be so. This way, many unnecessary troubles can be avoided. Upon hearing this, a trace of regret flashed in Yu Qing's eyes. Nordic lineage seems to have truly gone extinct. Such a beautiful young girl, yet she's suffering from illness in exchange. "Brother Jiang, my family has an exceptionally skilled physician whose special abilities can cure any illness. Feel free to visit sometime, I'll have him treat you free of charge," Yu Qing said. Ning Ju nodded. "Thank you, I'll definitely take you up on that when the opportunity arises." At the same time, he probed Yu Qing's thoughts, to see if he truly meant what he said, or if he had another motive. Ning focused his gaze intently. His eyes flickered slightly, revealing a trace of surprise. Yu Qing really did think this way, though there was some element of trying to win Ning Ju's favor and leave a good impression. But overall, he wasn't particularly scheming, not a bad person by any means, nor had he ever entertained any improper thoughts toward Ning Xia. He simply pitied her, such a beautiful young girl having to endure such suffering. Though his life was decadent and dissolute, his heart wasn't truly wicked. It seemed his family had sheltered him well, like a flower in a greenhouse, uncorrupted by the darkness. Soon, the group arrived at the city gates. A massive airship hovered right outside the Bloodforge city's entrance. Stretching hundreds of meters across the ground, its appearance was ferocious. Along the hall's edge, rows upon rows of modern mass-produced weapons were densely arranged, enough to repel any invading enemy. Its entire body was black, engraved with numerous intricate patterns that exuded nobility. The two hot air balloons suspended above were crafted from the hides of two A-rank behemoths, stitched together to form an incredibly tough material, so durable that even bullets couldn't pierce through. The hull hanging below was forged from the lightest bones of giant beasts, meticulously hammered into shape. This airship was an A-class vehicle, capable of accommodating over 1,000 passengers. At the sight of this airship, Ning Xia's expression changed dramatically. "Wow, what a magnificent ship. Ahem, this is called an airship." Yu Qing coughed lightly to correct her. Chapter 44, The Ice Prison. Yu Qing led Ning Ju and Ning Xia onto the airship. The long ladder stretched between the wings, light yet sturdy. Zhao Nan moved with agile grace, stepping directly onto the ladder as he advanced. The interior of this airship was extraordinarily luxurious. There are dedicated stables stocked with the finest grain hay, staffed by round-the-clock experienced grooms who tend to the horses' coats and regulate their nutrition. After settling Zhao Nan in the stables, Ning Ju followed Yu Qing all the way to the outer edge of the airship. The floor was carpeted in red, with walls inlaid with emeralds. These emeralds were special energy-bearing ores that continuously released life-extending vitality whenever people were nearby. If one has been surrounded by this emerald since birth, their lifespan could be extended to over 120 years. However, only the wealthiest families can afford such ore. Because its extraction is extremely difficult, it can only be mined several thousand meters underground. And they are extremely rare. Often, several miners would work themselves to death just to extract one such stone. Yet this airship carries so many life green stones, Ningju dared not imagine how much blood and sweat from low-level miners had been sacrificed to obtain them. Yu Qing had always treated Ningju with utmost courtesy, showing none of the arrogance typical of wealthy heirs. After all, Ningju's abilities were at least on par with an A-rank superhuman. For someone of such caliber, even the affluent Yu family had to treat him with the respect due to an honored guest. The Yu family's current wealth and status owed much to the talents they had employed over the years. If one relies solely on wealth to look down upon those who are truly strong, even the mightiest family will inevitably decline. The old servant named Gong Tangchen followed Yu Qing closely, never leaving his side. Ningju seized the opportunity to steal his supernatural ability. Consumed one awakening point, theft successful. Obtained E-rank ability, frost condensation. Ningju felt a wave of icy coldness surge through his meridians. He looked at the air, sensing only pervasive moisture. He had a feeling that with just a lift of his hand, countless frigid ice spikes would materialize around him, ready to slay his enemies. Having just stolen someone else's supernatural ability, it wasn't the right time to use it. Ningju suppressed the urge to try out this new power and silently followed along. Brother Jiang, this suite is the most luxurious level on the airship. The door opens right to the edge with an unparalleled view. Your sister is sure to love it. Yu Qing led Ningju to a guest room and said with a smile, "Thank you." Ningju nodded in agreement. Just as he was about to lead his younger sister into the room, suddenly, from beneath the airship and atop the Bloodforge city walls, a clear voice rang out. "Jiangli, come out and face your death." Faintly discernible, it was the voice of a man. The voice was deep and resonant, yet laced with mechanical undertones. Half human, half mechanical, the voice carried a magnetic quality. Though calm and composed, the voice was filled with terrifying murderous intent. The voice, amplified by mechanical devices, could be heard throughout the Bloodforge city. Yu Qing frowned. Who would dare to be so rude to a guest of the Yu family? He looked down and saw a fully mechanized man standing atop the city wall, his eyes fixed on the airship. His body had been completely replaced with mechanical devices. Even his face had been exchanged for a steel mask. His entire head was encased in metal constructs. His eyes emitted an ominous orange glow. The sound of intricate mechanical transmissions throughout his body, dense and melodious. Completely mechanized. I'm afraid the only part of him not made of iron is his brain. He leaped high in a single bound. Boom! Flames erupted beneath his feet as he leaped horizontally through the air. His landing point appeared to be right in front of Ningju. But standing beside Ningju was Yu Qing. Yu Qing's eyes turned icy as he fixed a cold stare on this uninvited guest. Behind him, the old servant Gong Tangchen stepped forward, positioning himself in front of his master. Suddenly, an icy gale swept through, sending chills down everyone's spines. Even Ning Xia's eyelashes were coated with a layer of frost. Despite Ningju's exceptional physical resilience, he still felt a bone-piercing cold. Crack, crack, crack. A massive block of ice appeared before everyone's eyes. A full 10 cubic meters of frigid ice, nearly as tall as the gates of Bloodforge City. It completely encased the man, freezing him solid within. The ice floated there, its interior veined with increasing patterns where white mist swirled. Suddenly, snow began falling all around. It was freezing. Inside the ice, the white mist grew denser until the interior became obscured, while countless translucent veins continued spreading throughout the frozen mass. So strong, Ningju thought to himself. To wield elemental abilities with such mastery, this old servant's combat experience was truly formidable. Hum! A sound pierced through the ice, reaching everyone's ears. The man encased in the ice began to glow with a red radiance across his entire body. His mechanical frame burst into complete flames. The ice melted frantically, turning into droplets that cascaded downward. Gong Tangchen narrowed his eyes slightly. How could anyone still move in minus 50-degree ice? Logically speaking, all mechanical devices should have completely frozen up. Yet the figure encased in ice was clearly a top-tier mechanical augmentation, their entire body constructed with prohibitively expensive machinery. His entire steel skin turned crimson red, bursting into raging flames that carved out a vast space within the heart of the ice. The central ice mass completely melted, transforming into droplets that cascaded downward. Then the water vaporized instantly under intense heat, erupting into a billowing white mist. At the core of the ice formation, a bizarre spectacle took shape. If this continues, all the ice will be melted by that person, and then they'll break free. Gong Tangchen flicked his wrist and suddenly clenched his hand. The massive block of extreme cold ice abruptly shattered, transforming into countless ice spikes. Then, the ice spikes swiftly converged toward the center, pinning that person firmly within, aiming to crush them on the spot. The robot's gaze turned grave, when suddenly a third arm extended from its back, projecting a laser barrier that enveloped its entire body. The scorching laser rays were more than sufficient to melt any form of ice. The massive ice spikes plunged forward, only to futilely release plumes of white smoke as they vaporized into the air. In the end, despite all the ice spikes striking relentlessly, not a single hair on his body was harmed. Gong Tangchen's expression remained calm throughout. He hadn't unleashed all his killing moves yet, there were still cards up his sleeve. Yet, a trace of trouble flickered deep in his eyes. This Mr. Jian Li truly carried an abundance of complications with him. He was originally only responsible for protecting young Master Yu Qing, but now, he also had to help deal with the troubles on Jian Li's shoulders. This feeling made the old servant extremely displeased. The mechanical man broke through the ice seal, flames jetting from its back as it continued charging forward fiercely. Ning Ju scanned this person's special ability. Vic, no ability. Vic, no ability? So, all his abilities rely on his high-tech body? Vic, that was the name of the gang leader of the cybernetic syndicate. Ning Ju had heard the gang members mention it during his fight with Hong Yong. Chapter 45, Does the Yu family need to give you face? The robot soared through the air, swift as a shooting star. A glint of coldness flashed in Gong Tangshan's eyes. It seemed he would have to get serious, whether this was his responsibility or not. The slightest mishap to the young master would be more than he could bear. His hands jerked upward violently. Condense! The melted water from the massive ice block instantly solidified back into solid ice, and within a radius of 1 kilometer, all moisture converged. An extreme cold storm surged. Frost descended upon the walls of Lianxue city. Crack, crack, crack. A thin curtain of ice formed into a massive sphere, completely enveloping the airship. This ice was Gong Tangshan's full-powered strike. The temperature plummeted to a staggering -100 degrees Celsius. The hardness of this glacial barrier had increased several-fold compared to before. Harder than stone. Even a 1,000-degree flame couldn't melt it all in a short time. The man charged headfirst into the ice, extending his wrist. The machine gun mounted on it fired wildly. Bang 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 bang. Bullets carrying intense heat struck the thin curtain of ice. The curtain remained unscathed. This ice was too hard. Gong Tangshan raised an eyebrow sharply. Countless massive chunks of ice, formed from the mist and moisture outside, shattered with a thunderous crash. Then, they came hurtling straight toward him. Boom, 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 boom. The sound of ice cracking continued to echo. All the shattered ice fragments, under Gong Tangshan's control, coalesced once more into massive ice spikes, relentlessly bombarding the man. Like endless spears of frost, they vowed to utterly annihilate the enemy. Yu Qing watched the scene with cold eyes, his gaze devoid of emotion. Those who dare threaten his life often meet a gruesome end. As the legitimate eldest son of the Yu family, his status was incomparably noble. He had witnessed countless grand scenes. The man was overwhelmed by the ferocious assault, forced into continuous retreat. Step by step he withdrew, until finally retreating atop the city walls. Gong Tangshan let out a cold snort before withdrawing the fierce assault of solid ice. Disperse! The sky filled with frost suddenly scattered, transforming into a waterfall of dew that cascaded down in torrents. The ground atop the city walls was instantly soaked, the earth turning damp. Victor stood tall on the city wall, his posture erect. He stared at Jiang Li, steam venting in white plumes from beneath his mechanical mask. It was heat dissipation from overheating. Jiang Li, you've slain dozens of my prosthetic gang members, and even murdered my dearest friend Hong Yong. Come out and fight if you dare. Yu Qing's eyes gleamed with cold fury. I don't care what grudge you hold against Jiang Li. Once he steps aboard my ship, he becomes a guest of the Yu family. Do you wish to make an enemy of the Yu family? He wasn't protecting Ning Ju. Rather, he was upholding the Yu family's dignity. If he didn't strike decisively to suppress this, then in the future anyone who saw the Yu family would think they could take a few licks and harass them at will. What kind of order would that bring to the world then? No trace of joy or anger could be discerned on Vic's already mechanized face. Only the mechanical arm behind him trembled violently, aimed at Ning Ju, as if it would fire a laser to blow his head off in the next second. But the moment he struck, as the laser shot out, Gong Tangshan would raise his hand to release an icy barrier, deflecting and blocking the beam. His speed in condensing the ice was too fast, almost without even lifting a hand. Ning Ju's safety meant nothing to Gong Tangshan, but Yu Qing was standing too close to Ning Ju. It wouldn't do if Yu Qing got hurt. I'm not coming out. Ning Ju smiled faintly, utterly shameless. Since he could avoid taking action, he couldn't be bothered to lift a finger. Young Master Yu, there's no enmity between us. Please refrain from interfering in matters between Jiang Li and me. This time, I've come alone without bringing any gang members. Consider it me giving you ample face. Victor began appealing to both emotion and reason. He knew full well that the Yu family would likely obstruct him, which was precisely why he chose not to bring all his gang members. The Righteous Prosthetics gang numbered over 1,000 members, many of whom were superhumans. With over 100 superhumans joining the attack, even Gong Tangshan, no matter how powerful, wouldn't stand a chance alone. Yet he also feared making an enemy of the Yu family. The Yu family could wipe out him and his entire gang with just a finger. That's why he chose to come alone. My wife's family needs you to give them face? Yu Qing's expression remained calm as he slowly uttered those words. Utterly domineering. Victor remained silent for a long while before finally retracting the mechanical arms behind him. he turned and walked away. He wouldn't make threats. His body had undergone complete mechanization, no longer swayed by emotions. Even hatred in his mind was just another digestible byproduct. Since we can't kill Jiangli today, we'll just have to deal with him another day. Flames erupted from his wrist as he immediately left the scene. Uncle Gong, why didn't you just kill him outright? Yu Qing frowned and said, only by killing the provocateur can we establish enough authority for the Yu family. Young master, his entire body has been mechanized, he's truly difficult to kill. Even if we injure him, he'll just replace the damaged parts. His only weakness is his brain, the one thing that can't be replaced with cybernetics. But his brain is encased in extremely tough armor, forged from a special material harder than the teeth of an A-rank beast. My ice can't penetrate it. Even if I could wound his body, I couldn't take his life. Gong Tangchen said respectfully. Yu Qing nodded, finally understanding. Below the airship, those who had received the blood smoke and were preparing to explore the secret realm began arriving one after another. Hundreds of people. This spectacle is truly extraordinary. Yu Qing turned to look at Ning Ju and Ning Xia. Brother Jiang, I'll go take care of business first. I'll be in the room on the lowest level, come find me if you need anything. His smile was gentle, completely unlike the person he had been moments before. Children from powerful families must learn the art of controlling people from a young age. Being ruthless to enemies and gentle to friends is one of the most important tenets. Afterward, he led Gong Tangchen down to the lower levels. The location of that secret realm was very close to the capital, and the capital happened to be the nearest place to Xiangyang Prefecture. Ning Ju's destination was precisely Xiangyang Prefecture. Hitching a ride was also the reason Ning Ju was willing to join this journey. Chapter 46, Following the Trail. After flying for about a month, one could nearly reach the outskirts of the capital. The most convenient aspect of the airship was that it could fly directly to the entrance of the mystic realm. Hunters wouldn't need to take a single step to reach their destination. Traveling by airship was extremely comfortable. This top-tier airship was built by the Yu family at tremendous cost. Every aspect, layout, comfort, sturdiness, and safety was outfitted with the finest configurations. It flew without the slightest turbulence and at remarkable speed. Ning Ju's room was the highest-grade guest cabin, fully equipped with all amenities. There's a gym, a bathroom, and a practice room. There are also fully automated high-tech steel robots that spar with you using weapons. And thanks to the programming, they can't harm a single hair on your head. Looking down, the view is spectacular. Ning Xia spent nearly the entire day gazing at the scenery below. From high above, the desolate villages look like tiny sesame seeds scattered across the land. The colossal beasts roaming through the jungle appeared as mere microorganisms from this height. Meanwhile, Ning Ju remained in his room, diligently practicing his sword techniques. Ning Xia was playing with little scale. A week passed. That afternoon, Ning Ju sat cross-legged, organizing the martial arts techniques he had learned. My sister was still fast asleep in bed. Little Lin was on her shoulder, sleeping with snot bubbles. But suddenly, a transparent trace appeared in the room. Ning Ju's expression changed slightly. This trace of killing intent isn't connected to me, nor is it connected to my sister. Rather, it passes right through my room. How strange. The static electric blade was unsheathed and embedded in the floor by his sister's window. If anyone entered this room, Ning Ju would sense it instantly and silence them with a single sword stroke. Then, carrying 1,000 shattered blades on his back, he followed the trail of killing intent. He walked all the way to the lower deck of the airship. This is where ordinary hunters reside. Descend further to the luxurious rooms on the -7th floor. The killing intent persists even within these spaces. Here, at the very bottom, lies Yu Qing's dwelling. Only he and his attendant Gong Tangchen lived here. No one else disturbed the room. One could say it was quite luxurious. Each deck of this airship spanned hundreds of square meters, truly vast. Each floor could accommodate over 200 guest rooms. Yet Yu Qing alone occupied an entire deck, with hundreds of guest rooms all to himself. The opulence of this lowest deck was unparalleled in Ning Ju's experience. Emeralds of life were laid as flooring as if they cost nothing. The conference table and benches were all crafted from emerald of life. It was evident that Yu Qing would pay any price to nourish his body and delay his death. He had one wish, to experience supernatural powers at least once. For this, he had been searching for far too many years. And for the rest of his life, he would continue searching. Every extra minute of life he gained meant another chance to acquire supernatural abilities. Now, with success within reach, he chose to fight for it. This deck was filled with antiques and collectibles, along with many rare exotic weapons. Their functions are often not for combat, but for play. The Grade A bubble exotic weapon, when used, can make sweet bubble rain fall from the sky, perfect for impressing girls. The Grade B shining necklace, when worn, doubles your charm, making everyone find you incredibly handsome. So many useless alien weapons, yet Yu Qinghua spent a fortune to acquire them. She really treats money like dirt. Upon reaching this floor, you could practically smell the scent of wealth in the air. The corridor on this level was inlaid with numerous silver patterns containing faint electrical currents that could detect anyone stepping on them. Hidden within the walls are infrared cameras, capable of detecting any uninvited guests. The moment Ningju stepped onto this floor, the pure silver patterns embedded in the ground emitted a faint glow. A white shadow flickered. In the next instant, Gong Tangchen appeared right before him. The old man moved with such agility that he bore no resemblance to an ordinary elder. His supernatural ability was ice, so why was his movement also so formidable? Could it be that he was a practitioner who cultivated both supernatural powers and martial arts? Mr. Jiang, what business brings you to the young master's room? Gong Tangchen's eyes gleamed with intensity as he stared into Ningju's eyes. He remained vigilant at all times. There were far too many people who wanted his young master's life. For this operation, hundreds of unknown hunters with unclear backgrounds had been gathered and boarded the airship, all outsiders. Gong Tangchen must remain vigilant at all times. I'm here to see Yu Qing, Ningju said. Hearing this, Gong Tangchen's eyes flickered slightly. The young master had instructed that if Jiang Li came looking for him, she should be brought directly to him. But Gong Tangchen knew nothing of Jiang Li's true background. The young master had always been careless, rarely wary of others. After some thought, Gong Tangchen sighed softly and still took Ningju to see Yu Qing. No matter what, orders must not be disobeyed. Entering the hall, Yu Qing could be seen reclining in a chair, holding an extremely thick book in his hands as he read through its contents. Encyclopedia of Superpowers. Within its pages were recorded all superpowers registered with the Human Alliance from the day of awakening until the present. Yu Qing's gaze was earnest as he continuously observed the supernatural abilities within, his eyes filled with longing. When Ningju saw him, a peculiar glint flashed in his eyes. Found it. The end point of those murderous traces was none other than Yu Qing. Young master, Mr. Jiang Li has arrived, Gong Tangchen said respectfully. Even with his A-rank supernatural abilities, he still had to show deference to this powerless young upstart. When necessary, he would even have to lay down his life to protect him. Such was the power of authority. Although Gong Tangchen was also willing, this still amounted to a lack of freedom. Oh, Jiang Li, what's the matter? Yu Qing closed the book in his hands and smiled as he saw Jiang Li arrive. Someone wants to kill you, Ningju said calmly. He would rather die than speak without shocking others. A single sentence plunged the atmosphere into freezing tension. Gong Tangchen stood behind Ningju, ready to strike at any moment. Yu Qing's expression also turned serious. How did you know? He put down the reference book and stood up. Ningju naturally couldn't reveal anything about his eyes. That was a secret. He had no obligation to explain how he knew. Yu Qing, I've said all I need to say. Whether you believe me or not is up to you. With that, Ningju turned to leave. By revealing this information, he had already gone above and beyond what duty required. As for the rest, he didn't want to interfere. After witnessing Yu Qing's memories, Ningju concluded that he wasn't a villain in the traditional sense. Though he had squandered family resources extravagantly, he had never committed any truly heinous acts. When Vic tried to cause trouble for him, Yu Qing had stepped in to protect him. Saying this news out loud can be considered as repaying the favor. Wait, Yu Qing stopped him. Jiang Li, I believe you. Help me find that assassin, and I'll make you a guest advisor of the Yu family. Upon hearing this, Gong Tangchen's pupils contracted slightly. The Yu family has only 38 guest advisors. Once appointed as a guest advisor, one would receive millions in annual tribute money for nothing. This amount of money is enough to let an ordinary person live in luxury and extravagance for a lifetime. Save for a few years, and it would amount to tens of millions, almost equivalent to the value of an S-grade exotic weapon. But this annual tribute, compared to the other benefits, is practically negligible. There are also countless other advantages. The Yu family's vast influence extends beyond financial aid, offering many internal channels exclusively available to their retainers. Chapter 47, The Young Master of the Yu Family. Few could refuse the position of an honored guest in the Yu family. Gong Tangchen was one such honored guest. Young master, please reconsider, Gong Tangchen said. From the time of his ancestors, the Gong family had always been the personal attendants of the Yu family's main line. Serving the Yu family was his inherent duty. Following Yu Qing wasn't just about protecting his life and safety. At the same time, it was also necessary to ensure that the young master wouldn't do anything contrary to the family's interests. Yu Qing, in his 20s, was still too green. He needed guidance from someone seasoned and shrewd. The position of guest advisor would only be given to those who could benefit the family. At the very least, one had to be a class of superhuman. Jiang Li's strength meets the requirements. But does his heart truly stand on the Yu family's side? Only those with exploitable value are worth hiring as high-paid advisors. In Gong Tangchen's view, Jiang Li clearly isn't worth it. A week ago, the robot named Vic attempted to attack Jiang Li. Jiang Li didn't fight back at all, which even made Gong Tangchen doubt whether Jiang Li's strength was truly as formidable as the rumors claimed. The Yu family allocates funds to their guest advisors every year. With nearly 40 guest advisors, that's certainly no small expenditure. If we recklessly increase the number of guest advisors, no matter how substantial our family fortune may be, it will eventually be squandered away. Such rash actions are absolutely unacceptable. Yu Qing, however, wore a resolute expression as he spoke. My mind is made up, Elder Gong. There's no need to discuss this matter further. Though Gong Tangchen served Yu Qing as an attendant, he was also like a master to him, having raised him since childhood. Yu Qing had always held Gong Tangchen in deep respect. But this time, he completely disregarded his advice. Gong Tangchen frowned slightly, yet found it inappropriate to press further. The young master had made up his mind, and there was nothing he could do about it. Ning Ju stood where he was, lost in thought. The Yu family's guest advisor. This status was undoubtedly more valuable than that of an A-rank hunter. Millions in annual tribute money would be enough to turn you into a useless freeloader. What's more, the Yu family's vast resources will pave the way for you. It'd be foolish to refuse what's freely offered. Would being a guest elder restrict my freedom? Ning Ju asked. No, my Yu family only invites advisors to attend during times of war or under extremely special circumstances. Yu Qing shook his head and said, at all other times, the advisors enjoy complete freedom. Ning Ju stroked his chin, lost in thought for a moment. Very well, I'll help you find that assassin. Yu Qing smiled faintly as he picked up a glass of century-old burgundy wine. Then I must thank Brother Jiang. With that, he poured the wine down his throat and drained it in one gulp. It's daytime now, too many idle people on the deck and corridors. It's not convenient for me to act. Tonight, I'll strike again. Ning Ju said. Yu Qing nodded and said, then while we have this time, Brother Jiang, would you be free to accompany me for some entertainment? What kind of entertainment? Have you heard of billiards? Ning Ju was utterly speechless upon hearing this. Billiards? An assassin was on board trying to kill him, yet this young master was still thinking about playing billiards. There was absolutely no sense of danger whatsoever. Truly a carefree, oblivious hothouse flower. I know a little, Ning Ju said. Ning Ju had lived on Earth in his previous life, during an era when billiard halls were everywhere. He was all too familiar with billiards. Yu Qing was overjoyed at these words. Come with me for a quick game. Billiards was Yu Qing's favorite pastime in life. He set up a billiards hall on this floor, occasionally entertaining himself with a game. This ancient game is now played by very few, so he could only play alone. Ever since the Day of Awakening, mere survival has become a struggle for people who has time for billiards. As the years passed, few billiard tables and balls remained. In today's world, those who can play this game are as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. Yu Qing seemed to have found a kindred spirit as he led Ning Ju to the green-based billiard table, his eyes burning with enthusiasm. Though this billiard table was kept immaculately clean, with servants dusting it daily, it still bore numerous signs of wear and tear. After all, this billiard table is an antique from a century ago. Ning Ju's deconstructive eyes could see through the weight of these materials, even capturing the wind in the air. His ability to calculate outcomes was exceptionally formidable. With just a casual stroke, he could clear the entire table. But he didn't do that, instead giving Yu Qing plenty of face by secretly holding back throughout their match. The two exchanged blows evenly. After several rounds, dusk had already fallen. Brother Jiang, your skills are truly impressive. To hold your own against someone like me who's been playing for 7 or 8 years, this isn't just knowing a little, you're absolutely at master level. Yu Qing's eyes sparkled with excitement, his mood exceptionally good. He had never felt this exhilarated before. He didn't realize Ning Ju was deliberately going easy on him. I'm tired. Let's take a break and pick this up another time when we're free, Yu Qing said with a laugh. Ning Ju nodded, then glanced at the dim sky outside the window. The traces of killing intent on Yu Qing's body gradually turned crimson. It seemed the assassin was about to make his move. I must go, that assassin is preparing to strike. With these words, Ning Ju turned and walked away, leaving the room. Gong Tangchen walked to Yu Qing's side. With a flick of his wrist, an extremely thin layer of ice spread outward from beneath his feet. Click, click, click. The sound of frost forming echoed continuously. The icy layer spread, eventually enveloping the entire room. Ceiling, doorway, windows. Everywhere was covered with a thin layer of frost, so delicate that it could be pierced with a casual touch. Gong Tangchen used this method to detect assassins. Anyone who stepped on and shattered this fragile frost would be instantly noticed by him. After sealing this entire floor with frost, Gong Tangchen gazed at Yu Qing with a grave expression. Young master, why did you disregard our warnings and so readily promise him the position of guest advisor? Whether that assassin truly exists or not remains unknown. Yu Qing smiled faintly. Old Gong, do you have a way to find that assassin? Gong Tangchen was slightly taken aback by the question. He slowly shook his head. Your supernatural abilities excel in combat but are weaker in intelligence gathering. Since you can't find them, we can't confirm who that assassin is or if they even exist. If I can't find the assassin, I'll remain in constant danger. What if the assassin truly exists and is extremely powerful? If I'm assassinated, what will you do then? Gong Tangchen remains silent, speechless. Better to believe it exists than to assume it doesn't. Regardless, my life is always worth more than the price of a single advisor's position. Gong Tangchen's eyes flickered slightly. What the young master said was indeed flawless. Perhaps he had truly been overthinking things. Yu Qing's gaze remained calm as he spoke slowly. Moreover, with undercurrents surging within the family these days, I must begin cultivating my own trusted allies. Gong Tangchen's pupils trembled upon hearing this, his eyes filled with shock. The young master's foresight reaches so far? He has already discerned signs of internal family conflicts, but as an old minister, there was no relief in his eyes. Only a faint, almost imperceptible threat of murderous intent. Chapter 48, The Young Assassin. Ning Ju ascended along the path, following the traces of that killing intent. He moved with lightning speed. It was late at night now, most hunters were fast asleep, with only a few keeping watch. The airship corridor was completely deserted, making his movements considerably easier. Choosing to act at night had another advantage. That assassin must have struck at night as well. This made it easier for Ning Ju to track him down, following the increasingly deep and distinct trails of murderous intent. In the end, Ning Ju reached the second level, the room at the farthest corner. The source of that murderous intent was inside the room. Ning Ju activated his invisibility ability, vanishing from sight. Then, from the shattered sword behind him, several tiny fragments flew out. The fragments pieced together into the shape of a key, gently unlocking the door. The door's pivots, crafted from exceptionally high-grade gemstones, opened and closed without a single creak. Moreover, Ning Ju manipulated the shattered blade to firmly brace every connecting point between the door and its pivots, preventing any sound. Pushing open a narrow gap, Ning Ju swiftly slipped sideways into the room. A young man could be seen sitting cross-legged on the bed. Behind him, a blood-red longsword was strapped to his back. Not the slightest sound escaped him. Yet, the air around him rippled faintly. The assassin was extremely sensitive to these minute details. The instant Ning Ju pushed the door open and entered, the young man sitting cross-legged in the room suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze sharp and alert. He abruptly turned his head toward the door. It was tightly shut. His pupils, upon closer inspection, seemed as if they could pierce right through the door. After a while, he still couldn't see anything. Was it my imagination? He murmured, then closed his eyes again and began to meditate. Ning Ju let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he hadn't been discovered. He slowly walked up behind the young man. The deep traces of murderous intent emanated from within this youth. Ning Ju felt puzzled. How could someone so young be an assassin? He couldn't be older than 15 or 16, probably still underage. A quick scan revealed his supernatural ability. Chu Sanzai. Ability, Flight. Rank, B. Description, capable of levitating flight by utilizing air currents, with a speed sufficient to travel 3,000 miles per day. This ability is actually this fast? Even faster than Zhao Nan. If Ning Ju had met this Chu Sanzai earlier, he might have reunited with his younger sister Ning Xia long ago. Few supernatural abilities could rival this one in terms of speed. However, this ability truly posed no threat. It could be said to be completely non-lethal. Then how did he manage to assassinate Yu Qing? Ning Ju's gaze fell upon the long blade strapped to Chu Sanzai's back. The blood-red edge of the blade seemed forged from some unknown, extraordinary material. Its hilt was crafted from sandalwood, exuding a heady fragrance. Ning Ju slowly approached the weapon's gleaming surface. Look at the information at the end of the hilt. Blood-drinking blade. Rank, A. Description, 3 feet of blood in the sheath, still wet from slaying dragons. A naturally extraordinary weapon with growth potential. When it cuts any living being, it absorbs blood from the wound into its edge, permanently strengthening the blade. Currently upgraded to A rank, just a tiny cut is enough to instantly drain all the blood from a 10-meter-tall beast. A naturally extraordinary weapon. Extremely rare artifacts. Powerful alien weapons that appeared on Blue Star alongside the Day of Awakening. These alien weapons cannot be replicated, each exists as a singular entity in the world. The Blood Drinker blade knows no upper limit to its enhancement. Does that mean this knife can grow infinitely stronger? That's something. Just a small cut is enough to kill someone instantly, even if it's just a simple scratch. Even a low-tier behemoth, once cut to create a wound, would have all its blood completely drained in an instant. A mere graze from the blade would turn one into a withered corpse on the spot. One could say it was death upon contact. Yet, even with such a formidable blade, it wasn't enough to kill Yu Qing. The attendant, Gong Tangchen, possessed overwhelmingly formidable strength. The coalescence of frost was utterly crushing. It prevented you from even making contact, let alone landing a strike on Yu Qing. A golden glint flashed through Ning Ju's eyes. Insight of will unfolded directly. He wanted to pry into Chu Sanzai's memories, to see how he obtained the strange weapon, the blood-drinking blade, and what gave him the confidence to assassinate Yu Qing alone. But the next moment, the youth before Ning Ju abruptly vanished. A blood-red longsword silently appeared at Ningju's throat. Chu Sanzai had arrived behind Ningju in the blink of an eye. Ningju's pupils trembled slightly. This speed is too fast. Flight ability shouldn't be this fast. It must be footwork techniques. Ningju noticed the movement of his feet the instant he shifted position. That incredibly swift pace must be some kind of movement technique. Chu Sanzai closed his eyes, gripping the blood-stained blade. He seemed able to locate Ningju even without vision. Ningju cancelled his invisibility, revealing his true form before him. You are that. Jiangli, how could you appear here? Chu Sanzai asked with slight surprise. I came to stop you from killing, Ningju said calmly, without a trace of panic in his eyes. Chu Sanzai let out a cold laugh, his voice dripping with disdain. Ha, another lapdog of the powerful. Go on, how much did he pay you? Ningju smiled faintly. Not much, just a few million. Upon hearing this, the young man's face darkened. Money really can make the devil turn the millstone. With that, he exerted force in his wrist, and the blade came down with a sudden slash. This strike was meant to sever Ningju's neck. Ding! A cold glint flashed through the air. The shattered sword's 1,000 blades left their sheath, unleashing a single slash. It directly intercepted this deadly blow. Then, the shattered sword flew back into Ningju's hand, grasped tight. The youth's face paled in horror at the sight of the blade, stumbling back several meters. Li Hanguang's sword. How could his sword be in your hands? Ningju slightly furrowed his brows. He hadn't actually shattered the blade earlier, it had remained intact when intercepting that strike. How could anyone recognize it as the shattered sword of 1,000 blades just from those glowing blue cracks on the blade? Chu Sanzai seemed intimately familiar with Li Hanguang, there was no way he could have identified the sword at a single glance otherwise. Have you seen him? Ningju asked. Chu Sanzai's face turned icy cold as he fell silent, his blade slashing forward. A blood-red blade light instantly closed in before Ningju. The blade carried an unparalleled aura, striking down with overwhelming force. From the moment of his birth, Chu Sanzai had been mastering the art of the blade. His understanding of the sword had long become second nature. His swordsmanship had already reached unparalleled heights. Ningju raised his hand and executed the Cloud Terrace triple descent, two swift, graceful strikes that flashed through the air. These two strikes were merely building momentum, all for the sake of the third. The final blow carried profound weight. The blade descended. Clang! The clash of blades rang out as Ningju directly blocked the strike. Yet in the next instant, the blood-red blade unexpectedly shifted its trajectory. It came slashing from an impossible angle, right toward the crown of Ningju's head. What a bizarre blade technique. This was the only thought that crossed Ningju's mind. Chapter 49, Kill One to Save Many. Ningju could no longer block the strike. Even if he was a martial arts prodigy, he had only practiced sword techniques for a few weeks. How could he compare to this youth, who had trained diligently for over a decade? Upon witnessing his blade techniques, Ningju finally understood. No wonder he dared to come alone to assassinate Yu Qing. Moreover, he could even detect Ningju's invisible presence. It turned out to be a martial artist. A warrior's senses are extraordinarily sharp. Even if you tiptoe, they can still detect your presence. Not to mention Chu Sanzai's martial arts skills were utterly terrifying. That blade technique could easily claim the life of even an A-rank superhuman with just a moment's carelessness. Detecting Ningju's invisibility was child's play for him. With a resigned sigh, Ningju summoned his sword control ability. His eyes sharpened with focus. The blood-drinking blade hovering above his head trembled violently, unable to descend. Chu Sanzai's pupils contracted in shock as the muscles in his right arm bulged. Yet no matter how much strength he exerted, the blood-drinking blade remained suspended mid-air, as if completely sealed by some mysterious force unable to advance even an inch. Impossible. The astonishment in his eyes was uncontrollable. Ningju's gaze remained calm, his strength completely overwhelmed Chu Sanzai. From beginning to end, he hadn't exerted his full power. Gripping the shattered sword, 1,000 blades, he aimed precisely at Chu Sanzai's heart and delivered a piercing strike. Chu Sanzai's pupils contracted violently as he decisively released his blood-drinking blade, retreating several meters to evade the lethal strike. Gasping for breath, he stared at the suspended blood-drinking blade, his entire body trembling with shock visible in his eyes. Too much alike. This ability bore an uncanny resemblance to sword control techniques. Are those few million federal credits truly worth going this far for you? He exclaimed excitedly. These powerful families have climbed to their current status by trampling on the bones of the common people. Every penny Yu Qing squanders is stained with innocent lives. Don't you know about the three major noble families colluding with each other, kidnapping countless children with supernatural abilities to use as test subjects? Don't you know about the Yu family forcing tens of thousands of beggars into slave labor, sending them down mines to dig for life-extending emeralds? The Yang family supports the Human Alliance's child experimentation program, didn't you know? There are many more sinister deeds being concealed. Even now, countless people are suffering. Ningju remained silent, unmoved. This assassin was far too green. How could these words possibly convince a stranger like yourself? Compared to the immediate benefits before your eyes, those words are far too naive. Chu Sanzai saw Ning Ju remain unmoved, his eyes filled with sorrow. Staring intently into Ning Ju's eyes, he spoke with grave seriousness. Mr. Jiang, kill one to save many. It sounded like a plea, urging him to complete the task. But Ning Ju showed no intention of holding back. The blood-red blood-drinking blade above his head slashed forward at his command. Yu Qing was not the leader of the Yu family. Killing him would not change the Yu family's formidable position, nor would it alter the things they had done. Though this assassin was full of fervor, his thinking was too simplistic. A glint of determination flashed in Chu Sanzai's eyes. In the next instant, his hand trembled as he abruptly pressed a button hidden in his palm. Ning Ju noticed this subtle movement, his pupils trembling violently as he tried to stop it, but it was already too late. Boom! An explosion erupted with deafening force. The entire room was blown to smithereens. Flames erupted, engulfing the entire room. Clang, 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 clang. Thousands of shattered sword fragments split apart, swirling around Ning Ju and blocking all the residual explosive shockwaves along with the flying debris. Yet the room still completely collapsed into ruin. Ning Ju executed the wave-like steps, retreating to the corridor where he grabbed the iron railing on the wall to prevent himself from falling. The entire room was engulfed in flames, completely transformed into a gaping hole. Ning Ju furrowed his brows and waved his hand. All the flames in the room, along with their residual effects, instantly subsided. The flame torrent ability can manipulate fire, making it extremely effective for calming seas of flames. Looking down, Chu Sanzai was seen blasted and covered in wounds, rapidly falling through the air. Drenched in blood, he drifted away midair. The blood-drinking blade had somehow been snatched back into his grasp. He must have taken advantage of the explosion to snatch it away. Gritting his teeth in pain, he used his flying ability to escape through the air. Whoosh! Turning into a black shadow, he vanished without a trace in the blink of an eye. Ning Ju felt somewhat regretful that he hadn't managed to seize the blood-drinking blade. Despite possessing limitless evolutionary potential, this blade still pales in comparison to the 1,000-fragment swordbreaker. Ning Ju had just clashed blades with him moments ago. Though Ning Ju's swordsmanship couldn't match his opponent's, he still managed to chip a small notch in that blade's edge. This was the absolute dominance of superior weaponry. With the 1,000-fragment swordbreaker in hand, failing to obtain that other blade ultimately didn't matter anymore. Ning Ju dealt with the assassin and quickly walked toward the deck where Yu Qing was. He stepped into the room. The thin frost had already melted. I've taken care of the assassin, Ning Ju said. Although Chu Sanzai didn't die, he was still seriously injured. The injuries were caused by the bomb he planted himself and had nothing to do with Ning Ju. The bomb burned his entire body. He probably won't be able to move for 10 days to half a month after escaping. We'll need to find a healing-type superhuman to treat him. That'll take some time. In any case, Chu Sanzai probably won't be able to come after Yu Qing during this journey. But judging by the young man's demeanor, filled with fervor, he seemed to regard his actions as some righteous cause. He would likely return to make trouble again, but what happened afterward would no longer concern Ning Ju. I've seen enough, Yu Qing said. He had just seen through the window an explosion occur in a room at the stern of the ship. Then, a blood-soaked young man fell from it. Although it caused considerable damage to the airship, at least the assassin was killed. They weren't as close as Ning Ju, so they couldn't tell whether he was dead or alive. Many thanks, Brother Jiang. I've already contacted my family and registered you as an honored guest, Yu Qing said with a faint smile. The hunter card flickered slightly. 4 million federal dollars were deposited into Ning Ju's hunter card. How many giant beasts would one have to slay to earn this much money? Yet as an honored advisor, you can receive it for free every year. The first year's stipend is 4 million, increasing by 1 million each subsequent year. From now on, Brother Jiang will be considered part of our Yu family. Should any troubles arise, you may seek assistance from the Yu household. Our doors are always open to you. And when my Yu family encounters any trouble, we will naturally turn to you for help. When we seek your assistance, you may choose whether to come or not. But if you refuse, the family might revoke your guest advisor position. Please consider carefully, Brother Jiang. Jiang Li nodded and expressed his thanks. Then he turned and left Yu Qing's room. The position of guest advisor would not restrain Ning Ju. This was precisely why Ning Ju was willing to accept this assignment. A powerful family like the Yu clan, standing tall for a century, had almost no chance of encountering a crisis severe enough to require all its guest advisors to act. Thus, as a guest advisor, one might never need to lift a finger in their lifetime, yet continue to enjoy the Yu clan's benefits without lifting a finger. Why not go for it? As one of the 3 great families, the Yu family's underhanded methods were indeed far from clean. If they wanted Ning Ju to commit acts that would outrage both gods and men, he could simply walk away. Ning Ju harbored no blind loyalty whatsoever toward the Yu family. Becoming a guest minister was entirely for the sake of making a quick profit. Chapter 50, Dragon Blood Devouring, Little Scale's Evolution. The airship had a master chef who prepared exquisite dishes for the guests. There was even a dedicated breeding farm on the second level of the airship, raising some mutant chickens with small bones and large, flavorful meat. Everything was completely self-sufficient. As Ningju walked back to his room door, he saw a servant holding food, about to knock and deliver the meal. "I'll take it." Ningju took the roasted chicken from the servant's hands and said. Pushing the door open, the static electric blade trembled as it lifted off the ground and flew back into its sheath. On the bed, Ningxia was still fast asleep. I'm so hungry." Her cheeks were slightly flushed as she muttered something under her breath. "Hungry, so hungry." Ningju sat down beside her and asked, "Hungry for what?" Ningxia seemed to smell roasted chicken. She sat up abruptly, her eyes slightly open. Though her eyes had opened a slit, she didn't seem fully awake. She mumbled hoarsely in a daze. "Hungry, so hungry." The roasted chicken was right in front of her, yet she still hadn't woken up. "What a silly girl." Ningju gave her a gentle flick on the forehead. Ningxia jolted awake, looking around in confusion. When she spotted the roasted chicken in Ningju's hands, her sleepy eyes instantly widened into perfect circles. Such a huge roasted chicken. "I thought I was dreaming." At the sight of the roasted chicken before her, her eyes sparkled with excitement, and she nearly drooled with anticipation. "Wake up, there's delicious food." Ningju placed the roasted chicken on the table and said. After getting up, Ningxia went to the table and devoured the food ravenously. "Brother, where did you go?" She spoke indistinctly while eating. "I went out to get some fresh air." Ningju gave an evasive answer. That fresh air turned out to be worth millions in earnings. On the bed, Shaolin was still fast asleep. Something had been off with the sky for the past few days. He had been sleeping for a full week without waking up. Ningju walked over to its side and began examining its body. Suddenly, Ningju's eyes flickered slightly. He noticed Shaolin's body undergoing subtle changes. Deconstructing eyes activate. Within Shaolin's body, a wisp of blood-red energy could be seen. The blood of the dragon-scale gluttonous beast. Ningju had thought it had already been digested. Now it seemed the energy contained within the dragon's blood was far too much for Shaolin's immature body to digest in such a short time. Ningju was staring at it intently. The energy within Shaolin's body was surging restlessly, but it was gradually shrinking. This indicated that it was trying every possible means to escape, wanting to leave this body, because Shaolin was digesting it. Once that red energy within his body completely disappeared, Shaolin would have fully completed his evolution. For a whole week, Little Scale had been in deep slumber. The dragon blood within its body was gradually dissipating. Now only the last traces remained. Ningju kept watching the crimson energy inside it through the eyes of deconstruction. It gradually faded away, on the verge of being completely dissolved. Suddenly, Ningju's brows furrowed tightly. At the very moment when all the dragon's blood was about to be fully digested, an extremely profound crimson energy emerged from Shaolin's heart. That energy was filled with extreme brutality. The dying energy struggled desperately and actually began to consume Shaolin's body in retaliation. The dragon's blood shared the same origin as Shaolin, both possessing the ability to devour. Now, they were locked in a fierce battle against each other. The last trace of tyrannical dragon blood struggled against the devouring power within Shaolin's body. No matter what, Shaolin was still just a young beast, but the dragon blood was a fully matured existence that had already consumed countless innocent lives. That wisp of dragon blood flowed along Shaolin's heart, absorbing the blood energy along its path. Ningju watched the scene unfold, his heart sinking with foreboding. If the dragon's blood managed to launch a successful counterattack, then Shaolin's consciousness might undergo a drastic transformation. The gentle little creature could turn into a savage monster. I must intervene now. Mysterious and intricate patterns flickered within Ningju's pupils. The power of disintegration was born within his eyes. Ningju fixed his gaze intently on that final wisp of dragon's blood. The eye of disintegration could perceive anything directly at the microscopic level of energy and particles. Even though the dragon's blood flowed within Shaolin's body, Ningju could still achieve disintegration. Buzz! Ningju's pitch-black pupils trembled slightly. The invisible force instantly swallowed up that stubborn dragon blood completely, dissolved into the dark void. After the last traces of evil dragon blood were purged, tremendous changes occurred within Shaolin's body. Brilliant golden light surged forth from between its scales. It took several full minutes before it finally vanished. That radiance made Ningju sense an unprecedented, formidable energy. After all the dragon blood energy had been absorbed, Little Scale underwent an evolution. Little Lin opened her eyes. Her pupils turned into pure golden color. Her scales, originally pure white, now bore a hint of pale gold. On her head, two small horns grew slowly, becoming slightly longer. Ningju touched its scales, feeling them just as soft as before. Seeing Ningju touch it, Shaolin's eyes widened, and its scales emitted a faint golden glow, becoming extremely hard. All its scales instantly turned harder than steel. From a soft texture, they transformed into scales tougher than steel. And above, a touch of pale gold had been added. Now little scale looked even more like a dragon. Though, a short and chubby little dragon at that. After being saved by me, it still showed no gratitude, glaring at me instead. Ningju was somewhat annoyed. He raised his hand to flick the little fellow's forehead, intending to teach him a lesson. But the moment he struck, ding! A golden barrier appeared, blocking Ningju's finger. The surface of this shield was covered with transparent scale patterns, identical to those on Shaolin's body. Ningju was shocked. What's going on here? Learned a new skill? Shaolin looked smug, curled up inside the barrier with an expression that clearly showed no fear of Ningju. Ningju jabbed at it forcefully with his finger, causing golden ripples to surge across the barrier's surface. It was genuinely quite sturdy. With the eye of deconstruction, gaze upon this barrier. Ningju then realized there were numerous golden energies within this protective shield. Those energies made Ningju sense a divine aura. With a slight flick of his finger, the static blade unsheathed itself. Ningju gripped the sword hilt and swung the blade toward Little Scale. Little Scale paled in terror, hastily reinforcing the protective barrier. The golden light intensified. Crack! The sword struck the barrier yet couldn't advance an inch. Ningju's gaze was filled with shock. This barrier could actually withstand a strike from an A-rank weapon. Although Ningju hadn't used his full strength, its defensive capability was already incredibly formidable. The barrier was extremely tough, but Ningju had only struck it lightly. He could sense that if he struck with full muscular force, he could indeed break through. Not to mention the power of sword control. Before such power, this barrier would be as if non-existent. But one must remember, Ningju was wielding an A-rank weapon. With any other weapon, this barrier would have been extremely difficult to breach. After consuming dragon's blood just once, he evolved to this extent. Truly remarkable. Little Scale was utterly terrified, trembling as he hid behind the barrier. Chapter 51, The Wind and Thunder Sword Strike. Shaolin watched Ningju stab her barrier with such a massive sword, her heart filled with terror, too afraid to peek out. Though it didn't pierce through, the experience still left her psychologically scarred. Ningju sheathed the static shiv and tapped on the golden protective shield, saying, "Hurry up and drop the barrier." Shaolin looked at Ningju fearfully, hesitating to lower its defenses. "What are you afraid of? I won't hurt you." Ningju laughed as he watched its reaction. The static edge could unleash electric arcs. Had he truly wanted to kill it, golden lightning would have already surged violently, shattering the barrier's defenses. "If I wanted to kill you, why would I have helped you eliminate that stubborn strand of dragon blood in your body just now?" Ningju said. Upon hearing these words, Shaolin's eyes lit up. Earlier, while it was dormant digesting the dragon blood within its body, it had discovered an extremely violent and stubborn strand of dragon blood resisting against it. Just as I was about to lose, a sudden surge of power emerged, completely erasing that stubborn dragon's blood and saving my life. To my surprise, the source of that power turned out to be Ningju. It immediately lifted the barrier, looking at Ningju with deep remorse, as if apologizing for its earlier actions. Ningju patted its belly. It was wonderfully springy, and the scales had regained their softness. Ningxia finished her turkey and walked over. Seeing Little Scale's appearance, she was pleasantly surprised. "How did you turn golden, Little Scale?" Holding this little monster, kneading it back and forth. Shaolin's eyes narrowed, seemingly enjoying it, making a purring sound. Ningju stepped out of the room, gazing at the scenery outside. This airship was moving incredibly fast. In about another month's journey, we should be able to arrive. Returning to his room, he shut the door tightly. Ningju began to train arduously in martial arts. Of the Lingbo Weibo technique, he had already mastered over a dozen steps. Now his movements were incredibly fast. Footwork is all about evading in the briefest moments. The instantaneous burst speed of Lingbo Weibo far surpassed that of bullets. Even without using any supernatural abilities, Ningju was now confident he could eliminate an entire squad of armed men. A dozen steps of the Lingbo Weibo technique allowed him to effortlessly evade attacks from any angle or direction. Practicing footwork diligently was all to avoid getting injured. Ningju's body was far too fragile. No matter how formidable his supernatural abilities were, he remained flesh and blood in the end. Although Ningju's injuries healed rapidly thanks to his regenerative factor. However, if he suffered a fatal wound in an instant, he still wouldn't survive. No matter how strong your healing ability is, if you're instantly killed, even the most powerful regeneration is useless. That's why he had to train his movement techniques to an extremely formidable level to avoid such a scenario. For the following period, Ningju devoted himself entirely to rigorous martial arts training. The further he progressed in his studies, the more intricate and profound the techniques became. The subsequent footwork techniques of the Lingbo Weibo required memorizing tens of thousands of steps, and only after mastering each step with complete flexibility could they be properly executed. Even with his extraordinary ability of photographic memory, achieving comprehension remained exceedingly difficult. Ningju reviewed the entire Lingbo Weibo movement technique and the Tai Bai sword manual once more. He imprinted all the contents firmly in his mind. Whether he could master them or not, he committed them to memory first. This way, he could always revisit them in his thoughts without needing to retrieve the manuals. A month later, Ningju wielded the shattered sword Qianrun, engaging in a sparring match with a mechanical wooden dummy forged from dark steel. This automaton's mind stored tens of thousands of fundamental sword techniques, saber techniques, leg techniques, and fist techniques. Its martial prowess was truly remarkable, though it falls far short of genuine techniques. Its combat prowess is still quite impressive. Ningju has been sparring with it all this time, practicing the Tai Bai sword art. Swish, clang, clang, clang. Ningju's static electric blade slashed wildly in succession. The Tai Bai sword technique was absolutely capable of overwhelming the ordinary sword techniques employed by this mechanized opponent. The mechanized warrior could only defend passively, without any opportunity to launch an offensive. Clang, 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 clang. The sound of clashing swords rang out continuously. Ningju had been relentlessly pressuring the robot in combat. The electric blade was too sharp. If he let his guard down for even a moment, he might cleave the robot's dark steel sword clean in two. But Ningju kept restraining his strength, deliberately avoiding an instant victory. Ningju was practicing a new sword technique. This move was the swiftest strike in the Tai Bai sword manual, so fast it was nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. But it was truly difficult. After long hours of arduous practice, Ningju still hadn't grasped that elusive, almost mystical sensation. Until today. Outside, wind and snow raged together. The airship had reached the wilderness beyond Yangzhou. It was winter, and Yangzhou was blanketed in heavy snowfall, the landscape entirely covered in white. Outside the airship, a snow waterfall cascaded. At this altitude, one could already discern how snow was formed. Water vapor condensed into frost flowers, gathered into snowflakes, swirling like goose feathers. Ningju continued his assault while gazing at the snowy scene outside the window. His mind wandered for a moment. He watched as the moisture in the clouds condensed, frost crystallizing into ice. Witnessing this transformation, Ningju's eyes flickered with a trace of emotion. What force could transform soft, harmless droplets of water into hard, unyielding ice and snow? It is a chill. A chill, that is the aura of killing intent. His swordsmanship lacked some of that killing intent. Thus, he could never unleash that final strike. Ningju suddenly understood, smiling faintly. His figure blurred in an instant. Only the sharp sound of a sword slicing through the air was heard. Frosty cold energy emerged from the blade. A sword swept past, drawing forth a snow-white blade light. Boom! Thunder and wind manifested upon this single stroke. A single sword strike sealed the throat. As the thunder and wind faded away, a diagonal line appeared on the neck of the dark iron robot and along the blade in hand. Then, the sword fell. A thin line appeared on the robot's neck. Bang! The head hit the ground. The robot was completely shut down. The swiftest technique within the Tai Bai sword art. Wind and thunder slash. Ningju had mastered it successfully. This sword strike was too fast. The sword follows the mind's intent. Ningju stood behind the robot, sheathing his sword. This strike, he could execute with his mortal flesh. Then so too could he wield the power of sword flight. The sword's edge unleashed a frost-like blade radiance, characteristic of the Tai Bai sword technique. Having mastered the sword technique that had troubled him for so long, Ningju was in high spirits. The airship slowly descended, heading toward a specific area in the wilderness. Looking down from above, Ningju saw that the cabin destroyed by Chu Sanzai had already been restored to its original state, repaired with remarkable efficiency. The wings slightly folded inward, and the flames within the massive hot air balloons suspended above gradually dimmed, nearly extinguishing. We're almost there, Ningju murmured. Gazing at a cavern below, a flicker of excitement stirred within him. This was also his first time setting foot within the secret realm. Who knew what treasures or what dangers lay within? Chapter 52, Entering the Secret Realm. The airship slowly descended, finally landing before the cavern entrance. All the hunters emerged from the airship. Yu Qing was among them. Ningju stepped out slowly from the spacecraft with his younger sister. Everyone, this is the secret realm I need you to explore, Yu Qing said. The dangers within are unpredictable, so please be cautious. Additionally, if you find an S-class anomalous weapon, surrender it immediately or face the consequences. As he spoke the last sentence, Yu Qing narrowed his eyes slightly, as if threatening everyone. He certainly had the means to back it up. No sooner had he spoken than the hunters could no longer restrain themselves and charged inside. Dong Tangchen had remained behind Yu Qing the entire time, showing no intention of entering the cave. His duty was to ensure the young master's safety. Let these irrelevant people serve as cannon fodder and die. Many charged forward as if treasures were waiting for them inside. Ningju shook his head slowly at this sight. These impulsive people would be the first to fall as cannon fodder. He stood outside the cave, pausing in deep concentration, staring into its depths. Buzz! Suddenly, a powerful force surged from within. All the hunters who had rushed in were violently thrown back by that overwhelming strength. Put! The force was overwhelmingly powerful, smashing many bodies to pieces. Gleaming white bones lay exposed. Clenching their teeth to suppress screams, they hastily took out scar-healing water and poured it over themselves. Damn it! There are evil spirits in this cavern. Anyone who enters gets pushed out. That force is terrifyingly strong. Several people were instantly crushed into bloody pulp by it. A scruffy bearded man grumbled resentfully. He had rushed in last, so he wasn't killed. Several people around were also severely injured, all with fractures, and were pushed out. Most people didn't even manage to charge inside. Only a handful of people, driven by greed to seize the treasures within, lost their heads. Most of the crowd watched these few with mocking laughter. Charging ahead like that is practically asking for death. Someone sneered. Ning Ju's gaze turned grave as he activated his deconstructing eyes, staring intently at the object within the cavern. Numerous drifting energies swirled within it. The trajectory of these energies formed a perfect circle. Should anyone attempt to rush recklessly into it, they would disrupt the delicate balance of those slowly rotating energies, shattering the circle. Naturally, the energy would surge forth, blasting people out. If one were to enter slowly, this wouldn't happen. Ning Ju held his sister's hand and advanced cautiously. His deconstructing eyes could see through any energy form. He was 90% confident. Even if something did go wrong and that thrust force appeared, Ning Ju could still protect his younger sister. His Lingbo Weibo technique allowed him to hold his sister and retreat dozens of meters in an instant, escaping that thrust force. It was precisely because of this assurance that Ning Ju dared to take his sister into danger. He stepped slowly, entering the dark cave. Those outside watched his movements and sneered in disdain. Moving so cautiously, does he really think tiptoeing will help him avoid the trap? Yet, Ning Ju's figure gradually vanished into the depths of the cave. Everyone was stunned. He actually went in? No one could quite believe it. Some began to imitate Ning Ju, slowing their pace as they cautiously stepped forward. As a result, he actually managed to walk right in. No more pushing force. Many people began to follow Ning Ju's method one after another, entering the cavern. But at this moment, the bearded man wore an expression of stubborn disbelief. Damn it, it must be that the mechanism was triggered once, so it's gone now. It definitely wasn't because he slowed his steps. With that, he charged forward at full speed, maintaining his rapid pace. Idiot, don't! Many faces darkened as they glared at him, but he paid no heed to the warning. Boom! After he rushed in, a strange fluctuation appeared once again, sending everyone flying out. Many were severely injured. The unshaven man suffered even more serious injuries this time. Lying on the ground, barely alive. A hunter who had been pushed out, his face grim. He wore steel armor, which was why he remained unharmed. The force was too overwhelming, capable of destroying a human body. If not for this reckless man forcing his way in, they would have already entered. He directly drew the strange black spear from his back and slashed at the man's heart. Put! A single spear thrust pierced his heart. Blood splattered, and the man died instantly. Greenhorn! A female hunter in tight-fitting attire scoffed disdainfully. Not a single person stepped forward to intervene. He brought this upon himself, should have known better than to tempt fate. In this wild world, everything is extremely cruel. Make a mistake, and you'll be killed. Unless you possess absolute overwhelming strength, it's best not to make any mistakes. Ning Ju walked into the cave. A tattered flag stood planted at the cave entrance. The black banner bore the carving of a skull. It resembled a pirate's emblem. Ning Ju pressed onward into the depths. On the ground, there were many wood chips and debris. Going deeper, one could also see planks rotten by seawater. Soon, Ning Ju saw increasingly larger fragments. After walking a few hundred meters, Ning Ju unexpectedly came across a broken mass lying on the ground. This is land, how could there be a ship? Ning Ju was puzzled in his heart. He continued forward. Ahead grew increasingly damp and dark. Soon, the water on the ground had risen enough to submerge Ning Ju's feet. Using his deconstruction eye, he saw that while the water wasn't toxic, it contained an extremely high salt concentration. It was literally seawater. How bizarre. Ning Ju, filled with curiosity, pulled his younger sister along as they continued forward. Suddenly, a black fish leaped out from a puddle on the ground. The fish was 2 meters long, stout in build, and covered in black spines. Its mouth gaped open, revealing extremely long, sharp teeth. The black spikes covering its body were 1 meter long and extremely sharp. Ning Ju used his deconstructing eye to observe and discovered that those spikes contained terrifyingly potent venom. The fish leaped high into the air, charging straight toward Ning Xia. Its eerie blue-glowing fish eyes were filled with an insatiable thirst for blood. The cavern harbored no living creatures. It seemed to have been starving for a long time. Ding! Suddenly, a golden membrane enveloped Ning Xia, shielding her within. The black fish's teeth couldn't so much as scratch a single hair on Ningxia's head. Ningxia glanced at the little scale on her shoulder and noticed it trembling all over, its body shimmering with golden light. That barrier was precisely what it had conjured to protect itself. Ningju activated his deconstructive eye, intricate patterns swirling within his pupils. Hum! An eerie sound suddenly emerged. The black fish's body began to disintegrate from its skin. In just an instant, all of its skin, along with those black venomous spines, vanished completely. Blood gushed out wildly. The fish writhed frantically as if gone mad. The excruciating pain overwhelmed its brain. Then came the bones, crumbling away in turn. It tumbled into the water, no longer the ferocious creature it once was. Finally, the internal organs. It completely vanished, erased from this world, only leaving behind a vast expanse of crimson blood in the pool. Chapter 53, The Stranded Ancient Ship of 1,000 Years. Good job, Shaolin. Ningxia looked at the little snake on her shoulder and laughed. Little Lin, upon being praised, immediately became happy. Ningju gave Little Lin a thumbs up, and the little snake instantly became full of motivation. It really was like coaxing a child. Although at that moment, Ningju's hand was already gripping the hilt of his sword, ready to draw and slay the fish in the next instant to protect Ningxia. But since Shaolin took action, he released his grip on the sword and instead used the eye of deconstruction to eliminate the fish. Shaolin reacted swiftly, following his younger sister also served as a form of protection. Ningju now felt that not killing the little creature back then was indeed the right decision. Keep moving forward. More and more mutated creatures loomed ahead, drifting through the water. Put! Another bizarrely shaped fish darted past in the water. Instead of leaping out, this fish tried to bite Ningxia's feet directly beneath the surface. But how cautious was Ningju? He kept his eyes fixed on the situation in the water. The moment any creature dared to attack Ningxia, Ningju would strike with thunderous force, utterly annihilating it. Put! The static electric blade unsheathed, Ningju reversed his grip and drove it straight into the depths below. The sword's cold gleam flashed, pinning the fish dead in the water. The deeper we went, the more mutated creatures appeared. The pool beneath our feet grew increasingly deeper. Suddenly, hundreds of pairs of glowing red eyes emerged from the darkness ahead. Ningxia was startled. Ningju raised his hand, conjuring a ball of flame. Boom! The bright firelight instantly illuminated the entire cavern with dazzling clarity. The hundreds of pairs of glowing red eyes immediately scattered, charging toward Ningju's position. Squeak, squeak, squeak! The terrifyingly sharp screeches made everyone's hearts tighten. They turned out to be hundreds of mutated bats. Their bodies were enormous, with extremely long fangs. Ningju's eyes gleamed with cold light as he saw these bats. There were too many of them. Each bat carried an extremely potent venom. The bats screeched as they swooped down, their flapping wings stirring ripples across the surface of the pond. Ningju's expression remained calm, utterly unfazed by them. Bang! A flame appeared in Ningju's hand, then wind blades whirled within the fireball. The fiery wind sphere suddenly exploded, scattering hundreds of flaming wind blades in all directions. Slash! Ningju spat out a single icy word. All the wind blades whirled and slashed through the air in an instant. Each wind blade is responsible for one bat. Plop, plop, plop. As easy as slicing melons and chopping vegetables. These mutated bats were all low-level beasts, not even comparable to juvenile mutated behemoths. With Ningju's current strength, he could kill them with just a flick of his fingers. Even if they are numerous, it still doesn't matter. After the battle with the corpse colossus, Ningju no longer feared these beasts that relied on sheer numbers to overwhelm their prey. Just use an area of effect attack, and you can easily wipe them out. The bodies of these bats burst into flames the moment they touched the wind blades, then crumbled into ashes. The corpse didn't even have time to fall into the water. The temperature of the hurricane flame torrent was too high, they couldn't resist it, instantly annihilated in a single encounter. Moving forward, the pool grew deeper and deeper. The water level gradually rose, reaching Ningxia's waist. At last, Ningju arrived at a place that suddenly opened wide before him. The cave had grown quite vast. A vast expanse of water appeared before Ningju. A dilapidated ship lay stranded in the pool. Inside the boat, there were nothing but bones. Beneath the boat, the water was filled with corpses. All are human corpses. All have turned into piles of bleached bones, lying in the water, slowly decaying. The most numerous strange fish are found in this large pool. They were very lucky, the ship contained many human corpses, providing ample nutrients that allowed them to evolve more successfully. The mutated beasts that have feasted on human flesh are truly different. These fish were all much larger, on a completely different scale from the ones encountered earlier. And there are so many of them. Hundreds of them. They twisted their bodies in the water, coiling waves surged, converging violently toward the spot where Ningju stood. Ningju's gaze turned sharp. He raised his hand and struck down toward the water. An extremely frigid frost aura emerged in Ningju's palm. Clickety-clack. Frost congealed, spreading rapidly from beneath their feet. Soon, the entire pond froze into ice under the influence of the frost condensation ability. All the mutated fish were frozen in the ice, like specimens preserved in ice. Even the rolling waves were frozen in place. Many fish heads emerged from the water, poised to snap down, yet Ningju effortlessly intercepted them, freezing them solid in an instant, utterly motionless. The freezing power of an E-rank ice ability is quite weak. If an ordinary person possessed this power, they could at most freeze a thin layer of water's surface. It would be impossible to freeze an entire pond solid. But Ningju was different. His mental power was overwhelmingly formidable. Having lived 2 lifetimes, his mental strength was nearly twice that of an ordinary person. Moreover, he possessed multiple supernatural abilities and frequently used them in combination, often employing 3 or 4 powers simultaneously, which proved exceptionally effective for training his mental strength. As a result, his mental strength was 7 to 8 times that of an ordinary person. With such enhanced mental power, even the most trivial ability could become extraordinarily potent. Just as Ningju was about to lead his sister toward the cabin, a massive serpent's head emerged from the ship's cabin. The colossal vessel split apart with a thunderous crash, cleaved in two by the impact. Timbers shattered as stone fragments rained down from above. The deafening roar echoed throughout the entire cavern. A gigantic serpent leaped high from the ship's cabin and landed on the icy surface. Ningju, holding his younger sister in his arms, swiftly executed the Lingbo Weibu technique, retreating continuously. In the blink of an eye, they had already retreated over 200 meters. The giant serpent landed on the frozen lake, roaring at Ningju. From its eyes shot forth 2 beams of deep blue laser light. The laser beam struck the cavern wall, utterly ineffective, as if its power were negligible. But when it hit the ice surface, a small patch instantly turned gray, petrified. Petrifying ray. Ningju was shocked. This mutated giant snake actually has mutation abilities? He quickly scanned the snake's information. Mutated giant snake. Rank A. Introduction. Its massive form has lived for centuries, coiled within this very pool. In its veins flows a trace, 1/10,000th of the Medusa Queen's bloodline, granting its eyes the power to unleash petrifying rays, turning all things to solid stone. What a terrifying giant snake. Once petrified, it's no different from death. What was even more terrifying was that Ningju wasn't certain whether consciousness would remain after petrification. If petrification still allows one to think, it would truly be a fate worse than death and eternal imprisonment. It was torture. Ningju's static blade unsheathed from behind him, slicing through the air with a golden arc of lightning, arriving in an instant as it cleaved toward the behemoth's skull. Chapter 54, The Petrified Serpent. The giant serpent suddenly turned its head, its petrifying laser now aimed at the electric blade in midair. Ningju's eyes flickered as he swiftly twisted his blade, sidestepping in an instant to evade the laser's beam. If Static Shiv were turned to stone, Ningju would truly suffer a massive loss. The giant serpent swept lasers across the electric blade while charging frantically toward Ningju's position. Ningju's expression darkened as his figure vanished in an instant. My younger sister was also enveloped by the invisible force, fading into transparency. The giant serpent instantly lost sight of its target. A snake's sense of smell is not strong, in fact, it's even weaker than a dog's. They hunt prey primarily by relying on thermal sensors to track them down. However, Ningju's invisibility cloaks his body in an electromagnetic field, completely shielding his body heat and rendering the serpent utterly unable to detect him. This great giant serpent was truly unfortunate in its luck. It encountered Ningju, who happened to perfectly counter it. Confusion flickered in its eyes as it lost sight of its target. The next instant, put! The invisible static blade slashed diagonally through its left eye. Golden lightning flashed, streaking past in an instant. Electric arcs surged through the air, lingering stubbornly. The giant serpent's left eye was split cleanly in half by the thunderbolt. Even its orbital bone was severed clean through. One of those wildly sweeping petrification rays instantly vanished. The giant serpent let out a shriek, wildly firing with its remaining right eye. Yet, it couldn't locate Ningju's position at all. Soon, the entire surface of the pond's ice turned to stone. At this moment, the people behind also arrived. The hunters waded through the pools of water, finally arriving at this innermost depth. Unfortunately, it had barely emerged when it was unluckily struck by the petrifying laser, turning to stone. Damn, petrifying rays, that's terrifying. You guys look, what is that? Someone pointed at the wildly thrashing giant snake ahead, stammering in terror. A mutant beast of such enormous size. Go ahead and fight, I don't want the treasure anymore, I'll take my leave now. Someone fled in panic, no longer harboring the slightest desire for the treasure. With such a ferocious appearance and the ability to petrify with its gaze, this monstrous beast lurking here makes fleeing the wisest choice for ordinary people. But more people still chose to stay. For them, the chance to explore the hidden realm might come only once in a lifetime, and they must seize it firmly. After this job, I'm retiring for good. A burly man lifted a stone statue, holding it in front of himself as he advanced toward the giant serpent. The petrifying laser beam swept across the stone statue, blocked by it, unable to harm the man. Sweat poured down the burly man's forehead, his heart filled with trepidation. Unexpectedly, he succeeded. His face lit up with slight joy as he quickened his pace, charging straight toward the giant serpent. Seeing this, all the others followed suit without hesitation. Soon, all the petrified individuals had been moved away. Those remaining stood facing each other, exchanging uncertain glances. Then, they began to scheme with ill intent. Put! Boom! The sounds of gunfire and blades slashing echoed through the cavern. They started a civil war. The defeated would be killed. The corpse would be pushed to the front, becoming a petrified sacrifice. Like a shield. Soon, only half the people remained. They carried the bodies of the fallen before them, charging forward. The burly man leading the charge was running too fast. A single moment of carelessness caused the petrification ray to strike his arm. Soon after, his entire body turned to stone. A stone figure embracing another stone figure, what a bizarre sight. Sigh. Someone stood behind, wielding a thermal weapon, frantically attacking the giant serpent. The firepower suppression was intense. Unfortunately, this class A mutated beast had incredibly tough skin. Ordinary weapons couldn't harm the colossal creature at all, until a dazzling golden lightning slash struck the serpent's right eye. Swish! With a flash of the sword, the giant serpent's right eye was also shattered by the electric arc, turning into charred remains. The petrifying ray could no longer be unleashed. Only then did the pursuers behind begin their full-speed charge. Ningju maintained his invisibility as he and his sister swiftly rushed into the ship's cabin. He blinded the giant serpent's eyes. Now the creature could no longer use its petrifying gaze. It wasn't to protect those behind him. Ningju wasn't that kind-hearted. He was protecting the wreckage of the great ship. If the petrification laser were to sweep over the ship and turn the hidden treasures to stone as well, that would be disastrous. Destroy only its eyes, but spare its life. Spare its life, that way, it can stall those behind us, giving Ningju more time to plunder the treasures. Enter the ship. There are many treasures inside. Among them, a white ring caught Ningju's attention. He picked it up and examined it in his hand. Set with a deep blue gemstone, its color was profound and extraordinarily magnificent. Heart of the Ocean Ring. Rank A. Description: cold depths reflect pearls darkly, while focused mind connects with ocean blue. A naturally extraordinary weapon that enables underwater breathing when worn, also functioning as a storage ring with 100 cubic meters of space. Ning focused her gaze intently. A naturally extraordinary weapon. Extremely rare. A ring that lets you breathe underwater. Even if you fall into the deepest abyss, you'll survive. What's even crazier? A 100 cubic meter storage ring. What Ningju knew was that the largest storage rings typically had a capacity of only a few dozen cubic meters. Yet this ring actually reached 100 cubic meters. He directly removed his small ring, which had only 1 cubic meter of space. Then he packed everything inside into this ocean heart ring. The moment he put it on, Ningju felt his breathing become noticeably lighter. In high spirits, he glanced at the surrounding objects. The ship's structure was nearly completely corroded. It must have been at least 1,000 years old. Standing inside, one could only feel unsteady and shaky. Within the wooden planks of the cabin, numerous maggots could be seen slowly wriggling and gnawing on the wood shavings. Ningju gathered all the treasures he had seen and stowed them away in his pouch. As he walked into the captain's quarters, Ningju's brows furrowed tightly. There sat a skull, perched on a chair, facing the ship's wheel. This skeleton must have been the captain. Ningju approached and saw 2 fruits clutched in its bony hands. The 2 fruits had bizarre shapes, unlike anything Ningju had ever seen before. One of the fruits was pitch black in color, covered in spiral patterns, and bore the mark of a bite taken out of it. The other fruit was much smaller, pure white in color and perfectly shaped. The 2 fruits were covered in dust, and spider webs, draping over them. But there was not the slightest sign of decay. Even those maggots, which would gnaw on wood shavings, refused to eat this fruit. Ningju blew a gust of wind from his palm, sweeping away every speck of dust and cobweb clinging to the 2 fruits until they were spotlessly clean, revealing the true face of the fruit. Very fresh. Chapter 55, Devil Fruits. Ningju scanned the information about these 2 fruits. Damaged tremor fruit. Rank, S. Introduction: though the heavens may fall, a single thought can shatter the earth. A naturally occurring disposable supernatural weapon. Consuming it grants the permanent S-class ability, Skyquake. But this fruit has already been bitten. There's a 50% chance of instant death upon consumption. This pitch-black fruit possesses terrifying effects. Consuming it directly bestows an S-class ability. However, it has already been partially eaten. This resulted in incomplete power. Most likely, it was gnawed by that deceased captain during his lifetime. Pity he only took 1 bite before the ship was destroyed and lives were lost, never gaining the special ability. Only the fruit remains, preserved until now. These 2 fruits remain untouched by time, perfectly intact, looking so fresh they seem ready to burst with juice. Unfortunately, this S-grade fruit is now damaged, consuming it could lead to instant death. And the probability isn't small either, a full 50% chance. Ningju would absolutely never eat it. An S-class ability, though rare and powerful, virtually guarantees one's status as a human hero upon acquisition. However, the corresponding risk is also far too great. Ningju now possesses so many supernatural abilities that if he were to die, he would lose all of them. Everything will vanish. Death is the greatest price in this world. Even with just a 1% chance, Ningju would never attempt it. He stuffed the fruit into his pouch. Then, he turned his gaze to the milky white fruit. Op no mi. Rank, A. Description, a natural-born disposable exotic weapon. Upon consumption, grants the A rank ability, surgical space, an ability so powerful it can fulfill humanity's age-old dream. This small white fruit remains undamaged and perfectly intact. Consuming it grants an ability without any risk. Ningju didn't hesitate for a second before storing it in his spatial ring. His ability slots were already full. He wouldn't eat this fruit. Besides, he could already copy abilities. At worst, I'll just let my sister have it, and then I can replicate this ability again. Obtaining supernatural abilities was too easy, but the method of granting others supernatural abilities is exceedingly rare. After stowing away the two fruits, Ningju prepared to leave. The giant serpent behind was still roaring furiously. The hunters were fighting against it with all their might. Ningju's thoughts stirred, and the levitating static blade slashed out with a single stroke. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed throughout the cavern. A golden streak of lightning flashed across the sky. The entire cavern was instantly illuminated as bright as day. A golden bolt of lightning flashed by, delivering the final blow to the heavily wounded giant serpent. The lightning split its neck in two, cleaving it clean apart. The entire snake head fell to the ground. There was no bleeding, for the searing lightning had charred the wound's edges black, sealing off all blood. Slaying an A-grade mutated beast, gained 5 awakening points. Ningju's move here is what you'd call kill stealing. The remaining awakening points have changed to 8. Ningju, holding his sister's hand, remained invisible as they prepared to leave this place. The hull split into 2 sections, and Ningju scavenged all the treasures from one of the wrecked halves. But the other ship, Ningju had yet to explore. Leave it to those hunters. If they took everything from both ships, those hunters would be utterly devastated. Stepping off the wreckage of the ship, Ningju's gaze suddenly sharpened. He saw a familiar pattern appear on the massive rock behind him. There, carved upon it, was a circle, composed of black and white. Black with a hint of white. White with a hint of black. The harmony of yin and yang. Isn't this precisely the Taiji diagram? What is this pattern? I've never seen it before. Ningxia asked softly. Taiji. Ningju replied. Just 2 short words. No one in this world should have seen this pattern before. This is a pattern from the Zhou-yi. He stepped forward, gazing intently at the stone. Around the Taiji diagram, there are 3 black lines extending in each of the 8 directions, broken or connected. But their arrangement is somewhat problematic. Ningju felt a bit strange. He racked his brains, trying every possible way to recall the classic books on Tai Chi he had read in his previous life. After a long while, his gaze sharpened. Suddenly realized. He remembered. Qian represents heaven, Kuan represents earth, Jin represents thunder, Sen represents wind, Ken represents water, Zhen represents mountain, Li represents fire, and Dui represents marsh. This is the Bagua diagram from the Book of Changes. He moved the 8 sets of black lines around the Taiji diagram to their correct positions based on his memory. This Taiji diagram was actually beginning to rotate slowly. Then, the stone shattered on the spot. Among them appeared a stone-sealed tome. Extremely old, covered in dust and gravel. There were 4 large characters written upon it. Tai Chi Mystic Art. A cultivation manual? Ningju was stunned and picked it up. The emergence of this ancient text was remarkably understated. It was merely the sound of stone cracking, very faint. And it's not hard to obtain either, just solve one riddle and it's yours. Without grand fanfare, it has returned to simplicity. Just like the miraculous encounters in martial arts novels, they often happen in the most unremarkable circumstances. He hurriedly stowed it into his storage ring and led his younger sister out of the cavern. At this moment, recalling the swirling patterns of energy at the cave entrance once more, it formed a large circle, faintly resembling the shape of a taiji. You must proceed slowly to pass through. Because Tai Chi is rooted in Taoist philosophy, and Taoism emphasizes tranquility and non-action, free from utilitarian desires. Everything must be done slowly, going with the flow. Only in this way can you pass through that entrance. Stepping out of the cave, his body remained completely unharmed. Gong Tangshan caught sight of him, a flicker of surprise flashing through his eyes. The first to enter the secret realm, and now the first to emerge. Not a single scratch on his body. Such skills are extremely rare. He must have reaped quite a harvest. Ningju's expression remained calm. This time, his luck was exceptionally good. This secret realm is abundant with treasures. Moreover, the dangers within are not particularly severe. At least for Ningju, they pose no threat. In other secret realms, even S-grade mutated beasts might appear as guardians. Inside this hidden realm, there was only a single grade, a mutated giant serpent, truly a stroke of luck to have emerged so quickly. Brother Jiang, how was your harvest this time? Yu Qing stepped forward and asked with a smile. Ningju hesitated for a moment upon hearing this. Yu Qing stepped forward to inquire, though it was actually a veiled hint. Did Ningju obtain that S-grade exotic weapon? After a moment's contemplation, Ningju handed the black fruit already bitten into to Yu Qing. Yu Qing took the fruit and was immediately overjoyed. Then, he glanced at the information about this fruit. There's a 50% chance of death? The joy on Yu Qing's face vanished completely, turning utterly grim. This fruit was already bitten into when I found it, Ningju said. Yu Qing nodded without doubting the truth of these words. After all, just taking one bite wouldn't grant any supernatural abilities. Ningju had no motive to do so. After Duan Jianbao detected the treasures in this secret realm, he never mentioned there was a possibility of death. Yu Qing gritted his teeth and said, Duan Jianbao was an old retainer of the Yu family, possessing the supernatural ability to detect treasures in his surroundings. At that time, Yu Qing had invited him specifically to conduct the detection. Chapter 56, The Surgery Fruit. Ningju felt slightly puzzled upon hearing these words. As the young master of the Yu family, Yu Qing's lifelong aspiration was to obtain supernatural abilities. Inside the cave, there was also a white fruit that could grant supernatural abilities without any risk. Since that treasure hunter belonged to the Yu family, why didn't he report it? Instead, he only reported this S-class fruit that could potentially kill people. Though Ningju was puzzled, he remained silent. Just right, I'll keep that white fruit for myself. Anyway, what Yu Qing wants is this S-grade fruit, and I haven't broken our agreement. Keeping the S-grade fruit would indeed be useless for Ningju himself, better to give it to young master Yu Qing. After eating it, whether he dies or gains supernatural abilities, that's his fate. It's all up to his fate now. If he dies, then that's his destiny. Farewell, Ningju said. See you again if fate allows. Yu Qing's face turned ashen as he waved his hand dismissively. He had no mood to put on a smile now. Ningju blew the horse whistle, and Jianan from the airship stable surged forward on all four hooves, immediately galloping over. It was meticulously groomed by professional horse trainers, its coat gleaming with a layer of conditioning oil. The armor had also been polished to a shine. When following Ningju, all its weariness and dust vanished. At that moment, a man wearing a Western-style hat emerged from the cave behind. Ningju's gaze flickered slightly, a trace of surprise stirring within him. His face looked extremely familiar. Zhang Tongxia, he whispered in a low voice. The man's face showed surprise as he looked over. Jiangli, what a coincidence. He smiled faintly. How did you end up here? Ningju asked. Zhang Tongxia hesitated for a moment before speaking. I came to the capital on some business. Then, he covered his face with his hat and walked alone toward the northwest. It seemed Zhang Tongxia was also here to hitch a ride. Ningju didn't dwell on the matter. He and his sister mounted their horses and hurried toward Xiangyang Prefecture. They went their separate ways. The matter of the secret realm has come to an end. Jianan's physique was agile, and even while carrying two people, his speed didn't falter in the slightest. Amidst the barren land, hooves pounded, stirring up clouds of yellow dust. After the colossal beasts seized control of the entire planet, humanity retreated into hiding. Many of the once thriving cities had already been buried beneath the shifting sands. Jianan carried the two of them, traveling for half a month, getting closer and closer to Xiangyang Prefecture. At this moment, in the woods, a bonfire was lit, roasting pheasants, hares, and grasscarp. Ningju sat on the ground, sprinkling seasonings he carried with him onto the food. Jianan sat nearby, chewing on wild grass. After running all this way, his energy was nearly spent. So Ningju decided to stop and rest for a while. Ningxia stared at the game roasting by the campfire, her stomach growling with hunger. The eerie energy within her continued to gnaw away at her body. That's why she needed to consume large amounts of nutrients to resist the erosion. This was also the reason why, as a young girl, she could eat so much. Ningju had tried using the Eye of Deconstruction to analyze and dismantle the mysterious energy inside Ningxia, but it was simply impossible. That energy was deeply embedded in Ningxia's genes. To dismantle it would mean damaging her DNA strands, potentially leading to complete collapse. A single faulty gene could trigger systemic failure throughout the entire body. The risks were too great. Ningju wouldn't dare attempt it. The art of grilling food. Ningju took out the Tai Chi mystic art from his storage ring and began to study it carefully. The cover, yellowed with age, was covered in grit and dust. Turn to the first page. It read, "Hold fast to the true palace of the boundless stance, nourish the primal essence without form or appearance, condensing the innate oneness. This is called the profound art of the Supreme Ultimate's heart method." The font flows gently and peacefully, as if detached from worldly strife. Words flow from the heart. One who writes such calligraphy must surely abide in harmony with nature, as if standing apart from all worldly things. From the very first page, Ning Ju knew that this technique was an internal cultivation method. He had acquired the Tai-Bai sword technique in fragments of the Lingbo micro-steps. Now he possessed both movement techniques and swordplay. All he lacked now was an internal energy cultivation method. In truth, internal energy serves as the foundation for mastering any martial art. Turn to the second page. With intention leading the ox, using a cloth to simmer the towering peaks, creating something out of nothing. The entire page was filled with complex and obscure words, leaving Ning Ju utterly baffled. He tried to comprehend, but enlightenment remained elusive. He sighed softly and flipped through the pages repeatedly, committing all the Tai Chi mystic art mantras to memory. Then he closed the ancient text and returned it to his storage ring. If he couldn't master it now, he would at least memorize it. Perhaps one day, enlightenment would come suddenly. Ning Ju took out a pure white fruit, its appearance resembling an apple. The shape was bizarre, unlike anything from Blue Star. Xiaoxia, do you want supernatural powers? He lowered his head and thought for a moment before suddenly speaking up to ask. Ning Xia's eyes showed a trace of confusion upon hearing this. Brother, do you really have a way to help me gain supernatural powers? Superpowers can essentially only be obtained through innate means. There are very few, almost no, examples of acquiring supernatural abilities the day after tomorrow. The Human Alliance has employed countless top-tier scientists, spending billions in funding each year to research methods of post-birth awakening. But, there has never been a successful case. Ning Ju nodded and said, do you want it? Ning Xia's eyes brimmed with anticipation as she spoke decisively, without hesitation. I want to. When she was little, her body wasn't this frail. Back then, she could occasionally help her brother out. But as she grew older, her condition worsened severely, her skin grew paler, and her hair turned golden as a result. She grew increasingly weak, now completely becoming her brother's burden. She didn't want to continue like this, she wanted to help. Only supernatural abilities could make it possible. Eat this fruit, and you'll gain supernatural powers. Ning Ju handed the snow-white fruit into Ning Xia's palm. She took it and examined it closely. The pristine fruit bore an unusual shape. Ning Xia had never seen a fruit like this before. She didn't hesitate and took a bite. Crimson juice trickled from her lips. So sweet. To her surprise, the fruit tasted incredibly delicious, refreshingly cool and sweet as ice. She wolfed down her food in no time. For a girl, her table manners were rather unrefined. As she swallowed the last bite, her pupils trembled. She could clearly feel a surge of energy emerging within her body. And, it was an extraordinarily powerful energy. Her gaze sharpened, as if she had suddenly understood something. She raised her hand. A hollow, endlessly rotating vortex suddenly expanded with a thunderous roar. Fierce winds arose, scattering leaves throughout the forest. The translucent, typhoon-shaped vortex instantly engulfed a 100-meter radius. Finally, it condensed into a translucent spherical orb, enveloping everything within its reach. Ning Ju stood within this boundary, feeling suffocated. Buzz! Ning Xia raised her hand. The grilled fish by the bonfire instantly flew into her hands. Minute, she said calmly. The fish, roasted to crispy perfection, had all its bones instantly separated from within. Chapter 57, The Greedy Pursuer. Staring at the fishbone floating beside Ning Xia, Ning Ju was stunned. Hundreds of fish bones, many of them extremely fine, thinner than a strand of hair. After all, this is crucian carp, which has many small bones inside. But Ning Xia waved her hand and separated them all effortlessly. And not even a single fishbone remained, still clinging to the flesh. Flawless execution, absolute precision. The boneless grilled fish turned into a lump of flesh, limp on the wooden skewer. What's even more terrifying is that the fish's body showed no signs of damage whatsoever. It was as if those fish bones had teleported out on their own, rather than being removed. Ning Xia clenched her fist, withdrawing her supernatural ability. The semi-transparent surgical space instantly contracted and vanished. Ning Xia was utterly astonished. She never expected to acquire such an extraordinary supernatural ability. Bro, pretty impressive, huh? Ning Xia blinked her watery eyes expectantly, gazing at Ning Ju. Impressive. Ning Ju was shocked, he exclaimed. Once I activate the surgical space, I can perceive any matter within it, cutting, assembling, exchanging, and manipulating it at will, as long as I scan the object clearly with my eyes. I feel, like a master surgeon, dissecting objects within that surgical space. Ning Xia spoke slowly. This is an ability that harnesses spatial power, something even Ning Ju doesn't possess. Ning Ju was now utterly captivated. What a pity the ability slot was full, otherwise he would have stolen it right away. Ning Xia lifted the fragrant grilled fish and devoured it in just a few bites. A grilled fish without a single bone, a rare delicacy in this world. Brother, I want a knife. Ning Xia chewed on the grilled fish and said. Why? Ning Ju asked. My sister had never practiced any sword techniques. Even if she held a knife, she couldn't possibly engage in close combat with others. I have a gut feeling that if I hold a knife, the power and precision of my surgical space ability will reach new heights, and Esper knows their own ability best. Since my sister said so, Ningju didn't press further and began searching through the storage ring. After a long while, his eyes lit up as he drew a katana from his ring. The blade was slender and remarkably light. The blade gleamed coldly, its lethality far surpassing that of wolf-steel swords. Upon closer inspection, one could discern the inscription on the blade: focus the mind, calm the spirit, and channel divine energy. Even my younger sister could wield such a light blade with ease. Scan its data. Mind concentrating Tachi. Class B. Description: an extraordinary weapon with excellent auxiliary properties. Wielding this blade allows gradual absorption of mental energy, replenishing its bearer and enhancing their spiritual power. Still just a B-grade extraordinary weapon. When Ningju was looting treasures aboard the ship, he didn't even glance at it. He stashed anything that looked like an exotic weapon into his storage ring. Space wasn't an issue anyway. He had never bothered to sort through it. Only now, during his search, did he realize he'd picked up such an excellent blade. His sister had awakened her ability out of nowhere, unlike other ability users who had been honing their powers and mental strength since childhood through constant practice. My sister's mental energy definitely isn't that strong, yet her special ability is A-grade, which consumes mental energy at a terrifying rate. This sword suits her perfectly. Ningju handed the mind-concentrating Tachi to Ningxia. She took it and looked, her face filled with surprise. Thanks, bro. Clang. The blade left its sheath, and Ningxia casually swung it a few times, somewhat clumsily, but her movements were still fairly agile. After all, she had gotten into plenty of fights as a child. Ningxia was quite experienced in brawling. If not for her frail health, she would have been quite formidable in a fight. After finishing the roasted food, Ningju stood up and waved his hand to extinguish the flames. Let's go, Ningju said, just as he was about to leave. Several traces of killing intent suddenly appeared, connecting him to his sister. Ningju raised an eyebrow and instantly reached back to grip the static electric blade behind him. In this world, no one could ambush Ningju, nor could anyone successfully lay a trap for him. The miraculous ability to perceive killing intent had saved Ningju from countless crises. This wasn't supernatural power, but in some ways, it was even more useful than supernatural abilities. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several sharp arrows shot out from the surroundings. Ningju's gaze turned sharp. With the movement of Lingbo Weibu, his entire figure transformed into a shadow, sword-light flashing. All the arrows shattered in an instant, their tips completely severed. Yet within the arrowheads, there seemed to be a peculiar liquid contained. Put! From those shattered arrowheads erupted a mass of pitch-black liquid. It splattered everywhere. Ningju scanned it with his deconstructing eye, seeing only festering toxins brimming within, highly corrosive. A single touch would likely cause instant skin necrosis. The particles composing this toxic liquid possess extraordinary reactivity. Should they come into contact with an open wound, they would reach the heart in less than a second. Under no circumstances must it be allowed to spill. The power of disintegration surged forth from his eyes. The sky-filling venom was instantly consumed by the void, dissolving completely. But there were still dozens of drops, splashing everywhere. Whoosh! Ningju frowned slightly and snorted coldly. A terrifying whirlwind, like a typhoon, began to spin violently. It swept up all the venomous liquid in its winds, carrying it far away. Ningxia didn't react fast enough. She only realized it was an ambush after the arrows were already loosed. 5 figures emerged from the surrounding thickets. From the treetops above, 3 more dropped down without a sound. 8 in total. 2 full hunter squads joined forces to ambush Ningju. Killing intent surged in Ningju's eyes as he swept his gaze across the scene. Are you looking to die? Those venomous splashes just moments ago had nearly harmed Ningxia, missing her by a hair's breadth. No one is allowed to harm Ningxia. This is Ningju's final boundary. Yet those people crossed it. Ningju was now seething with rage, gripping his electric blade, on the verge of striking. Jiangli, you must be laughing inside right now, aren't you? A cloaked youth holding an obsidian black spear walked out slowly. He wore steel armor, and the spear in his hand had an unusual design. With a mix of greed and anger on his face, he spoke. You were the first to rush in and sweep away all the treasures from one of the wrecks, weren't you? You probably took dozens, maybe even hundreds of exotic weapons all by yourself, he said through clenched teeth. We risked our lives breaking into that ship, only to come away empty-handed. Meanwhile, those who boarded the wreck of the other ship made a killing. This lot really had rotten luck. After the giant serpent died, they chose to search the ship that Ningju had looted. The result was nothing at all. This infuriated them to the point of gnashing their teeth, which was why they formed an impromptu 8-member team to secretly follow Ningju, intending to kill him and seize his treasures. Although Ningju had remained invisible while looting and leaving the ship, But he was the first to break in. Even if they couldn't see his plundering process, these people could roughly guess that Ning Ju was the one who had snatched all the treasures from half the ship. Chapter 58, Frozen Body, Lightning Strike. Hearing their words, Ning Ju couldn't help but feel amused. He was the first to discover that the cave entrance required slow, careful movement to uncover its secrets. These people succeeded in entering only by imitating me. If it weren't for me, they might still be wandering outside after dark. Yet now, they're giving me trouble because I took too many treasures. Exploring secret realms has always been about individual capability. Why should I leave anything for them? Blame your own bad luck. Ning Ju swept a cold gaze across the room and let out a disdainful snort. In the next instant, the eye of deconstruction unfolded. Buzz! An eerie sound reverberated through everyone's minds. Ah, no! A scream rang out, and where Ning Ju's gaze fell, four people instantly dissolved into nothingness. Not even a single atom remained. Even the ground they stood on, an area of 7 to 8 square meters, was completely disintegrated, leaving behind a massive crater. The power of the deconstruction eye was utterly unreasonable. The despicable and sinister archer, under the force of disintegration, saw his steel armor and composite steel bow completely dissolve away. She was the first to dare strike, so Ning Ju killed her without hesitation. The man wielding the black spear was utterly shocked beyond words. Zhang Li's strength had actually reached such terrifying heights? With just one encounter, 4 B-rank beast hunters were wiped out. These were all seasoned warriors who had survived countless battles. This completely exceeded his expectations. Only then did he realize he had underestimated the true caliber of the Dragon Slayers from Lianxue City. Although the Dragon Blood sect was a second-rate faction, each of its members possessed strength comparable to that of a superhuman ability. Its leader had never shown his face publicly, remaining extremely mysterious, and his true power was unknown. For Jiang Li to single-handedly annihilate the entire Dragon Blood sect, he must have possessed extraordinary prowess. Drenched in sweat, his heart was filled with terror. Ning Ju's strength made him panic. The remaining 4 survivors were also filled with fear. Complex patterns flickered in Ning Ju's eyes as he gazed into the distance. Buzz! Another person turned to ashes, scattering into the air. Only 3 people remained in the entire venue. Ning Ju turned around and saw those few individuals frantically moving, trying to evade his gaze. Unfortunately, no matter how fast they ran, how could they possibly outrun light? Light is vision. Ning Ju's eyes followed the sound. Buzz! Another person had completely perished. Only 2 remained now. One of them had crimson eyes, his body suddenly swelling with terrifying power. His body transformed into half-bull form, his powerful muscles allowing him to shatter the ground with a single step as he charged toward Ning Xia. Zhang Li was too strong. He knew that if he dared charge at Zhang Li, Ning Ju could erase his life with just a glance. But Ning Xia was different. This girl seemed harmless, utterly frail. Though she wore a blade at her waist, it was likely just for decoration. Now he no longer wanted treasures, he just wanted to survive. To survive, he had to use this girl to threaten Zhang Li. This was his only way out. The 2 bull horns atop his head, each a meter long, were thick and powerful, with blood-red spiral patterns twisting menacingly along their length. Ning Ju's brows furrowed slightly, his expression turning peculiar. Such a bizarre supernatural ability, Ning Ju had never encountered anything like it before. Scan his information. Wudi. Ability, Beast Devourer. Class, B. Description: after consuming the complete corpse of any creature, the user can temporarily transform part of their body into that creature's form, gaining all its characteristics. It seems this person just devoured a mutated bison, which is why half his body can now take on the appearance of a mutated bison. The horns of a mutated bison are terrifyingly hard, capable of piercing through the skin of certain weaker colossal beasts. Their hind legs were exceptionally robust, with muscular strength capable of kicking through steel-reinforced city walls. The mutated wild bulls were all B-rank mutated creatures, massive in size, but they could still be consumed within a month or 2. If he didn't need to devour the entire corpse and could transform into that beast by just taking a single bite, then this ability would truly be formidable. Unfortunately, he had to consume it whole. The colossal beast was too enormous, standing dozens of meters tall. He could never finish eating it in a lifetime, so he could only transform into smaller mutated ferocious beasts. The disintegration eye's power of dissolution could indeed break down matter. Fragile substances would melt away in an instant. Even tempered steel could be instantly disintegrated. However, the mutated wild bull's horns were several times harder than refined steel. Even the disintegration eye would take several seconds to erase them. Now that Minotaur was just a split second away from ramming into Ning Xia, there was no time left. The static blade behind Ning Ju trembled and hummed, golden arcs of electricity surging as it was about to unsheath in the next instant, using sword control techniques to slay the half-bull creature. Boom! But in the next instant, a translucent domain expanded from Ning Xia's body. It erupted outward. In just an instant, it expanded 200 meters, doubling its original range entirely. The effect of that concentrated tachi directly elevated her mental power to a terrifying scope. Ningju's hand, which was drawing the sword, came to a halt. Because Udur, whose lower half had transformed into a bull's body, froze in place, unable to advance even an inch. It was as if someone had pressed the pause button. Ningxia's tachi was already drawn. The surgical field was fully deployed. Anyone within this range was like a patient pushed onto the operating table. They could only submit to the chief surgeon's hands, to be manipulated at will. Even if the mutated wild bull's body provided immense strength, it could only come to a futile halt. Ningxia stood her ground, her eyes devoid of fear, fixed on the half-bull, half-human creature just 5 meters before her. With a single slash, the blade cut through the air. The creature's heart appeared in Ningxia's hand, floating gently in midair. There wasn't a trace of blood on it. The person hadn't lost any vital signs either. Woody's face was frozen in utter shock. He found himself completely paralyzed. And something was missing from my chest. Looking at Ningxia, I realized she was holding a heart in her hand. The most terrifying part was that the heart pulsed in perfect rhythm with my own. Had she torn my heart out? Woody strained with all his might, his eyeballs rolling as he looked down at his own chest. Not a single external wound. His heart had been taken without leaving any visible injury. And what's more, the heart remained alive, still beating. He was still alive despite his heart being removed from his body. What kind of supernatural ability was this? Ningju drew his electric blade and swung it in a single slash. Boom! With a thunderous roar, Ningju instantly closed the distance and appeared beside Ningxia. A sword thrust forth. The still beating heart was instantly pierced by lightning, charred to cinders. Yudi felt only an excruciating pain where his heart had been. The blood throughout his entire body ceased to flow. Consciousness faded at an incredible speed as he collapsed headfirst to the ground, slowly closing his eyes. In the entire arena, only one person remained, gripping a black spear in hand, witnessing this scene with eyes filled with utter despair. Chapter 59, A Sword of Wind and Thunder Strikes Down the Wicked. The moment this person saw the transparent energy wave emerge from Ningxia's body, he had already turned and fled in terror. He fled directly beyond the 200-meter range. Otherwise, he would have been completely defenseless and killed on the spot. Damn it! How are both of you so strong? His face twisted in extreme fury as he roared. He gathered 8 people to surround Zhongli, yet they were completely wiped out without inflicting even a scratch on him. Now, only he remained, barely clinging to life. They had thought the girl was just dead weight, not only unable to help Zhongli, but even useful as leverage against him. Who could have guessed that the little girl's supernatural ability would also be this formidable? He turned to flee, desperate to escape this place. Ningju would never give him that chance. With a flick of his wrist, he released the static electric blade, sending it flying through the air. Golden arcs of electricity traced a brilliant line across the sky, like a brushstroke painting a trail through space. The sword flew straight for the man's head. A flash of lightning violently devoured everything before his eyes. Clang! Just as Ningju thought this strike would surely kill him, the pitch-black spear in his hand thrust diagonally. It actually deflected the blade, and then he bent his body to evade the attack. But he was also severely injured. The terrifying electric current carried by the blade surged along his pitch-black spear, rushing onto the arm that held the weapon. Instantly, his arm split open, flesh torn apart, blood splattering across the ground. Ningju never expected that he could withstand a strike empowered by his sword-controlling ability. Scan his data. Zhang 1. Ability, Spear of Will. Rank, A. Description, condenses one's willpower into a materialized spear, whose resilience equals the strength of the wielder's will. The Spear of Will can expend willpower to form intangible barriers that block attacks, or manifest as invisible lances of will to pierce through an enemy's psyche. No wonder he could withstand my sword-controlling power. It turned out that Zhang Guan's ability was also A rank, with extraordinary power. Zhang Guan's face was filled with terror as he frantically retreated. The sword Ningju had just controlled had already caused a crack in his will spear. If he resisted another strike, his willpower would be completely shattered. At that moment, it would be a dead end. The fear of death is imprinted in the genes of every living creature. Although at this critical moment, his willpower is unprecedentedly strong. But facing Ningju's terrifying sword strikes, he was still no match. His legs flickered with electric light, the sound of mechanical devices operating emanating from within his lower limbs. Mechanically augmented prosthetics. Such modifications have become extremely popular nowadays. All it takes is abandoning one's flesh to gain formidable power. Zhang Guan's A-rank ability, combined with his powerful mechanical augmentations, made his combat prowess far surpass that of other A-rank hunters. He was extremely confident in his own strength, or perhaps somewhat arrogant. It was precisely this arrogance that emboldened him to challenge Zhongli with just a handful of followers. The mechanically enhanced prosthetic body could run at incredible speeds. Those legs moving too fast for the eye to see allowed him to run dozens of times faster than an ordinary person. In just 1 second, he could cover dozens of meters. This sudden acceleration gave Ning Ju a slight shock. Chase after him. Ning Xia gazed into the distance and spoke. With a single swing of the tachi in her hand, she sliced through the air. Ning Ju vanished instantly from where he stood. Then, he appeared at the edge of the surgical space. His entire body position was shifted nearly 100 meters in an instant. Ning Ju was shocked. This sensation was utterly marvelous. Teleported directly over. Such formidable supernatural power. He focused his mind. The static electric blade sliced through the air, causing the ionized arcs in the atmosphere to instantly surge. A golden streak slashed towards Zhang Guan. Zhang Guan turned his head, fear flashing in his eyes. There was no way he could block this strike. He clenched his teeth and steeled his heart. Since I can't escape, I'll trade my life for yours. Boom! His spear thrust through the air, piercing straight toward Ning Ju's brain. That spear strike carried no physical form. It was a pure willpower assault, invisible and intangible. At that moment, Ning Ju felt a sharp pain surge through his brain. A willpower attack. Would Zhang Guan rather die than exhaust all his mental strength to replace himself? Ning Ju's face was icy cold. His willpower was stronger than anyone else's. Enduring the excruciating pain in his brain, Ning Ju stared at the electric blade, silently reciting the sword incantation in his heart. Amidst the golden electric flashes, a streak of white light suddenly appeared. The fierce wind cleaved through the air. The speed of the blade increased hundreds of times in an instant. A single stroke, swift as wind and thunder, flashed past. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Guan's head was split in two. The power of thunder and wind converges upon a single blade. Zhang Guan's spear of will had not yet fully penetrated Ning Ju's brain when he himself perished completely. The throbbing pain in Ning Ju's mind vanished without a trace in an instant. A few drops of blood surged from his brain, flowing from behind his eyelids into his eye sockets. Ning Ju's vision instantly turned crimson. The whites of his eyes were tinged with faint red from intracranial bleeding. This was a sign of cerebral hemorrhage. Had he been any slower, that intangible spear of will would have fully manifested and pierced straight into his mind. I'm afraid the injuries I sustain would be extremely severe. No matter how strong his willpower is, it would be useless. After all, my will is completely scattered. While the enemy's willpower, under the effect of supernatural abilities, has condensed into a solid spear, concentrating its attack on a single point. It goes without saying that it must have been capable of piercing through. The wind and thunder strike was the fastest sword technique in the Tai Bai sword art. A mere instant was enough to seal one's throat. Ning Ju stepped forward, approached Zhang Guan's corpse, and stood still, gazing intently. Zhang Guan's head was split open. His face remained intact. A trace of madness lingered at the corner of his lips. He must have thought, in his final moments, that he'd taken someone down with him. I hope this can make him feel better. The pitch-black spear of will transformed into ethereal points of light, dissipating from this world. Ning Ju took his storage ring and transferred all its contents into his own. 6 B-rank alien weapons, 8 C-rank alien weapons, potions, compressed rations, various wilderness supplies, quite a haul. This time, they came to deliver supplies on their own. Ning Ju definitely didn't ask for it. Turning around to look, the surgical field had completely retracted and vanished. Ning Xia lay unconscious on the ground. Ning Ju swiftly executed the Lingbo Weibu technique, dashing back at full speed. Could it be that the poison from the arrow had splashed onto his sister? His heart burned with unbearable anxiety. Xiao Lin was hopping frantically on her shoulder, seemingly trying to wake her up. Ning Ju stepped forward and realized she bore no wounds on her body. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. Glancing at his sister's earrings, Ning Ju chuckled self-deprecatingly. Right, I nearly forgot she's equipped with numerous defensive artifacts, yet none were activated. At this level of combat, with the protection of exotic weapons, it's difficult for my sister to get injured. Chapter 60, Class A Superpower, Wrath of Elements. Carrying Ning Xia in his arms, Ning Ju's eyes flickered slightly. Only then did he notice that Ning Xia had a nosebleed. It seems he had exhausted all his mental energy and collapsed from sheer fatigue. Ning Ju had experienced this before. Gently placing his sister on Zhao Nan's back, Ning Ju mounted the horse and let her lean against him. Zhao Nan, let's go, Ning Ju said in a low voice. Zhao Nan's 4 hooves galloped, the armor on his body emitting crisp clanging sounds. His younger sister's body was inherently very frail. The mental energy consumption of an A-level ability was too great. It was difficult for her to sustain it for long periods. And this silly girl still couldn't control it skillfully. She expanded the range as wide as she possibly could. In this way, even with the mental enhancement effect of the concentrated Tachi, she wouldn't be able to sustain it for long. For the battlefield just now, expanding a range of just a few dozen meters would have been more than sufficient. Even if Zhang Guan ran as fast as he couldn't outrun the blade controlled by Ning Ju, because the range of sword control far exceeded 200 meters. However, the farther the distance, the weaker the force controlling the blade became. For an A-grade sword control ability, The range was roughly 1 kilometer, and within that distance, its power remained extremely formidable, so that Zheng Guan was doomed from the start. Ningju now possessed 8 awakening points. He directly condensed the frost and merged it with the torrent of storm flame. The system's prompt appeared in his mind. Consumed 2 awakening points, fusion successful. Special ability traits compatible, perfect fusion. Obtained special ability, Elemental Wrath. Elemental Wrath. Rank, A. Introduction. Capable of condensing and fully controlling 5 natural elements, wind, fire, ice, lightning, and earth out of thin air. The brief description made Ningju gasp in shock. His Hurricane Flame Torrent was only B rank, yet after fusion, it directly ascended to A rank. Typically, fused abilities don't undergo rank promotions. Only when 2 merging abilities are extremely compatible can advancement occur. The Hurricane Flame Torrent and the Frost Condensation are clearly 2 abilities of extreme compatibility. Both are elemental in nature. Thus, upon fusion, they directly gained the ability to manipulate elements. Mastery over 2 additional elemental forces, thunder and earth. A bloody good deal. An absolute surprise. Ning's resolve flickered slightly. The earth beside him erupted violently. Behind him, a sturdy mud wall formed. He wanted to test whether this ability could freely manipulate the surrounding natural elements. So, he continued to exert his full strength. Zhao Nan was running at full speed. The soil on both sides of him erupted violently. 3-meter-high crimson mud walls surged up along the path. Wherever Zhao Nan passed, the earth on both sides erupted and solidified into sturdy stone walls. After running several kilometers, it actually formed a dirt path. Ningju panted heavily and stopped pushing forward. Too powerful. This ability, capable of condensing and manipulating the 5 natural elements out of thin air. Now he possesses 2 Class A supernatural abilities. Shadow Concealment Sword, Wrath of Elements. His combat power has ascended to a terrifying level. This fusion freed up an ability slot, allowing him to steal another ability. Ningju originally planned to steal his younger sister Ningxia's surgical domain ability, but after some consideration, he decided against it. His sister already possessed this ability. She would help herself fight. What she had was equivalent to what he had. Ability slots were extremely precious. It was best to keep one empty for emergencies. They traveled toward Shenyang Prefecture, still several months away. Ningju's expression darkened, his heart heavy with concern. If even the people of Shenyang Prefecture can't cure Ningxia, then Ningju truly couldn't think of anyone else who could save her. No, there's still hope. Ningju thought to himself. If even those martial artists from Shenyang Prefecture couldn't heal Ningxia, then Ningju would travel the world, gathering all kinds of supernatural abilities, until he found the one that could cure her. If no ability could heal her, then he would fuse them all together, ultimately merging them into a power surpassing all others. As long as she can be cured, everything else is negotiable. Time passed swiftly. 2 months went by. During his journey southward, Ningju encountered numerous mutated beasts and colossal creatures. For beasts below B rank, Ningju didn't even need to draw his sword. He could simply raise his hand, summon a hovering thunder spear in midair, and pierce their hearts directly. As for those miscellaneous mutated beasts that dared cause trouble, they were practically asking for death. Ningju's usual method was to use his psychic power to lift large patches of soil from the ground, envelop the beasts within, and then crush them abruptly. He'd use the soil to squeeze them to death, compressing them into bloody pulp. The soil would turn red directly. Yangzhou is located at the center of the human domain, where security is the strongest and powerful individuals gather. The surrounding giant beasts are all low-tier creatures. The chance of encountering a B-grade beast is extremely rare. Grade A behemoths are extremely rare to encounter. Only near the Bloodforge City are the behemoths truly terrifying to such an extent. Further south of Bloodforge City, there are even Grade S behemoths roaming outside. Fortunately, Shenyang Prefecture isn't located beyond the borders, otherwise, Ningju wouldn't dare take his sister there. Ningju didn't even need to slow his steps when passing by those low-level giant beasts anymore. He could slay them in an instant, then manipulate the earth to bring their crystal cores floating before him. 2 months had passed along this journey. Ningju had already slain 37 giant beasts. There are Class C behemoths, and there are Class B behemoths too. His awakening points skyrocketed to 55. The first thing he did was upgrade his ability slots. Last time, slaying his first A-class behemoth rewarded him with an extra slot. That slot was free. So Ningju's first enhancement of his ability limit only cost 10 awakening points. But next time, it would require 100 awakening points. Out of 7 ability slots, 5 had been used. There are still 2 spots left. Ningju still felt it was far from enough. He needed to hunt giant beasts frantically to keep improving. He spent some more awakening points to upgrade his lowest level ability, the self-healing factor, to rank B. Suddenly, Ningju's eyes flickered with realization. A town appeared ahead. It was quite large, no less impressive than the base. This was already the border of Yangzhou. A little further, and we'd enter the territory of Xiangyang. Let's rest here for a while. Ningxia, let's go into town to restock and get some supplies, Ningju said. Ningxia nodded, her eyes filled with anticipation. After eating nothing but grilled game along the way, she had grown tired of it. Moreover, the jolting on horseback left her with an aching back. No matter how steady Zhaonan was as a great beast, the uneven terrain of mountain roads inevitably made for a bumpy ride. Even the finest horse couldn't avoid it. Zhaonan galloped toward the city. As they passed the city gates, Ningju realized they were fashioned from the skull of a colossal beast. The fangs gleamed coldly, jaws gaping wide. Ningju scanned with his deconstructing eye and found no vital signs, finally letting out a relieved breath. What if this were a shape-shifting behemoth pretending to be a village, luring passers-by to their doom within its belly? That would be truly terrifying. Chapter 61, The Vampire's Invitation. After confirming that this gate wasn't some living giant beast, Ningju dismounted and led Zhao Nan into the city. The town had no guards, apparently not under the jurisdiction of the Human Alliance. This small town was situated at the border between Yangzhou and Xiangyang Prefecture. Covering several acres, it resembled a small city in its grand scale. But upon entering, I realized this town was utterly dilapidated and withered. Many buildings had already been looted clean. All the houses were buried in dust, presenting a uniformly broken and gloomy appearance. There wasn't a single trace of living souls, a deathly silence. The entire city was devoid of any sound, as if it were a ghost town. The overcast rain began to fall, casting a solemn shadow over Ningju's expression. The atmosphere here is too eerie. The houses are dilapidated, covered in dust. The streets are blanketed with wind-blown sand, as if no one has walked here for many years. Yet amidst the sand deposits, there are scattered footprints here and there. Continuing deeper into the city, Ningju suddenly noticed numerous severed limbs scattered along the streets. Broken corpses began to appear sporadically on both sides of the road. These bodies had been dead for decades, decayed beyond recognition, reduced to piles of bleached bones. Ningxia witnessed this scene, a trace of fear flashing in her eyes. This eerie atmosphere was something even she had rarely encountered. So many corpses, she murmured. Follow me closely, Ningju said. Ningxia nodded. The little scale on her shoulder widened its eyes, staring vigilantly at the surroundings, highly alert. It was very sensitive. The scent of blood in the air told it something was wrong here. This place lies on the border of Yangzhou, with Xiangyangsu just ahead. Located at the junction of two provinces, it's utterly desolate, with hardly anyone passing through on ordinary days. Because those in Xiangyangsu are all martial artists, secluded in rigorous training all day long, never emerging into the world. As for the people of Yangzhou, they're all nobles, indulging in food and pleasure daily. Who'd have time to venture into the dangers of Xiangyangsu? People from both places look down on each other. Thus, this town stands here like an earthly paradise. Ningju had thought he could rest and recuperate here properly. Now it seems his plans have come to nothing. The buildings in the town were not severely damaged. It definitely wasn't the work of a giant beast. If it had been a giant beast, the place would have been reduced to complete ruins. The townspeople met with extremely gruesome deaths. The limbs and joints were twisted, the skulls shattered. The corpses were shriveled, as if drained of blood. Their clothes had been torn to shreds. What creature other than a giant beast could cause such massive casualties without destroying the buildings? Ningju was puzzled in his heart. The nameless corpses lining both sides of the street grew increasingly numerous. Too many remains. Human fingernails could be dug out from between the roadside stones everywhere. A faint sense of foreboding arose in his heart. Suddenly, a glint flickered in his eyes. Ahead in one of the shops, there was actually a living person. Ningju looked at the man, whose face was terrifyingly pale, with lifeless eyes that sent chills down one's spine. Hello, may I ask what happened here? His younger sister called out to the man and asked. His eyes were vacant, as if he couldn't hear anything, continuing to focus on the work in his hands. How bizarre. Ningju led Zhao Nan, walking forward together. The deeper they went, the more living people they encountered. Many shops had their doors open. People were still working inside. Ningju and his younger sister walked slowly. Every time they passed by a shop, the people inside would stare at him unblinkingly. They all looked the same, ghostly pale faces with lifeless eyes. A complexion like that of a corpse, sending chills down one's spine. They're all people, every single one of them. Though their eyes are vacant, devoid of life, they are undoubtedly human. The faint, lingering scent of blood in the air has already revealed the true nature of this place. Clearly, this town must have fallen under the control of some malevolent force. The static blade behind Ningju hovered out of its sheath and flew into his grasp. He was already prepared for battle. He walked up to a tailor's shop. A person was using a sewing machine behind the shop, stitching something. Ningju stepped forward to take a look. It was actually a bloody human skin. This horrifying sight shook Ningju to the core. The man, busy at work, had a weathered face and a withered body. Both his ears had been severed, and his pupils were destroyed. His nose had also been cut off. He could no longer perceive anything from the outside world, and his feet were completely sealed in a bloody mud, trapped here. In other words, he couldn't move at all. No one knew how long this tortured soul had been here. His consciousness sank into endless darkness. Ningju couldn't bear it any longer and directly slashed with his sword, piercing through the man's head, ending his suffering. Then he quickly grabbed his sister's hand and fled the shop. As they passed by a roadside tavern, Ningju frowned. The stench of blood was so thick it seemed to reach the heavens. Among it all, there was also the aura of ferocious beasts. Ningju pushed the door open and strode inside. Bang! The sight that met his eyes was too horrifying to behold. A dozen monstrous creatures with crimson eyes danced alongside dozens of hollow-eyed human women, engaging in debauchery. The ground was littered with crimson limbs, horrifying to behold. In the corner, scalps with attached hair formed felted mats, while arms were piled into small mountains. Blood was everywhere. Ning Xian nearly vomited at the sight. Lightning crackled along the blade in Ningju's hand, poised to strike at any moment. The dozen or so monsters froze momentarily upon seeing the intruders. Their bodies festered, limbs twisted, gradually shrinking. In the end, they actually transformed into humans. All the monsters had transformed into handsome-looking humans. Casually discarding the women in their arms, they began walking toward Ningju. Those boneless human women collapsed directly onto the debris-strewn ground after leaving his embrace, their eyes still lifeless. It's been a long time since we've had newcomers. A black man wiped blood from the corner of his mouth with a square handkerchief as he approached, speaking slowly. He carried himself with uncommon grace, every movement brimming with refinement. It was hard to connect him with the monster from before. His nails were extremely long, his skin slightly pale. When he spoke, the tips of his fangs peeked out from beneath his lips. At this moment, Ningju's mind was flooded with countless conjectures. What on earth are these people? Could they be vampires? The only monsters capable of taking human form and feeding on human blood would seem to be vampires. No, those are creatures of legend. In reality, it absolutely cannot exist. Ningju refused to believe this speculation and slowly suppressed it. I'm here to kill you all. Gripping his electric blade, Ningju swept his grave gaze across the entire scene. These words drew laughter from everyone present, filling the hall with mirth. Friend, you have great courage. Would you like me to turn you into a vampire? The elegant black vampire said. Ningju's pupils trembled upon hearing this. Is it really a vampire? That legendary monster, with handsome features and terrifying combat power. It's said that every vampire possesses an extremely terrifying innate ability, no less than a high-level superhuman. He quickly scanned the black man. Low-level vampire Diego. Talent, strength. Introduction. His vampire bloodline granted his body an extremely formidable combat power. The sheer wind pressure from a single punch could reduce a person to bloody mist. This black vampire, Diego, possessed tremendous muscular strength, just like a superhuman with immense strength. However, such superhuman strength only manifests when actively used, granting its formidable power. When mental energy is exhausted, the muscles will atrophy, reverting one to an ordinary person. But Diego's power is eternal. A single punch can instantly reduce a person to a bloody mist from a distance. Even the air disintegrates under the force of his fist. This is merely the power of a low-level vampire. A vampire's innate abilities cannot grow stronger, unlike supernatural powers. These are inherent forces concealed within their bloodline from birth. System, can I steal his talent? Ningju asked in his mind. Chapter 62, Surgical Space, Ningxia's Might. Ningju wanted to steal these vampires' innate powers. The system quickly answered him. The power of talent can also be stolen. If you steal a vampire's talent, then you too will become a vampire. Hearing this answer, Ningju's expression changed slightly. He definitely didn't want to become a vampire. A monster that survives by sucking the blood of its own kind. Ningju would never allow himself to become such a creature. Look at this place. These vampires must have occupied this area for many years. The humans who once lived here and couldn't escape in time have all been rounded up and kept like livestock. They were treated as food. Those townsfolk, though some possessed special abilities, were of little use against these vampires. After all, their abilities weren't particularly formidable. The vampires were extremely fast, making it difficult for ordinary powers to harm them. Even if you're lucky enough to wound them, their injuries would heal in a short time. This place is truly a living hell on earth. There are still some humans here, desperately waiting for rescue that will never come. There are still people working in those shops. It seems these vampires weren't content with just feeding on blood, they also got bored, so they forced those people to work, making this street less lifeless. You're keeping these people captive to feed on their blood? Ningju's eyes flashed with anger as he asked. Diego nodded, as if this were the most ordinary thing in the world. We vampires have existed in this world since before the Day of Awakening, always hidden within human society. We are higher beings than humans, a superior species. Why can't we keep them in pens? Don't you humans also keep pigs in pens to slaughter them? Ningju's face turned icy, the golden light of his electric blade flickering in his hand. He no longer wished to say another word. These vampires are fundamentally not of the same race as humans. No more words are needed. Even if Ningju doesn't strike first, these vampires will attack. A battle between the two sides is inevitable. Come and fight if you want. Even if you don't make a move, we won't let you leave here alive. A tall, golden-haired female vampire sneered coldly. Her figure was scorching hot, completely unclothed. As she spoke, two sharp fangs protruded from her mouth, radiating aggression. She was of pure Nordic bloodline, a vampire who had lived for centuries. An exceedingly rare lineage. Xiaoxia, protect yourself. Ningju whispered. Ningxia nodded solemnly and abruptly drew her blade. A translucent spatial barrier instantly enveloped the entire tavern. This time, she only expanded her surgical domain to a few dozen meters. Ningju had been coaching her combat techniques during this period, teaching her to conserve her mental energy. This way, we can fight more enduringly. The surgical domain unfolded, the vampire's pupils trembling in horror. This aura, it's too dangerous, get out of this domain's range immediately. The blonde female vampire seemed capable of sensing the danger. Ningju scanned her abilities. Talent, Omen of Danger. Description, this vampire can sense danger in advance. A power akin to precognition. At her warning, a swarm of vampires frantically retreated backward. Each vampire moved at speeds far beyond what human eyes could perceive. Ningxia saw only countless dark shadows flash past before they vanished beyond the surgical field's boundary. But 7 or 8 vampires had already been too slow to escape. They stood frozen in the surgical field, utterly unable to move even a single inch. Ningxia's eyes remained fixed on them. The surgical field ability required complete scanning of a target's body, only after thorough understanding could it be controlled or dissected. Ningxia couldn't simultaneously scan everyone completely, the ability wasn't that formidable yet. In less than a second, scanning 7 individuals and freezing all their bodies was already her maximum speed. Each of those 7 vampires possessed terrifyingly formidable talents. Mind Crush, Mental Barrier, Gaze of Agony. While endowed with these talents, every one of them was also countless times faster than humans, with bodies far more resilient. Perhaps they truly are higher beings than humans. Fighting against these dozen or so vampires was nearly equivalent to battling a dozen Class A superhumans. The peril involved was beyond description. The slightest carelessness would mean death here. Ningju showed not the slightest underestimation of his enemy, immediately unleashing his full power. Boom! A bolt of blue lightning crackled through the sky, coalescing as Ningju pulled his arm downward, piercing straight through one vampire's skull. The thunderbolt blasted its head to smithereens. Yet the very next instant, blood surged from the shattered remains, miraculously reforming itself. By the way, vampires are extremely hard to kill, you must pierce their hearts. Ningju suddenly realized, remembering the vampire's weakness. In all myths and legends, vampires can only be killed by piercing their hearts. The static electric blade in his hand vanished instantly, golden light flashing as it shattered all the tables and chairs in the tavern. The wind howled as thunder roared in unison. A single sword stroke, swift as wind and fierce as thunder, carved through the air with a golden white blade shadow. The very atmosphere was cleaved apart. The man's heart was pierced clean through by that single thrust. A sword wreathed in thunder mercilessly cleaved his entire body in two, reducing it to charred remains under the searing lightning. Ningju then raised his hand, conjuring a 3-meter-long blade of flame that swept horizontally toward the remaining 6 vampires, frozen in place by his control. The blade aimed straight for their hearts. Every vampire present was utterly shaken. This man and woman who suddenly intruded into their world actually possessed such formidable strength? At the very first encounter, one of their kin had already perished. Vampires are notoriously difficult to kill. Ordinary people encountering vampires would assume their weakness lies in the brain, just like humans. But Ningju was different. After he smashed a head and found it could regenerate, he immediately changed his target and went for the heart. His decisive action, terrifying speed, and formidable power made these vampires feel truly challenged. They had always slaughtered humans with overwhelming force. Like lions preying on zebras or vultures hunting hares, it was a predator-prey relationship from the top to the bottom of the food chain, utterly risk-free. But the 2 humans they encountered at this moment gave them an entirely different feeling. The instant the flaming blade swept horizontally across, a flash of crimson light streaked through the air. Several vampires were instantly engulfed in their own blood before being teleported outside the surgical field's range. Ningju's blade strike barely managed to slay 4 of them. The 4 corpses melted into burning embers, scattering as ashes upon the wind. The remaining 3 vampires were teleported away. His gaze was icy as he stared at the retreating vampires. They stood on the street, already far from the tavern and beyond the range of the surgical field, too troublesome to deal with. Chapter 63, The Overwhelming Power of Vampires. Within Ning Xia's surgical domain, the restrained vampires were utterly incapable of controlling their own bodily movements. Inside this surgical field, even the innate abilities of vampires became exceptionally difficult to manifest, requiring tremendous mental strength. Those vampires didn't teleport themselves out, it wasn't their own doing. But it was the innate ability of a vampire who had long since left the realm of surgery. Teleportation. It consumes the blood within the body to teleport matter through the air. At this moment, the vampire who had used the teleportation ability was kneeling on the ground, his eyes bloodshot, appearing extremely weak. Its strength was exhausted. In the past, transporting any object had never consumed so much blood. But just now, it was competing with the surgical field for a life. That consumed 70% of the blood in its body. Now, its body has dried up somewhat, unable to perform teleportation again in the short term. It let out a sharp screech, there was too little blood to maintain its human form. Its entire body trembled, twisting as its skin ruptured, revealing monstrous limbs bursting forth. In the end, it revealed its true vampire form, a bloodthirsty monster with crimson eyes. Massive in size, standing approximately 5 meters tall, with thin wings and short fur covering its entire body, just like a bat. Thank you. Otherwise, I would have perished under that blazing blade just now. Several rescued vampires expressed their gratitude to it. This creature is quite well-mannered. Without Ning Xia's overwhelming crowd control abilities, these vampires could move freely. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. All the vampires suddenly moved simultaneously. The entire street was filled with flickering black shadows, making it nearly impossible to pinpoint their locations. They moved faster than the wind, each step powerful enough to shatter concrete floors into fragments. Ningju unleashed the wrath of elements with frenzied intensity. Blades of wind and fire whirled around him, forming a tornado of hundreds of wind blades that ravaged the street with unparalleled fury. Dust billowed high as the wind-fire blades sliced through everything in their path. The house collapsed, tiles scattering in all directions. The static electric blade slashed out with golden lightning, its edge sheathed in an additional layer of azure thunder. Twin storms roared as it tore through the air, ionized particles arcing across the sky. With deconstruction eyes activated, Ningju's gaze turned diamond-hard, fixing upon the vampire horde as if to dissolve their very bodies into nothingness. Multiple strikes, simultaneous assault. A vampire suddenly halted in its tracks, its eyes glowing with crimson light as it raised its hand. A brilliant azure barrier materialized directly before it, blocking the path. The vampires behind it were all shielded by this protective barrier. All of Ningju's attacks instantly collided with the barrier in a violent explosion. The force of disintegration acted upon this mental barrier, its erosion progressing slowly with only the four corners fading into nothingness, a testament to its formidable resilience. Even steel would be obliterated in an instant under the gaze of disintegration. Yet this barrier proved to be astonishingly durable. But then, the razor-edged tornado arrived. The violent impact struck with such force that it shook the entire town, making it tremble. The rapidly spinning blade of wind and fire nearly set the barrier ablaze. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of the mental barrier shattering echoed out. The barrier, reduced to nothing more than a skeletal frame, could hardly resist. The static blade, wreathed in azure lightning born from elemental fury, crackled with its own golden electricity. 2 streaks of lightning flashed past in an instant. And what's more, it was the wind and thunder strike from the Tai-Bai sword art. This strike was overwhelmingly powerful. The 2-colored lightning bolt split the street open, carving a 5-meter deep chasm into the ground. Under this strike, the barrier shattered as easily as thin paper. Crack! The barrier exploded into fragments. The static blade plunged straight into its heart with brutal force. Boom! Blood erupted from its entire body, revealing its monstrous true form. Then, engulfed in flames, it spontaneously combusted and dissolved into ashes. Another vampire had perished. All the vampires looked grim, their faces filled with hatred toward Ningju. Barging into my family's territory uninvited and slaughtering my kin, you deserve death. Diego, the black vampire, wore a dark expression, his eyes burning with fury. He was the head of this household. Some vampires in this family are born vampires. Some were later turned by him. They have been living together for over a century. Several centuries ago, he was a priest. He could never forgive the act of taking his family's lives. Moreover, a vampire's lifespan is eternal, far more precious than a human's. How could they even be compared? Die! His entire body tensed, and in an instant, his figure vanished with a thunderous force. The floor shattered and crumbled beneath them. With a sonic boom, his entire body transformed into a black shadow as he threw a punch straight at Ningju's forehead. Ningju swiftly recalled the static edge, positioning it vertically before him in an attempt to block the incoming strike. But the punch carried overwhelming force, smashing through the electric blade and driving it straight into Ningju's face. Ningju swiftly executed the Lingbo Weibu technique, retreating in shock. Yet his shoulder was still grazed by the attack. Even this light graze shattered his bones and tore the fabric at his shoulder. Fortunately, he dodged in time, otherwise, the blow would have struck his skull directly. You must understand, Ningju stands at the pinnacle of the surgical field. His entire body was sent flying backward, landing on one knee with a horrified expression. Diego's talent is strength, the most domineering talent of all. One force subdues 10 skills, indeed, it's no lie. That single punch carried the weight of hundreds of tons. The sheer wind pressure from the strike alone made Ningju's face tremble violently. The wound on his shoulder healed rapidly on its own. Ningju's self-healing factor ability had already reached A rank. At this level, the self-healing factor could repair bone fractures within mere seconds. After his wounds closed, Ningju slowly rose to his feet. What formidable regenerative power! Diego clenched his fists, his gaze grave. It was the first time he had encountered a human with so many supernatural abilities. Brother, he's too fast. He rushes into my surgical field to attack, then withdraws in an instant. I can't even scan his body in time, there's no way to control or dissect him. Ningxia looked utterly frantic. She had only acquired her supernatural abilities a few months ago and hadn't fully mastered them yet now she had to face such a powerful vampire clan. This was indeed too much to ask of her. Each of these vampires possessed strength no weaker than that of high-level giant beasts. Every single one posed a threat equivalent to B-grade or A-grade giant beasts. Now Ningju himself was under considerable pressure. After withdrawing from the surgical field, Diego charged back in, aiming to attack Ningxia. This time, Ningju activated his deconstructing eye. He stopped trying to focus on Diego, he was too fast, beyond what human eyes could track. But the particles in the air would be disturbed by the movement of his body. Ningju stared at the particles suspended in midair. As his figure passed through, the particles scattered. Using this method, Ningju perfectly sensed Diego's location. Chapter 64, 1,000 Blades Unleashed. Diego transformed into a shadowy blur, moving so fast that the sound barrier cracked. His sleeves fluttered as his right fist swung through the air, smashing the atmosphere itself. This time, his target wasn't Ningju, but his younger sister. Because Ningju's self-healing ability was too strong, and his speed wasn't lacking either, he could even dodge his full-speed punch. Attacking Ningju was meaningless. He had to kill this human girl who could deploy a control field first, allowing his family to charge in and fight together. When family stands united, their combined strength can cut through metal. But he was wrong. Ningxia was harder to kill than Ningju, because Ningju would protect her with everything he had. The small scale on Ningxia's shoulder let out a muffled groan, its golden scales radiating light. A barrier imbued with sacred aura enveloped Ningxia. Diego caught sight of this barrier, a flicker of surprise flashing through his eyes. Such a holy aura, but far too weak. Had it been stronger, it might have blocked. What a pity, it's simply too feeble. He sneered coldly. Such feeble defenses couldn't even withstand the force of his punch. Ningju stared intently at the scene, his eyes gleaming with cold light. Although Ningxia possessed many life-saving exotic weapons that could withstand this blow, most of those artifacts were single-use and extremely precious. Ningju had no intention of wasting them. He let out a cold snort. His sword intent surged violently. Buzz! A strange sound rang out. The sound of countless metal fragments colliding with each other erupted in rapid succession. 1,000 shattered blades, unsheathed in an instant. As Diego charged forward, hundreds of blade fragments suddenly flew before Ningxia, hovering in midair. These fragments connected with each other in straight lines, ultimately forming an intricate, ever-shifting web of blades. A web of sword blades shielded Ningxia. If he wanted to harm Ningxia, he would have to charge headlong into that 1,000-blade array of fragments. His face was icy cold, showing not a trace of fear. Humph, what use are these rotten fragments? His body was incredibly tough. He was the strongest vampire in the entire family. The vampire bloodline within him was purer than that of his other family members. Because he had been turned hundreds of years ago and had survived until now, he had his own pride. He never regarded Ningju or Ningxia as intelligent beings. No matter how formidable humans might be, in his eyes, they were no different from pigs or dogs, merely sources of food. Thus, he chose to directly block the fragments of Ningju's sword blade. However, when he charged into it, his eyes instantly glazed over. What's going on? Where are my hands? He looked down. His body had already been sliced into hundreds of pieces by that intricate web of blades. His body parts were completely disconnected from each other, rendering him utterly immobile. That powerful punch he had gathered couldn't even be thrown. A flicker of terror flashed in his eyes. How could a blade be this sharp? What kind of weapon is this? He turned to flee, but his body had already shattered into hundreds of pieces of flesh. He couldn't move anymore, only maintaining momentum as he continued forward. The body kept being sliced apart. At the very end of that net woven from shattered sword blades, a single, minuscule fragment appeared. This fragment is quite sharp. It's smaller than a fingernail. Yet, it's aimed directly at his heart. For the first time, fear arose in Diego's eyes. If this extremely sharp blade were to pierce his own heart, then, he would undoubtedly die. The strength of these two humans who suddenly barged in far exceeded his expectations. As his speed slowed, Ningxia finally had the chance to scan his body. A single slash from Ningxia cut through the air. His heart was instantly severed from his body, and appeared just 1 centimeter in front of that fragment. In the next instant, he would be impaled and die. Countless images flashed before his eyes, all memories from centuries ago during the Central European era. His entire body was drenched in cold sweat. He couldn't believe that the proverbial life flashing before his eyes had already begun. Centuries of memories, centuries of accumulated wisdom. He could play almost any musical instrument. He understood almost every aspect of chemistry. He had lived through centuries of European history. He was practically a living fossil. But now, his supposedly endless life was actually about to come to an end. He couldn't believe this reality. Just when he thought he was surely doomed. Whoosh! A strange voice rang out. A pool of blood swallowed him whole. His heart, along with his entire body, vanished instantly from the spot, and reappeared outside the surgical field. The scattered flesh fragments clung together, healing completely in an instant. He had narrowly escaped death. But when he turned to look sideways, that family member with teleportation abilities had exhausted every last drop of their blood power, using their teleportation gift to pull Diego out of the surgical field. Yet in doing so, they had sacrificed their own life. The corpse turned to ashes, scattering with the wind. Diego's eyes were wide with fury as he glared at Ningju, his gaze filled with madness. All traces of his former gentleness and elegant demeanor had completely vanished. In their place was sheer madness and bloodlust. With a piercing shriek, his human form twisted and contorted, revealing his true visage. Wings spanning over 10 meters. The largest vampire in its true form. That terrifying monstrous appearance made Ningxia's pupils tremble. At its piercing shriek, all vampires simultaneously reverted to their true forms. This appearance was their most powerful state. Diego had twice breached the surgical domain. He already knew the weakness of this space. As long as your speed was sufficient to prevent Ningxia from maintaining visual contact, you could evade the attacks and manipulations of the surgical space. Diego howled to convey this message to all his family members. Flapping its wings, it charged in with all the vampires in tow. Once they understood the principles of the surgical field's operation, their fear vanished. Together they surged into the tavern, pouring in all at once. One of the vampires activated their innate power. The hurricane surged. The entire tavern was instantly lifted, the whole building collapsing. Ningju's gaze turned grave as he raised his hand and clenched his fist. The hurricane it had summoned suddenly reversed course, attacking its own creator. Playing with wind before Ningju was nothing short of seeking death. Any elemental ability below the level of elemental wrath would be under Ningju's control. The wind blades sliced it into pieces. Massive severed limbs of the vampire monster fell to the ground, blood flowing freely. All blood is, in truth, human blood. Its body was sliced into fragments by the wind's blade, its entrails completely stripped away. Too fast, it couldn't even begin to heal in time. Its heart lay exposed in midair. Ningju snapped his fingers. Every wind blade in the sky burst into flames, converging toward that heart. Thunk! The heart shattered instantly. Another vampire died on the spot. The surviving vampires were instantly reduced to fewer than 7 or 8. Ningxia focused her mind, scanning these monsters with all her might. They were enormous in size and moved incredibly fast, even faster than in human form. It took Ningxia several seconds to scan each one. Fortunately, the speed of her gaze was equally swift. She successfully scanned one of the vampires from head to toe. Then she swung her blade. A heart instantly appeared, suspended before her. A blade flashed through the air. The heart was severed in two. Another vampire fell dead on the spot. After all, none of these vampires were as fast as Diego. Even if they tried their hardest to evade Ningxia's scan, it would still be extremely difficult. Chapter 65, A Dying Threat. The vampires were filled with grief and indignation. Their peaceful lives had been abruptly disrupted. In their eyes, Ningju was the true villain. Ningju watched these fluttering, hideous creatures without a shred of pity in his heart. Even if they could speak, even if they were courteous and peerless in appearance, even if they would sacrifice themselves for their families, they still weren't human. That refined elegance they display is nothing but a facade. Their true nature is that of monsters who torment and devour creatures identical to themselves. Boom! Several vampires came flying toward Ningju and Ningxia. One of the vampires suddenly narrowed its blood-red eyes, which flashed with a crimson glow. Ningxia immediately felt a sharp pain shoot through her brain. Her surgical field instantly dissolved and vanished. Ah! She couldn't help but let out a blood-curdling scream. Hearing this sound, Ningju felt fury surge within his heart. That was this vampire's innate power. Mental crush, capable of inflicting pure agony upon you at the spiritual level. The pain far exceeded the limits of human endurance. Under such excruciating torment, Ningxia was utterly incapable of maintaining her surgical domain. Ningju's face was icy cold as thousands of shattered sword blades came flying. All the fragmented sword blades separated from each other, then began spinning wildly. They formed a tornado of blades. Its range was enormous, engulfing the entire street. The fragments of the shattered sword, though scattered, remain connected. No matter how far apart they are, if spun fast enough, they form a dense and terrifying whirlwind of slashes. The horrifyingly sharp shards slice through the air with such force that it distorts completely, leaving countless faint ripples, visible proof of the air being torn apart. In an instant, the vampire was shredded into bloody pulp, leaving not a single drop behind. The heart, naturally, was completely reduced to ashes under this violent slash. The surgical domain, though immensely powerful, becomes nearly invincible once deployed and its target fully scanned. However, if the speed is fast enough to prevent scanning, its effectiveness is significantly diminished. This is the weakness of the surgical domain. If the effect could be produced without scanning, then this ability wouldn't be A grade, it would be S grade. Simply by deploying the domain, one could control the creatures within it. Such potency is only achievable with S-grade abilities. The current surgical domain is still far from reaching that level. The blade storm whirls. All the vampires were frantically trying to escape. They are the most cowardly creatures in the world, clinging desperately to life. Having lived for countless years, they endlessly crave immortality. And so, they refuse to die, afraid of death. But now, death is inevitable. The tornado formed by the thousand-blade shattered sword suddenly turned crimson. Raging flames surged within. Flames reaching up to 3,000 degrees Celsius were hot enough to reduce everything to ashes. But that wasn't all. Boom! Ningju's gaze was icy cold, and lightning flickered within the tornado. An extremely terrifying storm of slaughter whirled through this small town. The air within a kilometer radius formed a swirling vortex. These vampires had absolutely no chance of escaping the storm's reach. Like a lone leaf boat in towering waves, there was simply no path to flee. They shrieked in terror, their eyes filled with primal fear. They exerted all their strength, their eyes flashing red, desperately unleashing their bloodline talents. But any defense, under this terrifyingly formidable power, could only shatter futilely. A terrifying storm formed by multiple A-grade supernatural abilities. Ningju named this move the Storm of Slaughter. Ningju waved his hand, dispersing the storm of slaughter. The world returned to tranquility. Nearly every member of this vampire clan had been utterly annihilated, except for one person, Diego. He had returned to human form, but his entire body was covered in wounds. His left arm had been completely mangled, the injury so severe that it refused to heal. He lay in the ruins, barely alive. Watching Ningju approach step by step, his eyes filled with terror. He rushed madly toward a shop ahead. One person still working inside was dragged out by him. Then he opened his mouth and bit down without hesitation, right at the neck. Blood splattered everywhere. The pale-faced man didn't have much blood in his body, so this blood-sucking only restored a small amount of Diego's stamina. His left arm grew back, restoring his body to completeness. His figure transformed into a pitch-black silhouette. He wanted to escape, rushing toward the next shop, intending to drag out the people inside and devour them. Ningju's pupils trembled slightly as thousands of shattered blade fragments interconnected, instantly forming an ultra-thin sword stretching 100 meters long. With a casual flick of his wrist, thunk! A single slash horizontally bisected Diego at the waist. The 1,000-fragment sword was too sharp, even Diego couldn't recover from its wounds in a short time. He desperately crawled forward, wanting to live even without his feet. Ningju stood 100 meters away, holding the shattered sword, and thrust it forward to pierce his heart. "Give me a chance, please." Diego's eyes were filled with terror as he screamed. This time, he was truly afraid. He feared his eternal life might come to an end here. Without hesitation, he cast aside the dignity and glory of being a vampire, to grovel and beg for mercy before a mere human. "Did you ever give those humans a chance?" Ningju said coldly. Judging by the town's dilapidated state, it had been decades since any human presence. This meant the vampire clan had occupied this place for tens of years. The people here endure excruciatingly painful days, tormented by madness. Endless darkness prevails. It can be described as purgatory. One can imagine how those humans initially clung to hope for rescue. But as time passed, they could no longer endure such suffering and wanted to end their own lives. Yet their bodies were controlled, rendering them powerless to commit suicide. They could only continue living, enduring such an existence for decades. In the end, those people all gave up thinking. Such cruelty, utterly unforgivable. He thrust his sword forward. Diego's eyes burned with madness in that instant. He drew something from behind his waist. It was a silver treasure box. Inside, lay a silver dagger. He gripped that silver dagger, intending to swing it toward Ningju from a distance. But Ningju simply raised his hand and pressed down. The dagger slipped right out of Diego's hand. Diego's eyes widened in shock. This was a treasure bestowed upon him by the very Lord who transformed him into a vampire. How could it just slip away like this? Then, the silver dagger turned around and flew back, piercing Diego's heart. His body instantly turned to ashes. Vampires fear silver, and this dagger was primarily made of silver. He died by his own weapon, a truly tragic end. Diego's eyes were filled with disbelief. His century-long life crumbled in this moment. He let out a hysterical roar. "You dare kill me? My master, the first vampire, will never let you." But before he could finish speaking, he was completely dead. Chapter 66, The Vampire's Sacred Artifact. The shattered sword, thousand blades, automatically reassembled and returned to its sheath. The silver dagger flew into Ningju's hand. All the vampires were slain. Ningju helped his sister up. "Sorry, I wasn't any help again." Her face flushed red. Ningju slowly shook his head. She had no idea how significant her role was. Among the first wave of 7 vampires she controlled, one possessed the innate ability to cause instant death. That was undoubtedly an extremely terrifying power. But Ningxia managed to restrain the vampire directly, allowing Ningju to land the first killing blow. If she hadn't kept it under control, the consequences would have been truly unimaginable. "Your role is more significant than you think." Ningju cheered her on encouragingly. Helping his sister onto Jianan, Ningju was about to mount the horse and leave the small town. Suddenly, his brows twitched. He sensed something stirring beneath his feet. Manipulating the earth beneath him, he lifted the ruins of the tavern. The dusty floor concealed a hidden passage. Ningju stepped forward and lifted the door to the secret chamber. A sudden, foul stench assaulted his nostrils. The horrific scene in the basement nearly made Ningju vomit. It was packed with people, piled one upon another, crammed into a space less than a few dozen square meters. Pitch dark, without a single ray of light. A full 100 people were stacked here. The lowest people are crushed beneath those above them, yet forcibly kept alive. They are all still living. The vampire's blood connects to each of their bodies, forcibly providing nutrients that prevent them from committing suicide. A fresh food storage. Here, there were also children, their faces filled with despair and agony, lying atop a pile of flesh and blood. The vampire's blood paralyzed their bodies, rendering them unable to commit suicide, and forced them to reproduce, all to ensure a sufficient supply of fresh blood. Those who intended to resist had long been completely exterminated. The remaining ones were all incapable of resistance. These vampires raised humans like livestock. They not only fed on blood, but also preferred to devour living flesh. Their facial features had been carved away, leaving them without senses. Living was nothing but torment. To vampires, they were merely lumps of flesh forcibly kept alive. The basement was strewn with excrement and blood. The stench made Ningxia vomit instantly. Ningju let out a long sigh, manipulating the shattered sword fragments behind him, dividing them into hundreds of blade shards. Then, with pinpoint accuracy, he pierced through the forehead of every single person, ending their suffering. Their wills had already crumbled, their thoughts lost amidst years of unending suffering. There was absolutely no saving them. Better to end their torment. A cold glint flashed in but an instant, all those people became corpses. Ningju raised his hand and unleashed a torrent of flames, engulfing the basement. The accumulated filth of years, uncleaned waste and bloodstains emitted a foul stench that had been trapped within the confined space. It had formed methane gas. The moment the flames touched it, all the methane ignited, triggering a massive explosion. The corpses inside were instantly reduced to ashes. Ningju mounted his horse and rode away from the place. Every shop he passed on the road had people busily working inside. Ningju swung his blade, cutting them all down. This was already the most merciful course of action. After everyone had been slaughtered, Ningju had already left the town. With a wave of his hand, towering flames erupted, engulfing the entire town. On the town's massive beast-toothed gate hung a plaque. The words Beast Hunting Town were inscribed above. Perhaps this town was founded by some great beast hunter. Built directly in the wilderness, its founder must have slaughtered countless ferocious beasts with remarkable achievements. Judging by the size of the colossal beast skeleton that served as the town's gate, it must have been at least a grade B monster. What a pity, such a martial village was effortlessly conquered by those vampires. The vampire's power is truly overwhelming. This time, Ningju only managed to kill a low-ranking vampire from one family. Among them, only Diego possessed the most formidable strength. His bloodline is comparatively purer. As for his other family members, almost all of them were transformed by him, so naturally their bloodlines are thinner than his. Diego was only a low-level vampire, yet his speed and strength were already on par with an A-class superhuman. What if it were a high-level vampire? Ningju felt a lingering fear. He mounted Zhao Nan and quickly left the place. Taking out Diego's silver dagger, he examined it carefully before his eyes. The silver blade reflected the sunlight, turning it pale and cold. The texture was icy cold. A 15-centimeter blade, extremely compact. The sharp tip could pierce even the air. Fine sword. Ningju sighed unconsciously, scanning the weapon's information. White oak short sword. Grade, S. Introduction. Once the companion weapon of a legendary witcher, this pure silver blade has white oak ash embedded in its core, capable of inflicting immense damage to vampires. The sword once pierced the heart of the high-ranking vampire Carmilla, forcing her into a 1,000-year slumber. During this millennium, the dagger absorbed the nourishing magic of the high-ranking vampire within Carmilla's body, gaining extraordinary power, though only a vampire can harness the magic within this blade. Ningju was stunned. This turned out to be an S-grade anomalous weapon. No wonder Diego fought desperately to land that strike. It seemed he intended to trade his life for Ningju's. Fortunately, I used my sword controlling power to seize control of this dagger, otherwise, the consequences would have been unpredictable. The destructive power of every S-class anomalous weapon is capable of annihilating heaven and earth. Even if Diego was already at the end of his strength, wielding an S-class anomalous weapon could still have led to mutual destruction or even a counterattack against me. What a pity, the formidable power within this short sword can only be wielded by vampires. In human hands, this is merely a dagger for restraining vampires, hardly worthy of being called an S-class supernatural weapon. Diego was only willing to wield this dagger at the last moment, when his life hung in the balance. It seems using this dagger comes at no small cost. High-ranking vampire, Carmilla. Ningju committed this name to memory. Camilla, she must be the high-ranking vampire who turned Diego. Even with her heart pierced by this dagger, she merely fell into slumber? Over 1,000 years, her blood had saturated an ordinary dagger, transforming it into an S-class anomalous weapon. How terrifying must her power truly be? Ningju dared not dwell on the thought. Even now, with so many supernatural abilities at his disposal and the weapon of the human hero Li Hanguang in hand, he had no confidence in defeating such an enemy. He spurred his horse forward, heading straight for Xiangyang City. Along the way, Ningju had no heart to admire the scenery. So quickly, several months had already passed. His younger sister only had 2 years and a few months left. Time truly flew like a shuttle. Ningju could only hope that the martial artists in Xiangyang City had a solution. Chapter 67, Xiangyang. Throughout the journey, Ningju diligently studied the Tai mystic arts within his mind. He had committed all the essential mantras and key points to memory with perfect familiarity, yet he remained unable to grasp the fundamentals. Until one day, he caught sight of the rising sun. Purple mist drifted from the east. The boundless yellow sands of the wilderness were all bathed in a faint purple hue, only for that fleeting moment. It was the moment when the morning sun peeked out, releasing a unique radiance. Then, that light dissipated. Ningju seemed to suddenly attain enlightenment. Could it be that the primordial chi mentioned in the Tai Chi mystic art does not come from the external world? A bold idea was born in his mind. All this time, he had been changing his breathing techniques, using his deconstructing gaze to observe the energy suspended in midair. He explored the natural chi surrounding him, yet he could never seem to find it. The external chi, those are not the innate primordial twist required for cultivating the supreme mystic art. Until this moment, seeing that wisp of purple energy rising with the morning sun, Ningju seemed to have a sudden enlightenment. Perhaps the innate primordial twist does not come from the outside world. Rather, like that fleeting purple energy accompanying the sunrise, it exists within the body from the moment of one's birth. It just gradually faded away with the passage of time. The innate chi, naturally existing, lies within one's own body. The approach of constantly seeking outward has been utterly mistaken all along. Ningju slowed his breathing and began to explore the power within his own body. He carefully examined all his muscles and the 8 extraordinary meridians, yet he still couldn't grasp the key. Undaunted, he continued his inward exploration. A full week passed. His eyes suddenly snapped open. A wisp of golden vapor appeared in his dantian. It was so faint it was nearly invisible to the naked eye. The innate chi lay dormant within the dantian. Why do infants experience a period of rapid growth? It is precisely due to the power of innate vital energy. Human babies, even after suffering minor fractures, often don't need medical attention as the injuries heal spontaneously in an extremely short time. This is something adults simply cannot achieve, all thanks to the innate vital energy within their bodies. Ningju has now found it. He has found many traces of primordial chi. They are scattered throughout his limbs and bones, with remnants lingering in every meridian, on the verge of fading further with time until vanishing completely. Fortunately, Ningju discovered them. He followed the mantra from the Tai profound art, guiding all the innate chi within his body to converge toward his dantian. In the end, it condensed into a faint golden aura. His body seemed to regain its vitality anew. When that wisp of innate chi was born, Ningju could feel that his muscular strength had increased several-fold. He has stepped onto the path of cultivation. The mystic art of Tai Chi differs from other internal arts. Other internal arts seek outward. They absorb the chi of heaven and earth to strengthen oneself. The Tai Chi mystic art is an inward exploration, relying solely on the inherent power within oneself to grow and strengthen. External aids are ultimately just that, external, and can never compare to the innate potential within. The formation of just a single wisp of this energy has already multiplied the body's strength several times over. If one continues to cultivate it, perhaps they could attain powers surpassing even supernatural abilities. Ningju continued his cultivation. Time flew like an arrow. Half a month later, Ningju finally saw Xiangyang City. The mountains stretch endlessly, their peaks rising and falling in waves. Truffles cling to leaves, while green pines stand tall and proud. Amidst this vibrant, thriving highland scenery, an ancient city stands alone, isolated within the mountains. All the mountains stood like natural barriers, shielding the city within. He rode his horse, Jiaonan, up to the city gates. Dismounting, he stepped forward and knocked slowly. Thud, thud, thud. No one answered. He kept knocking. For a full half hour, the towering city gate emitted dull, heavy thuds. At last, a voice came from inside. Grandpa, the door is rattling. To my surprise, it was a little boy's voice coming from behind the door. The voice sounded so young, probably only 5 or 6 years old. Rain child, don't speak nonsense. It's been ages since we've had strangers here, the old man said slowly. Ningju hurriedly knocked on the city gate again. Bang bang bang. Grandpa, listen, there really is someone. Hiss, indeed, there's a sound, the old man said in shock. But then, he spoke again with profound gravity. But Rain child, what knocks at the door may not be human. Ningju stopped knocking and spoke clearly. Old sir, please open the door. A strange glimmer flashed through the old man's eyes. It really was a person. What brings you here? Ningju said slowly. I've brought my younger sister here seeking medical treatment. Beyond the gate, silence lingered for a long while. After a moment, with a thunderous crash, the great gate swung open. The city gates of Shangyang, unopened for decades, were coated in a thick layer of dust. The axle had long rusted, emitting a tremendous noise. After the gate opened, Ningju led Jiaonan, slowly stepping into the city. What met their eyes was a vast expanse of architecture brimming with ancient charm. In the massive city of Shangyang, every building was roofed with tiles. The shadow of human technology is nowhere to be seen here. On the main street of Shangyang, many people come and go. They all wear simple clothes, with cotton garments tied at the neck. Many others carry bows and arrows, dressed in animal skins, likely hunters. The people in this city are completely self-sufficient in resources. Ningju nearly dreamed himself back to ancient times. A grubby, chubby child stood at the city gate, staring curiously at Ningju and Ningxia. Dried snot crusted his face, his whole body was filthy, and he still wore a loincloth. He looked like a mischievous child, probably Rainboy. An old man in a cotton shirt stared at Ningju. Thank you for opening the door, Ningju said. Judging by your attire, you must be from the Human Alliance territory. To treat your sister's illness, you've traveled thousands of miles to Xiangyang, facing countless dangers along the way. You must have suffered greatly. I'll give you a chance. Leave quickly after you're done. The old man waved his hand and said. Ningju nodded, clasping his fists in gratitude toward the old man. The people of Xiangyang weren't as cold and unfeeling as Ningju had imagined. They're much more warm-hearted than outsiders. Holding Zhao Nan's hand, he entered the city with his younger sister. Ever since entering Shangyang Prefecture, Ningju had noticed an unfamiliar energy lingering in the air. This was something he'd never sensed in the outside world. As I stepped into Shangyang City at this moment, the qi suspended in midair became even purer and more translucent, containing scorching energy within. With each breath, this qi surged into my lungs. Ningju could feel his entire body brimming with vital energy, his strength growing formidable. Xianyang was truly miraculous. Even the qi in the air radiated wondrous power. Brother, the air here, it's so fresh. Ningxia spoke slowly. I feel much better physically, and I have more energy too. Her eyes sparkled with amazement. She had never experienced this feeling before. Ningju clenched his fists, hope blooming in his heart. Saved at last, finally saved. This energy in the air must be the legendary qi that martial artists cultivate. The qi in Xiangyang is so dense, no wonder martial artists hole up here and never venture out. Chapter 68, So much for reason. Advancing toward Shangyang City, Ningju observed the city's residents. Each of them possessed robust physiques, with vigorous qi and blood circulating through their bodies. Ningju used the deconstructing gaze and could see the peculiarities of their bodies. Each person's meridians and collaterals were broad and unobstructed, with true qi flowing freely through them. None of them possessed supernatural abilities, yet their combat prowess was undoubtedly on par with those who did. If heaven did not bestow supernatural powers, then through relentless training, they would attain abilities capable of rivaling them. This is precisely the indomitable spirit embedded in human genes. Buzz! Suddenly, a trace of killing intent connected directly above his head. Ningju's expression darkened. A black shadow came charging, the cold glint of a blade flashing in its hand. A blood-red longsword slashed toward his neck. Ningju's gaze turned icy cold. He raised his hand and pressed down. The blood-red longsword immediately froze mid-air, unable to advance another inch. He turned his head to look. Upon seeing the visitor, his eyes instantly filled with shock. It was a young man. His appearance was strangely familiar. Shu Sanzai, the assassin from Yu Qing's airship. His body was wrapped in bandages, his injuries nearly healed. His face was filled with fury, his killing intent toward Ningju soaring to the heavens. His left hand formed a seal, and the blood-drinking blade trembled with crimson light, breaking free from the control of sword manipulation. Without pause, he swiftly unleashed 2 slashes with his blade technique. Ning Xia's eyes turned cold as she saw her brother under attack, ready to activate her surgical domain. But Ningju pressed down on her hand before she could draw her blade. This is someone else's territory, with thousands of martial artists watching. If he were to strike, he would face terrifying group attacks. Ningju had no desire to make enemies with so many martial artists. He snorted coldly. The power of imperial swordsmanship surged forth, causing the blood-drinking blade to hover midair, breaking free from Chu Sanzai's control. It flew backward and embedded itself diagonally into the ground behind him, trembling with a resonant hum. Chu Sanzai's beloved blade slipped from his grasp, leaving him unable to continue his assault. His face darkened as he clenched his fists tightly. The surrounding onlookers stood frozen in shock. Controlling a sword from afar, this is the Heart Sword realm? A hunter clad in animal hides muttered in shock. He's just a lapdog of the nobility, how could he possibly reach the Heart Sword realm? That's his supernatural ability. Chu Sanzai roared in fury. The elderly man who had opened the door for Ningju approached slowly. Though advanced in years with white hair and beard, his posture remained upright. His vitality was abundant, walking without letting his heels touch the ground, each step remarkably steady. Yet this old man carried an air of amiable ease about him. But with just one glance, Ningju could tell his cultivation was profound, not someone to be trifled with. Sanzai, why did you attack him? The old man asked. Chu Sanzai stared at Ningju, his eyes filled with hostility. Elder Zhang, the severe injuries I suffered last time were caused by him. If not for his interference, I would have surely killed the eldest son of the Yu family. He's a lackey of the human alliance, we mustn't let him in. Upon hearing this, a peculiar glint flashed through Elder Zhang's eyes. Chu Sanzai had grown up in Xiangyang City since childhood and would certainly not deceive people. The injuries you sustained were caused by the bomb you detonated yourself, it has nothing to do with me. Ningju explained coldly. In truth, he was extremely nervous at this moment. I never expected to finally reach Xiangyang and enter smoothly. Yet I ran into such a nemesis here. What terrible luck. If we really fought, he would surely lose. All the martial artists in Xiangyang City attacking together could probably even conquer the capital, how could I possibly hold them off alone? Chu Sanzai let out a cold laugh. Zhongli, you're a spy from the Human Alliance, sneaking into our Xiangyang with malicious intent. I suspect, even Brother Han died by your hand. He pointed at the broken sword behind Ningju, his voice icy cold. Old man Zhang, look at the sword behind him. Many onlooking martial artists exclaimed in shock. Old man Zhang's eyes narrowed sharply as he spotted the long sword strapped to Ningju's back. 1,000 shattered blades, cracks spreading everywhere. His eyes suddenly widened in shock. An extremely formidable aura erupted from his entire body. The oppressive force whipped up fierce winds, making Ningju's clothes flap violently. The old man stepped forward and threw a punch. An utterly ordinary punch. Yet it distorted the air. A phantom dragon silhouette, formed from pure Jinqi, coalesced from his fist. The icy water suddenly drenched Ningju's body. Ningju knew full well that taking this punch would either kill him or leave him severely injured. He hastily summoned his sword-controlling power. Behind him, 1,000 fragments of blade flew forth from their sheaths. It instantly condensed into a semicircular barrier, shielding him in front. Truly the 1,000 shattered blades, Honor's weapon. Witnessing this spectacle of 1,000 flying blades left some utterly astounded. Grandpa Zhang's punch landed squarely on the fragmented blades. Ningju instantly felt an overwhelming force crashing down upon him. It was as if an entire mountain was slamming into him. The barrier formed by his shattered sword fragments maintained its complete shape, barely withstanding the impact. The thousands of broken shards trembled and hummed violently from the blow. Although he blocked this punch, the phantom dragon's shadow showed no signs of dissipating. It pierced straight through his sword barrier, crashing toward Ningju with terrifying force. A flicker of horror flashed through Ningju's pupils. Never has any attack managed to pierce through the barrier of shattered sword, 1,000 blades. Watching the dragon's energy right before his eyes, about to crash down upon him. Taking this hit would mean either death or severe injury. At this critical moment, Ningju had no choice but to grit his teeth and forcibly activate the profound Tai Chi technique. That faint wisp of innate chi instantly coursed through his entire body, permeating all 8 extraordinary meridians. Ningju's eyes flashed with golden light as he threw a punch straight forward, clashing head-on with the phantom dragon's shadow. A single move from Taiji Fist within the mystic art of Taiji. The mystic art of Taiji was an internal cultivation method that allowed innate chi to circulate throughout one's body, though it also contained a small number of accompanying martial techniques. A gentle fist, when perfected, can leverage 4 ounces to deflect 1,000 pounds, overcoming strength with softness. The deconstructing gaze was also employed, aiming to dismantle the dragon-like force of the punch. Yet this dragon fist was thrown by one of Xiangyang City's top martial artists. How could it be dismantled in an instant? In the end, there was no choice but to meet it head-on with brute force. Bang! A deafening crash. The bluestone floor beneath Ning Ju's feet shattered completely. His entire body was sent flying backward dozens of meters. The 1,000 fragments of his shattered sword, instantly losing their sustaining force, clattered to the ground in a cacophony of metallic ringing. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, his right shoulder shattered. His Tai Chi skills were not yet perfected, he couldn't overcome strength with softness. Ning Xia saw her brother in this wretched state and rushed toward Ning Ju. As she helped him up, her eyes gleamed with murderous frost. His hand was already on the hilt. The surgical field was ready and waiting. Agony flooded his mind, yet Ning Ju remained lucid. He pressed his hand against his sister's blade. Do not strike, or you will surely lose. I did not kill Li Hanguang. Ning Ju spat blood from the corner of his mouth, enunciating each word deliberately. Chu Sanzai's expression remained cold as he stepped forward, pulling his blood-drinking blade from the ground and advancing toward Ning Ju step by step. Master Zhang raised his hand with a sudden tremor. He pressed down on Chu Sanzai's shoulder. He truly didn't kill your brother Han. Chu Sanzai's movement was halted, his gaze filled with shock. How can you be so sure? Old man Zhang narrowed his eyes slightly and said, Honor's strength was nearly on par with mine, yet he couldn't even withstand a casual punch from me. How could he possibly have killed Honor? Chu Sanzai protested indignantly. Then how do you explain the sword on his back? Old Master Zhang turned his gaze to Ning Ju upon hearing this. We people of Xiangyang all value reason. Let's hear your explanation. Chapter 69, The Assassin Organization. Ning Ju's face darkened. He knew that a single wrong word now would leave him dead without a burial place. So this was the hometown of the human hero, Li Hanguang. If only he had worn a mask and kept the 1,000 shattered blades hidden. He decided to lay all his cards on the table. My real name isn't Zhongli, it's Ning Ju. This was the first time he'd revealed his true name since being released from prison. Xiangyang City was truly an isolated stronghold beyond the human alliance's control. Here, one could reveal their real name without fear of spies. With that, he flicked his wrist and tossed out his identity card. The identity card integrates multiple functions and can be used to project and display information. A blue light emerged, forming a criminal's profile in midair. Life sentence prisoner Ning Ju. Crime, murder. The photograph was identical to Ning Ju. Every individual could search for criminal records in the Human Alliance's criminal database. This encouraged civilians to mobilize, capture fugitives, and claim bounties. Chu Sanzai stared intently at the file. Indeed, they could verify this for themselves immediately. I have always been at odds with the Human Alliance, hiding from them all this time, with absolutely no connection to them whatsoever. You can rest assured. Ning Ju revealed his real name precisely to distance himself from the Human Alliance. These martial artists seemed to harbor an intense dislike for the Human Alliance. You thought Li Hanguang was dead, but that's not the case. I was once imprisoned in Jingshan Maximum Security Prison, where I saw Li Hanguang on the top floor. Ning Ju said slowly. These words left everyone stunned. He's still alive? The crowd was slightly shocked. Li Hanguang was a once-in-a-millennium sword prodigy, born with profound internal energy. He is the pride of Xiangyang. He left to train over a decade ago, but suddenly vanished without a trace. Everyone believed he had been assassinated and died. No, this must be a lie. If even Brother Han couldn't escape that prison, how could you possibly get out? Chu Sanzai said. Ning Ju's injuries were rapidly healing. In just the time it took to say a few words, his bones began cracking as they nearly finished mending. His prison, forged from the bones of an S-class colossal beast, the metal-dissolving gold devourer, could melt any metal that came near. With his 1,000 shattered blades already confiscated, escape was impossible for him. As for me, due to certain circumstances, I evaded the supernatural ability screening and was thrown into an ordinary cell. In the end, I got lucky and managed to break free. Old man Zhang stroked his chin upon hearing this. That explanation barely holds water. He bent down to pick up the shattered sword's hilt. With a flick of his wrist, true chi surged into the blade. 1,000 shards of broken steel rose from the ground, suspended in midair before reassembling themselves along the blade's edge. Then why is Honor's weapon, the 1,000 shattered blades, in your possession? Ning Ju replied slowly. I obtained it at an auction held by the Beast Hunter Association. Old Zhang's gaze remained calm as he nodded. In his youth, he too had ventured out into the world. He had once been an S-class hunter in the Beast Hunter Association. His knowledge of the outside world was no less than Ning Ju's. The human alliance's pursuit of profit knows no bounds. Powerful weapons seized from criminals would be handed over to the Beast Hunter Association by the Human Alliance for auction if they proved useless. Though Thousand Fragment Shatterblade was an S-grade exotic weapon, its true power could only be unleashed by Li Hongguang himself. In anyone else's hands, the blade couldn't withstand even a child's strike, it would shatter upon contact. Such worthless weapons were naturally destined for the auction block. What crime did Brother Han commit? Shu Sanzai asked. Upon hearing this, Ningju slowly uttered a few words. Attempted assassination of the Human Alliance leader. As these words were spoken, the entire room was stunned. Even in Old Master Zhang's usually unperturbed eyes, a flicker of shock appeared. This is too reckless, it doesn't seem like his usual way of doing things. He slowly shook his head and spoke. Honor would never be so reckless. You're lying. A glint of killing intent flashed in his eyes. No, he's telling the truth. At that moment, another voice spoke up. Ningju followed the voice to look. It was actually Chu Sanzai, the least likely person to shield him. Sanzai, do you know the whole story? The crowd surged forward, questioning him. Chu Sanzai's eyes flickered with conflict before he finally resolved to confess everything. Back when Brother Han was out training, he'd occasionally return and tell me about strange encounters he'd had. The last time he came back, he told me, he was going to undertake a major task, to assassinate a man of immense power. I was young then, my memories are hazy, and I didn't know who he wanted to assassinate, so I never told you. Old man Zhang's eyes trembled upon hearing this. No, how could Honor be so reckless? Among the Human Alliance, S-class superhumans provide layer upon layer of protection. Even with Honor's extraordinary strength, it would be impossible for him to assassinate the Human Alliance leader alone amidst 10,000 troops. Shu Sanzai's gaze turned grave as he stared at the shattered sword fragments in Old Man Zhang's hand. No, he wasn't alone. He told me he joined an assassin organization, he was their second best killer. He collaborated with the entire assassin organization to launch that operation. As he spoke these words, Shu Sanzai's expression turned grave. Before Han left back then, he told me the location of that organization. A few years ago, during my training journey, I also joined that assassin organization. Old man Zhang's eyes flashed with gravity upon hearing this. Why did you join that organization too? A glimmer of light flashed in Shu Sanzai's eyes. The creed of that assassin organization is to overthrow the Human Alliance. The Human Alliance drains resources from everyone, crushing those without ability to the very bottom, yet the plundered resources aren't used to fight the giant beasts, they're embezzled by those in power. If this continues, sooner or later we humans will perish beneath the feet of those giant beasts. Humanity must break free from the Alliance's control to have a future. I suppose Brother Han thinks the same way. The surrounding crowd whispered among themselves upon hearing this. Such an organization was indeed remarkably audacious. The mission failed, but the organization's top assassin is still alive. Next time, success is inevitable. In Shu Sanzai's eyes, a glimmer called dreams flashed. Truly a man of noble ideals. Your ideals aren't wrong, but even if you kill Yu Qing, it won't change anything. He was simply born into a powerful family, but he's still too young, he has no say in the Yu family's affairs at all. Ningju said slowly. Right or wrong doesn't matter. Anyone from the privileged class must die. Just as they sacrifice innocent commoners without hesitation, we too shall sacrifice him. War demands bloodshed. If you hesitate, you'll accomplish nothing. Shu Sanzai said coldly. His goal was to liberate humanity and slaughter all the giant beasts. But Ningju sensed there was some personal emotion mixed in. Chapter 70, Hope. I believe it's true that you didn't kill Brother Han, Shu Sanzai said. Our fight left me severely injured. Now old Zhang's punch has left you badly hurt. We're even. However, as he looked at Ningju's completely healed arm, a trace of displeasure flickered in his eyes. Despite being severely injured, I recovered after half a month of rest at Dr. Shang's place. Now that the misunderstanding has been cleared up, let's talk about why you came here. Grandpa Zhang said slowly. There's an energy inside my sister that's constantly consuming her body, leaving her extremely weak. She likely has less than 3 years left. I've sought help everywhere, and when all else failed, I had no choice but to come to Shenyang. Please examine her condition. Old Master Zhang glanced at Ning Xia. Her snow-white skin lacked vitality, clearly showing signs of extreme weakness. Follow me, Old Man Zhang said. Ningju supported his sister while holding Zhanan's hand, following Old Man Zhang into Shenyang City. Many people dressed in training attire sat cross-legged on their rooftops, deep in meditation. Ningju could see streams of true qi flowing from the surrounding air into their dantians. They must be cultivating, he thought. Eventually, they arrived at a shop. Inside the shop stood a massive antique cabinet made of dark sandalwood. There were thousands of drawers above. The scent of traditional Chinese medicine was thick in the air. Traditional Chinese medicine, something Ningju hadn't seen since arriving in this world. A medical practice from distant memories. A hunched old man sat in a chair, resting with his eyes closed. Old Zhang, take a look at this girl. Elder Zhang said. Upon hearing this, old Zhang opened his eyes. His expression changed slightly when he saw Ning Xia and Ning Ju. Outsiders? Old Zhang nodded. Cure her illness, and they'll leave immediately. This brother and sister have had it rough too, traveling all the way to our Shenyang. They've walked too far, my heart softened and I let them in. After a moment's hesitation, Dr. Zhang finally motioned for Ning Xia to approach. Ning Ju quickly scanned through his profile. Zhang Zhong, ability, none. A traditional Chinese medicine practitioner without supernatural abilities. In Shenyang City, almost no one possesses supernatural abilities. Only Chu Sanzai and Li Hanguang have such powers. Their strength was also exceptionally formidable. Chu Sanzai's blade technique was terrifying. Given time, he would undoubtedly grow to reach Li Hanguang's level. With martial arts perfected and supernatural abilities at his side. Dual cultivation. Ning Ju was also moved. But now, his sister's illness was more important. Zhang Zhong took Ning Xia's hand and checked her pulse. Such a weak pulse. His brows furrowed deeply. After a long while, he released Ning Xia's wrist. Not even the gods can save her now. Zhang Zhong shook his head slowly and sighed. Ning Ju's expression darkened upon hearing this. His fists were clenched so tight they nearly shattered. Is there really no other way? Yet Zhang Zhong suddenly gave a faint smile. Ha, gotcha. Ning Ju looked utterly confused. Old Zhang's face darkened as he patted Ning Ju on the shoulder and said, "Don't mind it, old Zhang is always like this." Zhang Zhong coughed twice before speaking slowly. My apologies, just a personal habit. Her illness can be cured. A glimmer of joy flashed in Ning Ju's eyes. He never expected that this elderly Chinese medicine practitioner, despite his advanced age, would actually crack such a joke, giving Ning Ju quite a fright. Utterly irreverent. Strangely enough, your sister actually carries the genes of a colossal beast within her. Upon hearing this, Ning Ju's pupils trembled. Behemoth gene. According to the Dragon Blood Patriarch's memories, he had also sensed the presence of a behemoth within his sister at that time. But how could such a frail girl possess the behemoth gene? Are you mistaken? How could she possibly have the behemoth gene? After multiple confirmations, he still couldn't believe it. Zhang Zhong said gravely, the weak pulse is merely superficial. Upon careful examination, one can hear the hidden violent tones of slaughter within the pulse, like the roar of a giant beast, terrifying to the core. The nutrients in her body have been plundered by the beast's genes for years, leaving her extremely weak. Instead, those behemoth genes have grown to a point where they're noticeable enough for me to detect. If you had come just a bit earlier, I might not have noticed at all and would have had to send you back empty-handed. You're quite lucky. Ning Ju's eyes widened in shock upon hearing this. So, how can we save her then? Zhang Zhong stroked his beard and said with a smile, don't worry, young man. Although she can survive, it will be extremely difficult and will take a very long time. Fortunately, there are over a dozen types of energy attached to her body, resisting the devouring of the beast genes. What a clever method, it can extend her life by a year. Those beast genes were injected using modern technological means, forcibly merging with her own genes. They've almost completely fused together. If external force is used to forcibly destroy those giant beast genes, she herself will die as well. So, she must become strong on her own. The human body is truly miraculous. As long as she grows strong enough, those giant beast genes will eventually be consumed in reverse. Who knows, she might even turn misfortune into blessing and gain the power hidden within those giant beast genes. Ning Ju clenched his fists, his emotions surging to their peak. There was actually hope. From childhood till now, he had searched for countless years. To cure his younger sister, he had sacrificed far too much. Now, the dawn is just ahead. Ning Xia also smiled. She was finally saved. Every extra day she lived meant one more day with her brother. Zhang Wuxian, if you want to cure her, it's quite simple, have her practice the dragon elephant body forging technique with you. Within 2 years, she'll definitely be able to completely reverse devour the giant beast genes within her. He looked at Zhang Wuxian. However, whether you're willing to pass on that treasured technique of yours is entirely up to you. Zhang Zhong said. Zhang Wuxian fell into deep thought upon hearing this. His dragon elephant body forging technique had never been taught to outsiders. His expression twisted with inner conflict as hesitation took hold. After a long pause, he finally exhaled deeply and turned his gaze to Ning Ju. Ning Ju, your sister may stay here and train with me in dragon elephant body forging technique for 3 years. I will teach her everything I know and ensure her safety. When it comes to medical skills, Zhang Zhong ranks second to none in this world. If he says this method can save her, then it surely can. You need not worry. But, you must also agree to one condition of mine. Ning Ju's heart surged with excitement as he asked. What conditions? Zhang Wuxiang said slowly. Go to Jingshan Maximum Security Prison and rescue Li Hanguang. Ning Ju's expression turned grave upon hearing this. Jingshan Prison, that nightmarish place. He was just damn lucky to have escaped successfully. Now, they want him to go back? That place is terrifying indeed. But, for Ning Xia, he would do anything. I'll go. Zhang Wuxiang handed the shattered sword, Shenren, to Ningju. This sword can only be wielded by you in honor to others, it's worthless. Since you share a bond with him, his weapon shall be entrusted to you for now. Ningju took the shattered sword Shenren and sheathed it. He thought he had lost this divine blade. Never did he expect old man Zhang would return it to him. These martial artists were utterly unpretentious, their nature simple and honest. They are truly countless times better than outsiders. A feeling of deep admiration welled up in his heart. Ningju expressed his gratitude solemnly. Thank you, Elder Zhang. Chapter 71, Child Experiment. Ningju walked to his younger sister's side, gazing into her azure blue eyes. Ningxia, I'll have to leave for a while, he said. Ningxia's eyes filled with sadness upon hearing this, yet she nodded obediently nonetheless. These were matters beyond anyone's control. She too wished her brother could stay by her side, but Ningju had to complete Zhang Wuxiang's mission. That was the price of curing her. I'll train hard and make myself stronger. By the time you come back, you might not even be able to beat me, she said with a smile, but the glimmer of tears in her eyes couldn't be hidden. Ningju smiled faintly and patted her head. Then he led Jianan over, leaning close to Jianan's ear as he spoke. Jianan, I have to leave for a while. Take good care of Xia Xia. Jianan's hooves trembled slightly as it let out a soft whinny, seeming to understand. Jianan, I'll stay here with you. Ningju led Jianan forward and handed the reins to Ningxia. Ningxia took the reins and reached out to stroke Jianan's mane. Little Lin clung to Ningxia's shoulder, yawning as if completely unmoved by the separation. Ningju reached out and roughly ruffled its fur. Only then did it become teary-eyed, appearing utterly reluctant to part with Ningju. A forced reluctance, utterly unwilling. Finally, Ningju gave his younger sister a light embrace before the siblings parted ways. In that fleeting moment of their hug, Ningju activated his insight ability and glimpsed into his sister's memories. 10 years ago, he had found Ningxia on the filthy streets of a remote outpost, covered in dirt and grime. The pitiful little girl begging on the streets, her face smeared with filth, had moved him so deeply that he took her under his wing. Up until now, the bond between them had grown as close as family. At that moment, he suddenly confirmed his sister carried the genes of a colossal beast. Curiosity drove him to delve into his sister's memories. What could have happened to make such a young girl fuse with the genes of a colossal beast? Countless images flickered before her eyes. Even the most faded memories, long forgotten, became crystal clear under the power of willful insight. Memories never truly vanish from the mind. Memories fade with time, becoming harder to recall, yet they remain forever in the mind. Ningju sees through everything along the way. In Ningxia's eyes, she seems to glow. Brother, bro, it hurts. Brother, I've come back with the money. Brother, you're badly hurt. Brother, I feel so terrible. A decade's worth of memories flickered in succession. In her sister's eyes, he seemed to be viewed through a filter, forever so handsome. Looking back at all those past events, Ningju's eyes welled up with tears. Continue to explore forward. Trace back to the most distant memories, until that call swept past. Kid, come with me. That was Ningju's first words to his younger sister, though he himself was just a child at the time. Memories seemed to gain color only after those words were spoken. The previous memories were all shrouded in gray darkness. Ningju's expression was grave as he pursued relentlessly. In the end, he saw the truth. A baby's blurred perspective, inside a glass vessel, immersed in nutrient fluid. Looking out through the glass tank, several scientists in hazmat suits were holding test tubes, studying something. The memories were hazy, unclear. The opposite wall was entirely covered with human infants preserved in jars. Real agony surged from every tube inserted into their tiny bodies. Such excruciating pain would be unbearable even for an adult like Ningju, let alone an infant. But the infant couldn't speak, silently enduring this agony. Such days persisted for 2 or 3 years. Finally, a man holding a test tube injected its contents into the culture dish. The moment Ningju saw that person, his pupils trembled violently. Professor Zhao Ting. The next instant, boundless agony instantly devoured his memories. It was like plunging into a sea of blood. The terrifying pain made Ningju's heart feel as if it were shattering. Never in his life had he experienced such agony. It was the excruciating pain of billions of genes within his body being forcibly dissolved simultaneously. His little sister had endured this torment in her childhood. His consciousness blurred as he plunged into darkness. When I woke up again, everything before my eyes was covered in blood. Only a few words reached my ears. Another failed experiment. Her genes show rejection, the fusion is flawed, she can't obtain the power of the titanic beasts. Though it failed, there's still progress. We're not far from success now. Professor Zhao Ting truly is humanity's hope. She's already as good as dead. Leave her here for the wild dogs to eat. The sound of footsteps faded away. The young Ningxia opened her eyes, only to realize she was lying on the ground in a garbage dump. The stench clung to her body. Covered in blood, she staggered to her feet, walking towards the street. Somehow, she managed to survive with incredible strength. That endless dark period of painful memories was completely forgotten after meeting her brother. After witnessing this memory, Ningju's eyes were already filled with tears. He stared blankly at his younger sister. "What's wrong, brother?" she asked in confusion. Ningju slowly shook his head, smiling in silence. "Alright, Xia, I have to go now. Take care of yourself." As he turned away, Ningju's eyes were calmer than ever before. Or perhaps, chillingly cold. His trembling hands betrayed his true emotions. His clenched fist trembled, blood seeping through the gaps between his fingers. The fury in his heart reached its peak. Why should his sister, such an ordinary girl, endure so much suffering? She had done nothing wrong, yet harm always found her. 100 years ago, James Logan single-handedly stormed the headquarters of the Human Alliance, destroying all the child laboratories and rescuing countless children. But as he was thrown into prison, those cruel experiments began anew. His younger sister became one of the victims. Ningju had never imagined that his sister had endured such horrors. Those memories were ancient, dating back almost to infancy. And they were filled with such pain that they triggered the brain's self-protection mechanism, automatically erasing that period from memory. Ningxia had already forgotten those recollections, only occasionally startling awake from nightmares where she dreamed herself still lying in a cultivation chamber. Forgetting these memories was ultimately for her younger sister's own good. These are things that Ningju alone needs to remember. Ningju's gaze was eerily calm, exuding a terrifying chill. Step by step, he walked toward the outskirts of Xiangyang. This journey, aside from rescuing Li Hanguang, there were many more things he had to do. Ningju. Shu Sanzai, carrying a slender red blade on his back, walked slowly toward Ningju. "I'll go with you, lend you a hand." He had changed into a black robe, sleek and light. To Chu Sanzai, Li Hanguang was like an elder brother. Now, to rescue him from prison, Chu Sanzai also wanted to contribute his part. "Jingshan prison is extremely dangerous, you must think carefully," Ningju said. He had once been imprisoned there and, though he managed to escape by luck, he still held a deep reverence for its strict security. "It matters not, I have already bid farewell to my parents. Even if there is no return, so be it." Chu Sanzai's eyes burned with intensity as he spoke.